A boy named Su Ping, his face wounded, says his name and laughs quietly. The young man leans towards the small creature with electric sparks at its feet, realizing something important. Frightening monsters appear before the hero's eyes and he remembers his reincarnation. The guy notices an ominous horn on the ground, considering it the most terrifying moment. The hero, with wounds on his face, clutches a trophy, a bloody horn, while a white beast grins menacingly nearby. The creature suddenly rushes at the giant monsters, entering into a fight. A few days ago, the boy woke up in the dark, not yet realizing the changes that had taken place. Waking up, the young man looks in the mirror and realizes that he has become a different person. An electronic ID with his new data appears in front of the guy. The hero reflects on life with a new personality, like everyone who finds themselves in the world after reincarnation. The world the young man found himself in was very similar to Earth. Here, the level of technological development has made great strides. However, technologies are of an auxiliary nature, and the basis of life becomes the heavenly beasts. Various types of celestial beasts are closely related to human life, performing simple work. These creatures are also actively used for military purposes. Some heavenly beasts are specially trained to destroy enemies. Even the global influence of states depends on the power of such creatures. The social status of countries is determined by the power of the heavenly beasts, because everything here is subject to their power. The boy realizes that in this world only the strong are respected, and if he wants to survive, he needs to become stronger. The hero decides to carefully plan his actions and first figure out where he ended up, accepting the new identity of Su Ping. The guy is pondering the origin of this body when a girl suddenly enters the room. The young lady is surprised to recognize the hero and jokingly calls him lazy, wondering why he woke up so early. The young man looks at the photograph and assumes that this girl is his avatar's sister, noting her attractiveness. The guy notices a badge on the girl's chest and wonders what it means. The girl angrily asks him not to stare at her breasts and accuses the hero of perverted intentions, attacking him. The boy runs away from the attack in panic and is amazed by the unexpected strength of his relative. The girl proudly declares that she is a master of fighting beasts and a university student, trying to present herself in a favorable light. The hero is surprised that his sister dislikes him so much and assumes that his avatar was a terrible brother. The sister angrily recalls all the boy's pranks and antics, and he is shocked by what a harmful person he was in the past. The girl claims that she came to kick her brother out of the house at the request of a pet store customer and demands that he go to work. The guy is thrown out of the house with a threat of regret if he doesn't leave. The hero is surprised that his avatar actually has his own pet store and not just a bad reputation. The guy decides it's time to get to work. Once outside, the protagonist finds himself in the bustling city of Longjiang. On the city streets, the young man observes many people and unusual creatures, following the navigator's directions. Arriving at a dirty and old building, the hero guesses that this is where his pet store is located. He passes fingerprint identification and prepares to go inside with a smile. The guy lifts the rusty door of the store with difficulty and tells himself that he's almost done it. Inside, the hero discovers the animal relieving itself right in the cage and angrily yells at it. An angry pet store owner threatens to make goulash out of the animal for such behavior. Su Ping receives a powerful blow and is sent flying to the side. Waking up, Su Ping asks the stranger in fear who he is. The guy with the mohawk tells Su Ping that he is his regular customer and has been waiting for him here for a whole week. Su Ping cautiously wonders if he is facing an enemy. The Black Panther complains that she was kept locked up for 3 whole days. The beast's owner is outraged that Su Ping locked his pet with other predators for so long and reproaches him for his cruelty. Su Ping apologizes for what happened, assuring that his avatar is simply shameless and will not take a penny for the inconvenience. The dissatisfied customer asks Su Ping with disdain if he thinks he needs any money. The man with the mohawk orders the black beast to attack Su Ping, giving the command to take him. Obeying its master, the black beast rushes at Su Ping with terrifying fury, preparing to teach him a lesson. Su Ping realizes with amazement and fear that the beast has caught him off guard with its incredible speed. Su Ping, in desperation, proposes to resolve the conflict peacefully and pay triple compensation. The man with the mohawk asks with disdain if Su Ping really thinks of paying off the damaged fighting beast with money. Suddenly, the client will beam and announce that he has a great idea. The man orders his beast Black Monsoon to perform a new attack on Su Ping. Black Monsoon, with the power of a dragon, charges a powerful energy blast to detonate the magazine and restore his honor. Su Ping is amazed by the beast's strength and does not understand why it has dragon blood. The hero is at a loss as to why he ended up so weak in a world where he himself was recently reincarnated and didn't even have his own pet. At this critical moment, a notification screen appears. A suitable target has been found, and the contract is being concluded. Su Ping is overjoyed to realize that his cheat system has finally activated, and now it really does feel like reincarnation. Su Ping is completely shocked to learn that his contract is somehow connected to a pet store. The guy suddenly finds himself enveloped in blue energy and is surprised by what is happening to his body. The system explains to the hero that the store makes him immune to any damage. The young man is amazed. Since attacks in the store are useless, he becomes invulnerable. The shop owner is suspicious whether the object of the contract is really this old homeless shelter. The system confirms Su Ping's guess, and he thinks ironically about discipline. Meanwhile, the battle continues, and Black Monsoon continues to attack with the same ferocity. A man with a mohawk shouts at his beast to tear his opponent to shreds. Su Ping, with a cold expression on his face, stopped the attack and menacingly asked what the enemy was planning to do with his store. The protagonist, as the master, gives the beast a strict order to lie down, demonstrating strength and control. Su Ping mockingly asks the customer if he was not satisfied with their service, while Black Monsoon lies defeated. The client panics when he realizes the guy stopped the beast with his bare hands and wonders why he's never heard of such strength. The guy offers, if there are no complaints, to look after the animal for a couple more days. Su Ping smiles sweetly and promises that he will definitely take care of Black Monsoon. The shop owner, with a demonic smile, again vows to take care of him, frightening the enemy even more. The man with the mohawk and his beast run away from the hero in fear, unable to withstand the pressure. Su Ping wonders if he really looks that scary to others. The system notifies the hero that the problem in the store has been resolved and offers to update the store's status. Su Ping notes with interest that this system has proven to be very well thought out and agrees to the update. A powerful stream of blue energy envelops the owner's shop, announcing the start of the upgrade. Su Ping looks around his shop in amazement after the renovation. The premises sparkle with cleanliness and newness. The hero approaches the reflection and admires how the system has changed everything around him, calling the update cool. The guy notices a mysterious room and decides to see what's inside. The young man discovers cages with small animals and is surprised by their size. Su Ping suspects that the pets will damage the cages, but the system reports that the animals are in a state of cultivation and do not need food or toilet. The guy asks the system what to do to prevent the new owners from causing trouble and who should take these two pets. The system congratulates the owner on launching the main quest and offers a choice between the Thunder Mouse and the Moon Dog. The hero chooses a mouse, explaining that he has a bad relationship with dogs. Information about Thunder Mouse is described. Its main skill is to be cute, which Su Ping is very surprised about. The system explains that the pet will learn new skills depending on the owner's training style, and suddenly the boy and the mouse find themselves in the center of an energy vortex. Su Ping is stunned and realizes that he has entered the cultivation dimension. The hero and the mouse are delighted by the huge tree and strange crystals, marveling at the local inhabitants. Su Ping notes that the place is terrifying and jokes about meeting meter-long beasts. The boy encounters a giant creature, the king of beasts, which terrifies him. The protagonist comes to his senses covered in blood and doesn't understand anything, wondering why he's still alive. The system informs Su Ping that he was killed by the Beast King, but is now in the resurrection space. The guy is perplexed why the system didn't warn him about such a danger and asks about his scores. The system informs the young man that free resurrections are unlimited, but points are deducted for mission failure, and permission to evaluate is not yet available due to insufficient points. The hero sarcastically notes that the system is in no hurry to help and expresses its dissatisfaction. Su Ping and his pet enter into a temporary contract, illuminated by energy. The system informs Su Ping that his mental state has successfully merged with the Thunder Mouse and wishes him a successful search. The young man notices the peaceful herbivorous animals and decides that this is a chance for victory while the enemy is not dangerous. After signing a temporary contract, Su Ping begins to sense the pet's fear and senses approaching danger. A 10-meter giant sandworm appears before the hero, inspiring terror. Su Ping instantly recognizes the threat and prepares to act along with the mouse. The guy decides that the kids are less than 100 meters away and orders his pet to attack. The protagonist strategically aims the mouse to attack the worm in the neck. Su Ping understands that the Thunder Mouse's strength is clearly not enough, but he is happy with the possibility of endless resurrections and gradual progress. The mouse successfully resurrects after being defeated. The hero has an infinite number of attempts. Su Ping commands the pet to constantly approach the beast and use agility to dodge and circle around the enemy. The young man commands to attack the gap in the enemy's shell and use the dash right now. The hero happily notes that they managed to inflict damage. Su Ping activates Resurrection, supporting Thunder Mouse in battle. The guy reactivates Resurrection to avoid giving up in the fight. Thunder Mouse is resurrected again and ready to attack. The system informs that due to the high concentration of thunder in the environment, the mouse has mastered a new ability. Now the dash has become thunderous. A delighted Su Ping notices that the mouse skill has become stronger and can now penetrate the enemy's defense. The protagonist commands the pet to use this new skill to win the battle. Su Ping delightedly claims that his little animal has beautifully defeated the enemy, but decides to give the mouse a rest before the next hunt. Suddenly, the guy is confused by the earthquake that has begun, and he encounters swarms of giant sandworms, of which there are too many. Su Ping, seriously wounded and with broken ribs, reflects on the futility of fighting with the adults. Thunder Mouse is also exhausted and still hasn't recovered from the last battle. The guy decides that it would be wiser not to resist and to choose the tactic of resurrections with further leveling up. The hero consciously makes a sacrifice and finds himself face to face with a giant monster. Su Ping turns to her pet with hope even in a critical situation. Thunder Mouse performs a miracle and delivers a sudden lightning attack on the enemy. The boy is amazed that the pet was able to use Thunder Dash again and of its own free will. A fighting spirit awakens in the young man's eyes. He feels a surge of strength and intends to consolidate the experience he has gained. The hero takes the trophy, reflecting that even the beast did not give up completely. Su Ping resolutely declares that he too is not going to give up and will fight to the end. Despite the slim odds, Su Ping and his pet rush into battle against the enemies. The young man with the Thunder Mouse shouts resolutely that he will fight to the death. After a fierce battle, Su Ping wearily exclaims that even after death and resurrection, a feeling of fatigue remains. The hero realizes that his body is still weak and decides that serious training will be needed to improve his physical fitness. Near the numerous craters, Su Ping senses impending danger and warns the mouse about enemies nearby. The boy notices that the terrain is different from the previous battlefield and explores the hard surface of the crater. Suddenly, a 10-meter stone cockroach, smaller in size than the previous opponents, appears from underground. The monster attacks and spews a stream of acid, threatening the heroes with violence. The young man and the Thunder Mouse narrowly escape the acid, realizing the new danger. Su Ping orders the beast to be fully prepared and show the enemies all the progress it has made. Su Ping, covered in scratches and fatigue, is depicted among the remains of the monsters. Next to the owner is a Thunder Mouse. The system records 68 resurrections for Su Ping and 847 for the pet. The hero and the animal lie among mountains of corpses, and the system reports 472 destroyed enemies. Su Ping is surprised that the mouse has mastered thunder, residual perception, and as many as 10 secret techniques. The progression of combat skills of not only the mouse but also other animals is shown, from elementary to ancient secret skills. The exhausted young man thanks the system and asks to return them home as soon as possible. The scene switches to the annual competition of Longjiang Fengshan University, which is being actively broadcast. On the final day of the qualifying rounds, spectators gathered to discuss whose celestial beast would win this year. A red-haired girl appears among the contestants, and the audience speculates about the possible favorites: Ye Hao, Jiang Xuehan, or Zhan Xiao. Introducing Su Yanying, a third-year university student and master of martial beasts, who reflects on the seriousness of the competition at the regional qualifiers. Su Yanying recalls how Jiang Xuehan won a convincing victory in the previous competition. The girl admits that she often faced talented opponents, and once she won against Ye Hao. The heroine realizes that she has already lost twice in a row, and now she faces a battle with Zhang Xiao, having only a 100-toothed tiger. She is determined to take the Thunder Mouse from Su Ping, realizing that her own strength is still not enough. According to the rules of the competition, 2 fighting animals are required, so the heroine rushes to get her second pet. Su Yanying walks into an empty pet store and calls out to one of the workers. The girl notes that she managed to arrive on time, although she is surprised that the store is almost empty. The heroine, looking for the store owner, raises her voice, saying that she has come to pick up her pet. Su Ping comes out to meet the guest and greets her. The girl confirms that she left the Thunder Mouse about half a month ago and wants to take it back. And Su Ping realizes that this is the pet's real owner. Su Ping confidently replies that everything is fine with the Thunder Mouse, but reminds the owner not to forget to pay for the services. The girl thinks that the store owner is behaving strangely and is worried about the payment. The Thunder Mouse's owner smiles and promises that, despite the early visit, she will pay everything in full. The girl is genuinely surprised, not understanding what could have alarmed her owner so much. The guy says goodbye to his pet with a little sadness, saying that it's time for him to go home. Before parting, Su Ping asks the mouse not to forget him when she returns to her owner. Money is credited to the store account and is automatically converted into energy points. The system sets the following task. The young man needs to acquire his own heavenly beast in order to become a master of combat beasts in 7 days. Su Ping is surprised to realize that he can now become a master of fighting beasts. Having opened a shop in his mind, the hero wants to buy an awakening potion, but discovers a lack of energy points, although the system allows him to convert money into energy. Su Ping checks his balance in surprise and can't believe he has so little energy. The hero is outraged because thanks to his training, the mouse mastered several secret skills, but the reward turned out to be modest. In the arena, the commentator is delighted by the spectacle. Zhang Xiao's demonic dragon dog wins with the first attack. The beast's powerful blow seriously injures Su Yanying's 100-toothed tiger, ruining her chances of victory. Zhang Xiao's demonic beast, called the Chosen Terminator, displays its colossal strength, causing admiration. The master of martial beasts himself, Zhang Xiao, a third-year student at Fengshan University, offers to continue the duel with a cold smile. From the judges' box, observers are discussing how the fight is boring, with the wounded beast Su Yanying putting up virtually no resistance to her opponent. One of the judges notes that Su Yanying was once a strong athlete, but now she has almost no chance. Her beast is seriously injured. The woman with red hair says that the heroine is still young and talks about injustice. Either they give up or fight without a chance of winning. Two other experts explain that despite the minimal odds, the result of this fight affects Su Yanying's chances of reaching the main competition, and that is why she is not giving up. The commentator calls on everyone to see how Su Yanying will handle the choice between admitting defeat or fighting to the death. The girl is upset by her quick loss and notes that her 100-toothed tiger has never recovered from its previous injuries. Su Yanying realizes that after the beast's new injury, she has almost no chance left and it's time to end her student career. Zhang Xiao disdainfully allows his demon dog to finish the fight and talks about giving his opponent a dignified death. Zhang Xiao's dog performs the fire dragon move, launching a deadly attack straight towards the opponent. At the moment of a strong blow, Su Yanying loudly announces surrender, ending the fight. The spectators in the hall are frightened. One of them is in a panic, but he is reassured that the judges have the situation under control. The girl realizes that among the students, few are capable of destroying the star shield, and defeat is worthy of respect. The referee intervenes, signaling Su Yanying's surrender and helping to protect her and the beast from danger. Zhang Xiao is declared the winner of the first round, but tells his opponent not to hope for luck next time. Su Yanying is worried that all she has left is a thunder mouse, which seems to have been eating everything since returning from the store. The girl understands that she can't throw a mouse into a senselessly dangerous fight, because even a tiger lost with one attack. The announcer announces that Su Yanying only has a thunder mouse left for the next round, and the hostess wonders if the hidden strength-enhancing skill will be enough. The audience mockingly discusses how Su Yanying's pet has no chance against Zhang Xiao's third-stage demon dog. The crowd and the inner voice push Su Yanying to give up, and the thunder mouse takes a fighting stance. Seeing the huge gap in strength, the heroine decides not to risk her pet's life and is about to surrender. Suddenly, a comment appears that the Thunder Mouse has already come out, and the countdown to the fight begins. Zhang Xiao happily comments that this little thing came out on its own, and the countdown begins and the fighting spirit flares up. The demonic dragon hound is given the command to attack and begin combat, unleashing a torrent of fiery attacks. One of the judges notices the Thunder Mouse's unusual state and wonders with surprise if something unexpected has happened. Sun Yin commands Thunder Mouse to use lightning speed to dodge the attack. The owner's pet confidently avoids the fiery attack of the demonic dog, which causes a wave of surprise. The girl with red hair notes to herself that everything is too strange and begins to suspect unusual changes. The commentator reports that the mouse was knocked down by the attacks, and Zhang Xiao happily orders his beast to finish off the enemy. The demon dog prepares for close combat, and Zhang Xiao plans not to end the round quickly, but to teach the mouse a lesson. Su Yanying urgently activated the third stage power enhancement secret skill to save the situation. The animal dodges with incredible lightning speed, taking the enemy by surprise. The judges and spectators are amazed by the mouse's impressive speed and watch the fight unfold with interest. The commentator notes that the Thunder Mouse was indeed able to avoid the blow, and Su Yanying decides to immediately go on the attack. The judge in the courtroom strains his eyes and is amazed by what is happening, suspecting something special in the mouse's actions. Thunder Mouse unleashes a 7th stage thunder attack, creating a powerful energy discharge. Releasing the power of the thunderclap skill, the mouse directs a massive stream of lightning at the arena's protective barrier. Spectators and participants are stunned by what they see, not understanding what is happening in the arena. The judges are shocked that a 1st stage beast was able to activate a 7th stage ability, and call the youth terrifying. Zhang Xiao is horrified to realize that he cannot believe his opponent's strength. The commentator excitedly announces that the Thunder Mouse has indeed mastered the 7th stage technique and congratulates the winner of the fight. The audience erupts in both delight and shock. No one believes that a mouse could master such a powerful skill from the very first step. Su Yanying is puzzled by how her Thunder Mouse was able to master such a powerful skill so quickly, and is now wondering about the reasons for such progress. The girl begins to suspect that the pet's incredible strength is somehow connected to that very store. She looks at the mouse with surprise and wonders inwardly if that same unusual store is the explanation for the whole transformation. Su Yanying speculates that the owner of the mysterious shop might be the legendary master, although he doesn't look like him at all. Meanwhile, Su Ping is in the store, sneezing and grumbling at the pet, which is not allowing itself to be properly served. He guesses that someone is thinking about him at this moment, and the pet is clearly pleased with his pranks. The announcer announces that this battle will go down in the history of the university, as a 1st-level pet used a 7th-level skill. Zhang Xiao realizes with annoyance that he underestimated his opponent and blames himself for it. The arena announces that the score is tied for now and the final round will be decisive, with Zhang Xiao preparing to summon a countermeasure to win. He summons his new beast and admits that Su Yanyin has proven to be a good opponent. In the next moment, Zhang Xiao vows that the final battle will decide everything, and now he is ready to fight to the end. A stone rhinoceros appears on the field, becoming a new serious threat to Su Yanying. Su Ping, watching the battle, quickly realizes that Thunderclap will no longer help, because the new opponent is an Earth-type beast, which is what surprises Su Yanyin, noticing that the opponent is using a hidden ace. The commentator notes that the 4th stage stone rhinoceros is enormous in size and extremely dangerous for the Thunder Mouse. The round begins, and it is clear that both sides are determined, but the spectators are doubtful about the outcome for the mouse. One of the judges is sure that the animal would have been defeated if it had only possessed the 1st level, but its fighting spirit and strength are clearly higher. The referee suggests that the Thunder Mouse has not yet reached its full potential, and the round officially begins. Zhang Xiao commands his beast to increase its power and momentum to the 2nd stage, raising the level of combat. The stone rhino receives an additional 3rd stage armor boost, becoming an unstoppable enemy. The commentator states that after applying numerous enhancements, the rhinoceros's power is now no lower than the 5th stage, and Su Yanying is feeling enormous pressure. Su Yanying tries to close the distance to use the enhancement skill, but the distance is too great. As a result, the Thunder Mouse ends up next to the rhino without the necessary buff, which surprises the commentator with the participant's mistake. Zhang Xiao triumphantly orders the stone rhinoceros to crush the mouse, threatening it with instant death. The Thunder Mouse suddenly splits into two and jumps out from under the stone rhinoceros's clutches, escaping mortal danger. The judges are stunned and discuss the impossibility of a residual separation in a real fight. The commentator confirms that this residual separation is another incredible Stage 7 skill, sparking unprecedented interest among team leaders. Thunder Mouse decides not to engage the rhinoceros in combat and instead charges towards Zhang Xiao, surprising everyone. Su Ping is glad that the Thunder Mouse caught his opponent off guard and took advantage of his mistake. Zhang Xiao panics and tries to defend himself by activating his 3rd stage star shield as the mouse approaches him. Thunder Mouse and her residual clone simultaneously use Thunderclap to break the opponent's defense. The commentator explains that Zhang Xiao's shield was almost immediately destroyed by the double attack, and it is now unknown whether he will survive such a blow. The judge's divine phoenix intervenes to save Zhang Xiao, who is knocked unconscious by a powerful attack. The referee solemnly announces that Zhang Xiao has lost in the third round, deciding the outcome of the fight. The commentator announces Su Yanying's victory, congratulating her on successfully passing the selection. Su Yanying is shocked by what is happening and is overjoyed to realize that the Thunder Mouse has mastered not only Thunderclap, but also residual cloning. She is sure that the hidden talents of the pet store owner are the cause of everything, and is impressed by his abilities and plain appearance. Su Ping thinks about making money and realizes that he can't just rely on the store's operations. The system informs him that the store currently only offers 3 services: shelter, rental, and food sales. Rental costs 10 yuan per hour. To rent celestial beasts, the owner must breed them, and to produce feed, he must personally collect the ingredients. Realizing that he has neither the money nor the qualifications yet, Su Ping chooses the third option: selling feed. He asks the system where he can collect ingredients, inquiring about the possibility of obtaining them outside of special zones. Looking back on the past few days, Su Ping regretfully realized that he had missed a great opportunity to prepare food in a high-ranking zone. Deciding that this cannot continue, he demands a list of all cultivation zones from the system in order to catch up and become a master of war beasts. Su Ping chooses a suitable cultivation zone and decides not to miss any more opportunities to level up his pet. He enters a dimension called Extraterrestrial Meteorite 10021, finding himself in a beautiful and unusual world. The system gives him a set of items for beginners, including a tool for assessing ancient flowers and herbs. Using the power of thought, he activates the function of receiving items from the reward cube. He manages to successfully retrieve the item, and the first successes in resource collection begin. Su Ping studies the properties of the plants he finds. Some restore stamina, others heal or are used for the needs of animals. The hero realizes that the food that can be collected safely is too cheap to sell and tries to find better ones. In the grass, he suddenly discovers a dangerous beast, a stone snake of the 8th stage, and hides in shock. Realizing that the best raw materials are found only in the most dangerous places, Su Ping rushes to obtain the expensive ingredients, despite the danger and limited storage. At the last moment, he deftly dodges the attack of the stone snake, continuing to collect the most valuable and expensive herbs. Su Ping hurriedly puts the rare plant into storage, but is injured by a stone snake attack. Despite the danger, he continues to collect expensive ingredients, considering their value worthy of any effort, but falls into the jaws of a monster. Exhausted after battles and numerous deaths, the hero admits that even 30 resurrections a day tire him out greatly. However, Su Ping is confident that there will be no further problems, as he already has the necessary resources. Returning home, he decides to sort everything he managed to collect into the store's storage area. The scene shifts to the old man, concerned about his pet's health, reporting that he hasn't eaten anything for a week. A young man offers to try the latest expensive food for skybirds, assuring them of its effectiveness. The girl happily agrees to give the pet food and immediately invites him to try it. After eating the food, the bird of heaven starts to bleed black blood and a dead centipede appears, causing shock and alarm in those around it. The girl panics and explains that Xia Hui would never eat even the world's rarest dark centipede, while the man urges her to urgently go to the Celestial Beast Clinic, suspecting a dangerous heart infection. The grandfather grabs the sick scarlet bird in his arms, deciding to urgently call a doctor. A doctor comes to the family and joyfully announces that Xia Hui is now saved. The girl explains to her grandmother that Xia Hui is seriously ill and they are forced to go to Shangchun for treatment. The old man and grandmother are surprised that Xia Hui started eating, admitting that the seller did not lie. Someone explains that the scarlet bird has a pure attribute and should not eat any random food, otherwise it loses its appetite and gets sick. He also adds that the pet will recover if it eats the fruits of the rock rose, and promises to consult with anyone who has any questions. The young man is outraged by this advice, believing that dividing food into types is an invention of traders. He asks his grandmother how much the bird feed cost. The grandmother admits that the purchase cost 130 yuan per fruit, and over 1,000 yuan was spent in a week. The girl shares a rumor that many illegal shops add chemicals to pet food, causing pets to become dependent, and if such food is taken away from them, they literally go crazy. The family is in a panic when they learn that if the pet continues to eat the food, it will die, and the grandfather exclaims in horror, not believing what he has heard. The young man decides to find the suspicious store where the food was purchased and demands to know its name. Grandma recalls with excitement that it was the Ozornik pet store. Family members come to the store and demand to speak with the owner. The man aggressively asks Su Ping what he adds to the feed for the heavenly beasts. Su Ping is surprised by the accusations, but insists his food is all natural and asks if the scarlet bird has had any side effects. The man doesn't believe the explanations and demands honesty, angry that the bird couldn't tear itself away from his food. People on the street are discussing the store's previous sanitation issues and recalling revelations about pet food containing dangerous additives in illegal stores. Instead of shouting, the girl suggests sending the feed to the Producers Association for testing to ensure its quality, and the brother agrees. Su Ping angrily mentally revolted. In your opinion, I sell bad food. Su Ping intimidates the visitors with a suddenly powerful aura and demands proof of their accusations, which frightens the girl. The girl's brother angrily attacks Su Ping, accusing him of aggression against his sister. The man grabs Su Ping by the neck and threatens to kill him, asking if he wants to die. Su Ping, with icy calm and powerful strength, easily removes the opponent's hand from himself. The attacker screams in pain, overwhelmed by Su Ping's unexpected strength and feeling powerless. The humiliated guy, feeling pain, leaves the store, accusing Su Ping of rudeness, and the girl watches what is happening in confusion. Su Ping understands that if he doesn't explain things to his clients, he risks losing not only his points, but his entire clientele. He claims that his food has no problems and is ready to prove it to everyone present. Angry customers don't believe Su Ping's words and demand that the store be closed immediately. Before starting the demonstration, Su Ping asks the crowd if anyone has a low-ranking water-type heavenly beast with them. The girl replies that she has a low-ranking water-type beast. At Su Ping's request, she releases her pet, a water beast named Sprinkler, who has simple skills. The brother cautiously asks Su Ping what he is going to do with this beast. Su Ping explains that he will feed the beast the blue yuan fruit to prove the safety and effectiveness of his food. Outside, spectators are discussing how they've only heard of this type of food in specialty stores and even joke about its purpose. After Sprinkler eats the fruit, a burst of energy is released throughout the store, leaving everyone surprised and shocked. The girl panics and asks what is happening to Sprinkler and why he is glowing intensely. It turns out that the little animal has risen in rank. It has evolved to the second stage with an increase in strength. Su Ping comments that the blue yuan fruit does indeed raise the rank of the heavenly beasts, and this food is not fake at all. He then goes on to explain the rules for rank advancement, explaining that bloodline beasts can naturally rise to high ranks as they mature and cultivate. Su Ping explains that if the beast does not train, its strength will not grow further, and the audience is amazed at how quickly the rank increase occurred. The girl's brother is convinced by the beast's appearance that its level has truly risen and compares it to federal relics. He comes to the conclusion that if such feeding is available in a regular store, then the owner's personality is too frightening. The girl is surprised and asks Su Ping if he was replaced, because the result is truly stunning. The brother apologizes for his rudeness and admits that he and his sister went too far. Su Ping coldly accepts their apology, and his brother says that they were blind and asks for forgiveness. He comically declares that $8,700 per fruit is a great price and he is an honest businessman, and everyone is amazed. The brother happily agrees to pay, believing that it is incredibly profitable for such a result, despite the fact that the sister is sorry for the money. Su Ping muses stonily that the price is still very low considering his own efforts and the dangers involved in extracting it. Trying to raise the prices, Su Ping is rejected by the system, and then advises using the leaves of the colorful surbud for the animal, and to continue the course of the berries of the rock rose for the bird's recovery. The sister sighs with relief, and the family's son confidently declares that he will cover all the expenses, surprised by the effectiveness of the feed for such a low price. Livestock breeders in the crowd are vying with each other to sell them the miracle product, not believing that such an effect is possible so cheaply. The seller happily reassures customers, urging them to respect the queue, while everyone around them is eager to buy blue fruits. The protagonist triumphs, happily ordering the system to open the store, having finally saved up enough money for the awakening potion. The young man looks at the bottle of green liquid, knowing that now he can become a master of war beasts, and excitedly swallows his saliva. The guy decisively drinks the potion he bought, mentally urging himself not to doubt. With the essence of awakening within, Su Ping feels a powerful surge of energy, accompanied by a bright golden light. The hero's eyes fill with a new radiance, and he realizes that his moment has finally come. Su Ping proudly exclaims his success as he stands in the golden light, confirming that he is now a true master of the fighting beasts. Meanwhile, one of the clients is amazed to notice that even his reaction speed has increased, having managed to easily catch an ordinary fly. The protagonist studies the requirements for using the Chaos Spirit Pool and realizes that the chance of obtaining a valuable pet is very small. The guy decides to upgrade his pool to the second level, hoping to increase his chances. Having made sure that there is enough energy, the young man carefully starts the process of the emergence of a new beast. A powerful pillar of light shines through the hall, radiating magical energy while the ritual lasts. The system reports the successful use of the second-level pool, and the hero anxiously awaits the result. A strange figure appears in a thick cloud, and the boy is surprised to realize that a small skeleton has come to him. The young man is indignant that he spent 100 points on a funny skeleton, and the pet only laughs embarrassedly in response. Su Ping reasons that even with all the bonuses in the cultivation zone, it will be difficult for the skeleton to survive. But by investing in killing skills, one can reap benefits. On the monitor, the hero sees the requirements. Even the Thunder Mouse was stronger than the skeleton, and the skeleton itself is rated as the lowest level pet. Despite the huge difference in characteristics, the guy, with humor and optimism, decides to turn the skeleton into a real diamond. The hero hears the client's voice and is surprised by the familiar address, holding a small skeleton in his arms. Two girls with a pet appear at the door and call the store owner, surprised that their pet store is located in such a remote place. The young man greets the visitors with a displeased tone and immediately clarifies the amount of the debt, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. The red-haired heroine angrily corrects the guy's name, introducing herself as Su Yanyin, and asks him what he did with the Thunder Mouse. The protagonist, confused, notes to himself that the same scene with complaints and attempts to justify himself is being repeated again. Against the backdrop of a crimson mirage, he replies that he was just walking and playing with his pet, trying to look innocent. The boy turns to the animal and confirms with a smile that everything was exactly like that, and the mouse gets scared and confirms the owner's words. The girl is mentally amazed that for the hero the word walk means harsh hardening, and the mouse, who was not afraid even of the fourth rank, now trembles in front of his master. The heroine's imagination conjures up a terrifying image of a store owner who organizes walks comparable to animal abuse. The second girl with blue hair notes with horror that the main character's pressure even exceeds the 6th level, amazed by his hidden abilities. The blue-haired girl whispers to Su Yanyin that the owner looks completely ordinary and the shop is small, doubting whether her friend was mistaken. The red-haired heroine explains to her friend that she can't explain everything now, but she considers the young man a 7th-level master and fears for their safety. The protagonist, reflecting on the situation, realizes that the system does not require a limited task, meaning it is not about the pets, and asks if his prices are too high. In Su Yanying's wild imagination, he suddenly appears as a terrifying merchant testing a client's honesty by charging a high price for his services. The heroine, remembering how her Thunder Mouse became strong for only 108 yuan, frantically counts. Indeed, the prices are not that high. Su Yanyin decides to show her gratitude and transfers 1,000 yuan to the hero to thank him for his care, and Su Ping is surprised by such an act. The system reports that the transfer failed. The other party rejected the payment, and the girl is shocked and doesn't understand what's happening. The guy looks at the bracelet with indifference, considering the whole situation rather funny and ridiculous. The angry heroine decides that 1,000 yuan is not enough, and transfers 5,000, determined to win the master's favor. The translation fails again, causing Su Yanyin to despair, and then she asks Lele to help with this issue, and her blue-haired friend sighs and agrees, realizing that there is no choice anyway. Su Yanyin firmly convinces herself that meeting the master is a great success, and sends a transfer of 10,000 yuan for a worthy job. However, the girl is again faced with a system failure, and the guy looks more and more irritated each time. Unwilling to give up, the red-haired heroine frantically tries to make another payment. Finally, Su Yanyin decides to take the extreme measure of transferring 100,000 yuan, and hopefully asks the hero to accept the money quickly. The girl is shocked to discover that this impressive transfer is again not going through, and desperately asks for the real price. Su Ping, pretending to be serious, tells him to get to the point, because if he wants to move forward, he will have to get used to the new rules. The heroine bursts into tears and is amazed. Does the owner of the magic shop really not demand any payment at all? The girl admits that they have a competition soon. All her other animals are injured, and all hope now lies only in the Thunder Mouse, and begs to strengthen the animal in 3 days. The protagonist accepts the order with interest, rejoicing at the return of a familiar beast and planning to level up the new creature at the same time. Su Ping reflects on how profitable this service has been, but notes that the store currently only accepts applications below the 3rd level. The guy explains to the girl the cost of enhancing the heavenly beast and names the price for 3 days. The girl agrees that this level of cultivation will bring great benefits and declares that she is purchasing the service. Money is deposited into the store's account, and the young man asks if any other services are needed besides cultivation. The heroine is surprised that they also treat animals here and decides to take advantage of this service. The guy asks to summon a pet that needs to be healed, and the girl summons 3 animals at once. The guy is surprised and asks if this will affect his reputation. During an unexpected scene with animals, the young man gets hit and the heroine is scared. The young man, wiping away the blood, says that the price for 3 animals will be 21,600 and asks to recalculate before paying. The girl, a little scared, agrees and is ready to pay the required amount. The animals fall asleep in a special protected area, and the system records the flow of money and energy. The hero receives a side quest about cultivating pets and ponders how to improve the properties of a small skeleton. The guy resolutely agrees to complete both tasks and confirms his acceptance of the assignment. The young man is delighted to have the chance to choose any cultivation zone and is looking for a suitable place for the small skeleton. The protagonist chooses the kingdom of the deceased Hundun. The guy, along with a small skeleton and another pet, enters the selected area. The heroes are greeted by bloody tentacles. The guy notes the strong smell of blood and a strange atmosphere. The young man complains about the heavy smell of corpses, and at that moment a small skeleton comes forward and calls out to the hero. Suddenly, a huge paw crushes the small skeleton, which dies from the impact. The boy notices the enemy appearing and realizes that it is the revived skeleton of Thundermouse. A furious attack begins from a terrifying enemy that suddenly appears in front of the heroes. The boy and his companions notice something strange among the skeletal remains, and the little skeleton is frightened. The hero is surprised that not all creatures in the elite zones have reached the Beast Kingdom. The guy sees the little skeleton die from the blow and immediately uses resurrection, commanding the rodent to attack. The young man orders the rodent to use the thunder sword and cut off the enemy's arm. The enemy manages to strike back, causing the animal to die from internal organ rupture. A reanimated skeleton with a glowing blue hand growls menacingly, filling the field with its aura. The skeleton launches a devastating attack, scattering bone fragments around. The protagonist analyzes the situation and realizes that the enemy has been strengthened by a special stone, then uses resurrection on the pets again. The young man uses the magic book to strengthen himself and prepare for a decisive action. The hero and his pets strengthen their deadly aura and deliver a powerful finishing blow to the enemy. The hero and his pets revive them right on the battlefield and prepare to attack the giant skeleton enemy. The guy analyzes the situation and notices that the enemy is vulnerable due to its design features and easily loses balance. The young man understands that although the enemy looks menacing, he is actually quite fragile. The guy commands to use residual separation to create the illusion of speed. Thundermouse, on command of its master, uses a thunderclap attack towards a skeletal enemy. The hero distributes tasks. One pet chops off the skeleton's leg. The second hits the cervical vertebrae. The small skeleton helps with support, and the hero himself dreams of obtaining the precious stone. The hero notices how a small skeleton finds and holds a magic stone in his hands, surprised by the actions of his companion. The relieved boy jokes with the little skeleton and praises him for a job well done, delighted by the result of their joint efforts. The hero and his pets notice a change in the atmosphere. The sky turns red and mysterious symbols appear around. A mysterious figure of a woman with wings and a bone pattern on her body materializes in front of the young man, causing him surprise and alarm. A mysterious woman with wings concentrates a stream of powerful blue energy around herself against the backdrop of a bloody lake. The guy notices the barrier and is surprised that his identifier does not work. Assuming that he is facing a high-ranking creature, streams of energy penetrate the hero, filling his body, which is reflected on his face. A powerful enemy controls energy threads, attacking the young man with them, who tries to resist. After an instant defeat, a message appears about the death of the hero, the rodent, and the small skeleton, and the guy comments on the strength of his opponent. The hero turns to the winged woman and politely asks if she is the boss of this dimension. The guy waves his hand with a smile and ironically asks the enemy about her intelligence. The young man doesn't have time to finish speaking. He's struck again by a powerful energy attack, and the flow envelops his head. The guy, sitting in a red glow, is disappointed in the dialogue, reflecting that the language is not understood and that the attempts are in vain. Gradually, the hero teleports to a new safe place where he finally feels at peace. A guy in an unexpected place is surprised by the surroundings, looking around at the giant spikes. The young man sees before him a strange landscape with a huge army and wonders where he has ended up. The guy notices a hooded woman among his surroundings and recognizes her as an old acquaintance. A huge purple hand with a curse suddenly attacks the hero, and he realizes that he is trapped. A menacing skeleton in armor appears on the throne, demanding that the hero explain how he got there. The young man feels enormous pressure from the presence of the ruler and answers the question with difficulty, feigning uncertainty. The guy is confused and wonders why they don't kill him right away, and guesses that they want to find out something important from him. The hero realizes his hopeless situation. He is held tightly, there is no escape, the task is not completed, and the system is useless. The ruler's huge skull face says that the guy is not an ordinary person, and warns that the next question will be the last. The hero concludes that the skeleton was wary of his powers from the very beginning, and reasons that he still has a chance to maneuver, since the locals do not know about the existence of the system. The guy decides that he can only use one method and introduces himself as a clone of the most powerful man on the planet, who has come to check the threat level. The voice of a terrible enemy declares that everyone will be exterminated, after which the knight orders to protect the king. A massive explosion occurs on the battlefield, and the hooded heroine watches the destruction in shock. The young man ironically asks the enemy if he is tormented by conscience for the death of his loyal servants, and hints that only the weak are subject to him. The Bone Lord claims that nothing can threaten him, and that his only defense is his disregard for others. The protagonist stands serenely and smugly rejoices that the enemy has no chance while he is held by the effect of magic. The monster characters are amazed to see the events rewind as they look at the hero. The guy is resurrected again, accepting his latest death as usual and noting that he doesn't even feel pain. A powerful enemy realizes that the hero is able to change the time and space of the realm, considering him a terrifying invader. After another death, the young man grins and tells his opponent that he apparently possesses a very valuable magic stone. The Skull Lord notices the hero's disappearance in horror. The Skeleton King is amazed that the boy uses two higher laws at once and teleports beyond his sight. The hero appears in a safe place with a smile and is glad that his backup plan worked, calling his opponents naive. The boy joyfully greets his little skeleton, who has already freed himself from the chains. The young man shows the skeleton a huge red crystal to share the spoils. The boy asks the pet to absorb the stone, explaining that now he must enter into battle. The small skeleton charges in fury, using its basic sword technique. A huge demon and many monsters ready for battle appear before the heroes. A guy with pets watches the waves of enemies and entrusts all the experience to a small skeleton. A young man sits on a pile of bones among endless corpses, contemplating the endless waves of small enemies. A huge monster with a red core emerges from the remains, and the young man is confused, thinking that this enemy has not yet been defeated. The guy happily notes the strengthening of his pets, speaking of their murderous intent. The demon decides that he can advance further if he destroys the hero and rushes into attack. A huge shadow looms over the hero and his companions. The boy calls upon the small skeleton to use the basic art of the sword. The small skeleton deals a powerful blow to the monster using a red energy wave. The monster summons an army of blue creatures that attack the guy and his companions. The skeleton, the young man, and the rodent find themselves captured by the hands of blue monsters, and the hero is shocked by what is happening. The boy realizes that he is captured again and calls the rodent for decisive action. The boy commands his pet to attack the monster's core with a thunderclap. The monster blocks the attack with electricity, and the guy is surprised that the enemy was able to defend himself. The hero analyzes the situation and realizes that he cannot determine the enemy's identity. but he discovers two important weaknesses. Damage to the arms has no effect, and the core is indeed vulnerable. The boy, grabbed by many hands, orders the rodent to use Thunderclap and cover his body with electrical energy. Thundermouse activates its electrical defense, releasing a powerful charge despite its grip. The hero is surprised to notice that the pet unexpectedly uses some skill. Multiple hands are engulfed in an electric discharge. The pet breaks free from the grip. The guy finally gets free and immediately gives the command to the little skeleton to attack. A small skeleton with glowing eyes makes a furious attack on the enemy. The hero happily notes that the small skeleton, having absorbed part of the Bloodstone's powers, has significantly increased its power thanks to the absorption skill. The guy returns to the store and prepares to look at the characteristics of his pets. The young man is surprised by the results of the test. The pet's strength is already at the 7th level, but its rank is still only 2nd, and he doubts that the system has made a mistake. The hero watches with interest the visionary image of the Bone Lord and reflects on the beginning of endless chaos. The boy is surprised that rattle-type beasts can master undead skills and ponders the reaction of the spectators in the arena. The rodent and the skeleton are recovering and sleeping in a protective field, and the young man wants to see the result of their development. The guy asks the system if he really has a map of the star Hundun in his hands. The illustration explains the essence of the map, which allows you to correlate acupuncture points, powers, and bones with energy stars. The guy is delighted. He succeeds, and he realizes that he can engage in a new method of cultivation. The hero meditates in the stellar universe, absorbing the stellar power of Hundun. The young man feels energy accumulating inside him and concludes that he must absorb the energy of the stars. The boy deftly tries to grab the glowing particles, but notices that with his rank as a master of combat beasts, it is not easy. The young man understands that the energy of the stars directly penetrates the body, although he cannot catch it with his hands. The guy decides to try to concentrate his core on the directions of energy movement around him. The hero sees how his core begins to effectively absorb the energy of the stars and rejoices in his success. The young man understands that in order to absorb the star power, he must use it himself, and remembers the 3 great pansies. After using one of the armors, the boy notices how the star clusters in his body increase in size, and the energy radiates as a bright light. The hero checks his stats and is surprised that his strength is only at level 3, while the system asks him to increase it further. After taking 3 potions, the young man notes that his level is now at the middle 3rd level and is very happy with his rapid progress. The boy learns that this universe is created by the map of the stars Hundun and can imitate the real universe, and also receives a warning about larger stars. The hero wonders what inhalation means and suggests that it might be an interruption to the workout. The guy comes to the conclusion that we are talking about a food chain, where risks and opportunities coexist. The young man decides to avoid giant stars and absorb only those smaller than himself, complaining about the difficulties that arise. The boy recalls how a 3rd-stage martial beastmaster, a determined girl, once burst in on him and attacked him. He doubts whether he can withstand her blow now, looking at the city at night and hearing the call not to remain hungry. At dinner, the hero politely thanks his mother for her incredible cooking and returns to his room. Mom, clearing away the dishes, tells him that his sister is training for a competition and promises to bake his favorite corn pie in the morning. The young man smiles and responds as he climbs the stairs. He thinks that even though the woman is the mother of the body's previous owner, she still exudes a sense of homely kindness. Stretching, the guy decides to continue training, thinking about Suling Yu's preparations and the possibility of talking to her. In the hallway, he notices golden star power flowing outside the door and is surprised by its appearance in the house. Opening the door slightly, the hero assures himself that he is simply observing his sister's cultivation and not peeping. Analyzing the scattered sparks, the young man concludes that the stellar power in the real world is weaker and more evenly distributed than in Hundong, where it is concentrated by a giant star. The guy decides to study university techniques to increase his star power and speed up his cultivation in the world of Hundun. The young man sits down in meditation and tries to rotate his inner core following his sister's example, collecting sparks of energy. A powerful vortex of force appears in the hero's body, and he is struck by the orange vortex that appears in his stomach. The system explains the scheme. When there is enough mass, the rotation itself attracts the nearest star, eliminating the need to run for energy. From above, the brother and sister can be seen simultaneously creating opposite swirls of star power in their rooms. The girl wakes up sweating and complains to the cat that it is becoming increasingly difficult to absorb energy. The guy rejoices at the successful direct and reverse star vortex, and golden streams rush towards his sister, causing her an unexpected sensation. The sister, surrounded by frozen sparks, wonders why the star power has suddenly become disordered and motionless. The frightened girl assumes that there is a powerful master hiding nearby, since the energy has changed so much. The mother, hearing her anxiety from the living room, worriedly asks her daughter if everything is okay. The sister, blushing, assures herself that she felt a strange and abnormal stellar energy. The girl concludes that the flash of power came straight from her loser older brother's room. The guy outside his door is almost mastering the vortex of stellar energy shining in his core. The young man projects himself in front of the enormous planet Hundun and swirls the currents, forming his own mini-universe. The joyful hero notices that he now automatically absorbs the star's power if he keeps a safe distance. In the kitchen, the guy is content with what he can cultivate even in his sleep, thinking about new plans. Two glowing figures of female customers in an aura of star power come to the store owner for pets, surprising him. A red-haired girl and her partner materialize in front of the hero, reacting embarrassedly to his words. The guy, clearing his throat, explains to the visitors that their star powers are too weak and require serious training to control the beasts. The heroine, hearing about more powerful celestial beings, is amazed that the Thunder Mouse managed to rise in just 3 days. The guy, wiping away his sweat, notes that at their university they usually only encounter animals of the 3rd or 4th level, while his pet already has the 7th. The young man places the blue Thunder Mouse on the floor, reminding the girl that the payment had already been made last time. The heroine takes the animal in her arms, surprised that the color of its fur has noticeably changed. The girl walks past all her creatures and notices that the huge animals look depressed and do not show joy. The guy in the booth sighs and gestures to the customer to hurry up and leave. The red-haired owner muses out loud that within a few days the pets seem to have become attached to the new place, although the temporary contract does not stipulate this. The blue-haired companion checks the huge lion and is glad that the wounds have healed, and the stripes on his fur have become brighter. The girl thanks the owner for his concern and asks him to recommend suitable food, calling the store virtuous. The guy, having estimated the price, decides not to inflate the cost and admits that her praise disarmed him a little. The young man points to a jar of fire spirit grass priced at 1,200 wen each, explaining that it is the perfect food for a fallen phoenix, and the guest repeats the price in shock. The red-haired athlete decides to warm up before the competition and test how much stronger her Thunder Mouse has become. The girl calls out to her blue-haired rival, Layla, and challenges her to immediately release her strongest celestial beast. Layla creates a burst of energy and summons a stone titan from the rift, surrounded by blue lightning. The humanoid golem materializes in a puff of steam, and the summoner sarcastically warns her opponent not to cry. The redhead assesses the situation, realizing that Layla has put forward her favorite trump card, a high-ranking 5th-stage beast. She runs alongside the blue mouse, hoping that her pet will survive the fight, relying on the thunderclap and the residual separation. Thundermouse, with pink lightning in his eyes, rushes to attack. Layla orders the golem Kshiti to toy with her opponent, and he rushes across the glittering arena floor to intercept her. The stone giant uses Earth Split, shooting spikes out of the floor, and the mouse dodges, sparking with electricity. The redhead, seeing the golem's powerful blow, loudly gives the order for residual separation, trying to save her pet from the stone debris. The heroine is shocked that the Thunder Mouse created 3 clones, and the red-haired rival, surprised, calls this multiple residual division. The girl activates the protective star shield, but realizes its weakness and asks her ally to command the beast to fight Kshiti. The rival explains that she only ordered the animals to approach without attacking, and considers this an excellent opportunity to test the residual division against the very perceptive Ksitigarba. Both girls are shocked to notice that the golem has managed to grab one of the mice. However, it soon becomes clear that the animal has outwitted the enemy. The Thunder Mouse ends up on Ksitigarba's head, escaping capture. The golem jumps back in panic, avoiding further attacks, and its owner is surprised that Kshiti is afraid of her opponent. The red-haired athlete asks to be released from her stone shelter, realizing that the Thunder Mouse is very fast. The girl is stunned that her high-ranking pet was so scared of a low-ranking Thunder Mouse. The heroine admits that the pet's strength has now crossed all boundaries and is delighted with this result. At this moment, the host in the arena announces the start of the next stage of the annual Fengshan University competition. A new second-year star, the red-haired heroine Su Yanying, steps onto the left side of the arena. A professional competitor, a guy with blue hair who made it into the top 10 last year, comes out to the right side of the arena. They introduce their opponent as the most insightful, Li Ji, and they participate in turns, releasing 3 pets. The judge announces the rules. The winner is the one who defeats all of the opponent's animals first and gives the command to begin. Spectators are discussing Li Ji's release of a weak beast and questioning his choice, but others are warning not to underestimate his tactics. The red-haired girl analyzes the enemy. The aquatic beast is good at surprise attacks but of average origin, and prepares to summon a counterpet. Su Yanying summons a fallen phoenix clad in red-orange flames. The commentator from the podium is amazed, noting the high rank of the phoenix and warning that for an aquatic beast it is a very powerful enemy. Li Ji calmly raises her hand and declares her surrender. The guy confirms that he lost in the first round, which completely surprises the judges and spectators. The commentator announces Su Yanying's victory in the first round, and the heroine herself watches her opponent smile with suspicion. The rival says with a cold smile that sometimes you need bait to catch your prey. The girl notices her opponent's strange actions and reacts warily to what is happening in the arena. A huge ground-based hunter appears on the field, and the guy explains that the fallen phoenix is the most difficult opponent for his beast. The rival explains that the thunder mouse and the heroine's other pets are land animals, and his pet is capable of crushing them with ease. However, the air phoenix attacks fiercely, although even a 5th-stage beast has a hard time dealing with a ground giant. The guy, confident of victory, apologizes to the girl and categorically states that she lost. However, the attempt to stop the phoenix proves futile. The protective barrier cannot withstand the pressure of the fire. The next moment, the opponent realizes with horror that he himself is engulfed in real flames, and he panics in front of everyone. The red-haired heroine looks around calmly and asks with a smile if he has finished his statements. The blue-haired guy commands to attack the arena with the ground spikes technique, targeting the phoenix. The red-haired heroine commands her fallen phoenix to dodge dangerous sharp thorns. The girl activates the speed boost and wants to quickly get rid of the opponent's trap. She commands the flaming bird to use a fire slash to attack from the air. The enemy summons a ground hunter and a defense golem to help contain the phoenix's attack. The heroine is surprised by the earth beast's resistance to fire when her pet's attack does not produce the expected effect. The blue member explains with a grin that the phoenix will not be able to resist an adult ground-based catcher and declares the reception conclusion. The entire arena is shrouded in a net, a confinement skill that can restrain both low-ranking and very powerful pets. The net is rapidly narrowing, and the girl and the phoenix find themselves trapped, forced to find a way to escape. The red-haired contestant calls on her firebird to find a way out, realizing that both are in mortal danger. The red-haired heroine uses the 3rd-stage power enhancement to try to escape the trap. The net continues to shrink around the girl and the phoenix, completely ignoring the enemy's fire attacks. The participant finds herself trapped in an energy grid but refuses to give up and calls for her pet. The girl desperately calls out to the fallen phoenix, while her opponent advises her not to resist, so as not to get further injured. The guy calmly states that this outcome was part of his plan and demands that his opponent surrender. The hero is holding on with all her might, but on the verge of a breakdown, she is ready to give in under the pressure of circumstances. At this moment, the phoenix suddenly releases a powerful attack. A bright beam pierces the trap and reaches the enemy. Everyone watches in shock as flaming beams appear, one blow of which immobilizes the ground hunter. The spectators are amazed that the phoenix has displayed an advanced 8th-tier skill that is not typical for its class. The masters discuss how, despite its low stats, the girl's pet unexpectedly demonstrated exceptional strength, something fallen phoenixes typically lack. The girl with short red hair notes that the fallen phoenix of a teenager has truly accomplished a feat and emphasizes his promising future, as he has not yet reached maturity. Scientists notice that the heroine also has a thunder mouse with a unique attack skill and wonder who she is. The vice-rector informs that the girl's name is Su Yanying, and the dark-haired student replies that she has been following her for a long time. The teacher admires her inwardly, considering the heroine a genius who can lead the university to new successes. In the audience, everyone recognizes the heroine as the owner of the Mouse King and compares their pets with her achievements. The red-haired participant looks in delight at the phoenix, which evolves, its power reaching the fourth stage, and its technique to the eighth. The girl is amazed by her pet's talent and cannot believe that the phoenix is still her animal. The heroine recalls a pet store service that not only heals, but also dramatically enhances the animal's abilities, and mentally suspects the seller of dishonesty. The referee announces Su Yanying's victory in the second round, and her opponent is furious, believing he was simply unlucky. The guy recognizes the beauty's phoenix power, but is determined to face the final battle, foreshadowing a difficult test for the heroine. A four-winged wind demon appears in the arena, causing everyone to feel a sense of true terror with its enormous appearance. The hall is discussing that the beast possesses the power of the highest fifth level, and the teacher is outraged by the violation of the rules for students. There is a dispute with the masters about the danger. Some consider it a challenge for the competition. Others ask not to worry. The director explains that the university is rich in high-ranking teachers and judges, so there will be no serious problems. The curator thinks to himself that the beast did end up in the arena in an unusual way and promises to sort it out after the fight. The opponent prepares the beast for an attack, commanding the wind demon to use a nature slash. The boy, in despair, realizes that the difference in ranks is great and admits that he was barely able to summon this dangerous pet. Su Yanying activates several enhancements at once: strength, impulse, perception, and durability. The girl commands the fallen phoenix to attack with flaming beams directly at the enemy's master to end the fight. The phoenix's charge is so fast and powerful that the heroine is shocked and amazed by the speed of the attack. The judge announces that participant Su's pet was destroyed by the wind demon in just 1 second, and the girl herself does not understand what is happening. The teacher notices that despite Su Yanying's defeat in the round, the wind demon continues to attack and does not stop. The guy with blue glasses falls to his knees, losing consciousness in front of everyone due to the loss of control over the beast. The heroine, in a state of shock, tries to stop the monster, and the host and judges shout to immediately stop the fight because the beast is out of control. At this moment, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appears and summons a divine phoenix to confront. The masters are shocked by the speed of the new phoenix, suggesting that it is even faster than their own divine beast. A thunder mouse suddenly appears on the field, surprising the commentators with its unprecedented agility and stealth. The mentor explains to the audience that Su Yanying was able to hide her pet in the arena all this time, which means that this animal knows how to hide its aura. The host announces the start of the third round, where the heroine and the thunder mouse once again face the wind demon face to face. The girl and her pet find themselves in the center of a furious attack. The number of attacking streams grows, and she is at a loss in her attempts to dodge. A group of characters with shocked expressions discuss Thunder Mouse's ability to use demon-type skills. A hatted observer comments on Thunder Mouse's spectacular use of a demonic skill, successfully blocking a natural attack. A girl behind a shield surrounded by blue electrical discharges shouts the name of Thunder Mouse, who quickly collides with the wind demon. A blue electric mouse surrounded by lightning rushes forward towards the final battle. A dark, demonic figure with glowing red eyes is riddled with electrical charges after Thunder Mouse kills the out-of-control wind demon. A winged creature surrounded by blue electrical energy confronts the small mouse, inflicting an unexpectedly deep wound on the wind demon. The transformed Thunder Mouse, with its horns and menacing appearance, exudes incredible power, causing amazement among onlookers. A cloaked figure floats in the blue environment, commenting on Thunder Mouse's killing intent and asking if she truly wants to kill the wind demon. The hooded man, with a serious expression on his face, wonders if she's following anyone's orders. The red-haired woman in light clothing looks surprised, asking about the real victory and suggesting that Thunder Mouse might have also gone out of control. A cloaked man comments on the blossoming newcomers while looking at a majestic bird called the Divine Phoenix, warning of disqualification for killing heavenly beasts in competitions. Divine Phoenix approaches Thunder Mouse, who stands ready to fight, while someone expresses concern for the future of the promising new star. A powerful burst of energy erupts between Thunder Mouse and Divine Phoenix as someone shouts for Phoenix to retreat. The Divine Phoenix lets out a cry of pain, and the observer notes with surprise that the creature managed to wound the powerful bird. The shocked hooded man couldn't believe what had happened, thinking that even some 7th-stage heavenly beasts couldn't keep up with the Phoenix's speed, let alone the Thunder Mouse. A group of spectators react in amazement to the use of 10 thunder curves, discussing the incredible power of the skill, capable of producing 10,000 bolts of lightning in an instant. The elegantly dressed man with the mustache thoughtfully notes that the little mouse has not only mastered the 7th stage thunderclap, but is now demonstrating 10 thunderbends. The white-haired man mused with a sly smile that she must have specially learned superior heavenly skills, which greatly increased her value compared to other mid-rank pets. The red-haired girl admires Thundermouse's fearlessness in front of Divine Phoenix, admitting that this bravery makes her admire the girl even more. The Divine Phoenix is surrounded by a vortex of blue energy in the midst of battle, while a cloaked figure watches from above as someone uneasily calls out the name of the powerful being. The man, with a worried expression, tries to calm the Divine Phoenix using glowing green energy and curses the possibility of fighting the out-of-control Thundermouse. The red-haired girl stands frozen, surrounded by blue electrical discharges. The girl turns to Thundermouse with a joyful smile, amazed at her ability to master a high-ranking skill again. The red-haired girl gently picks up the little blue mouse, calling it her little one and calling it to her. The black-cloaked figure reacts in surprise to the enraged Divine Phoenix surrounded by blue energy, relieved that Thundermouse has not lost control. At the stadium, the winner of the competition, Su Yanying, is announced, while a red-haired girl stands below holding a blue mouse. A dark-haired young man in a blue jacket exclaims emotionally, interested in the event that is taking place. A young man studies a holographic screen with an image of a girl and a black cat, reading information about injecting stellar power into the meridians of the front paws. The holographic screen continues to display information about the need to know the structure of the body of the celestial beast so that the introduced stellar power does not harm the body. A girl on a holographic display measures a black cat, noting that its size is 12 centimeters and its front paws have grown by a whole 2 centimeters. On the holographic screen, the girl enthusiastically displays a black cat, stating that the attack power of its front paws has been increased by 1/5, and noting that this cultivation took only 3 months. A young man with black hair looking at a holographic screen ponders the difficulty of raising pets in this world, which explains Su Yanying's surprise, and considers starting a blog to attract viewers. A muscular man with silver blue hair and a fur collar greets his interlocutor cheerfully, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The same man, holding a hologram, is interested in the news, while a black-haired youth is visible in the background. A black-haired young man turns to someone in surprise, asking about their hand. In the corridor, a man asks with a grin whether the young man had been treated at Shansha Hospital. The man reports with satisfaction that he had to fork out a little money, but at least his shattered bone is now as good as new, to which the black-haired youth ironically remarks that he speaks as if he has money. A black-haired young man offers his interlocutor some demon-type food at a discount, standing next to a display case displaying various products with price tags. The man exclaims in shock that the price is 100 times higher than last time, and the girl in the beret covers her mouth in surprise when the man notes that one such food will cost more than his operation. The black-haired young man, turning away, coldly says that if his interlocutors don't want to buy, they can leave, adding that training awaits him. The man with blue hair and a furry collar laughs nervously, admitting that he came for a different purpose than expected, and invites his interlocutor to the outpost. In the past, the Blue Star was a poor planet with few resources, until one day an incredible force tore apart space, forming the so-called star rifts. An elderly man in a fur robe explains to a young girl with brown hair that the unstable cracks have become a passage to other unknown planets. A huge monster with sharp teeth and a spiked back towers over the people, demonstrating that some planets were rich in resources, while others were inhabited by ferocious monsters. A bright, fiery star blazes across space, highlighting that some planets were as hot as the sun. Thanks to the star rifts, humans were able to continuously obtain resources from other planets, as demonstrated by the extraction of a huge purple crystal from foreign territory. A majestic, futuristic city with a central tower rises above the skyline, symbolizing the goal of building a strong country. Amid the explosions and smoke of war, the silhouettes of fighter jets can be seen, a reminder that prosperity lasted only a few hundred years. A group of war-weary people with desperate expressions illustrate how the fighting for control of high-quality rifts began, and the number of survivors was reduced by more than half. A withered tree stands alone on the cracked earth, showing that approximately 70% of the entire Blue Star area has become barren and uninhabitable. The surviving humans finally reached a consensus and formed the Human Federation, as shown in the image of a group of officials in business suits shaking hands. The survivors migrated to safer lands free of star rifts, while the Human Federation actively cultivates masters of war beasts for the sake of humanity's survival. In a brightly lit corridor with high walls, the shadow of a creature is visible, symbolizing that the strongest of the beasts are selected as explorers, who travel to other planets in search of valuable resources. The dark-haired young man with golden eyes thoughtfully touches his chin. A muscular man informs a girl in a beret about the appearance of a new star rift outside the base city. The black-haired young man with a keen gaze pondered the mystic skill, recalling that the reward last time was a star Hundun card that brought quite a lot of benefit. But the current reward doesn't seem so bad. A close-up of the profile of a thoughtful guy who admits that he most wanted to test himself in a real fight, demonstrating his determination and ambition. A military observer wearing a helmet and carrying a radio announces the approach of a Prokodsev vehicle, which should be allowed to pass while the vehicle moves toward the checkpoint. An energetic captain with turquoise hair waves cheerfully, announcing his arrival, while a silent, black-haired young man in a blue jacket with orange stripes stands next to him. The man with a proud posture introduces himself as the captain of the Black Wolf Group, Fan Ganli, asking who he has the honor of speaking to. The black-haired, golden-eyed youth introduces himself as Su Ping and describes himself as an unremarkable type, looking modestly to the side. The fair-haired Li Ying, with a sly smile, tells the young man that they heard about him from Fan Yujin, and at first glance it is clear how young their hero is, asking if he has turned 20. Su Ping, with a serious expression and a hint of surprise in his eyes, simply answers 18. Captain Fan Ganli, his deputy, and the third member of the team are frozen in shock against the backdrop of flashing lightning when they hear the age of the young prodigy. The deputy captain, with a cold expression on his face, clarifies whether this means the guy has not yet graduated from the University of Combat Beastmasters, and asks where he studies. The captain says the self-taught man with amazement in his eyes, to which the confused Su Ping responds with bewilderment. Fan Ganli, with a serious expression, explains to the newcomer that the star rift is 100% life-threatening, and they need to register it before entering. Surrounded by a reddish aura, Su Ping calmly agrees, but immediately clarifies that he has no intention of joining their group and only intends to find his lost pet. An irritated Li Ying, with a disdainful look, notices that the young man, although very young, does not watch his words, asking whether he really thinks that he can join them just by emoting. The captain calmly stops his hot-tempered deputy, reminding him that Brother Su is Xiaofan's guest, so he should be polite, to which the blonde only remains meaningfully silent. The hero's menacing eyes, surrounded by scarlet lightning, sparkle, accompanying the command, emitting a powerful aura. A flash of red light reveals a small skeleton with a metal collar emerging from the shadows, ready for action. The team looks in shock at the lurking little skeleton, while the hero, calmly observing the situation, calls his servant personally. Su Ping holds a red energy stone in his hands, saying that after 8 days of diligent absorption, this thing is sufficient for his further use in the wasteland. The captain, turning to the hero, is surprised that he recently acquired this pet, to which Su Ping calmly confirms. Expressing concern, the captain explains to Su that the personalities of their leader and his deputy could create difficulties if he lets them down. Smiling, the young man places his hand on the little skeleton's head and assures the captain that he can be trusted, because he will not disappoint. The small skeleton, responding to its master's command, draws a sword that glows with powerful energy, ready for battle. The entire squad, including the captain, watches in amazement at the incredible speed of the little skeleton, who has already managed to sheath his sword. Glittering attack circles spread out from the point of impact, creating destructive force. Su Ping asks in confusion whether the young man has completed his skills at this point, and the man standing next to him is surprised that the hero only graduated from high school and is only 18 years old. The blonde assistant warns the hero that temporary employees may be eligible for merit, but they will still not have full privileges. The man points the way for the hero, directing him to the registration corridor, clarifying that for any crime he will be tried as an ordinary civilian. The cheerful captain cheerfully assures Su that if he has any problems with the police, he will definitely come to his aid, which makes Su think sarcastic thoughts about this talkative comrade. In a spacious technical room, the captain offers the hero something for self-defense, emphasizing the dangers of desert areas. Pointing to rare and expensive items, the captain explains that such equipment is rarely found even in the market, which Sue understands and accepts with interest. The hero looks at a display case containing a mysterious artifact surrounded by bright energy circles, wondering if these items were really obtained from other planets. The captain reminds the hero of the time limit, asking if he found anything interesting. Su Ping points to one of the display cases, clarifying that he would like to take the item displayed there, causing surprise among his companions. On display is a book with basic skills for a master of war beasts of levels 1 to 6, worth 10 merits, which causes a loud surprise in the squad. The fair-haired deputy asks the captain with a grin who he brought into the group, making fun of the situation. The silver-haired man convinces Su Ping to take self-defense equipment, noting the danger of the upcoming mission, but the hero is reluctant to take anything until his task is completed. The captain ponders the hero's capabilities, suggesting that he is either incredibly confident in his abilities or acting impulsively. Su Ping looks at the box containing the unusual black equipment with confusion, wondering what kind of item it is. His partner explains that it is defensive armor capable of withstanding attacks from 5th-stage beasts, adding that failure by their group is unacceptable. The boy with golden eyes coldly agrees to the plan, demonstrating confidence and a willingness to act without hesitation. Finding himself under the night sky, Su Ping asks his partner for information about the star rift, to which he receives a response about its classification as a demonic type. With a slight smile, the hero reflects out loud that he has chosen the right place, while simultaneously clarifying the situation with the two wounded. The partner mentions that the deputy has already called the second assistant, warning Su Ping to be careful not to anger him. At a tense moment, Su Ping turns around abruptly and with surprise and caution asks the stranger who he is. Lich Meekin calmly remarks that the others are too slow and jokes that he almost fell asleep waiting for the command. A guy in a black suit helps his friend up, and he assures him that his determination will not break and that all weaklings below the 6th level simply pale in comparison. The captain teases Meekin about the disappearance of their group's blood fox, and he reluctantly admits that he feels insecure without it and is glad that he can now be with a pro. A burly man with tanned skin smiles and agrees that it would be foolish not to take professionals into the wasteland, while Su Ping watches the conversation from the sidelines. Someone looks at him suspiciously and wonders who this guy is, noting that he is not in the database. The blue-haired captain explains that Su Ping is Xiao Fan's acquaintance and asks him to explain what happened, noticing the surprise on Mikun's face and his sarcastic remark about his first visit to the wasteland. Mikun assesses the situation with disdain, saying that the newcomers are clearly asking for trouble, and if they are unable to cope with such a threat, then there is no place for them in the wasteland. In response, the captain claims that although his comrade is not as experienced, he has truly good abilities as a master of combat beasts, and his strength level is quite up to standard. The silver-ranked entrancer turns to face him, insisting that strength alone isn't enough. You also need to be a true member of the team, and warns that once you enter, everyone acts according to his rules. Su Ping, with a cold gaze, says that he brought the people here himself and will be responsible for them himself, demonstrating confidence in front of the team. The silver-ranked explorer, with a tense face, wondered what was happening to this guy, clearly feeling some discomfort inside. Against the backdrop of Su Ping's dark eyes, his opponent feels a chilling gaze, as if the hero is looking at a corpse, and an ominous skeleton appears in front of him. The comrade assures the young man not to pay attention to the straightforwardness of the miners, and Su Ping calmly accepts the situation. The young man with the piercing gaze thinks that he thinks as coldly as his skeleton. A group of researchers moves towards an anomalous crystal on a mysterious planet, noting the gloomy atmosphere and the lack of detected creatures, but urging everyone to be on guard. Their route leads through a dark, twisted forest under the light of a huge moon. The captain gives the command to find a way through the fog. The team spots a small, unknown creature near the lake, and the deputy, using night vision technology, clarifies that bypassing the area is impossible due to other dangerous creatures on alternative routes. The hero with the mechanical snake decides to personally verify the situation ahead and promises to immediately warn if anything threatens the squad. Through the darkness of the night, they use their instruments to notice that the creature by the pond is actually an adult tiger tapir, possessing a strength of approximately level 5. A silver-ranked explorer undertakes to eliminate the threat, receiving instructions to do everything quietly. and Su Ping requests a pair of night vision goggles to personally verify the details. A man in a high-tech suit demands an explanation and asks if the others doubt his decision. The dark-haired man responds by explaining that tiger tapirs rarely drink water and are not found in such an environment. Two team members discuss that tiger tapirs typically live in the tropics and cannot be exposed to the cold here. The hero, wearing glasses with a red backlight, assures the others that they are looking at an ordinary tiger tapir and considers the whole thing a waste of time. The man with the ponytail gives the command to do this, releasing the creature into freedom. The blue-haired team member screams in panic that the creature is long dead and wonders what is really going on. The massive monster reveals its true form, shedding its tiger tapir disguise, revealing itself to be a spirit beast. The character demands that Lin Mi-kun force the creature to immediately spit out the captive, threatening his life. A bald man in a helmet angrily protests why he is being given orders, calling his interlocutor a brat. The blue-haired boy asks Su if it's really a spirit beast in front of them, and admits that he has no experience dealing with demonic creatures. The guy in black explains that an adult spirit beast has the power of the 7th stage and often disguises itself as a weak bait to devour its prey from the inside. The hero explains that the main threat is not the dead spirit, but the creature with which he is in symbiosis, a bloody spirit beast. The girl with blue hair asks in surprise about the bloody beast and asks to clarify what is meant. The dark-haired youth explains that bloody spirit beasts always hide where other spirits reside. The black-haired character looks at the lake and declares that there is no water in it at all. Instead of water, the surface of the lake turns out to be covered with blood, in which a sinister monster was swimming. The man in the helmet reports that he has lost contact with the python and does not understand what is happening. The commander urgently orders everyone to leave, explaining that if ordinary 7th stage spirit beasts are eaten, the enemy is much stronger. A huge, big-eyed creature with a power of at least the 9th level appears before the heroes and is probably the king of beasts. The team makes a hasty retreat, encountering a bloodthirsty demonic wolf and a winged dragon. A huge, bloody creature hovers over the forest under the moon, and the guy orders Mi in to look for an escape route. The young man with glasses offers 2 paths: dangerous unknown beasts in the east and safety in the west. The team studies the map, and the blue guy reports that he has lost his beast, so the only way out is to run west. The blue-haired hero asks Brother Su what he thinks about what is happening. The man in armor advises to go straight east, causing surprise among the others. Riding on their beasts, the crew argues about the wisdom of this decision and agrees with the captain to retreat. The blue warrior desperately asks Su again if he is sure of his plan, because a mistake could cost them their lives. The dark-haired youth insists on trusting him, assuring them that they are running out of time and that this is the only way to find the bloody fox. The guy hopes that this choice will not be his last. The team moves determinedly east towards the canyon, following the chosen course. A guy in goggles calls the captain in alarm after noticing something unusual. The radar shows how all the monsters in the canyon suddenly start to scatter. The young man explains that everyone sensed the bloody spirit beast behind them, which is why they ran away. The team discusses what is happening and receives an explanation that the huge beast cannot chase prey on its own and uses others as bait. The black-haired hero clarifies that they are of no interest to the monster, and the canyon itself is too small for its size. The man with pink lines on his armor admits that he himself would not have retreated, and justifies himself by saying that he did not know all the features of the bloody beast. The guy on the blue dragon reports that they have almost reached the place where the missing person was found, but a sky beast is on duty at the exit. A young man in black asks to borrow a pair of glasses from a friend to sort out the situation. The man reluctantly agrees, calling him a pauper and telling him not to get cocky. The dark-haired hero catches the transmitted devices and thanks his comrade in arms. A mysterious dead spirit in a cloak is captured by the electronic visor and alarms the heroes. The man with the metal bands on his head says that this is an adult dead spirit with the power of the 5th level, and the guy in the red glasses asks if this guy is dangerous. The young man in the black suit assures his comrades not to worry, promising to deal with the enemy himself. A demonic monster with a skull for a head charges forward using medium sword art. The heroes are amazed. The guy with the dragon destroys the enemy in a second, causing surprise and admiration among the others. A bald man with pink lines on his suit angrily declares that he is also capable of the same and accuses the hero of showing off. The blue guy remembers that this mountain is very dangerous. Once due to an encounter with a strong beast, they lost the bloody fox. The protagonist commands everyone to hurry up and go down and start searching for traces. The girl with the tail and the boys notice something unusual and ask the many-armed monkey if she found anything interesting. The captain analyzes the find and reveals that these are golden bracers from the Black Mist group, which only high-level explorers can afford. The silver-haired girl reasons that if the captain of a powerful group died, then an incredibly powerful and unusual beast lives here. The black-haired young man asks that if no one noticed anything, then let them give him the find. The man with the mechanized arms reluctantly agrees and asks what the boy even knows about special equipment. The hero arrogantly hands over the golden item, emphasizing his importance and rank as a silver miner, adding that he does not recognize the young man. The man drops the armor on the ground, telling him to pick it up himself. The boys watch this, wondering what is going on between the heroes. The man in black examines the find, noticing that the blood has dried and the body died several days ago, but a dark aura is still emanating from the wound, deducing that a high-ranking demonic beast is approaching. The blue-haired man asks Sue if his concern is related to the blood fox. The young man explains that if the body part has been there for several days, then the target is still nearby and categorically denies that it has left. The man with stripes on his head starts laughing and ridicules the hero, deciding that he was just making fun of him and hadn't expressed any useful thoughts. A black boot hits the ground with a cracking sound, causing some of the group to look surprised and laugh. The dark-haired hero makes a swift move and punches the scarred man in the face. A man with metal stripes on his head furiously vows to kill his rival for insulting him. The enraged rival accuses the young man of insolence for touching his face. The bald warrior takes out a weapon, threatening the guy with violence. The skeletal pet with chains is instantly at their side, and everyone is amazed at its speed. The guy in the suit asks to let go of the weapon, inviting the others to do the same. The silver-haired girl, in shock, demands an explanation from Sue, asking why he hit the man. The protagonist calmly replies that he asked for it. A grim skeleton with red eyes prepares to attack, accusing the enemy of constantly trying to hinder its master. A terrible darkness hangs over the squad, and the boy declares that he no longer wants to be accused of ruthlessness. The fair-haired youth is shocked by the killer's powerful dark aura and does not believe that their opponent is truly capable of destroying everyone at once. A man with stripes on his head furiously accuses his opponent of bluffing and demands that he not be considered a coward. The blue-haired hero speaks to Lin in a conciliatory tone, saying that Sue was wrong and promising to return the pet after the mission, asking him to wait for now. The blue-haired girl maintains that in desert regions one must not kill one's own, otherwise no one will survive. The guy skeptically notes that this fighter's help is more harmful than helpful to them. The man with red lines on his armor irritably thinks that one participant, more or less, will not play a role. The warrior with stripes on his head leaves, threatening Su Ping that he will definitely deal with him at the base when he is no longer under his command. The hero in the suit announces that he will now be in charge of the group's further actions and asks the deputy for his opinion. The fair-haired guy replies that he only obeys the captain and asks them not to ask such questions anymore, doubting whether this young man really wants to help them. Blue Guy tells Sue that initiative is good, but warns him of the consequences if he decides to do something like that next time. The hero in the dark suit replies that he doesn't care, although he is warned to be careful and believes that Lin Mi-kun will not give up so easily. The black-haired boy smiles quietly and confirms that he understood the instruction. The warrior notices that something strange is happening and orders the group to immediately go to the scene. The girl supports her wounded comrade, urging him to retreat, while the guy wants her to leave him and save herself. A wave of pain and fear engulfs both of them, and the boy realizes that they have been subjected to a powerful attack. The hero feels that his body cannot keep up with his mind and cannot react to the attack. A team on a massive wolf appears and introduces themselves as the Black Wolves, stating that they saw a distress signal. The victim tries to warn everyone to be careful, as they are being attacked by an unknown enemy. The blue guy screams in horror, recognizing the description of the dangerous attacker. A huge monster with a bone mask appears before the heroes, and someone recognizes it as the creature that attacked them earlier. The squad, in a panic, clings to the wolf in order to escape as quickly as possible from the monster pursuing them. A man with metal bands commands everyone to hold on tight, as a bumpy and dangerous ride lies ahead. The monster's claws crash down onto the ground, and someone from the team urges Sue to act faster to avoid the blow. The young man calls on his deputy to find a safe route, since only monsters are indifferent to obstacles, and the team is slowing down significantly. The blue-haired guy clarifies that it's not just Bone Crusher who's chasing them, but other dangerous creatures as well, and asks if the allies have any more of their teammates left. The guy regretfully admits that his last beast is lost. The girl with long hair reports that her sacred flame bird is still able to fight despite being wounded. The blue warrior notes that even among the 8th stage beasts, this flame bird is a true force, but is shocked that it also suffered. The protagonist reflects that the skeleton will not be of any use against the Bonebreaker due to the enemy's strong bones, and decides to turn to Lin Mikun for help. The guy with blue hair remarks that at this rate they won't be able to escape, and the hero in the blue jacket suggests calling all the heavenly beasts to buy time. The man with stripes on his head is outraged that he has just lost one animal and does not want to lose others. A guy named Ye Chenshan promises to compensate for all the pet's losses and guarantee a reward. The warrior clarifies Ye Chenshan's name and realizes that he is a gold-ranked explorer. A senior team member sarcastically says it doesn't matter who the guy is and demands 3 times the compensation. The deputy commands Miin to tell everyone around to summon their beasts, otherwise everyone will die. The blonde deputy announces to the others that if they value their lives, they need to get their pets out. A girl with a bandage on her face sadly remembers her sacred firebird. Against the backdrop of a dragon, a guy in black jumps forward, intending to rush into battle. The bald warrior gloats maliciously, believing that the brat has decided to play the hero and is sure that no one will stay to help him. A huge clawed hand bursts out of the ground next to the wolf-riding squad, causing shock among the heroes. The group is surrounded by an army of skeletons, and the blue guy panics and tells them they are trapped. The warrior notices that the skeletons have no reaction and assumes that they are not targeting them. A massive undead resurrection spell begins on the plateau at the captain's command, so as not to leave the pet to the enemy. A guy with black hair and a skeleton discuss the impossibility of simply abandoning a faithful beast. A huge army of red-eyed skeletons is ordered to attack and move forward. The hero orders the small skeleton to flank the giant monster and deliver a surprise attack. The team is shocked that the 8th stage beast was attacked by a mere skeleton. The boy and girl with the ponytail declare that they will also go and help Sue in the battle. The blonde man in the suit decides that if the captain went down first, they should go after him too. The man with stripes on his head is surprised that someone is going to help the rival, and the blonde guy reasons that if they stay away, the skeleton will take all the credit. The hero is angry at what is happening, feeling an internal conflict about the need to intervene. The guy with the red hoop around his neck admits that he is once again obeying the leader's command. From different sides, the fighters summon a bloodthirsty demonic wolf, a serpentine-winged dragon, a mountain crusher, and a sacred flame bird to join the battle. Mighty beasts attack the enemy with their abilities, using fiery beams and icy breath. The hero's forces deal a devastating blow to the monster with several techniques at once. The girl with the tail and the boy urge the wolf to attack again and urge him not to give the enemy a break. The demon wolf instantly pounces on the enemy using the blood hunt technique. The monster releases dark energy. The heroes watch the battle unfold in amazement and notice strange changes. The protagonist, with a serious face, points out that the monster's thick ribs have opened up, which changes the danger of the situation. The girl and her partner warn everyone to hide, announcing an impending attack. The squad takes cover behind a protective barrier, and the girl notices with amazement that they were saved by a serpentine-winged dragon. The guy tries to mentally call out to the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, desperately demanding an answer. The beast's master despairingly admits that the entire attack was useless, and that the forces of the 6th and 7th stages are unable to cope with the 8th stage. The heroes panic because they are too far away from their beasts and complain that they cannot call them back, scolding themselves for their mistake. The boy commands the little skeleton to use medium sword art. The small skeleton fights fiercely despite the pressure and attack of the 8th stage's power. The warrior is shocked and asks how the skeleton could withstand the attack of a monster of such strength. The hero with the earring explains that the skeleton would not have survived if he had not used the corpse roar technique at that moment. The blue-haired boy remembers seeing a sound wave during the roar and wonders if that's what helped neutralize the attack. The blue-haired boy is amazed that using the corpse roar to repel an attack is only possible after endless training. A hero with a neon pattern on his back raises questions about the experiences and suffering he might have gone through. The team is shocked that a 9th-level skill was just used. A huge black cloud associated with the death annihilation technique appears over the battlefield, and one of the fighters runs away in panic. The protagonist gives the command to the little skeleton to act immediately. Everyone is stunned that the 8th level monster was killed so easily by a skeleton, and they don't believe what they saw. The hero answers his comrades' questions with a smile, assuring them that he simply guessed how to attack the enemy from the inside. At this time, they reason that only demonic beasts are capable of using the recombination of severed limbs, and are surprised by his recovery. The voiceover explains that the monster's body is just a shell, and the root of its life is in the spiritual core. Thanks to the core, the monster survived all this time and restored its body after any damage. As long as the monster uses its abilities correctly, any demon-type heavenly beast will be nothing more than paper to it. The guy with the earring notes with satisfaction to himself that this fight dispelled all doubts about his strength. The team is shocked and cannot believe that the monster is still alive after all the attacks. The hero with the blue collar notices that the monster's movements are unusual, as if it is being controlled from outside. The girl with the tail asks Sue if he is responsible for what is happening, and he reluctantly confirms. The group members are stunned by his confession, discussing how a small skeleton was able to summon an army and make a puppet out of a beast. The blue and blonde guys decide not to go into details and suggest continuing the search for the bloody fox. However, the protagonist stops them, saying that he still has unfinished business, and asks them to pretend that they didn't see anything. The blue warrior shouts after Sue to stop and listen to the command, but he stubbornly moves forward. A man with stripes on his head finds himself in a force barrier and indignantly demands to know what the hero is planning. The hero, with a gloomy expression on his face, warns his interlocutor to be careful, stating that he does not intend to do anything. In a deserted area, a battle begins where a man fights a dangerous creature armed with a glowing blade. One of the participants in the clash screams loudly in pain, having received a serious wound to the arm. An unknown young man with a cold gaze claims that his opponent will only remain alive thanks to another person. The wounded man retreats, threatening with hatred, but notices something that puzzles him. The hero with bright red eyes says that he will personally destroy the enemy if he does not disappear on his own. The partners turn warily to the blue-haired youth, reproaching him for yet another rash act. The girl with long hair declares that the man in question is too dangerous and insists on his expulsion. A group of people gather to discuss the search for a powerful creature, the blood fox, trying to gain information. The young man, confused, claims that he cannot remember the details, but the girl notes that she saw traces of this creature. The girl asks the hero to lend her a flare gun while at a mysterious object that has attracted attention. The characters find a bloody fox lying on the ground, looking exhausted. Smiling happily, the blue-haired guy announces that the search target has been found. The blue-haired boy tells the fox with relief that he has caused everyone to worry while the rest of the team watches. The young man reports that the task is completed and prepares the team for return. The hero asks to wait a little, delaying the others before leaving. The hero examines the strange glowing crystals with the small creature, noticing something inside. One of the team members offers to examine the find and begins to study the crystal. The group discusses how the discovered ore does not match any known elements and is clearly unfamiliar to scientists. The hero watches in bewilderment as several members of the team leave, leaving him to deal with the find. A man with gray hair explains that rare ores can be of benefit to miners if used correctly. He adds that the likelihood of finding valuable ores is very low, comparing it to searching for gold in sand. The hero listens as another participant advises him to simply report back upon his return, as the government will take care of the ores. The boy notices that the small skeleton is extremely fascinated by the ore, suggesting that it might be unusual. The heroine hands the hero her business card and shows a desire to continue communication. The girl, smiling, invites the hero to visit the university and mentions that she wants to introduce him to the rector. The protagonist, holding a business card, thanks for the invitation, thinking to himself about his past experience at the university. The guy apologizes for the rush, notes that he is interested in something else, and promises to discuss everything later. The heroine reflects with disappointment that she should have been more straightforward and immediately offered him the job of teacher. In the morning, the hero yawns and lazily wakes up, preparing for a new day. A girl in a yellow jacket catches the hero off guard early in the morning, making fun of his lack of sleep. The hero, turning his back to the girl, answers her with a question, suspecting that she also did not sleep enough. The girl demonstratively declares that she is not like him, calling him a loser brother, and mentions her morning workouts. The hero, walking down the stairs, raises his finger up, says that he is proud of her, and calls her a good girl. The girl angrily stomps on the floor, declaring that she does not need his pride and showing her character. The hero encounters a mysterious system, asking what it is, seeing a strange symbol with an eye. The voice of the system tells of the power of the Golden Raven, which destroyed most of the primeval universe. The surprised hero looks at the hologram, shocked by the power it speaks of. The system reports the inevitability of the hero's transformation into a golden raven demon who must rule the celestial empire. The hero looks at his hand with concern, wondering if he will become a monster, and notices that it looks like the story of a villain. The hero asks a rhetorical question about the possibility of a normal life, realizing the surrounding realities. The fight scene suggests that the weak in this world live without respect and can only survive by changing. The young man, with a frightening smile, agrees to play by the rules of the world around him, accepting its challenges. The hero controls the workers who deliver boxes of materials, indicating where to place them. He notes the convenience of delivery from the Federal Tunnel storage facility and successfully scans the cargo. The young man explains how he earned merit along the way and activates the water armor of the new defense system. The materials for the first level of the Golden Crow's demonic body have already been collected, which the hero finds effective. He reflects that creating a demonic body will give him access to dangerous territories and new opportunities. The young man takes the ore with a thoughtful look, thinking about its meaning and what to do next. The hero asks the system if it is possible to put the found crystal into the inventory, while continuing to study the obtained resources. The hero examines the crystal and learns from the system that upgrading the slot requires payment in the form of energy points. The young man offers the system to transform the ore into sections for the celestial animals, promising to provide the materials. He confidently notes that all these efforts are aimed at cultivating heavenly beasts. The hero ponders the possibility of an upgrade, rejoicing in the freedom of action despite the side effects. On the hologram, the system displays a list of necessary materials that the hero can obtain from the storage. The young man notices a lack of energy points and decides to temporarily close the shop to focus on cultivation. A girl with long red hair receives a message from the hero and is surprised that he called her. An image of the heroine appears on the hologram, and the young man asks if she is satisfied with the power of the Thunder Mouse. The girl enthusiastically replies that she is very pleased, but does not know how to express her gratitude. The heroine happily agrees to help the hero, considering this an opportunity to become closer to him. A guy tells a girl that he wants to record a short video with her, which makes her feel embarrassed. The girl, blushing, begins to wonder why he intends to film this video, imagining different scenes. The hero explains that if the girl agrees, she will be able to become famous, but otherwise he will find someone else. Having realized the proposal, the girl agrees and says that she understands his intentions. The girl comes to the hero's store dressed in an elegant dress and says that she has arrived. The guy, confused, notices that she is dressed especially nicely today, while the girl reminds him about the video. The hero, without changing the plan, asks the girl to summon the Thunder Mouse, saying that it will not interfere with the filming. The girl is surprised to hear about the task of summoning a Thunder Mouse, asking the question with bewilderment. Together with the summoned Thunder Mouse, the heroine begins to resent the fact that this must end in trouble for the hero. The guy, remaining calm, explains that he plans to make a video where the mouse produces the effect of a thunderstorm and a clap of thunder. The girl asks with disbelief and surprise whether her efforts are really required only for such a simple task. The hero explains that he wants to record a video showing the fruits of his efforts and asks if she forgot anything important. The girl happily replies that she took everything with her and shows the Thunder Mouse. Turning enthusiastically to the young man, she informs him that despite the end of the competition, there is still a final test ahead. The heroine explains that she is about to fight the champion Ye Hao, inviting the young man to go on stage with her for advertising. The young man asks in surprise who champion Ye Hao is, not understanding why he was chosen for the fight. She explains that Ye Hao possesses a 9th stage beast and that she never expected to get this far in the competition. The hero, intrigued by the power of the 9th level beast, reflects that the university has found a worthy opponent for the Thunder Mouse. The panorama of Fengshan University highlights the importance of the site for upcoming events. A young man and a heroine are walking down the street, discussing the popularity of Thunder Mice among the locals. The girl mentions that the Thunder Mouse has become the star of the competition and asks the hero if they will start distributing leaflets. The hero rejects the idea of distributing leaflets, believing that many students simply follow trends without developing their true potential. He confidently declares that they will be scared off by the high prices, to which the girl points out that he did not even accept the money he had lent her earlier. The couple finds themselves among a group of students discussing which of them will become a passer or make it onto the best teams. A student nicknamed God Ye, who possessed obvious strength, earned the admiration of those around him, earning places in the top teams almost effortlessly. God E addresses the girl, saying that he was looking for her, which makes her surprised, assuming that something happened. He thanks the heroine for the upcoming match, mentioning that his beast, the Silver Dragon, has reached stage 7. The girl congratulates him on his success, and the hero thinks to himself that this guy is the one who can challenge the Thundermouse. God E warns the heroine that he is suggesting that she not use Thundermouse in their match, which leaves her confused. He explains that his beast has recently reached stage 7, but has not yet fully mastered its powers, making the match unfair. The heroine reflects that it would be a shame if the Thundermouse lost, choking on its own blood. The guy notes that watching the phoenix fall in the finale will be much more interesting. The blonde man bids farewell to the spectators with a self-confident smile, declaring that he will see his opponents at the decisive match. The young man warns the blonde, reminding him that even the king of beasts won't scare a Thundermouse, much less an immature silver dragon. The champion turns in bewilderment to the source of the impudent voice, asking who dared to do so. The heroine introduces the hero as a person who is half owner of the Thundermouse and helped her in training. The girl explains to her partner that the blonde Ye Hao is the university's annual champion and the main sponsor of his pets. The hero shakes his opponent's hand with a smile and jokingly says that it is a great honor for him to meet him. Ye Hao believes that a new master has appeared behind the scenes and offers the hero a job, promising any amount for raising the beasts. The guy cheerfully replies that he is too busy running a successful store, but will make an exception for such a sincere request. The young man confidently announces his services, setting the price at 500,000, and with a sly smile clarifies that this is the minimum cost. The blonde is confused, seriously wondering how justified such high prices are. The hero sarcastically expresses surprise, hinting that a true lover of his heavenly beasts should not skimp on their development. The blonde finally gathers his courage and declares that money is not a problem if the hero really has the strength to fulfill his promise. The guy takes on the challenge with a confident air, thinking that he has encountered the right audience for his skills. In the battle arena, the blue beast fights with a show of power, but is suddenly faced with a strong counterattack. In another battle, spectators watch as dark green energy engulfs a girl and her pet, empowering them before attacking. A huge dark flame erupts in the arena, and the commentators declare Su Lingyu the winner for her impressive move. A girl from the audience admiringly discusses her tactics, and a young man thoughtfully notes her professional skills. Despite the praise, the hero notes that there are shortcomings in Su Lingyu's actions that could become decisive in the future. The commentator discusses how there are too many strong competitors in the current season, and some of the animals seem ordinary. Another observer confidently states that the champion will be a rare dragon beast with a 9th stage bloodline. The third expert notes that the girl could have become a star if she had had a more experienced mentor. The hero and heroine discuss how success in competitions often depends on luck as the start of the final match is announced. The second-place winner is introduced into the arena with her Thundermouse, showing confidence ahead of the final. Ye Hao appears accompanied by a huge blue dragon, confirming his status as the annual champion. The girl in the yellow suit in the audience cannot believe that the hero is also participating in the events. The young man gently strokes the Thundermouse, reminding him of the time when they fought together. Thundermouse suddenly retreats, surprising the heroine, who does not understand her reaction. The audience discusses that the Thundermouse was clearly frightened, suggesting that the silver dragon was the cause. The blonde arrogantly advises the heroine to follow his instructions so as not to make a fool of herself. The girl calls upon the fallen phoenix, casting a powerful spell to attack. The commentator delightedly notes that the heroine suddenly launched an attack to demonstrate her skill. Ye Hao orders his silver dragon to have fun with the heroine, showing confidence in victory. The enemy dragon uses its 8th stage ability, impressing the audience with its power. The heroine commands the fallen phoenix to repeat the attack, encouraging him not to give up. The blonde smugly marvels at her opponent's endurance, declaring that now she will see the real difference in their abilities. The silver dragon struggles to hold on to the phoenix's rays, in a battle between confidence and underestimation. Despite all the phoenix's efforts, It is unable to inflict significant damage on the dragon. The power of the ninth stage bloodline proves too great. The spectators are shocked, discussing that the power of the beams belongs to the 8th stage, but to the dragon it seems like a simple attack. The observer notes that despite using an 8th tier ability, the fallen phoenix itself is only a 5th tier beast, inferior to the silver dragon. Yehao commands his dragon to show its true power, clearly enjoying the dominant position. The silver dragon uses fire, ice, and wind simultaneously, causing the public to admire his skill. The girl inspires her fallen phoenix to not retreat, increasing its speed against the enemy's whirlwinds. Under the powerful onslaught of attacks, the heroine is forced to go into deep defense, defending herself from the devastating scope. The fallen phoenix makes a mistake that immediately causes damage, weakening its position in battle. The fire beast is knocked down by a powerful blow from the silver dragon, demonstrating the champion's clear superiority. The heroine worries about total defeat and wonders if the Thunder Mouse will be able to change the outcome of the battle. Yehao addresses the heroine with obvious disdain, mocking the strength of her pets and doubting their value. The final scene shows Yehao's menace, his killing intent illuminating the arena, heightening the tension. The heroine is surprised to notice that the Thunder Mouse's aura has changed and become more threatening. The hero confidently orders the Thunder Mouse to attack, motivating it to take decisive action. The mouse rushes into battle, using the Undead Claw ability and dealing a powerful blow to the silver dragon. Commentators marvel at how the mouse was able to penetrate the dragon's armor despite its 9th stage lineage. Yehao activates the 4th stage power boost, emphasizing that such power makes victory meaningful. The silver dragon attacks with a frosty stomp, freezing the ground and restricting the movement of enemies. Thundermouse finds himself cornered, apparently on the verge of defeat. The hero points out the dragon's weakness, inspiring the mouse to use the combination attack he taught it. Mouse uses the 10 Thunder Curves technique, causing a series of powerful electrical shocks. Thundermouse uses multiple residual split, creating copies of lightning to attack the dragon and break through the defense. Yehao notices 3 Thunder Mice and tries to determine which one is real. One of the mice launches a swift attack, using thunder armor to defend itself, ignoring the enemy's efforts. Yehao is confused when he discovers that the attacking mouse may be a clone and doubts his strategy. The hero reveals that all the mice were a distraction to lull Yehao's attention. The real Thunder Mouse suddenly appears on the back of the silver snake-tailed dragon, dealing a critical hit. The mouse attacks the enemy's weak spot, the mouth, the only unprotected part of the dragon's body. The spectators are amazed by the mouse's incredible strength, which surpasses the 7th stage beast Yehao. Yehao begins to doubt his status as champion if he has to admit defeat. Yehao's anger and despair intensify as his dragon takes another powerful blow to its most vulnerable spot. The Thunder Mouse's final attack destroys the dragon's armor, confirming its absolute superiority in the battle. The silver dragon strains for a powerful attack against the heroine, who is unable to dodge due to the frozen ground. The hero looks at what is happening with condemnation and notices that the actions against the dragon seem unfair. Thundermouse deals a powerful blow with a thunderclap, wounding the dragon and creating a huge wave of energy. The silver dragon falls into the arena, and the commentators are stunned by the announcement of the Thundermouse's victory. Spectators are shocked to hear the silver dragon's unexpected and humiliating defeat in battle. Yehao was at a loss, wondering whether the Thundermouse was hiding its abilities or whether it was the hero's doing. The commentator is delighted that the hero with the Mouse King has destroyed the status of the annual champion. The hero jokingly asks his opponent whether he will pay for the service in cash or by bank transfer. Yehao, flushed with embarrassment, agreed to pay later, but asked if his dragon could reach the strength of a Thunder Mouse. As he leaves, the hero confidently replies that anything is possible, but only he decides whose turn it will be next. The purple-haired boy notices that the young man who commanded the Thunder Mouse is clearly not as simple as he seems. The girl confirms that he controlled the fight the entire time, despite the enemy's icy attacks, regretfully noting that there is no room for new members on her team. Vice Principal Du asks his colleague what class this amazing student is in, and is told that information about him is scarce. The teacher with the gray mustache reflects with disappointment that none of the mentors have reported on such a gifted student. On the door of the vice rector's office, there is a sign marking the importance of the upcoming meeting. The girl explains to the hero that they have been invited to a special reception, and the mentor really wants to introduce them to an important person. The young man slowly jokes about the importance of the meeting, pouring himself some tea, despite his friend's attempts to encourage him to behave more seriously. The commander of the White Crane enters the office with high-ranking officials, beginning to discuss the potential of the young man. The hero, sipping tea, arouses the guest's interest in his amazing success, while the heroine, in a panic, tries to calm him down. A dangerous tension hangs in the air as the commander delivers his praise, accompanied by the presence of the Shadow and Iron Hand squad leaders. The vice-rector asks whether the young man is a second-year student and who his mentor is. The secretary clarifies that the young man is not a university student at all, leaving the vice-rector puzzled. Despite this, the vice-rector offers the hero to study for free and promises him a high-ranking beast upon completion of his studies. The heroine is shocked by the generous offer and cannot understand why the hero receives such privileges. The guy, showing no interest, refuses, which greatly surprises the vice-rector and those around him. The vice-rector tries to persuade him, offering additional conditions and a monthly stipend. The secretary reminds the vice-rector that the young man is the one who killed the 8th-level Bonebreaker and saved the influential members of the Tunnelers. The vice-rector, shocked by what he heard, realizes that the hero has unique abilities and is right in front of him. The vice-rector's companions discuss the hero's origins, admitting that he may belong to one of the great families. The vice-rector's team concludes that the hero's power is so unique that its origin remains a mystery. The girl indignantly explains to the guy that because of his rude tone, they could lose an important opportunity. A man with short purple hair invites the hero to join their squad, promising double benefits. The girl is surprised and worried that even she is signed to a less prestigious team without any benefits. The guy declares that he would rather study than join the proposed squad, causing indignation in his interlocutor. An unknown young man invites the hero to join their organization, promising impressive bonuses and special opportunities. The girl enthusiastically agrees to the proposal, but the guy reminds her of real responsibilities and life beyond these promises. A woman in a formal business suit approaches the hero with an offer to become a university teacher. The boy and girl are stunned by the unexpected proposal, not understanding why their candidacy might be suitable. The girl explains the conditions for obtaining the position, emphasizing the difficulties and high competition. The woman in the suit convinces the hero that the obligations will be minimal and the benefits of the job will provide comfort and resources. The guy asks with surprise whether they will be able to provide him with all the necessary resources for training. The hero agrees to the offer, realizing that a teacher's license will give him significant advantages. The young man is surprised to find mountains of books and materials in front of him. The woman explains to the young man that in order to obtain a teaching position, he must pass a series of difficult tests. A man with a mustache convinces the hero of his suitability for teaching, citing his military achievements. The guy suspects that his skills are being deliberately tested and asks for details of the test. The leader brings the hero to the testing room, where he must defeat the robot. The hero is told that the main objective of the test will be to hold out against the robot for 1 minute. The huge robot activates, its red eyes flashing menacingly. The young man prepares to accept the challenge and fight to pass the test. The man with the mustache confirms that the robot is of a high level, hinting at the difficulty of the test. The guy is determined to get into battle to test his abilities. The young man uses his technique to fight the automated enemy, but the intense battle continues. The observer notices that the hero's star shield is weak and evaluates his initial reaction. The hero realizes that he is suspended in the air, and this may prevent him from avoiding the next attack. The man states that the test ended faster than expected, noting that the outcome was not the most successful. The girl anxiously shouts at the hero to be careful when she sees an approaching threat. She demands that the man with the mustache stop the test immediately, but he believes that the hero has not yet shown his full strength. The observer explains that the attacks are gradually intensifying and promises to intervene if the hero begins to suffer greatly. The young man uses his last strength to hold back the blows. The water armor begins to crack, and the living vines wrap themselves around his body ever more tightly. The woman, looking worried, shouts that more than 4 seconds have passed and demands that the test be stopped. She is indignant that 10 seconds have already passed and the dangerous storm has not yet been stopped, pointing out its high complexity. The boy is held by green vines and appears motionless, surrounded by fire, causing concern among the onlookers. Viewers assume that the hero has lost consciousness, but the situation remains tense. There is a flash of incredible power, and his body begins to glow as if new energy is being born. The young man displays unprecedented strength as he fights his way through destructive vines and waves of fire. The teachers are amazed to realize that the young man not only survived the attack, but also responded with a furious counterattack. The hero stands before the defeated robot, clearly proving that he has surpassed even the most cruel expectations. The guy's eyes are burning with fire, and he is surprised to think about the new feeling that is filling his body. The hero looks at his hand with sparks of energy, surprised that this is only the beginning of his awakening power. A guy stands in front of a fallen robot, which used all its power in the fight with the last of its strength. The robot announces the completion of the test, analyzing the hero's abilities and recording their levels. A young man, surrounded by broken equipment, asks the examiners if this is enough proof. The man with the mustache praises the young man, claiming that he is more than suitable for the role of senior mentor. The hero reflects that if it weren't for his special body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Baze's power. The examiner, noticing the displeased expression on the young man's face, assumes that he was upset by his torn clothes. The hero, having finished the conversation, calmly leaves, noting to himself the successful outcome of the tests. The examiners discuss the test results, marveling at the disparity between the hero's fighting prowess and his star power. One observer suggests that the young man is using secret training, having only recently begun to train. A man with a mustache instructs his assistant to find out more about the hero's past, claiming that a true master stands behind him. The guy is outraged that he is being held up by unnecessary matters and asks to find rich students instead. Returning home, the young man is faced with the surprised gaze of the girl, who is perplexed why he is naked. His family notices the changes in his body with interest, discussing his new physical form. The boy angrily runs away from his family's comments, and his mother reminds him of the past. The young man stands in front of the door, thinking that his water armor is damaged and needs to be repaired. The girl bursts into the room, surprised by his unusual strength and asking a direct question about his star power. The hero calmly confirms that he has star power, causing shock to the guest. The girl shyly accuses the young man of indecency, demanding that he get dressed. The guy teases the girl, suggesting that she get to know him better for the future. The young man makes a mocking gesture, frightening the girl, heightening her embarrassment and forcing her to react with a scream. The girl independently declares her own achievement of the 4th stage of development and drives the guy away. The young man confidently provokes her to strike again, assuring her that he is now completely different. After the unexpected attack, the guy comes to his senses, wondering why his defense at the 8th stage didn't work. During dinner, the hero is asked questions about his awakened stellar power and celestial animal, and he replies that the result is not yet sufficient. The girl reproachfully suggests replacing the low-ranking pet with a more suitable one, but the guy explains that his choice is justified. The heroine is outraged by the high cost of pet care, pointing out the difficulties of maintaining it in its current state. Her companion asks if the guy has enough money to pay for utilities and advises him not to take out small loans. The guy shows off his wallet, revealing that he has earned $500,000, which shocks those present. His relatives ask suspiciously where he got such a sum of money, hinting at the possibility of illegal activity. The young man explains that he made money thanks to the store's popularity and cannot reveal all the details for fear of revealing the secret of his success. The woman notices that her older brother has finally achieved success and advises the girl to learn from him. The guy, with a slight grin, promises to take care of his sister, hinting at her unfriendly behavior. The next day, a customer comes into the young man's shop, seriously determined to find out about his abilities. The client asks if the hero is really the one who raised the thunder mouse that became famous in Fengshan. The guy, realizing the popularity of his store, with a welcoming smile asks the purpose of her visit. The girl explains that she has 4 pets that she wants to make stronger than Thunder Mouse. The young man, remaining polite, informs that special enhancements were a limited service and that only standard methods are currently available. The woman, disappointed, clarifies the effect of the usual enhancements, noting that they look less impressive. The guy explains that standard changes work less effectively, but still improve pets' stats for a fee. The woman reflects on the fact that the store is most likely using Thunder Mouse's name to attract customers and wonders if the place is trustworthy. The client, not convinced of the value of the services, is about to leave, but the guy calls her to come back. The hero considers the secret skills and the great panacea to be worthy rewards, but wonders if the clients can afford such expenses. He explains to the girl that their unique service may seem too expensive for most people. The visitor clarifies the amount, reminding her that she doesn't have much money and is trying to figure out whether her savings will be enough. The guy announces the price of the service with a smile. 1 million, causing her obvious embarrassment. The client is outraged by this amount and suspects that the store may be a scam, but wants to make sure. The young man confidently declares that they are not running away from responsibility, offering to check his reputation on the Fengshan University website. The girl activates the system, discovering that he is a high-ranking university martial arts teacher. Upon learning of the hero's status, the client is shocked that he hid such important information. The guy, with a sly smile, hints at who will now be the loser, calling the client a senior student. The girl, embarrassed, apologizes to teacher Sue for her rudeness and underestimation of his status. The hero confidently says that in the store he should be called the owner or boss, pointing out his advantage thanks to his teacher's license. The visitor agrees to the terms but admits that she has a limited amount of money. She introduces her pet, a pig, hoping for help in strengthening it. The hero is shocked that the girl transferred 1 million so easily, because earlier she complained about a lack of money. The confused customer notes the shop owner's displeased expression, apologizes, and promises a generous gift once the process is completed. The young man thinks about such a rich sheep with a sarcastic smile, deciding that it is too late to show his politeness. The hero reassures the client that he treats everyone equally and will begin the cultivation process immediately. The girl is amazed by his generosity and the speed with which he completes complex cultivation, considering him a true teacher. The grateful client humbly expresses her gratitude to teacher Sue for the work done and the attention to her request. Su Ping is wondering where he should spend 10,000 energy points, upgrading the store or the chaos spirit pool. The boy evaluates the difficulty of using the cultivation zone by comparing it to the Thunder Realm and understands that he will need a lot of energy to make significant progress. The young man discovers that the second level of his shop allows him to unlock the Shadow Clone skill. The hero is delighted with the Shadow Clone skill, imagining how it can be used to continuously cultivate pets and quickly recoup the costs. A group of new customers discuss the location of Sue's shop and decide to go inside. Sue notices a noise outside the store and notices a crowd of people gathered in front of the entrance. Realizing that all these people came to him, the guy feels genuine joy from such an influx of clients. Customers enthusiastically ask the boss if he can strengthen their celestial beasts and improve their stats. Sue confidently declares that he will accept all clients, guaranteeing the successful fulfillment of their requests. Using the Shadow Clone skill, the young man creates his first clone, spending 200 energy points. Su Ping looks at his Shadow Clone with doubt, as it looks strange and seems to be a mistake. The hero reflects on the place where the elements merge, where the strong attributes of the environment contribute to the more successful development of fire beasts. The group of pets, along with Su, come out to a lava landscape where the fire element reaches temperatures of 2,000 degrees. The guy calls his pets to follow him, confidently directing them to a new training location. Su is surprised that even in the hot environment, his defense works flawlessly, as during the battle with Baze. Recalling the previous battle, the young man realizes that activating the Golden Crow form protected him from the deadly heat. He begins to analyze the connection between his appearance and the nature of fire, reflecting on potential and new possibilities. The hero decides to test the fire element, confident in his ability to return to life after failure. The fiery streams begin to obediently obey Su, which confirms the unique talent of the Golden Crow. However, his imperfect clone continues to irritate him, despite all attempts to get results from him. Su decides not to waste time and starts cultivating his pets, preparing for difficult training. He encounters a system that offers to immediately resurrect pets, questioning their fire qualities. The guy, grinning slightly, notes that his pets lasted longer than he expected and decides to continue. The store's customers rejoice at their success, praising Su for helping them master complex skills in a short time. Inspired, new visitors demand product from the boss, ordering food and sections for their pets. Su explains to the crowd that he will serve everyone in turn, maintaining calm and discipline. Looking around the occupied sections, the young man realizes that the energy will pay off faster than he initially expected. The hero wonders if it's worth investing in a high-level cultivation zone for his pet. The young man makes a decision by asking the system to improve the Chaos Spirit pool. With a strong determination, Su activates the enhancement process, anticipating new opportunities for his pets to grow. Su notes that using the Chaos Pool costs thousands of dollars, wondering if the investment would be worth it. The guy makes a request in the system, hoping to get a 6th-level pet, indicating that he does not expect anything more. Visitors on the street begin to notice strange changes in the weather, wondering what is happening. A bright burst of energy illuminates the shop, calling the shadow serpent to cultivation. Sue is shocked to discover that the summoned beast is the light serpent of purgatory, a wielder of powerful abilities. The hero is delighted to realize that the case was a success, since the pet of the ninth stage was worth all the costs. Sue notes the greatness of the new serpent, emphasizing its strength and the severity characteristic of dragons. The man copes with a pet with a difficult character, noting his determination and willingness to go all the way. While talking to the snake, Sue offers to make a contract while remaining calm and confident. A reminder of an upcoming lecture leads the hero to the idea of returning to his teaching duties. Fengshan University prepares for a lecture, and the director of the combat department notes a lack of discipline and time. A woman in a formal suit explains that Su Ping might be lost as he is new to the place. The director expresses his dissatisfaction with the lack of order, reminding that the decision to recommend Su was controversial. The woman is worried about Su's tardiness and offers to take responsibility if he fails. At this moment, Su Ping appears, and the director looks at the newcomer with interest, introducing him as a stranger. Su jokes with a slight smile about his arrival on a dragon, hinting at a successful entry into the university environment. The students are excitedly discussing the appearance of a new master in the combat department, speculating about his origins. The blue-haired girl notices that his profile on the website looks empty, suggesting that Su got the job through connections. The student interrupts the gossip, condemning it and urging them to focus on training. A group of students laugh at the naivety of dreaming of becoming a high-ranking teacher, considering such aspirations absurd. Silence is declared in the large lecture hall before the start of the class, in preparation for a presentation to the students. A woman with long dark hair introduces the topic of the lesson and mentions that Su Ping will be assisting with it. The students are surprised to learn that Su Ping, their peer, is taking over as a teacher. A discussion ensues about his skills and strength, with speculation about whether he is truly worthy of the position. A girl among the students is shocked by Su's appearance, not believing in his participation as a teacher in the class. Her classmates, with a slight chuckle, remind her that she recently urged them to focus on training and not on rumors. One of the students asks Su a question regarding rumors that he defeated a dangerous beast called Bone Crusher. Other students discuss the scary legends about Bone Crusher, trying to figure out how true they are. Su Ping confirms with a smile that she will reveal the details later, switching to the main topics of the lesson. The director, observing the lesson, jokes that Su has only been a teacher for a day, but he already acts confident and important. The students begin to cheer Su Ping on, demanding that he demonstrate his skills to prove his qualifications. The blonde-haired boy remarks that he couldn't understand Su's strength before, and now he's even more curious to find out what he's capable of. The girl in the yellow uniform is puzzled as to how Su, whom she considers weak, is connected to dangerous monsters like Bone Crusher. The director, dissatisfied with the noise in the hall, scolds the teacher in a formal suit for his unconvincing arguments about Su, demanding more specifics. Having recovered from the remark, she apologizes to the director for her rudeness. The director accuses Su of needing to prove his strength to avoid rumors of possible patronage. The guy activates his abilities, demonstrating a flow of energy, and hints that he personally paid a high price for these powers. The students are surprised to see the little skeleton on display, finding him cute but not impressive enough. The director reassures Su, ensuring that he takes responsibility for the experimental demonstrations. Su instructs his skeletal pet to do no harm, beginning his demonstration on a calm but confident note. The blue-haired girl, covering her face with her hands, is perplexed as to why Su decided to demonstrate the weakest demon-type beast. The little skeleton suddenly unleashes a powerful attack, shocking the students and earning him a new nickname, the Skeleton King. The blonde-haired student, amazed by the demonstration, realizes that his own pet is no match for its strength. The yellow-jacket student is stunned that a first-stage skeleton has such power and Su has just awakened. Su, with a slight smile, asks the audience if they were impressed and suggests another demonstration. The director notes that the classroom is made of super-strong materials capable of withstanding the 8th stage, but the skeleton pierced it with one blow. Su invites those who don't believe in his abilities to come forward, adding that they can sign a contract with him. The hero notices that the students have lowered their heads and are silent, and suggests moving on to the lesson. The lecture continues in complete silence, and Su asks the students to turn to page 45 of their textbook to study the material. After the class, Students remark that it was the quietest lesson in their lives, where even the sound of hair falling could be heard. One of the students sitting at his desk looks tense because no one took notes on the class materials. The student's attention is completely focused on the deep crack left in the lecture hall by the little skeleton. Su Ping notes with displeasure that he was given a ride by the vice-rector, jokingly calling it an honor. The vice-rector happily comments on rumors that Su has instilled discipline in students, who now dare not break the rules. Su ponders thoughtfully what the vice-rector means by his friendly attitude and watches him with distrust. Suddenly, a man in a white lab coat appears and tells Su with a smile that he hasn't seen him for a long time. Inside the store, Su, the vice principal, and the new man discuss the lack of customers, creating a mysterious atmosphere. It was revealed that the man asked people to leave the street to discuss something important and secret with Su, promising to compensate for the losses. Su, smiling, provokes the vice principal, who, in turn, declares that he has his own business with the teacher. A man in a white coat seriously announces that the Global Elite Tournament will soon take place, hinting at something important. The audience learns that the Elite Tournament is held every 3 years, and participants can win not only generous prizes, but also the guidance of a legendary master of war beasts. The throne room depicts the legendary master, before whom young contenders for the champion title bow. Past tournament champions, now legendary fighters, defend the entire continent from threats and inspire the admiration of thousands. The vice principal tries to lure Su into participating in the tournament by promising him a paid year's leave and the rewards he has received. Su Ping categorically refuses, explaining that he has too much to do running the store. As Su considers the offer, he suspects that participating in the tournament could bring unwanted fame and additional problems. The man in the white coat says he would like to suggest that Su explore the secret kingdom, but he understands that this idea is second in importance to the tournament. Su and the vice principal ask the man in surprise about the secret kingdom, assuming that it is one of the 3 unique kingdoms of Asia. The man explains that information about the secret kingdoms is known only to experienced high-ranking fighters, which commands respect for the vice-rector's experience. Set against a vast landscape filled with gigantic creatures and ore deposits, the mysterious Dragon Ledge Mountain, associated with the secret realm, is mentioned. A young man in a white coat talks about ancient civilizations and priceless artifacts that could change our understanding of the laws of the universe. The dark-clad hero exclaims in surprise, realizing the scale of the information presented to him. The wise old man explains that the secret kingdom is protected from humans and filled with dangerous heavenly beasts. A young scientist shares that he was given the opportunity to explore the outer zone. The protagonist, although not interested in the Elite League, is considering participating in its mission. The boy reflects on the system's influence and doubts whether the animals will be able to withstand its power, pondering a solution. A crowd of shopgoers begs the owner to let them inside, while the hero himself says that the shop is closing. The young shop owner apologizes to his customers, offering to return early tomorrow. Disappointed customers decide to wait until the opening, agreeing to spend the night nearby. The hero admits that he is not used to such excitement and complains about the lack of time for training. The protagonist commands the system to open a list of zones for cultivation. The system activates holographic panels, and the young man asks to find an area called the Dragon Ledge. The system reports that no results were found for the request, and the hero adjusts the search. The hero discovers the remains, concludes that it is a coincidence, and orders the system to describe the features of the zone. The young man analyzes the cost of access and asks himself about its high level. Near the mysterious door, he expresses dissatisfaction that the find may not be significant enough. The hero notices a dog whose cultivation period has long expired and thinks about its owner. The guy suggests that the pet's owner may have already died. The hero agrees to cooperate with the dog, establishing a magical connection. A powerful voice asks the hero if he is ready to face the test of his legacy, revealing a group of creatures nearby. The hero resolutely accepts the challenge and agrees to test his legacy. According to legend, the 9 floors of the dragon column symbolize the 9 poles of the universe. The guy wonders how to pass the preliminary test and what awaits him next. I remember the moment when the dragon's flesh and blood were transformed into the basis for the creation of the continent. Due to the pollution of the earth, monsters appeared, which led to chaos. The young man understands that in order to restore the king's spirit, he must get rid of all the monsters. On the 9th floor, the heroes face a final test with extremely high requirements. The boy understands that the complexity of the tasks testifies to the importance and value of the legacy. The group reaches the Golden Gate, but the hero notices that there is another obstacle ahead. Having penetrated the doors, the company is faced with darkness and is perplexed why there is no light inside. The hero is stunned by the intense pressure that suddenly falls upon him in the darkness. Hearing the roar, the boy anxiously recognizes the sounds made by the moondog. He wonders how this is possible if the animal was previously standing behind him. The young man becomes alert, hearing sounds from everywhere, and begins to suspect the presence of ghosts. The boy recalls colliding with a wall in the dark while trying to figure out what was happening. The special structure of the wall, according to the hero, causes sound distortion, confusing him. On the ground floor, he is greeted by an imposing statue that demands he learn to show reverence. A giant knight with a gleaming sword appears from the darkness, ready to attack. The hero realizes that the statue guarding the gate has come to life and reveals its deadly intentions. The knight's sudden blow wounds the boy, forcing him to curse the situation. The hero blames himself for his slowness and realizes that a concentration of stellar power could have saved him from the blow. He orders his little skeleton not to interfere, believing that he can handle it on his own. The young man concludes that showing reverence means avoiding eye contact with the dragon. After quickly completing the test, he heads forward with his group of creatures. The hero notices that his senses, as a master of combat beasts, are much sharper than those of ordinary people. The inner perception is subject to pressure from the being that creates threats around. Understanding the rules of the first floor, the guy focuses on controlling perception against pressure. He considers passing the first level an easy task and continues moving forward. Suddenly, a deadly aura appears in front of him, causing alarm. The hero notices a flaw in this aura, realizing that it does not come from a living being. The hero successfully completes the first floor test and is instructed to proceed to the second level. He notes with a smile that he reached the 8th floor without much effort. But for others, this might be a problem. The boy reflects on the fact that even having mastered powerful abilities, his skeleton is too weak in front of the 9th floor guard. The girl, watching from the side, decides to expose the hero, considering him a weakling, incapable of being an influential master. During the journey, the protagonist raises questions among his acquaintances, arriving at the place earlier than usual. A group of customers joyfully greet the shop owner and approach him with requests. A girl standing aside is surprised at how much those around her trust the hero, seeing him as a savior. The guy orders everyone to line up, emphasizing the importance of maintaining order. A new character easily tries to cut in line, causing outrage among those waiting. Everyone unexpectedly receives the newcomer with respect, realizing that he is an influential person. The crowd is astonished to see Ye Hao's arrival, causing a loud response from those present. The girl in the hat looks at the situation suspiciously, wondering why such an influential person is here. The protagonist asks Ye Hao, perplexed, about the reason for his unexpected visit. Ye Hao, by summoning the silver dragon, reminds of its strength and majesty. The appearance of the dragon causes panic in the crowd, and people retreat in terror under the strong wind. The giant dragon looms menacingly, causing those around it to fear its destructive power. The girl was worried, assuming that Ye Hao had decided to put on an illustration of his ruthless strength. Ye Hao, with a smug smile, discusses the majestic nature of the dragon and its capabilities. The protagonist stands to the side with restraint, wondering why Ye Hao arrived now. The guy is discussing with the system the possibility of unlocking a function to improve rare celestial beasts. The hero is amazed by the scale of the territory, noticing that instead of an ordinary store, there is a real factory. People admire the 9th-level highborn beast and discuss its development possibilities. The crowd expresses doubts about the hero's abilities, suggesting that he has never raised dragon-type beasts. Ye Hao provocatively asks the hero if he can handle beasts of such high pedigree. The protagonist defiantly calls upon his pet, explaining that there was little time to improve it. The crowd is terrified by the powerful aura of the pet, who suddenly unleashes his power on them. The girl is surprised by the scent of power emanating from the pet and is perplexed as to how the hero tamed such a formidable creature. The hero's pet, the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, appears before the public for the first time, striking them with its grandeur. Ye Hao struggles to cope with the pressure, recognizing this as a manifestation of the dragon's true power. The majesty of the Lightbringer serpent is so overwhelming that even the silver dragon bows before it. Even the silver dragon, which was larger than the others, felt the superiority of the light-bringing serpent of purgatory. The hero tells Yehao that the main reason for subjugating dragons is not greatness, but bloodline. Yehao was stunned to hear that at the highest levels, it was the bloodline that played the key role. The protagonist explains that 9th-level beasts have a huge reserve of durability, which puts them in a special category. He emphasizes that the dragon race has the strictest hierarchy among the celestial beasts. The young man offers to make sure that the light-bearing serpent of purgatory is a clear proof of the highest level from birth. Yehao suddenly recognizes the hero's professionalism and feels uneasy about his unfounded confidence. With a slight mockery, the hero reassures Yehao, promising that his time will definitely come. The hero internally scoffs, thinking that Yehao is too naive for the current situation. The girl, pondering what she saw, is amazed by the list of rare high-level beasts and the hero's abilities. The girl is surprised to realize that her older brother is truly incredibly competent and deserving of admiration. Clients with pets line up and ask Master Su to help them cultivate their pets again. The protagonist jokingly addresses the already familiar animals, reminding them of payment for their services, while they look at him in amazement. In the evening, the hero checks his account, seeing that all received funds have been automatically converted into energy points. He begins to consider the need to expand the store to 3,000 square meters, realizing the high cost of the project. The hero analyzes the pros and cons of upgrading the store, realizing that it will increase profitability but will be an expensive investment. He thinks with horror about how to earn the necessary 150 million to implement his plans. The young man considers alternative ideas, including using his pet as collateral, but dismisses this option due to the risks. Having decided to use his status as a high-ranking teacher, he comes to the conclusion that this is the most reliable method. The action moves to the base city of Longjiang, Shangcheng district, where the next stage of his journey likely begins. The guy in the room complains about the lack of demonic specialists on official websites. The hero reflects on the difficulty of finding craftsmen for rare species of animals. The young man finds himself in the upper part of the city and is surprised by the high prices. The security guard at the entrance tells the guy that outsiders are not allowed to enter. The young man is surprised at his situation, looking at something on his wrist. The guy introduces himself as Xu Kuang's guest and asks the security guard for permission to enter. The hero observes the training robot and realizes that its defense has been raised to the highest level. The combat robot activates martial arts mode, forcing the hero to use his skills. The robot fails due to significant damage, and the guard announces the arrival of a guest to Xu. Xu Kuang greets the elder joyfully, expressing his respect and joy at his arrival. The hero notices that the training ground is of impressive size and is intended for rich people. The boy warily considers the young age of the stranger in front of him. Xu Kuang initially mistakes the hero for an assistant of a famous person. Xu Kuang is stunned to find that the person standing in front of him is Longqian's first handsome man. The hero confirms his identity and offers advice based on his knowledge of demonic beasts. Xu Kuang wonders if anyone with a weaker aura can give him proper advice. Xu Kuang feels embarrassed, considering it humiliating to call the hero his elder. The hero directly asks Xu Kuang if he has tested his star power. Xu Kuang is amazed that the hero guessed that he was analyzing him. The hero confidently explains that he understood this from the expression on his interlocutor's face. The hero suggests that Xu Kuang use his star power to try and hit him. Xu Kuang decides to put maximum force into the strike to show off his full power. Xu Kuang confidently prepares for the attack, claiming that no one will regret it. Xu Kuang begins to have problems concentrating his star power, which causes him anxiety. The guy notices that the star power seems to have frozen, and he cannot use it. The hero calmly repels the attack and demonstrates his strength with a loud cry. Xu Kuang is shocked to see how the hero is able to control such a large amount of star power. Xu Kuang notices that the hero's strength is on a level no lower than his own, and attributes this to a unique phenomenon. The hero reveals his true power, surrounded by a fiery aura and impressing those around him. Xu Kuang thinks about the hero's high rank and wants to know what level he is. The hero says that the enemy does not need to know his rank, but offers him to try 2 more attacks. The opponent, ready to continue, calls on the elder to give him instructions. A guy analyzes a threat while facing a swamp robot and a 6th stage soul eater. The miasma emanating from the enemy creates difficulties in the hero's vision. The hero explains that natural conditions and sand reduce the swamp robot's actual combat power to the 5th level. The young man uses the Golden Crow form, which he had previously upgraded, to enhance his attacks. The hero demonstrates combat, increasing his power to the middle 6th stage and successfully defeating the swamp robot. The opponent expresses dissatisfaction with the defeat and explains that he had expected to use the swamp robot's abilities. The guy sarcastically remarks that his opponent's idea sounds good if the side effect can be avoided. The hero coldly warns that he intends to finally drive out the enemy. The hero remembers hearing the creature's roar many times and uses this memory to focus and strengthen himself. The guy increases his voice and makes a dragon roar, which impresses the enemy. Shu Kuang was stunned, doubting how a martial beastmaster could master a high-level dragon skill. The hero assures that he has slightly strengthened his body and critically notes the fighting skills of his interlocutor's animals. Shu Kuang is confused by the hero's comments about his animals and acknowledges his observation skills. Shu Kuang enthusiastically discusses the aesthetics of the demonic beasts and remarks that their facial expressions are extremely interesting to watch. The boy admits that raising demonic beasts is difficult, as it leads to disapproval from others. The hero points out the flaws in Shu Kuang's tactics and explains how he relies too much on the power of rare beasts. Shu Kuang sincerely asks the hero to teach him how to act in such situations. The hero hands Shu Kuang a hellbone lotus, explaining that it will improve the demonic beast's intelligence and expand their tactical arsenal. Shu Kuang is amazed by the hero's generosity and gratefully confirms his desire to accept the valuable gift. The hero sternly states that payment is required first, adding to the cost the manual and shipping costs. The young man is surprised to learn the exact price of the hellish bone lotus and realizes that the deal will bring him great profit. Shu Kuang enthusiastically agrees to the hero's proposal and prepares for new instructions. The hero gives advice on how to use the bone prison to fight flying beasts. Shu Kuang writes down recommendations on how to use the bone prison, and the hero suggests another strategy involving the mint mist. He thanks the hero for his advice before he takes off in a taxi to an unknown destination. Shu Kuang, unable to arrange any further contacts, is left confused as he watches the hero leave. Later, the hero returns home, where he is asked about the reasons for his late arrival and offered to eat the prepared dinner. At the table, the hero explains that he was busy with business, while those who greet him remark that the dinner looks festive. The hero notices that usually only the remains of food remain when he arrives, but this time was an exception. The hero's mother points out with a smile that he has only just now appreciated the taste of her food, while the guy enjoys his dinner. Later, the hero reflects on his ability to use the power of the sixth stage thanks to his enhanced golden crow body. The young man realizes that his progress has stalled and thinks that it is possible to speed up development by using the store system. The hero is shocked by the cost of the spirit control skill in the store, but understands that it can be useful. After a moment of hesitation, he buys the skill book, considering its potential. The hero successfully activates the skill and is surprised at how powerful its effect is. The boy realizes that spirit control allows him to use star power to control objects from a distance. The hero reflects on the process of compression and densification of stellar energy, which is necessary for its effective use. He concludes that this technique must be repeated until perfect to achieve maximum strength. The martial artist displays a shining star power that takes the form of multiple fists around his body. The hero explains that once the star power has completely solidified, it can be used to destroy and create objects. He adds that only 9th-level masters are able to control stellar power to condense it. The hero begins using the spirit control skill, discovering that it greatly strengthens his star power. He decides to test the limits of the system by focusing entirely on his practice. Despite his efforts, he notices that with his current level of power, he can only lift light objects from a distance. The hero ponders the need for a panacea to enhance his star power, feeling its lack. On the street, drivers watch in shock as a cyclist, boosted by star power, overtakes their car. After another experiment with the skill, the hero realizes how effective its use was. He realizes the new possibilities of using spirit control and begins planning to further enhance his abilities. Some students are discussing the presence of a famously arrogant young man nicknamed Ye Hao at the school. The group approaches and demands information from the other students about Ye Hao's whereabouts. One of the students reports that Ye Hao should personally come out and greet the guests from Jianlan University. A verbal altercation begins between the students and tension mounts. One of the guys indignantly declares that those who came can find Ye Hao themselves if they are so strong. A fight breaks out and one of the students grabs the other by the arm and threatens to teach him a lesson. The violent confrontation leads to the worried students promising to find Ye Hao. One of the students grins and reminds them that they were promised that Ye Hao would be brought to them, and insists on continuing the search. The big guy makes it clear that leaving won't end that easily, and the situation needs to be discussed. The conflict continues, and newcomers are subjected to bullying by older students as a form of practical training. One of the students defends the honor of his school, declaring that he is ready to take blows, but demands that Feng Shan not be insulted. One of the attackers ironically agrees to fulfill this interesting demand. Suddenly, the hero appears, demanding that the pursuers release the victims. The guy, with a serious expression on his face, repeats his demand and physically stops their aggression. One of the attackers is outraged that the hero dared to touch the students of Jianlan University and grins maliciously. The hero, with a smile, advises the attackers to leave the place, stating that it does not concern them. One of the opponents suspiciously asks the hero if he is also a student of Feng Shan. The attackers begin to laugh and mock the hero for his old bike and appearance. One of the opponents arrogantly declares that the guy would be better off giving up the bike and walking. The hero, surrounded by spirits of power, hints with a cold grin that it would be more appropriate for the attackers to crawl. One of the opponents is struck down, falling to the ground and angrily trying to understand what just happened. His comrades scoff, suggesting that he simply tripped on level ground. An officer from the opposing camp notices that he didn't even have time to notice the hero's movements. Another opponent accuses the hero of using force, but receives a cold response explaining the situation. The hero calmly invites the enemy to come closer, without retreating and keeping the situation under control. The enemy leader activates his power, threatening to break the hero's legs for his actions. He summons his strongest card, a massive golden-maned bear, declaring it a worthy challenge. The hero sarcastically notes that the situation is becoming troublesome, but does not yet see the need to actively intervene. Noticing that his lecture is about to begin, the hero calls on the other opponents to quickly demonstrate their trump cards. In another scene, a group of elders discuss the progress of a fifth-stage student and his terrifying dragon. Jianlan University's vice president and a senior faculty member discuss the upcoming exchange competition, calling for compassion. The other side's representative reacts with a smile, noting the opponent's good awareness. He states that it is their university's turn to show its potential and win. Vice Chancellor Jianlan responds to his university's past successes, beginning a verbal duel. The assistant reminds students to register before the start of the competition. A teacher from Jianlan assures that he will send students who were recently planning to look around. One of the students greets the vice-rector and the teacher with visible embarrassment, showing signs of beating. The outraged teacher demands an explanation of what happened, reminding them that the competition is just around the corner. Seeing the students' silence, he raises his voice, insisting on an honest answer, threatening punishment. Finally, one of the students, overwhelmed by the situation, shouts out that the attack was on them. A teacher from Jianlan reports that the conflict was caused by a student from Feng Shan. Director Jianlan, surprised by this news, wonders how such talent could have appeared in Feng Shan. Vice Rector Jianlan demands details of the incident, insisting on the accuracy of the information. One of the students apologizes and explains that they were caught off guard by a young man from Feng Shan who learned of their participation in the competition. Vice Rector Jianlan threatens students, warning that any lies will be severely punished. The frightened students confirm their friend's story, claiming that this is exactly how it happened. The Vice Rector angrily accuses Feng Shan of demonstrating poor hospitality. Principal Jianlan calmly asks the students if they know the name of their bully. One of the students describes the attacker as a short-haired guy their age with the surname Su. The hero, calmly training, receives a call from the Vice Rector and inquires about his goals. The hero calmly asks the Vice Rector about the problem that has arisen, simultaneously turning off the screen after the call. The Vice Rector reports that those beaten by the hero were the best students of Jianlan University, sent to participate in the competition. The hero indifferently replies that he was only teaching the Jianlan students a lesson, adding that he only broke one of their arms and one leg. The Vice Rector insists that Jianlan students were the first to initiate the confrontation, insisting on finding the culprits. He claims that he has already found 2 injured students, but they are unable to give testimony. The hero learns that someone deliberately silenced the victims in order to hide the true causes of the conflict. The guy with the cold gaze asks if the Vice Rector assumes that he is ready to take full responsibility. The Vice Rector assures the hero that he must not react impulsively to Jianlan and promises to sort out the situation. He advises the hero to avoid the university for the near future in order to stay safe. At the same time, discussions begin about the upcoming competitions, where they hope to destroy the myth of Jianlan's invincibility. The arena announces the entry of 5 Fengshan martial beastmasters, each the strongest in their respective annual competitions. The Fengshan participants enter the arena, encouraging each other and preparing for the upcoming battle. A representative from Jianlan University enters the arena, attracting the attention of everyone present. It turns out that only one third-year student is participating on Jianlan's side, which is puzzling. In the audience, Jianlan students discuss why the mysterious single-player strategy was chosen. Rumors begin to spread that Jianlan students were attacked by someone from Fengshan before the match. Outraged Jianlan students are demanding a rigorous investigation and an apology from Fengshan. The girl from Fengshan responds indignantly, denies the accusations, and demands proof. One of Jianlan's students accuses Fengshan of using dirty tricks to avoid fair competition. In the center of the arena, a conflict begins to brew between representatives of Jianlan and Fengshan, with each demanding an apology. One of the participants from Fengshan suggests that his opponent from Jianlan should forget about the match and just enjoy the battle. Fengshan representatives explain that they do not intend to use numbers to pressure them, considering such behavior unfair. The Jianlan disciple confidently points out that his opponents do not understand the full danger they face. The hero and his Jianlan rival exchange glances, discussing how the meaning of the battle is gradually changing. The enemy summons his beast, declaring that this is punishment for everything that happened. One of the participants from Fengshan was struck by the powerful aura emanating from the enemy beast. High-ranking spectators comment that the opponent is using a 9th-stage beast, the Dark Black Dragon. Fengshan representatives are called to seriousness and summon their strongest beasts. The enemy mocks Fengshan's strength, claiming that even the combined efforts of the 5 of them cannot defeat him. In the final moment, Fengshan is defeated in just 1 instant, highlighting the incredible difference in strength. The spectators from Fengshan are perplexed by the huge difference in strength and are surprised that even Ye Hao couldn't defeat his opponent. Jianlan's disciples gloat after Fengshan's abrupt defeat, calling for more attacks. The scene shows bloodshed in the arena, where a rival from Jianlan defeats one of Fengshan's strongest participants. One of the observers from the stands demands that the match be stopped immediately, but is told that the referee is on the opponent's side. Another observer reports that the key truth will be revealed once the witnesses wake up. Jianlan's teachers remind us that the witnesses are still unconscious and demand that their recovery be expedited. A Fengshan spokesman claims that the opponents are simply stalling for time to avoid exposure of their actions. One of Fengshan's students holds his ground despite pressure from a rival who mocks his attempts at resistance. The girl from Fengshan is surprised that her team still refuses to give up and tries to contact her brother. The hero responds to the contact, assuring his sister that he is ready to intervene in the situation. The hero observes the arena and notices that the situation has gotten out of control, assessing it as terrible. Vice Rector Jianlin notices the hero's appearance and wonders why he is here, while the Vice Rector declares that it is necessary to investigate. The hero, with a self-confident smile, explains that he came simply because he happened to be nearby and wanted to take a look. The Vice Rector, irritated by his appearance, mentions that he asked the hero not to interfere. The hero calmly replies that his sister insisted that he come, so he could not refuse. Jianlan's High Master accuses the hero of arrogance and urges him to surrender without resistance, but he calmly ignores the threats. An argument arises between the Vice Rector and the Mentor, with the Vice Rector defending Fengshan and forbidding anyone to touch him without proof. Mentor Jianlan threatens to hand over the hero to him, but the Vice Rector firmly refuses. The hero openly admits the fact that he beat up Jianlan's disciples, calling them insignificant forces, which angers the Mentor even more. The Vice Rector, warning the hero about the enemy's strength, declares that he will do everything possible to resolve the conflict peacefully. Vice-Chancellor Jianlan proudly declares that Dai Yang and his comrades are among the strongest students in the university. An unexpected revelation is made. The hero, who was initially mistaken for a student, turns out to be a high-ranking teacher. One of Fengshan's senior mentors regards the hero as an exceptional possessor of the unique power of 4th-level stellar energy. The hero notices that his strength has already been quietly tested and then offers to explain. Teacher Jianlan contemptuously refuses to explain, calling the hero a second-rate teacher. The hero offers a bet with a grin, claiming that he can even make his opponent bow his head and ask for forgiveness. The mentor, angry at the insolence, challenges the hero to the arena for a fight to show who is stronger. Vice Rector Feng Shan tries to prevent the duel, warning the hero about the responsibility for a possible loss. The hero calmly admits that Feng Shan's loss will call into question their strength and lead to the resignation of the teachers. The Vice Rector insists that the hero should not accept the challenge, since not only his honor, but also the reputation of the entire university depends on this duel. The hero sarcastically wonders what will happen after his defeat and rejects honor, calling it long lost. The Jianlan mentor mockingly questions Su Ping's intelligence and suggests they fight elsewhere. The hero confidently replies that he accepts the challenge right now, refusing to postpone the battle. The commentator announces an urgent change to the rules of the competition. It is now a match between teachers. The teacher from Jianlan mocks the participant from Fengshan, promising to show the difference between him and the student. The Jianlan students, led by Fei Yanbo, gloat in anticipation of an easy victory over Fengshan. Spectators from Jianlan are surprised that Su Ping looks the same age as them, but are confident that he will not be able to defeat their experienced teacher. The girl from Fengshan is shocked that her brother decided to challenge such a strong opponent. Medics carry previously defeated participants out of the arena, making room for the upcoming battle. The announcer announces the entry of high-ranking teachers Su Ping of Fengshan and Fei Yanbo of Jianlan, calling for their opponents to descend into the arena. The hero takes a powerful step forward with a determined expression on his face, confidently declaring that he will be the first. A majestic figure in a formal suit displays destructive power, surrounded by a vortex of magical energy. There are two people in the room, one of whom is perplexed, noticing the absence of the third, presumably Su Ping. Suddenly, a teacher appears in the arena, hovering in the air, causing everyone to be surprised. The young man hovers above the arena, surprising onlookers with his unusual ability in reaching a new level. The spectators, including the elderly teacher and his companion, are amazed to learn that the young man has achieved the title rank. The man in the suit is confused, realizing that this guy could not possibly have such enormous strength. Another participant watches the young man, trying to figure out the reason for his defeat and reflecting on his perfection in controlling his power. The girl is alarmed to realize that her older brother has reached the title rank, while she is confusedly holding her cheek. A boy with traces of beatings begs a teacher named Su, being in a state of deep helplessness. A group of observers scream in horror about the impossibility of what is happening, discussing the unknown creature from Fengshan. The young man confidently declares that he is ready to begin, demonstrating calm composure. The judge solemnly announces that both participants must call upon their fighting pets to begin the fight. The man with the mustache reflects on how the young man could have raised a heavenly beast using all his strength. The enemy attacks with a huge energy blast with disdain, intending to demonstrate his fighting skills. A giant purple shadow fox emerges from behind one of the participants, causing shock among the spectators. A disciple in the crowd points to the 8th level of the bloodline beast's power with fear, amazed at its might. The audience begins to discuss the superiority of the shadow fox, calling him the most ferocious beast in the element of thunder. One of the participants gleefully declares to the enemy that his side is dangerous and knows no mercy. The hero, with a cold gaze, laconically assesses the enemy, mentioning his 8th stage. The guy blocks the enemy's attack with a slight grin, arguing about the coincidence of circumstances. His pet, in the form of a huge dragon, makes an impressive appearance in the arena, and the opponent notices the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory in horror. The audience screams in fear, feeling the powerful impact of energy even through the protective barrier. The mustachioed man assesses the abilities of the young man's pet, calling it one of the best dragon-type creatures. He orders the energy barrier's defense level to be raised to maximum to contain the growing power of the battle. The young man stands confidently next to his dragon, declaring that he no longer needs to be polite. The enemy underestimates the strength of the youth's beast, claiming that its power is only at the level of the lower 8th stage. The man fills himself with the energy of the 8th stage, raising his fighting potential to the limit. The opponent's shadow fox reaches almost the 9th level of strength despite the overwhelming influence of the great dragon. The opponent is surprised why the guy doesn't strengthen his pet, while it is preparing for the next move with slight confidence. The young man asks with a slight grin if that's all, pointing out that the enemy hasn't yet reached the level of 1 against 2. The opponent, with a furious look, declares that his purple shadow fox has 8 thunderclaps. The golden-haired boy is shocked to realize that the Thunder Mouse's power is quite serious, and the purple shadow fox can use it 8 times at once. 8 thunderclaps neutralize the hero's attack, which raises questions among observers about his next move. Purple Shadow Fox creates clones of himself with the Thunder Bite skill, making it difficult to distinguish the original. A blinding flash of purple energy creates tension, leaving the audience wondering if the hero managed to dodge the blow. The hero emerges from a cloud of purple smoke and notes with slight irony that the opponent's clones have weak illusions. The enemy, in a panic, demands to regain control of the Purple Shadow Fox and strengthens their teams. The fox attacks with its head with great force, continuously firing with all its might, which plunges the audience into awe. The small commentator declares that the consequences of the attack are simply incredible, suggesting that the outcome of the battle is near. A guy with gold inserts on his uniform egged on his interlocutor, offering to deal with the enemy and comparing him to his former teacher. Observers of the fight are discussing the gap in combat experience and believe that the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. The hero confidently asks the question, making everyone wonder who said that everything had already been decided. The Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory manifests defensive skills such as stone and vine armor on its body. Thanks to these defensive skills, the snake can withstand powerful enemy attacks and remain unharmed. The opponent is outraged that such a tall beast only uses defensive skills, calling it a waste. The young man ironically asks his interlocutor about his words about pride in dragons. In the arena, two powerful creatures clash in combat, one of which demonstrates its immense strength, surpassing the other side. The voiceover emphasizes the importance of adaptability, letting go of the proud dragon essence in favor of mastering defensive skills. The young man stands next to his Lightbringer serpent in its completed form, noting that no one wants to die. The students happily celebrate Su Ping's victory in the first round, applauding enthusiastically and shouting words of encouragement. Su Ping's opponents are nervous and angry, calling what is happening a curse. Senior observers are relieved to admit that their fears about the battle turned out to be unfounded. Teacher Fei states that his Purple Shadow Fox is merely his secondary pet, hinting at a more powerful creature. He summons the demonic Abyssal Serpent, a huge and terrifying beast imbued with destructive power. The spectators in the crowd realize with horror that the Abyssal Demonic Serpent is a 9th-stage beast, threateningly powerful. The opponents confidently declare that after the previous battle, the light-bearing Serpent of Purgatory has exhausted its strength and will no longer be able to win. The students in the stands demand that Su Ping be destroyed, cheering on their teacher Fei. Su Ping calmly states that the Purgatory Light Serpent was not his main pet, shocking everyone around him. A mysterious creature with glowing eyes emerges from the rift, raising a storm of questions about its true nature. The spectators are puzzled, looking at the summoned little skeleton, wondering why the fight has suddenly become so cold. The girl in the yellow uniform notes the strange changes in the skeleton's appearance, admitting that she has never seen anything like it. Teacher Fei mockingly suggests that the young man summon another pet, not taking the skeleton seriously. However, Fei feels an inexplicable fear, noticing for the first time that his demonic serpent has more than just a desire to kill. The skeleton attacks instantly, and the enemy is struck by its speed, not having time to react. The demonic Abyssal Serpent is wounded in an instant, causing confusion among all onlookers. The young man offers to take the injured pet, as he is in a depressed state and requires medical attention. Teacher Fei is in a panic, refusing to believe that a low-ranking creature could defeat his carefully nurtured beast. The young man confidently protects himself with a golden barrier, dodging his opponent's questions and inviting him to find out the truth himself. With a slight grin, he avoids answering, asking a counter-question: is he obliged to reveal the essence of what is happening? The crowd applauds loudly, celebrating Su Ping's victory and calling it his first big win in 10 years. Students in black and gold uniforms discuss the hero's success, admiring his actions and calling him a heartbreaker. A man with gold accents on his clothes angrily demands that Su Ping not be released from the arena, accusing him of attacking his pet. A group of students in uniform become aggressive, loudly demanding an explanation and apology from the hero. The young man, with a slight smile, calmly replies that he will provide an explanation by activating the connection. Su Ping's little assistant links the device to the screen, offering to show the evidence on the large monitor. Opponents from the other team are perplexed, wondering who will testify and what the hero is planning. Su Ping, reacting with restraint to what was happening, asks to step aside and give an opportunity to show what happened. The man with the gold badge recognizes the two students the hero plans to bring on screen and says that he was expecting this. Taking the whole situation in stride, The enemy remarks with a terrifying grin that the two pose no threat due to their severe injuries. Su Ping shows footage of two injured students who have already recovered with local medicine and confirmed their willingness to talk. The opposing leader becomes furious and perplexed, not understanding how this is possible. An elderly observer asks with interest who these people are that Su Ping brought onto the screen. Students from the rival school panic and try to flee the scene, accusing the heroes of deception. Su Ping calmly invites the witnesses to recount in detail what happened that day. The injured student explains how a group from the enemy school surrounded them and beat them, trying to extract information. A second witness confirms that a hostile group attacked after class, but they were saved by Su Ping. The spectators from the other school sit in stunned silence, lamenting the loss of their leader and team. A young woman in a yellow uniform confidently declares that it has been proven who launched the attack first, rejecting the accusations of her rivals. The vice-rector intervenes, forcing the opposing leader and his team to acknowledge their defeat. The red-eyed senior mentor sternly warns of the consequences if anyone dares to lie. The enemy leader is horrified to realize that he faces expulsion and loss of the right to interact with the heavenly beasts. The elderly man humbly takes responsibility for the actions of his students and promises to reimburse all expenses. The teacher reminds Su Ping that he has forgotten something, hinting at his next steps. The man offers Su Ping rare animals or valuable rewards as compensation for the conflict. Su Ping smirks and says that he doesn't need any big gifts, but asks him to kneel down and apologize. The opponent responds indignantly to the demands, accusing Su Ping of arrogance. The young man calmly reminds them that victory in their fight shows that the enemy's words no longer matter. One of the senior council members tries to persuade Su Ping to give up his demand, but he insists on his own. Su Ping confidently asserts that there is a need for an apology, pointing to the importance of fairness. Su Ping announces to everyone present that any provocation against Fengshan will lead to severe consequences. He also emphasizes that there is no friendly relationship between their schools, adding that the other school's resources are now under their control. The students of the opposing school are forced to kneel in submission, causing indignation among the senior teachers. Su Ping's shop becomes a popular place, with a huge line of people wanting to buy pets and food. Passers-by wonder why such an old store attracts so much attention and becomes a center of attraction. The talk among the customers is that the shop owner has a title and his methods of raising animals are surprisingly effective. Some students from Fengshan are asked to keep the store's popularity a secret in order to maintain an advantage for themselves. Su Ping realizes that his intervention in the competition not only resolved the conflict, but also strengthened the reputation of his business. A girl from Fengshan School pushes her way through the crowd to reach Su Ping, determined to talk to him. Su Ping sarcastically notes that she didn't even say hello, adding mockingly, "Why would such an important person stand in line?" The girl states that, being Su Ping's sister, she does not want any privileges, striving to achieve success on her own. She gratefully adds that she wants to take advantage of the opportunity to become stronger by showing determination. The young man calmly asks what level her beast is at, in order to understand what it will be working with. The girl reports that her pet, a cat named Snowball, recently reached the 4th level. Su Ping explains that the 4th level is considered average by the standards of heavenly beasts, and his work at this level is quite expensive. The girl is surprised by the cost of his services, realizing that her income does not even cover one time for a year. The young man, jokingly giving his pet a new name, confirms that he is ready to continue working despite her doubts. She sheepishly admits that she forgot to take the money, but Su Ping confidently agrees to pay for the expenses out of his own pocket. The young man reflects on his business and notes that his system and approach are still aimed at raising strong animals. In conclusion, he adds that he has recently mastered the technique of client cultivation, assuring that now they are even. The girl is surprised how Su Ping was able to improve his skills so quickly and reach heights, despite her constant training. Su Ping confidently states that his strength has reached the 9th stage, and he strives to use this level to study new knowledge. The hero calls upon his pets for courage, directing them to attack the enemy's blind spots, executing a well-thought-out battle plan. In the midst of the battle, Little Skeleton delivers the decisive blow, restraining the powerful dragon and causing it to roar uncontrollably. Su Ping comments on the transition to a new level of confrontation with a slight grin, calling it the 2nd stage. The enemy's forces increase, causing the Beast King to appear, making it the perfect moment to test the Little Skeleton. Su Ping is amazed by the increased pedigree of his pet dog, which has acquired a new skill. Dragon armor. A huge black wolf, befitting the status of the new bloodline, inspires fear with its menacing appearance. Using coordinated teamwork, Su Ping dispatches pets such as the Tianjin pig and dragon dog to deliver the finishing blow. He ends the battle by commanding Phantom Fire Beast and Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory to engulf the battlefield in flames, clearing out the remaining enemy units. The little skeleton displays incredible abilities thanks to his absorption of the Bloodstone, making him virtually invincible. Su Ping orders the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory and the Dragon Dog to unite and destroy the remaining enemies. Su Ping happily realizes the comfort of working with dogs' intelligence skills, planning to use them to determine the quality of food. The guy jokingly wonders why another pet has more survival skills in its arsenal than offensive abilities. As Su Ping examines the two pets, he lists their strengths and finds ideal roles for them to use in battle. The very next morning, a huge line of people lined up outside Su Ping's shop, wanting to strengthen their pets. The girls are amazed at the speed of their pet's improvement, as, according to rumors, it used to take a whole month. Passers-by discuss how the pets have gained significant muscle mass, amazed at the effectiveness of Su Ping's methods. Su Ping encourages those who are hesitant to try the store's services to experience the effectiveness of its approaches. A funny scene unfolds when Su Ping's team angrily expels doubting customers, ending the hero's working day. Su Ping looks out at the crowd with confidence, knowing he no longer has anything to prove. His results speak for themselves. The hero curiously activates the hidden function, expecting to gain a mystical skill. He learns about the demon god's overwhelming fist ability and evaluates its potential. Su Ping finds himself facing giant beasts equal in strength to the Beast King and studies their attack mechanics. The hero's powerful energy strike demonstrates his abilities and destroys the surrounding space. A vision of the 5 stages of the new skill's impact is projected around the character, detailing its capabilities and risks. Su Ping is asked to make a decision, to overcome the power of the demon god's overwhelming fist, as only the Golden Crow can withstand its backlash. With a slight grin, the hero comes to the conclusion that for the Golden Crow's body, this is the ideal skill. Filling him with excitement, Su Ping confidently decides to learn a new skill, seeing in it great potential for his future victories. As the power is absorbed, a bright golden glow weaves around the hero's figure, heralding his new level of mastery. Su Ping realizes that learning the first style will open the way to the next level of power. As he contemplates the upcoming trials in the Secret Kingdom, he realizes that he must personally become stronger so as not to let Little Skeleton down. The hero decides to temporarily close the store, devoting all his time and effort to training the overwhelming fist. After 2 days of intensive practice, Su Ping completes the main stage of training in the lands of the Dragon King's heritage. He is surprised by the speed of his progress, noting that his Golden Crow demonic body has strengthened significantly. At one of the bases, the hero and his group are met by other participants, who wonder why they need the help of newcomers. Senior Masters Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss the possibility of revealing their secrets as they prepare for an important mission. Captain Ni Chenkong, who leads the group, declares that he is interested in a valuable ancient find. He warns that this treasure is guarded by a powerful beast, which will require at least 6 masters to defeat. The video shows a scene from the previous battle, demonstrating the terrifying power of the protective beast that the hero must face. Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss how Nie Chung Kong has set his sights on a powerful asset that he has no chance of getting to on his own. Chen Long states that their team will do everything possible to complete the mission, but also warns of possible attacks from other groups. Nie Chung Kong proposes distributing the spoils of the mysterious realm based on each person's contribution to the battle. Mo Lao agrees that it would be wise to give the first choice to the team captain. Nie Chung Kong suddenly announces that he will not be the first to choose, causing surprise to the others. Mo Lao and Chen Long begin to wonder who, other than the captain, has the right to make the first choice. Su Ping enters the room accompanied by Chengshan's protector, attracting the team's attention with his appearance. Chen Long wonders why Nie Chung Kong attaches importance to a person who at first glance is weaker than the rest. Nie Chung Kong introduces Su Ping to the group and emphasizes the importance of his participation in their mission. Chen Long guesses that Su Ping, despite his strength, may be the one the captain appointed to choose first. Nie Chengshan introduces Su Ping to the team, telling them that he saved his life and defeated the 8th stage beast. Mo Lao agrees with the decision to give Su Ping first choice, acknowledging his achievements. The team begins their climb up Dragon's Ledge. facing difficulties due to the thin air at the summit. Su Ping suggests using flying pets for lift, but is dissuaded by local regulations. Nia Chengshan explains that summoning flying beasts on this route can lead to accidents and severe punishments. He warns Su Ping to act quietly to avoid trouble. The heroes notice two masters from great families who break taboos by using their political power. The fight between the masters of the Qin and Tang families results in a powerful energy that threatens the entire zone. The ensuing rockfall forces the team to be cautious, although the experienced members are confident that it will not hit them. The hero watches their calmness with a smile, realizing that the situation could get out of control at any moment. Su Ping, faced with a rockfall, uses his power to destroy the falling rocks and protect the team. His actions inspire the other members of the group, and Nie Chengshan agrees with his initiative, realizing that it is impossible to avoid threats. Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss how Su Ping quickly showed leadership skills, boosting the team's morale. On a narrow staircase, the team encounters a crowd making way for a clanswoman determined to challenge Dragon's Ledge. Ahead of them appears a group of the Tang family, whose appearance is accompanied by respectful remarks from those around them. The two winds of the Tang family, Masters Zhuo Fengqiang and Feng Mo, display their impressive titles and strength. The mistress of the Tang family, Tang Ruyan, is preparing for another attempt to conquer the Dragon Ledge, attracting the attention of all participants. She addresses her opponents, warning them to stay out of her way to avoid trouble. At this time, the owner of the Qin family, Qin Xiaotian, appears on the scene and decides to also challenge his rival. Tang Ruyan, with haughty confidence, declares that she has not taken the fight seriously up until now and asks her opponent if he is ready to continue. A man with blue hair provocatively addresses a woman, wondering if she is taking the situation seriously. A tense duel breaks out between them, where both decide to settle the matter by force. At this time, the mysterious kingdom of Dragon Ledge Mountain opens, attracting the attention of many participants. The legendary master Dao Zun, a man of the highest 9th level, appears on the path, inspiring respect in those around him. Many observers discuss his presence, deciding that his approval is a chance to continue on the path. The Tang family places a strict ban on further advancement, threatening anyone who tries to cross their territory. A man from the crowd dares to condemn the actions of the Tang family, causing their representatives to react in bewilderment. The place is destroyed by a powerful blow from the sword, leaving a huge mark on the ground. Daozong intervenes, urging everyone to resolve conflicts privately rather than on the open stage. Su Ping respectfully thanks the master, admiring his sword technique, which allows him to cope even without the help of heavenly beasts. The man with gray hair says that his actions are aimed only at correcting mistakes, noting that the attack could not harm his interlocutor. The two elderly men rush forward furiously, condemning the disdainful treatment of the Tang family. The crowd watches the scene as a group of people discuss the boy's impulsive behavior and his recklessness towards the Tang family. The people in the darkened room analyze the situation, discussing the pursuit of the man and the possibility of receiving a reward from the Tang family. The young man, with a cheeky smile, reflects on his abilities and expresses his readiness to test them in the current situation. A woman with a purple aura appears on the battlefield, and one of the older men asks why she took so long to respond. The man, with an expression of repentance, asks the woman for forgiveness for failing to catch the right person and offers to punish him for his failure. The woman discusses her family's success in the ranking, emphasizing their place as a symbol of strength and respect. The man sets a goal to ensure the team's promotion through the 6th floor to take first place in the ranking, and the others agree. A group of people notice that the 6th floor light has come on and conclude that someone has just successfully completed a test. The tower lights up with fire, symbolizing the conquest of the 7th floor and the remaining 2 levels to complete. The heroes are surprised to notice that the 8th floor is on fire, and they discuss who has the strength to get through it first. The elderly man angrily recalls how their place in the heavenly ranking was stolen, blaming it on other families. The tower amazes everyone by signaling the completion of the 9th stage and inviting the remaining contenders to take on the challenge. The girl is surprised to see the top of the column, discussing what kind of family could possess such enormous power. A crowd gathers at the tower, watching the events from afar and discussing them. The young man coolly notes how easily he defeated his enemy, reminding him that these difficulties were once his limit. The hero completes his personal inspection of the system and decides to return to the group to continue the treasure hunt. The group looks out from the top of the tower and shares mixed emotions about the easy passage of the 9th stage. The boy turns to the captain, asking about the group's future plans as the sky envelops their silhouettes. The young man returns to the group, where the man greets him promptly, mentioning that he was expected to begin the treasure hunt. Among the participants, there is surprise that the guy who passed the column first used his abilities even for a small warm-up. The two companions discuss the young man's independent actions, which irritates them, but they promise to teach him a lesson. The man tasks the group with scouting the terrain on foot and in the air, while summoning a massive beast for protection. The young man summons the dark dragon dog, deciding to test its skills in the current situation. A senior member of the group criticizes the boy for summoning a high-level heavenly beast, suggesting a lack of trust. Another team member notices that the summoned beast is too attention-grabbing, asking the young man to bring it back. The dark dragon dog suddenly growls, warning its master of a threat that has appeared nearby. The group notices the beast's behavior, becoming wary and activating abilities to search for nearby enemies. One of the heroes looks around in confusion, wondering where exactly the enemy the beast is warning about is. The team captain is outraged by the lack of signs of the enemy, while the girl reports that her flame bird has not detected anything. One of the group members mockingly comments that the guy is trying to attract attention with his behavior. The flame bird and earth cradle become active in response to an unexpected change in environment. The group encounters high-threat pythons and prepares to fight, realizing it is too late to escape. A massive magical creature is summoned to protect the team, while the rest of the group prepares celestial beasts to attack the enemies. The hero explains that his dark dragon dog is unprotected, but is accompanied by two powerful 9th-level beasts. The girl warns that it is impossible to escape the pythons due to their dense surroundings, pushing the group into action. The young man recalls that his dark dragon dog warned them of the danger from the very beginning, offering a strategy for their protection. The guy thanks the team members for their participation, explaining that he appreciates their concern but does not fully require it. He assures everyone that his beast is not only strong in reconnaissance, but also has good combat skills for the upcoming tests. The young man suggests killing the leader of the pythons, explaining that this will solve all problems with their threat. One of the team members doubts the dark dragon dog's abilities, believing that he will not be able to defeat opponents of the 9th stage. The senior member of the party uses the earth cradle skill to hide the team to create a safe shelter. The team observes the battlefield from a protected area hidden using the invisibility ability activated by the curator's box. The girl is concerned about the fate of the dark dragon dog, not understanding what happened to him after the battle began. The young man points to a strange line of light in the distance, suggesting that it is connected to developments on the battlefield. The girl suddenly realizes the connection between the light and the dark dragon dog's actions, amazed by its capabilities. Dark Dragon Dog finds himself surrounded by shields as he fights against multiple pythons, showing off his skills in combat. The group realizes that the 7th stage Heavenly Beast continues to confront strong 9th stage opponents, shocking everyone with its level of strength. All the heroes watch the events with tension, recognizing the power and significance of the Dark Dragon Dog in the current situation. One of the team members notes with admiration that the Dark Dragon Dog's defense is excellent, seemingly even better than his own pets. The guy argues that the blows only slightly scratch the dog's skin, proving the focus on defensive skills. The captain and his companion are confused, trying to understand how the pet could have been poisoned with such tough skin. The young man, with a confident smile, recalls how difficult it was for him in the past and declares that he no longer intends to play. The team celebrates their victory and congratulates Dark Dragon Dog, recognizing his strength and unique abilities. One of the men emphasizes the outstanding qualities of the young man's pet, but the hero himself modestly brushes off the praise. The elder in the group laughs at the young man's modesty, declaring that such pets are clearly superior to the others. The young man, with an indifferent expression on his face, notes that the team's pets are still not very different from each other. The situation changes dramatically when the creature vomits and reveals a huge number of python eggs. The rest of the team are stunned by the scale of the event, trying to make sense of what is happening in front of them. The heroes discuss python eggs, noting their usefulness as a nutritious and tonic remedy. The guy offers to take the enemy's scales, explaining their value on the market due to their use in invisible paint. One of the team members is surprised by the proposal to share the spoils, realizing that the young man seeks peace, not conflict. The elder and the warrior thank the boy for his generosity, expressing their readiness for further cooperation. The map reveals a cave location in the northeast, which becomes their next target. The group decides to reach the cave in the morning, discussing their plan of action around the campfire. The young man recalls that he had already been to these places during a previous test, and is amazed at the choice of this particular cave. The hero inquires about the map's origins, and the captain explains that he obtained it through a lucrative deal, but other points may have already been plundered. The group learns that a 9th-level beast inhabits the cave, causing anxiety and tension among the companions. The hero assures the others that he will cope with the danger, despite the fact that the team has not yet entered the cave. The young man confidently declares that he knows what awaits them in the cave, since he had already been in these places during previous trials. The captain and his companion discuss how the young man's pet successfully dealt with a swarm of pythons, proving its strength. The group realizes that there were powerful pythons with 9th-stage combat power living around the cave, making their task more difficult. One of the team members suggests a clever strategy: to lure the beast from the depths of the cave to the surface. The decision to set up an ambush at the cave entrance is supported, and pets are activated to prepare for battle. The girl calls upon her flame bird to use a defensive skill to aid the party. Having prepared everything for the ambush, the captain declares that he is not going to wait and decides to lure the beast out personally. His companions are concerned about his dangerous plan, but the captain confidently explains his strategy and readiness to fight. The young man, noticing the anxiety of his comrades, agrees to go with the captain to support him in case of danger. The young man says that he will also take care of the situation, causing surprise and admiration among his companions. The captain, with a slight smile, expresses confidence that with Brother Su's participation, everything will be under control. One of the team members warns about the thick, toxic air in the cave, advising Su to stay outside, but he assures him that his armor will protect him from any toxins. The young man points out that the captain chose the most dangerous mission, questioning him about his real motives. The hero observes his surroundings, noting the absence of anyone, while his interlocutor offers to share information. One of the group members says that the cave contains a unique spiritual tree with impressive properties. The tree is displayed, revealing its rare fruit, capable of stimulating the potential and reviving the abilities of war beast masters. The young man suspects that the captain risked his first choice for the sake of this fruit, receiving categorical confirmation. Standing by the woman's bed, the captain explains that there are things Su shouldn't ask, as his goal is to save someone close to him. The captain declares that even great benefactors have no right to reproach him for possible actions related to obtaining the fruit. His words indicate a willingness to go all the way for the sake of the tree, regardless of any risks or relationships with others. The young man reflects that the fruit of the spiritual tree may be an ordinary treasure, but for the captain, it clearly has special value. One of the heroes warns that the beast guarding the place is on the highest 9th step and uses powerful psychic attacks. The young man is perplexed by his knowledge of the beast, but suggests simply following him without asking unnecessary questions. The group discovers a spiritual lamp capable of resisting psychic attacks and discusses its properties. The young man says that he has seen this artifact before, but it could not be used outside the Dragon King's testing area. With the lantern raised, the hero confirms that they can continue on to the tree without delay. The group is suddenly hit by an attack, which they barely manage to repel thanks to the active artifact. The young man notices that the attack was not directed at them, but remains wary of the presence of enemies nearby. The group engages in a brutal fight using pets and rockfall, with the elder heroically summoning his war beast to attack. After a successful victory, the crew rejoices, assuring the captain that all threats have been eliminated and they are ready to move on. The young man and the captain discover that they are late at their destination and are unexpectedly confronted by the enemy. The enemy attacks the flame bird, which desperately defends itself while the team tries to figure out what's going on. A huge 9th-level beast appears, causing the situation to become increasingly tense. The team realizes they are trapped in an illusion where their allies risk killing each other and attempts to use the spiritual lamp. The young man orders the captain to infuse the star power into the lamp to counter the illusion's attack, to which he agrees. The team members suffer from headaches caused by the enemy and try to keep from going beyond the lamp's protective zone. The young man jumps down, strengthening the protective zone, and calls on everyone to stay within it for safety. The team joins forces and channels stellar energy into the lamp to destroy the illusory field. The lamp begins to show activity, and one of the heroes notices movement as the object's power increases. The enemy attacks from all sides, and the team led by Brother Su begins the battle to protect the spiritual lamp. The hero tries to protect his comrade by using the star shield to block a powerful attack. The guy calls on his enemies to stop hiding in the shadows and come out to resolve the conflict. A massive creature appears, while a group of mercenaries can be seen in the foreground watching the battle. The group's leader, Poison Fang, apologizes, explaining that he is acting on orders from his boss. The captain is shocked by the betrayal of the Poison Fang group, believing that there was no enmity between them. The enemy leader scoffs, explaining that the map was only a deception to use them as bait. It becomes clear to the captain that they were used from the very beginning to lure out the Blood Flame Dragon. The leader of the Poison Fang threatens violence if the heroes try to attack him. The young man activates his weapon and prepares for battle, despite the enemy's threatening plan. With a cry, the hero rushes into the attack, decisively engaging in battle with superior enemy forces. The Poison Fang leader realizes that the supreme 9th stage Blood Flame Dragon has been temporarily immobilized. The heroine and her partner, having been wounded, discuss with bewilderment what happened and the successful blocking of the dragon. The young man appears before his enemies in the air, insisting that they wanted to destroy them, and now it is time for retribution. The mercenaries are shocked to discover that there is a young master of the title rank in the squad, and they realize their mistake in not taking into account the intelligence. The leader loudly orders the panic to stop and the attack to be carried out, reassuring them that the situation is under his control. The long-range scorpions prepare to attack, but the young man stands motionless and condemns their methods. The leader commands, mocking their confidence, but is unexpectedly wounded. The captain, bleeding, asks the crew to hold on, while 2 of his companions are in serious condition. One of the squad members reports that 2 of their comrades, Mo Lao and Chen Long, were unable to complete the task and fell in battle. The young man stands in the center, ready to take control of the situation and continue the fight. He and the captain run towards the tree, despite the bad feeling, trying to reach their goal. The captain asks the young man to guarantee that the fruit of the spiritual tree will be obtained in the event of his death, to which he is asked about the meaning of such an act. The captain reveals that the fruit is meant for his daughter to save her from an incurable disease. The captain explains that the fruit will be able to stimulate the development and rebirth of war beasts, which is important for healing. A group of enemies reaches the tree and discovers that it is impossible to take it all, starting to harvest the fruits. The Poison Fang leader orders the tree to be destroyed so that no one else can have it. One of the enemies successfully obtains the fruit and rejoices, not noticing the impending danger. The young man intervenes and begins the attack. The enemies are amazed by his appearance and strength. The group's leader is shocked to realize that their opponent is a 9th-level master and suggests settling the matter through negotiations. The enemy leader offers to divide the find in order to avoid further confrontation, trying to buy time. The enemies, in confusion, look for the one hiding in the shadows, accusing him of cowardice and provocation. The Venom Fang leader faces a powerful attack, indicating his readiness to destroy the enemy. Having lost 2 heavenly beasts, the leader is shocked to realize the catastrophic consequences of what is happening. The terrified leader begs for mercy, offering all the treasures in exchange for his life. The young man approaches and explains that his goal is not treasure at all, but the elimination of the enemy. The leader, in an attempt to find out the name of the young man, wants to know at whose hands he loses and dies. The young man coldly declares that he does not give the target the slightest chance of resistance, guaranteeing its end. Under the control of the young man, his beast incinerates everything around him, destroying traces of the enemy and their presence. The young man folds the spiritual tree, having completed his mission, and prepares to leave this place. He analyzes what happened and concludes that survival in such dangerous places is only possible by adapting and strengthening one's abilities. At night, at the base of the miners, the group's future plans after recent events are discussed. Inside the base, the heroes decide to bury the captain and deal with the consequences of the fate of Mo Lao and Chen Long. One of the companions thanks the young man for saving him, admitting his own weakness and expressing regret for the losses. The young man announces that he has unfinished business and hands over the spirit tree to the captain's daughter. The heroine wonders why the young man refuses such a valuable artifact and wants to know how he knows about the captain's daughter. The young man says that the details are not important and asks to fulfill the captain's last wish, to which the group agrees. He points to hidden treasures found in the cave and offers to give them to the families of his fallen comrades. The heroine asks in surprise why the young man refuses all the treasures, to which he replies that he has already received the most important one. The young man shows the artifact he has found and explains that he intends to donate the treasures he has found to society to help people. At the exit from the base, A warning sounds about the need to hand over fines to the checkpoint and the obligation to comply with the rules. The young man joins his companions after an emotional conversation, offering to go through the upcoming stage together. The team passes through a checkpoint where rare finds such as crystals and artifacts are recorded and graded. In the adjacent sector, other groups discuss their findings, including poisonous rocks and orders for rare materials. One of the companions explains to the young man that among the inspectors present there are high-ranking masters who are ready for any unexpected event. The participating teams discuss the star cloud spiritual tree, admiring its rarity and significance. One of the leaders tries to find out the price of the tree's fruits from the hero's team, clearly showing their interest in buying. One of the young man's companions answers for everyone, firmly declaring that the fruits are not for sale and suggests discussing other finds. Tensions mount when one of the interested representatives begins to insult his companions, trying to provoke a conflict. Representatives of the other group believe that eating the fruits will give them a huge advantage and increase their rank. The leader of the other group mocks the young man, doubting that he, with his powers, can stop the masters of the highest 8th stage. The young man is outraged by the actions of the federal inspection, suspecting them of exploiting the miners, and decides to complete the inspection. The two opponents react mockingly to the young man's decision to leave, wondering who he thinks he is. They rush at the young man with an attack, declaring that the examination will end only when they say so. The crowd notices the tense situation and wonders why the young man was hit, but he assures them that he is fine. The opponents, citing the article of the law, believe they have the right to suppress the young man by force and take advantage of the situation for their own gain. The crowd begins to discuss what happened, recalling other incidents, and some recognize the young man as the one who previously challenged the Tang family. A mysterious voice emerges from the shadows, denouncing the pettiness of what is happening and attracting the attention of the crowd. A man is found on the ceiling who advises the young man to be brave and show his abilities. The mysterious man points out that only the strong will be able to pave their way, leaving a hint of his own strength. The young man considers the advice of the powerful stranger and thanks him, thinking about his future in the new world. Two opponents rush at the young man with threats, full of self-confidence in their strength. The young man uses an ability to knock out opponents with a powerful burst of force. Once on the ground, the enemies realize with horror that the young man is a master of the title rank. The youth, surrounded by an aura of power, draws the crowd's attention, demonstrating that even a young warrior can reach the highest levels. He subjugates the star cloud spiritual tree with the spirit control technique, proving his exceptional skills. The crowd is astonished when the young man disappears, suspecting that he was using a spatial artifact. The opponents discuss the situation without understanding who this person is and complain about their failure. Realizing the strength of the young man, they humbly apologize, admitting their mistake and unpreparedness. However, the young man rejects their apologies, claiming that the blow was for a friend and demands compensation of 20 million. The opponents argue about the impossibility of compensation, when the appearance of the head of security makes them realize that the situation for them is becoming even more dangerous. The boss sharply remarks that instead of following the rules, the wall was destroyed, and ironically asks if the lesson has been learned. The young man, rejecting a quick monetary solution to the situation, sets the payment at 60 million, adding that the funds will go towards improving the pet store. The companions discuss their defeat, expressing regret for their weakness, and the young man takes on the task of looking after the spiritual tree. The hero decides to replant the tree after using it, and offers the fruits to reach the 9th stage. The companions are surprised by the young man's generosity, and the heroine shyly notes his ability to help others. The young man instructs his war beast to guard the territory, while he himself dives underwater in search of treasure. He finds himself in a mysterious underwater place, remembering that a great treasure must be hidden here. A young man discovers an ancient temple that possesses incredible power, capable of moving mountains and filling the seas. Once inside, he finds a secret scroll hidden in a secluded place and realizes its uniqueness. The scroll turns out to be a tool for creating spatial storage, which impresses the hero despite its limitations compared to system storage. The young man studies the ability of an artifact that can create space and increase its capacity as its stellar power grows. The hero notices suspicious activity in the sky. A bird is watching what is happening from above. Deep underwater, a boy ponders the undead demon fruit and its unique properties. The hero and the dark dragon dog discuss the location of the bird and the fate of the demon fruit. The two 8th-stage martial beastmasters resent the bird's pursuit, feeling threatened. The hero attacks the guys on the cliff with a powerful blow, which causes them to react with alarm. A mysterious old man with a magical artifact and a bird on his back stalks strangers in the forest. The masters of the fighting beasts are surprised to recognize a representative of the Tang family in front of them and begin a dialogue. A girl in an elegant dress demands the return of the stolen item, reminding her of her status. She warns them not to give in to greed and reveals that the demon fruit was stolen from them. Two martial beastmasters attempt to escape by activating the so-called 36th plan. The titular old man accumulates star power, demonstrating his might and stopping the fugitives. One of the opponents falls to the ground, trying to protect the artifact, but notices that his plans are ruined. The magician threatens the fugitives, offering to avoid further conflict if they remain silent forever. The old man uses magic to forcibly take possession of the artifact, leaving his opponents no choice. The 9th stage Shadow Asura appears, causing chaos and displaying its combat power. The hero commands his dragon and allies to use defensive abilities against the Shadow Asura. The guy uses the Dragon Patron technique, breaking the enemy's defense and attacking the Asura. The Shadow Asura is defeated, causing shock and fear among the enemies who realize the hero's power. The old man realizes that the enemy suppressed the Shadow Asura in just a few blows and tries to understand how this happened. The old man, in a rage, discusses with his ally the decision to leave the hero no chance to escape. The master uses powerful light attacks, causing a cascade of destruction and demonstrating the power of his title. The hero appears with his ally, a small skeleton preparing for battle. A giant beast appears in front of the heroes, and the guy realizes that the trap has failed. The older opponent is surprised that the young man has reached the title rank at such an age and decides to stop him. The enemy releases a demonic beast, accusing the hero of killing his pet. A girl from the enemy camp is amazed by the destructive power of a small skeleton. The eldest of the enemies attacks with swords imbued with star power, pointing them towards the hero. The enemy unleashes the clan's most powerful attack, unleashing a barrage of energies. The young man prepares to use his power with an expression of confidence, finally testing his strength. A bright golden attack flashes across the battlefield, causing enemies to be surprised due to its divinity. The elder mage is seriously wounded by the hero, who is struck by the extraordinary strength of the young man. The Dragon King is commanded to rescue his mistress by carrying her away from danger. The hero and his ghost animals block the path of those fleeing, preventing them from escaping. The wounded mage launches a secret technique, convinced that the outcome of the battle is not yet decided. The hero realizes that the enemy is using the secret art of the Tang family, known for its powerful destructive force. The girl finds herself caught in a deadly trap of a magical technique that sacrifices the owner's body. A huge phantom enemy materializes in front of the hero, threatening to take his life. The ghostly spirit begins to laugh, confident in its invulnerability to the hero's attacks. The enemy declares that even after his death, he will destroy the hero, threatening him with an incredible curse. The phantom is perplexed as to why he cannot possess the hero, suspecting hidden protection. The young man holds in his hands a secret treasure of spiritual protection, causing the enemy to become furious. The girl is worried that the Dragon King of Earth might betray her and attack her. The guy notices the girl's appearance and asks about her presence with slight irony. The heroine, in irritation, forbids anyone to call her young mistress, hinting at contempt for the hero. The girl begins to suspect that the aura of her ally, Old Feng, has disappeared and expresses bewilderment. She discovers Old Feng's remains and is shocked by the defeat of a warrior with the power of the middle 9th stage. The heroine angrily asks the hero about the reason for his attacks on the members of the Tang family. The bodies of two defeated war beast masters who died in the fight are visible on the battlefield. The girl states that his actions are dictated by the law of the jungle despite their status. The young man, with a sly smile, hints at the weakness of his opponents, increasing his psychological pressure. The hero stands surrounded by dark energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow while his ally raises his weapon. The heroine realizes that the fallen winged king, who possesses the power of the 9th stage, feels threatened. The guy sets a condition for showing sincerity in exchange for negotiations, demonstrating his superiority. The girl is surprised by the actions of the hero, who releases the magical creature from the contract to gain an advantage. The heroine decides to break the connection with the help of her power in order to maintain control over the situation. The fallen winged king and the howling wolf appear on the battlefield with the sole purpose of destroying the hero. The girl is shocked to realize that her plan is falling apart and, disappointed, utters the word curse. The young man decides to end the dispute by preparing to physically destroy the connection between the opponents. The heroine reacts tensely when she notices the hero has a spatial treasure that could change the course of the battle. The young man is inside the mysterious space of the scroll and hears the heroine's question about why he did not kill her. The guy, with a mysterious smile, declares that the heroine can die, but only after he has extracted all the value from her. The girl notices the shiny mark of the air on the young man's forehead, which shocks her. The heroine laughs in disbelief, realizing that the hero was able to overcome 9 floors of the column, contrary to all expectations. The girl warns the hero that he is on the verge of death and threatens him with a legendary martial arts master from the Asian region. The young man threatens to use tricks if the heroine does not tell the truth, hinting that her photo could fly around the world. The girl admits that the heir to the dragon's ledge has been appointed a man who is ready to destroy all potential rivals. The guy ironically explains how 4 large families fighting for their inheritance can confront the real threat of the 9th floor. The young man notes that the entire secret kingdom is ultimately controlled by the legendary Master Yuan, emphasizing his strategic goal. The hero's light-bearing serpent destroys enemies on the battlefield, emphasizing the youth's strength and his superiority over the 4 families. The hero reflects on his success in the battle against the King of Beasts, acknowledging that his victories were achieved through countless mistakes and perseverance. The young man realizes that no one saw his triumph through the Dragon's Ledge column, but prepares himself for a possible investigation by the legendary master. A guy arrives in a town where a crowd of people has gathered outside a store waiting for its owner. Customers eagerly discuss upgrading their pets, bombarding the hero with requests to upgrade their abilities. The hero tries to calm the visitors, asking them to maintain order and assuring them that everything is under control. While analyzing the store's earnings, he plans to accumulate the required amount and find an intermediary to purchase a plot of land. He contacts a virtual assistant to expand his store and purchase a plot of land nearby. The assistant clarifies that the required area is 3,000 square meters, after which she confirms the store address. The hero is astonished by the rising real estate prices attributed to the start of the Global Elite League, which complicates his plans. Remembering his rare Bloodflame dragon, he considers selling a top 9th stage wild beast to cover expenses. The virtual assistant reports that a wild beast above the 9th level is rare, and the current market price is 400 million. The guy decides to sell the animal for the offered 250 million in order to raise the necessary amount for his purposes. The youth discusses with the system the possibility of finding a more difficult cultivation zone than the Dragon King's heritage land. He reflects that the price of entry into the Supreme Divine Realm is high, and every death now costs him too much. The hero activates the portal and plans to find the Flame Shinya core in the New World, which is necessary for leveling up his pet. Aware of the challenges ahead, the young man confidently enters the new zone, preparing to strengthen his physical defense and increase his survivability. The boy notices that the style of the New World is very different from everything he has seen before, and believes that the place was built by gods. He decides to use the services of an empire translator for the first time, hoping to avoid senseless deaths in an unknown world. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a blonde girl senses a strong energy fluctuation and carefully assesses the threat. The young man summons the little skeleton and the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory, preparing for another intense battle. The hero's little skeleton activates the undead fruit's effect, becoming immune to one fatal attack. The youth calls upon the Lightbringer Serpent for resurrection, but explains that he has little energy and does not intend to fight. The golden-haired elf notices the hero's otherworldly origins and is surprised by his presence. The guy is amazed how the elf found out about his arrival from another world and demands an explanation. The girl arrogantly explains that this is the domain of the gods, and that mortals cannot live here without outside help. The elf clarifies that humanity sometimes contacts the gods and gives birth to offspring, marveling at the backwardness of the hero's world. She dismissively remarks that even a student of her level is considered superior, even though the hero uses the heavenly beast. The elf begins to suspect that behind the hero's incredible aura lies something far superior to ordinary mortals. She bows her courtesy and asks demandingly how the young man got to the central lands of the gods. Appearing in all her power, the girl with wings demands to know who is behind the hero, threatening him with her power. The hero, with a slight grin, asks his interlocutor whether she is really talking about the central lands of the gods, and notes that this is a semi-divine kingdom. The young man analyzes the girl's reaction and notices that the name demi-divine kingdom deeply offends her. The guy decides to put aside thoughts about his interlocutor and focus on his current goal, strengthening his own strength. Finding himself in a new area, the hero notices the strangeness of the ground beneath his feet, indicating the presence of a mysterious force. Suddenly, he is attacked by a huge monster that tries to swallow the hero, but he remains calm. The youth uses Divine Fist, attacking the beast and dealing it a crushing blow. The heroic blow leaves the creature battered, and the boy sarcastically remarks on its missing teeth. The hero summons his allies, Little Skeleton, Lightbringer Serpent, and Dark Dragon Dog, relying on their power. The hero's squad joins forces, preparing for a deadly battle with a powerful enemy. Led by the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory, the hero uses the legendary Dragon Patron technique for a powerful final attack. The Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory unleashes a flame dragon strike, attacking the enemy with devastating force. The hero commands the Little Skeleton and the Dark Dragon Dog to deliver the next attack to the monster's eye. The Dark Dragon Dog sacrifices itself in battle and dies, falling into the enemy's mouth. The Little Skeleton rushes at the enemy, activating his powers, while the hero calmly watches, analyzing the situation. The young man orders the skeleton to not give the enemy a chance to catch his breath, continuing the intense offensive. The hero attacks the enemy together with the Lightbringer Serpent, using the Flame Dragon technique, delivering a decisive blow. Finding the Divine Crystal, the boy discovers that it enhances physical strength and allows one to master divine skills. The hero decides to give the found crystal to the Dark Dragon Dog, speaking about the importance of strengthening allies. Dark Dragon Dog happily accepts the gift, while Little Skeleton dismissively dismisses its significance. The boy teases Little Skeleton, reminding him of the Lightbringer Serpent's importance as a powerful ally. The hero notices that the new panel includes a line about divinity, suggesting that it must be completed in order to transform. The boy and his allies hear a sound from below and begin to suspect that someone or something needs their help. They descend to find divine beings battling giant beasts. A student from the small squad on the verge of despair cries out for help, realizing that his own strength is insufficient. The young student tries to defend himself from the beast, but his weakness leaves no chance of success. The hero's light-bearing serpent intervenes at the most opportune time and saves the young student from certain death. The young man rises on his dragon with his new allies, asking them how they ended up in such a dangerous place. One of the survivors explains that the star beasts are invading through space-time rifts, which their group is tasked with clearing. The hero examines the damaged nest, and his new comrade is surprised by his presence on the divine lands. The young man indifferently replies that he was passing by, and sarcastically remarks that even gods have problems with aggressive creatures. The demigods explain to the hero the greatness of divine wings, emphasizing the honor of dying for the expulsion of the Zerg-like creatures. The young man realizes that the girl with wings he met could indeed be a pure-blooded goddess. The hero reflects on the incredible power of the goddess, comparing it with the power of his companions and acknowledging her superiority. During the discussion, the hero's companions admit that they have never heard of her because they live on the outskirts. One of the companions tells of a legend of the supreme divine realm, where one day of cultivation is equal to a year in the real world. The hero is puzzled as to why this place is considered inaccessible, despite its description as a cultivation zone. The young warrior expressed regret that he was unable to enter the supreme divine realm, even for a short time, to strengthen his abilities. The senior companion denies the possibility of the legendary place's existence, claiming that it is better to focus on real skills. Suddenly, the group notices that they are once again being pursued by hostile creatures that threaten their lives. The student, horrified, desperately asks how they can defeat the enemies, foreseeing imminent death. The warrior man takes the initiative with determination and sends his comrades forward, considering this moment his hour of glory. The hero, observing what is happening, ironically notes the warrior's self-confidence, aiming at the divine crystals of their opponents. The youth discusses the inaccessibility of the supreme divine realm, symbolically comparing the struggle with unknown perfection. One of the companions is surprised by the powerful impulse emanating from a person of the student's level and begins to doubt his assumptions. The demigod acknowledges the hero's strength, expressing respect for his human nature and transferring the initiative for the coming battle. The moment of battle arrives, the star beasts attack, and the young man and his allies mobilize all their forces. The hero notes the resulting chaos with slight mockery and calls the encounter with swarms of insects nostalgia. Remembering the mortal threat, the boy feels his body fill with adrenaline, which only increases his determination in battle. The hero commands his squad to attack at full speed, using their last reserves of energy for a powerful offensive. With a smile, the boy realizes that he only has enough energy for one more resurrection, noting the difficulty of fighting against such strong opponents. As a giant beast-like creature displays its might, the hero ponders the difficulties of defeating a high-level enemy. The hero is pleased with the number of divine crystals collected, but understands that there is practically no time left for further exploration. Taking a risk, the young man chooses a random location option, preparing to explore uncharted territory. A snow-white beast with golden crowns on its head receives affection from an unknown person and shows the cutest reaction. A golden-haired elf lies with a white kitten, declaring that she literally cannot resist its charm. The hero's sudden intrusion into the room causes confusion among the elf and her beast, and the guy himself tries to joke about the coincidence. The elf is outraged by the hero's intrusion, flares up in anger, and accuses the human race of its abomination. With wings of light behind her, she aggressively points her divine spear at the boy, demanding an explanation of his intentions. The hero, reflexively defending himself, actively asserts that there was a misunderstanding between them and that he is not the enemy. The elf, furious and distrustful, wonders how he was able to withstand her divine spear, which was capable of tearing even a soul apart. The hero understands that resurrection is impossible, so he considers how to get to the supreme divine realm to strengthen his abilities. The elf is shocked by the mention of the supreme divine realm and says how many gods dream of returning there to destroy the race of beings. With doubt in her voice, the girl asks how an ordinary person can know about a place that even the gods could not penetrate. The youth claims that his strength is proven by the fact that he freely enters and exits the central divine lands, despite her attempts to kill him. The girl begins to hesitate, thinking that the hero's motives may not be as hostile as she assumed. The hero, leaving, ironically declares that now the girl and her comrades will have to figure out the search for the truth themselves. The elf offers the hero a choice between power, gold, or land, and he promises that power will become the foundation of his future. She hands him a secret cultivation manual using the divine origin art, which accelerates skill learning. The hero, impressed by the manuscript, understands that this is an unexpected turn of fate and an excellent opportunity to strengthen his abilities. The elf promises to help the hero open the gate to the supreme divine realm if they meet again, which brings him hope for survival. The hero suggests creating a special amulet to avoid space-time chaos on the new journey. The elf agrees with the hero's plan, but slightly sarcastically remarks that she does not have a ladder to sit on to apply the mark. The young man activates the contract and wonders if he can control her by signing a magical agreement with the heavenly beast. The elf is surprised to discover that the hero's contract involves absorbing a pet and underestimates the human's power. She displays a mirror divine sign on her body, emphasizing that she is ready to respond with an equally powerful ritual. A magical surge occurs and both try to seize control by making and breaking contracts. The elf taunts, saying that when the hero becomes her pet, he will have to reveal all his secrets. Suddenly, time freezes and the hero finds himself surrounded by chains, which causes surprise and confusion in the elf. The girl notices dark and threatening eyes in space, surprised by what is happening and the sudden tricks. Shocked, the heroine realizes that she is being overwhelmed by the power hidden in the hero's blood, suggesting that he may be a being from a higher dimension. The hero watches in confusion as the elf weakens after breaking the contract, trying to understand the reason for her depressed state. The guy calls the system to consult about the current situation and possible ways of interacting with the heroine. He ponders why the standard beast contract didn't work and looks for an alternative way to subjugate her. The hero surprises the elf by handing her an official cooperation contract, which she begins to study with skepticism. The indignant girl scolds the young man for his insolence, but understands that she will have to agree to get out of this situation. Doubts plague her mind, but she decides to trust in the hero's strength, assuming that there is something more behind him. The hero realizes that the gap in their powers is too great and tries to find an explanation for the origin of his system. Finding herself in a new place, the elf asks a question about the hero's possessions, looking around in surprise. The young man jokingly draws attention to her short stature, which causes her a subtle irritation. The hero warns the elf about the store's imminent opening and its readiness to receive customers. to which she reacts with bewilderment. The elf asks the hero a question, trying to understand his motivation and intentions in the current situation. A young man notices suspicious movements around his store and assumes that unknown forces are following him. The hero is surprised that the people of Tianjin have tracked his actions so quickly and begins to worry about his safety. As he watches his shop being renovated, the young man realizes he underestimated the threat posed by the legendary master. Suddenly, a video link with a mysterious agent is activated, which arouses suspicion and anxiety in the young man. A man appears on the screen, calling the hero by name and listing all of his accomplishments, including owning a pet store. The hero is shocked to realize that the background of the video resembles his own home and begins to worry about his family. The hero's parents and younger sister are shown being held hostage, increasing his anxiety. The young man, with a determined expression, demands an answer from the people who captured his relatives, suspecting them of being unusual kidnappers. The hero makes a confident move, declaring that their real target is himself, while demanding that they free his family first. A man in a suit activates a holographic screen to report the target's location. The man on the holographic screen transmits information to Yuan regarding the location of the object. The legendary Master Yuan decides to find out who dares to claim the dragon legacy. A crowd of people notice the titular masters floating in the sky and discuss their strength. In a remote area of the city, an intense battle begins, shocking passers-by with its scale. 5 servants of the great families discuss the man associated with the column and warn of his possible death. The legendary Master Yuan and the titular warrior Dao Zun prepare for battle without wasting precious time. The young men in yellow uniforms discuss the power of the 2 great masters in awe, sensing their terrifying presence. An older man orders the young people to leave, emphasizing that it is none of their business. A huge warrior with a crimson aura threatens to destroy the store, challenging the owner to a duel. The masters discuss with surprise why the door does not react to their attacks, assuming the presence of a complex defensive formation. A guy in sportswear comes out to meet the masters and asks them not to involve his family. The young man confidently asks his opponents who was looking for him and what they want. Dao Zun is surprised that this young man has skills on the level of legendary masters. One of the masters threatens the young man, stating that he is not in a position to set conditions. All the masters present join forces, intending to capture the youth, whom they consider too daring. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy appears, and someone calls for the fight to be left to high-ranking masters. The legendary Master Yuan emphasizes that the youth's strength is much greater than expected, and suggests that he plan his actions carefully. The girl and the young man are held captive by spies while the legendary master expresses his admiration for their determination. The young man, unable to contain his rage, attacks and demands that his loved ones be left alone. The guy, in desperation, checks the girl's condition and asks what happened to them. The legendary master reassures, saying it's just anesthesia, and adds a philosophical comment about losing control. The young man sarcastically asks his opponents if the legacy of the Dragon's Ledge is really written in his name. One of the masters indignantly reproaches the boy for his boldness, questioning his right to the inheritance. The legendary master warns his allies of the threat emanating from the shop and asserts his dominant status in the region. Master Yuan comes face to face with the young man, wondering how they can both be in the same room, like 2 equal legends. Yuan offers the boy to submit to him and promises to provide mentorship to develop his potential. Daozong comments suspiciously on Yuan's intentions, viewing his proposal in terms of power and influence. Yuan emphasizes the need to focus on the most worthy warriors in order to effectively utilize the Secret Realm's resources. The guy remembers with a smile his hatred for people who believe that something rare could only be obtained under certain conditions, including when choosing the best. The legendary master warns that no enemy who dares to go against him will go unpunished. He creates an energy barrier and reminds the young man that he must make a choice: surrender or die. Outside, the masters are stunned that the girl was able to stop a powerful blow with one hand, discussing her legendary rank. Yuan notices the girl's hidden star power and sarcastically asks if she is the boy's mentor. The girl asserts her right to defend the store, emphasizing its position in her duties as an employee. She claims that she will punish anyone who breaks the rules inside the store, even the legendary master. An irritated Yuan accuses the girl of deliberately belittling him, but her confidence baffles him. Enraged, Yuan attacks, demanding to know why he is being ignored, and his reaction causes concern among his allies. People on the street scream in confusion as they watch the events unfolding in front of the store and Yuan's condition. The young man and the girl insist that the opponents should only be neutralized, not killed, in order to uphold the principle of justice. The girl, with an icy expression, declares to her opponent that reducing the number of his limbs would completely satisfy her. The atmosphere escalates when a powerful demonic aura materializes from the store, shocking all witnesses. Yuan summons the dark entity to become his weapon, imbued with destructive power. The legendary master summons his most powerful servant through a spatial rift. Yuan activates a new level of power, merging with the Shadow Beast King, displaying incredible might. The young man looks at what is happening with disbelief, thinking about merging with the heavenly beast and its capabilities. The combined form of Yuan and the servant transforms into a terrifying warrior with the power of the empty cave realm, ready to destroy anyone. Witnesses, stunned by Yuan's hidden skills, admit it is impossible to participate in a battle of such a scale. One of Yuan's advisors begs him to calm down, warning that the battle could destroy the entire city of Longjian. Yuan scornfully declares that he will not destroy everything because of two enemies, comparing them to small mice stealing food. The girl mockingly breaks the enemy's attack, asking if this is the limit of his capabilities. The guy stops the heroine from killing the defeated enemy, explaining that it will take him several years to recover. Astonished observers cannot believe that the devastating attack was neutralized with one blow. The young man challenges his opponents with a cheeky smile, asking why they are still hesitating. Returning home, the guy worriedly asks the girl who has woken up how she is feeling. At the table, the young man and his sister discuss recovery while their mother is still resting after a hard day. A master with a thick beard tries to awkwardly talk to a girl, addressing her by name. The girl steps back in fear and panics, asking the uninvited guests who they are. A group of guests introduce themselves one by one, emphasizing their affiliation with the Xiao family, much to her confusion. The sister, outraged by the intrusion, asks her brother why these people are in their house. The guy awkwardly justifies himself to his sister, claiming that he brought the masters as her tutors. He emphasizes that training from such masters will give her knowledge that cannot be obtained even at university. The girl asks skeptically what exactly the invited mentors are going to teach her. One of the masters, Xiao Liu, introduces himself as the King of Poisons and promises to impart knowledge on poisoning and detoxification. Xiao Qin, a restoration master, offers to teach her healing skills and physical strengthening. The third mentor, Xiao Tang, states that he will teach her how to operate hidden weapons and mechanisms. The last master, Xiao Mu, who calls himself the Beast Emperor, offers her the skills to control celestial beasts and gives her a moon dragon. The girl is stunned by the master's generosity and, perplexed, asks if she can really control the dragon. She turns to her brother with a question whether these craftsmen can be trusted and whether they demand anything in return. The mentors, understanding her doubts, apologize for their straightforwardness, admitting that they underestimated her. The masters bow before the hero and heroine, begging them to spare their lives and show mercy. The guy jokingly asks the girl if she knows how to use curse magic, to which she sternly rejects such methods. The girl, with a sly expression, asks the guy if he is afraid of the master's betrayal and if he wants to keep them under control. Activating her energy, the heroine announces that for the sake of points, she will perform another miracle to purify the masters. The masters, blinded by the light of her energy, fall to their knees, praising her as a goddess and declaring that they have seen the light. An onlooker comments in shock that she is able to control even the title masters as if they were children. When the guy asks what she did, the heroine explains that she used the blessing seal to guide them on the path of truth. The heroine warns that disrespect for her faith will lead to punishment in the form of burning in divine fire. The guy calls the girl cruel, but then solemnly declares that everyone is now obliged to believe in the inviolability of the Su family. He ironically offers the masters, since they are here, to teach him the skills of swordsmanship, capturing their attention. Daozong, a little embarrassed by the request, doubts whether there is any point in teaching a guy with such colossal strength. The young man, with a firm expression on his face, insists on his desire to learn from the master. Daozong agrees, but emphasizes that the sword technique is destructive and also clarifies important points for starting training. The master notices that the boy's fighting style is more like fist fighting and inquires about his intentions in using the sword. The guy confidently replies that he will take care of organizing the training field, offering to leave contact information. The young man reminds her that learning from the masters is a rare opportunity and asks her sister to make the most of it. Having contacted his partners via a holographic interface, the guy discusses the sale of a fire dragon and real estate. He thanks the professional team for the speed and offers to complete the transaction in his store. After looking at the energy interface, the young man plans to upgrade the store to level 3 to expand its capabilities. Reflecting on the possibilities, the guy makes plans for additional income, discussing them with an invisible ally. The guy is decisively upgrading his store, happily noting that it is beginning to resemble a full-fledged pet store. Using a holographic interface, he carefully carves out 300 square meters of living space for his family. The girl, impressed by the power of this force, is surprised that the created objects can exist forever without the need for energy replenishment. The young man continues the layout, allocating part of the space for reception and office space. The next step involves dedicating a fifth of the store to a feed storage area to simplify inventory management. He uses the remaining space for growing sections and experimental zones, completing the store's design. Satisfied with the result, the guy confirms all the changes, believing that this will be enough to keep the store running. Outside the store, a mother and daughter wonder if they have the wrong address when they see a familiar name. A large building with a sign attracts their attention, emphasizing the grandeur of the new store space. The hero greets them inside with a smile, asking if they managed to take everything and if they are ready for the next steps. The two craftsmen inform the guy that all the things are packed and loaded into the truck, and say goodbye, heading off according to his instructions. The guy gives permission for the trucks to leave and begins preparing for a new organization of the space. The sister is surprised to see the store has expanded significantly and explains that the teachers vacated their house early in the morning. The young man calmly replies that it's a long story, but he'll explain everything on the way and offer to go to the store. The first customers appear at the entrance to the store, trying to impress the elf, but receive a cold response for their attempts at flattery. The heroine, holding 3 creatures in her hands, jokingly scolds the young man for calling his clients ants. The guy asks his sister to look after the store, citing his busy schedule with other things. The sister is delighted to discover that they now have their own swimming pool, and her joy lifts everyone's spirits. She is delighted with her new room with a soft bed, noticing how much better the conditions have become. When asked about the cost of the house, the guy explains that the money was received from clients from elite areas of the city. The guy assures the family that the elite clients are happy with his work and pay for it easily, and the house is too big for their convenience. The sister jokingly says that she is taking over the responsibilities of running the house, and then asks who the attractive girl in the store is. The young man recalls the heroine's contradictory images with confusion, but calls her his new employee. The mother suggests that the boy invite the elf to dinner to get to know her better as part of the team. Joanna greets her family members elegantly, emphasizing her respect for them. At the dinner table, the girl's mother asks her name. The sister touches Joanna's hair curiously, noticing its softness and fluffiness, while the boy reacts with slight irritation. In an informal conversation, Joanna's mother asks questions about her background, age, and personal life. Joanna replies that she is from the Outlands, is 18 years old, and has not yet thought about romantic relationships. After dinner, the guy ironically asks Joanna why she behaves so normally with his family, and she jokes about the possibility of raising her ratings. The young man sarcastically tells the elf that he will increase her personal rating if she continues to work just as effectively. The mother wonders how the hero and his employee managed to run the store together. Joanna calmly replies that the current flow of visitors is enough for the two of them, but additional tasks could complicate the work. The guy notes that thanks to Joanna's abilities, he can even reduce his participation in the management of the store. The young man, with a sly smile, thinks about plans related to the young mistress of the Tang family who remains locked up. The girl appears in the guy's room and irritably asks what he is up to while he calmly answers her question. After examining the room, she realizes that she is in the hero's house, deciding that he is not prepared to defend himself. The girl is thinking about an escape plan, planning to break a window and escape, only to return with the support of her family. She soon rushes towards the exit with revenge in mind and the intention of gathering the Tang family's elite for an attack. Promising revenge for her capture, she clenches her fists and speeds away from the hero's house. The girl angrily hits the window but finds that it is too strong for her to escape. Having exhausted her strength, she falls near the barrier, blaming the guy for her current state due to long days locked in without food. In a last-ditch effort, she calls out furiously to the boy, demanding an explanation of his intentions. The guy, with a mysterious smile, replies that his main goal is to understand her value and use her abilities. In response to his remark, the girl points out his strange intentions with apprehension, suspecting a perverted plan. Gathering her strength, the heroine asserts that she will not allow him to do with her what he wants. She states that the Tan family has prepared her for any difficulties, but adds that hunger still weakens her. In a furious and confused state, the girl eats the offered buns, while simultaneously threatening the guy for her fate. The young man, with a sly smile, offers her to sign a temporary contract, adding that she will have to pay for the food. The next day, the store attracts many customers who admire the beautiful employees, thinking it is a fashion show. Joanna and the elf greet visitors, suggesting that they split into two lines, one for service and one for section rental. Joanna notices a door in the room and decides to escape, claiming that she cannot be stopped. The guy reminds her of the contract she signed, which prohibits her from leaving the store for a year. The girl, ignoring his words, angrily rushes towards the exit with the thought of breaking through at any cost. Realizing that she can't break down either the door or the window, Joanna angrily calls the store magical and capitulates. The guy asks the elf to teach Joanna everything so that she can get used to the job faster, which she accepts calmly. Reporters appear at the door, asking which of those present is Mr. Su. The guy confirms his identity and discusses ordering a video shoot to promote the store. During the filming, he demonstrates his power by summoning a 7th-level dragon, which leaves the assembled spectators in shock. One of the reporters asks the guy about the store's slogan, to which he replies that the main thing is the type of dragon and the name, which speak for themselves. The boy's sister says that masters of the title rank followed her even in the most unexpected places, threatening her with their presence. The guy laughingly explains that these masters were hired by him to protect her and cannot harm her. Joanna notices two masters, identifying one of them as an elder with the title of Snakeheart. Joanna, reflecting on what happened, suggests that her family may still be informed thanks to her skills. The star-titled master transmits a voice message to another elder, who is amazed by what is happening. The heroine tries to explain to the elder that she was captured by the guy and is being held against her will, begging him to release her. The elder asks in surprise if there was anyone else before her who was also caught by this young man. Joanna is relieved to realize that the elder didn't notice her, but his words make her deeply suspicious. The boy instructs the masters to guard the school grounds from the outside and gives them free access to the training field. Joanna can't believe her eyes when she sees the title masters bowing down to the boy and wonders how he achieved such influence. The guy records in the system that Joanna received 1 point, justifying her usefulness for training a new employee. He reflects on the slow progress in uncovering the spiritual tree, which has been in the works for thousands of years. The hero discusses the possibilities of the spiritual tree, suggesting that it could transform into a heavenly beast, and is delighted with the prospects. The young man understands that his next step after becoming a master is to become a mature educator, but admits his lack of experience. He activates the panel for further improvements, planning to enhance his combat power and increase his authority. The guy decides to become so strong that no one would dare interfere in his affairs, ensuring the safety of his family. The elf senses a familiar aura, noticing that the young man's strength continues to grow. Tired from intense training, the hero returns to himself, rejoicing in his victory over a serious opponent. He notes the progress in his training and is proud that his store is also generating high income. They bring him food, and despite his caution, he calmly states that it is impossible to poison him in the store. The boy, sitting in his room, explains to the elf that he used the power of the law of space to reach the divine border. He is surprised by the girl's insight in finding out where he was and invites her to express her thoughts. The elf states that she wants to accompany him next time to use her power to help him in his training. The guy guesses that she has something else in mind, but agrees to go about her business alone. The hero notices the girl exploring the boundaries of the store, investigating what she is allowed to do, and advises her to be careful. The elf is surprised by the guy's decision to take her with him, which is why he jokes about her possible antics. Joanna, tired after a hard day, falls asleep in a chair, and the goddess casts a sleeping spell on her. The guy jokes that even the apocalypse shouldn't interrupt her sleep when she's completely exhausted. The hero suddenly activates the portal and calls the girl to follow him in order to use the moment for important matters. They find themselves at the World Tree, and the elf is amazed by its ability to easily move between dimensions. The guy points out that the elf is not a good employee and asks her to show him the way to improve his level. He asks which kingdom the main god is in, and the elf explains how their structure is arranged. The girl talks about the 5 levels of divine realms, and mentions that no one has been able to reach the highest level for a long time. Suddenly, a winged guest of the goddess appears and greets her, and the guy asks who he is. The guest asks them to hold his hand to transport him to another world, which causes the hero slight bewilderment. They arrive at a majestic hall where the divine source has been prepared, to which the guest leads them. The guy notes that the elf takes her preparation seriously, even changing her clothes before the procedure. The divine source activates, creating a grand spectacle, and the hero notes its incredible effectiveness. The elf explains that immersion in the spring is only available to the best, and points to a specially prepared arena for training. The girl offers a deal. Every time the guy returns her to the kingdom, he gets access to the source, but she asks him to stop hunting the star beasts. The guy wonders why the elf is against his battles with the star Zerg, because they have the same goal. The girl brings clarity by stating that she can smell divine crystals, mined from her kind, on his body. The young man evaluates her words and, not finding anything strange, explains his interest in these crystals. The elf points to the giant world tree, recalling its significance to her people. She tells that after death, the bodies of the gods turn into divine energy, which returns to the tree, which gives birth to new gods. The guy explains that the star Zerg absorb this energy, as a result of which it does not return to the tree. The elf explains how cultivation level affects the amount of energy returned, confirming his words. She laments how the Zerg attack lost as much divine power as new gods. The girl confirms that with the loss of the supreme divine realm, her people have lost the opportunity to reach the realm of the supreme god. She sadly notes that the once great divine people are now fragmented and on the verge of extinction. The heroine is in a depressed state, worrying about the current situation. The boy hands the girl a large number of divine crystals he collected during the day, which surprises her. The young man realizes that his actions in eating crystals are no different from the methods of his enemies, and decides to change his behavior. The hero calls on the girl to bring the creatures into the arena to test their strength. The heroine notices that the energy from the crystals penetrates to the bones, thanks the hero, and leaves. The young man dives into the magical waters, contemplating how they accelerate his training and activate the cells of his body. The girl leads the hero into the battle arena, reflecting on his potential and meaning to her people. The hero opens the vault to hide the collected divine crystals in a safer place. The guy completes the training, advancing in his development to a new level of strength and mastering the art of spirit control. The hero realizes that the only real opponent on this subcontinent will be another legendary warrior whom he must surpass. The young man reminds the girl of the need to prepare for the workday, mentioning the funds spent on advertising. The girl asks the hero about his day off, surprised by his unexpected return from work. The guy explains that the students were dismissed early from class, telling them about the lesson he was preparing for with his mentor. The girl is overcome with emotion, outraged by competitors using clever marketing tactics. The young man laughs at her heated reaction, which leaves her puzzled. The hero comments that her behavior is reminiscent of a little boss, which makes the girl embarrassed. The guy explains that the competitor's massive success is due to the influence of the tournament winner and the passive following of clients by trends. The girl decides not to ignore this and suggests developing her own cunning plan of action. The young man comes up with the idea of using the tournament champion to create a buzz around their store. Crowds of people discuss the advertisement of their establishment, preparing to try their hand at the championship with the promise of victory. The unknown man is outraged by the appearance of a competitor's store, clenching his fist in anger. The board of directors discusses the issue of competition and the need to take measures to retain customers. The company's president proposes using PR specialists to gather dirt on the owner of a rival store. The president ominously gives instructions on the need to destroy the reputation of the store and its owner. One of the subordinates praises the president's ability to deal with competitors and supports his plan. At the Zhou family residence, they discuss how a small shop can guarantee a championship, causing confusion. The elders of the Zhou family plan to take advantage of the enemy's weakness to strengthen their family's position. Meanwhile, at a family meeting, the Liu family discusses who owns the strange store, calling it impudence. One elder reports that the shop owner is not listed among the major or minor clans, raising questions about his origins. Additional information suggests that the legendary Master Yuan was sent to the shop owner, but he returned without results. The elder reports that the legendary rank was at stake and the witnesses were eliminated secretly. The man asks not to spread information about the opponent and to wait for a clear picture of the situation. Within days, the store attracts attention with the promise of a guaranteed championship, causing a stir in the crowd. The young man answers the student's question with doubt, confirming the seriousness of his statement. The girl clarifies whether the young man really intends to promote one of his clients to champion status, following the advertisement. The hero explains that this strategy is just a gimmick to attract traffic and does not produce real winners. The young man states that he will only recommend trusted people to avoid any unwanted consequences. The hero indicates that the plan is to select someone who can consistently put effort into training to achieve success. A determined girl asks to be given the opportunity to train and achieve championship status, surprising everyone around her. The hero notes that with the right strategy and effort, and with a strong ally, one can confidently enter the top 10. The girl resolutely declares that she wants to become stronger and follow in the hero's footsteps, since being in the top 10 is not enough for her. She admits that the hero has undergone difficult training, for which she herself is ready to work to reach his level. The hero reminds her of her significant progress in her first year and asks about her concerns. The young man warns that the fight for the championship will bring confrontation with the city, competitors, and even former friends. The guy adds that the upcoming tournament will require her to sign up for a life-or-death fight. The girl confidently replies that she realized this when she became a master of fighting beasts. She mentions the day she felt the strong aura of a hero protecting them behind their backs. The girl screams that she is no longer a child and wants to use this opportunity to protect others. The hero replies with a smile that he will think about her decision. The young man agrees that her aspirations deserve discussion and further action. A crowd of people is demanding a refund, outraged by the situation around the store. The hero feels a strange reaction from the system and thinks about what is happening outside. One customer claims his pet was injured by the store and is arguing for contractual rights. The crowd begins to discuss rumors about a possible store error and suspicions of hormone use. The customer makes accusations against the store and claims the money invested, demanding an answer. The panicked man accuses the store staff of coercion and threatens to call the police. The heroine appears in the background, but the hero stops her further actions with a strict order. The man shows off a brightly glowing artifact, claiming that everything will now become clear. A client's pet, exposed to magic, suddenly becomes weakened, causing outrage. The hero asks the man if he had been in the store before and intends to find out the details of what happened. The hero presents the documents and the man's signature confirming the agreement regarding the heavenly beast, but he tries to reject them. A man claims that his fox Aurora began to get sick after returning home, and the hero suggests conducting a checkup. The young man notes that the animal's strength has indeed decreased, but the cause looks more like poisoning than illness. The hero asks a girl named Anna if she has the ability to heal, and she modestly replies that she can do a little. The man accuses the store of using stimulants and mutated substances, citing a doctor's report. Anna interrupts the accusations and declares that she will take care of healing the beast herself. Anna pushes the noisy man aside with one movement, ordering him to get out of the way. Shocked onlookers watch as Aurora the fox recovers almost instantly and gets back on her feet. The man, seeing the result, apologizes for his accusations and says that he will leave them alone. As he leaves, he calls for the restored beast to follow him, acknowledging the shop's craftsmanship. The hero stops the man with the fox Aurora and asks him to come upstairs for further investigation. The young man notes that the man's nervous reaction to curing the fox is suspicious and asks who sent him. The man attempts to deny his actions, threatening to call the police if he is not released. The hero increases the pressure, forcing the man to reveal information by using his magic and the power of the fox. The hero recalls that the title rank allows for punishment without charges, and asks the man if he is willing to experience this for himself. The frightened man confesses that the Liu family, who run another pet store, is behind him. The hero asks the man if the Liu family is connected to the famous Fei Fei chain of stores and demands more information. The man explains that the heavenly beast was seriously injured, and the Liu family offered free treatment in exchange for placing the blame on the hero's shop. The guy tries to find out the identity of the man from the Liu family, but the man claims that he does not know his face because he was wearing a mask. Anna, with a cold look, answers the heroes that the gods do not use disgusting methods like mind reading, rejecting such a possibility. The hero notices that the man speaks too easily and precisely in his explanations, as if he had prepared everything in advance. Anna suddenly intervenes, approaching the man, which frightens him and causes him to call the fox Aurora for help. Anna uses a soul search spell, revealing the man's memories and the reason for his actions. The flashback shows the man receiving threats from the Joe family and being forced to carry out their plan with the heavenly beast. The man recalls being promised a level 8 bloodline if he betrays the hero's shop, but he also acknowledges his guilt towards the fox Aurora. The hero angrily grabs the man and declares that he is an undead for his actions, frightening him to the point of trembling. The man begs for his life, promising to take better care of the fox and correct his actions. The hero demands that his contract with the fox Aurora be annulled while Anna watches what is happening. The fox does not respond to her former master's order to return, confirming that the man is no longer worthy of her trust. The frightened man finally surrenders, asking the hero not to kill him, and acknowledges his submission. The hero, holding the man, throws himself from a height, emphasizing that he does not like to get his hands dirty. Against the backdrop of the hero's titular rank, a group of accompanying creatures appears, striking the witnesses with their strength. The hero demands to summon the head of the clan, marking his arrival as the owner of the Azornic store. The servants of the Joe clan ask the hero to wait, stating that the head has already been notified of his visit. The hero, demonstrating the power of the luminous purgatory, warns that he does not have much patience. The elite army of Joe emerges from the clan's courtyard, blocking the hero's path and promising to prevent his advancement. The hero coldly states that he needs a leader, adding that he will not wait long. The commander of an elite army with a level 9 combat power warns against entry without permission. The hero decides that if the head of the clan does not come out himself, he will have to knock on the door. The hero's secret techniques have a stunning effect on the soldiers of the Joe army, who recognize the uniqueness of his fighting style. The commander of the Joe family's elite army orders all might to be used to repel the hero's attack, claiming that the intruder will be killed. The soldiers form a powerful defensive barrier, but the hero manages to break their formation, shocking the army. The army commander is confused by the hero's unwavering strength and accuses him of planning to destroy the Joe family. The protectors of the Joe family enter the fray, declaring that they would rather die standing than live on their knees. The hero uses the Xuanwu burst-style technique, crushing the Joe family's defenders with a powerful blow. The commander, defeated along with his soldiers, thanks the protectors for their attempt at resistance. The head of the Joe clan comes out, remarks on the strength of his elite army, but reproachfully asks how they became so useless. The clan leader, who possesses the combat power of the highest 9th stage, admits that he had to intervene due to the incompetence of his subordinates. The army commander falls before the clan leader, begging for a second chance to correct his mistakes and catch the hero. The hero, appearing against the backdrop of his powerful beasts, directly addresses the head of the Joe clan, asking if it is true that he is the one in charge here. The hero demands that the head of the Joe clan hand over the culprits who plan to damage his store. The clan's protectors, who possess the combat power of the 9th stage, are outraged by the hero's demands and try to threaten him. The elite Joe army fully mobilizes and launches an attack, intending to crush the hero. The hero contemptuously compares the army to useless creatures, saying that they are of no use. One of the protectors uses a powerful spell, forming a giant energy creature. The hero mockingly comments on the monster's unexpected appearance and continues to accuse the clan leader of harboring criminals. The clan leader sarcastically remarks that the hero is still arrogant in the face of threat and emphasizes the difference between their power levels. He mentions the divine punishment of Qinglong, which is at the limit of the 9th stage, which is insurmountable for the title rank. The chapter's spell manifests a massive green dragon capable of rivaling legendary ranks. The hero summons his strongest beasts, the light-bearing purgatory serpent and the dark dragon, to show the Joe clan that he is ready for battle. The hero summons his beasts, ordering them to put the enemy on their backs, demonstrating the power of the Lightbringer serpent and the dark dragon dog. Standing in the midst of an energy vortex, the young man holds one of the enemies by the head, causing him to scream in fear and call for help. The Joe clan protectors are shocked to realize that the attack of the Qinglong's 9th stage maximum was completely blocked. The hero responds coldly to the threats, destroying one of the opponents and declaring that he has no intention of negotiating. The head of the Joe clan is horrified to learn of the use of a rare technique called Dragon Execution, which is aimed at dragon-type creatures. He activates his most powerful defensive technique, Joe Ku's Molten Armor, in an attempt to escape. The hero mockingly says that the leader remembered to use the armor too late and warns that it will not save him. With one crushing blow, the hero pierces the armor, causing the enemy to vomit blood and realize his defeat. The weakened right protector of the Zhou clan confesses to his companions that he hoped to lure the hero in to harm the Liu family. The hero, with a menacing look, asks the head of the clan if he intends to continue to cover up for the guilty, demanding an immediate answer. The hero demands that the clan leader bring all those responsible for the attack and emphasizes that he does not intend to wait any longer. The clan leader, reflecting on the situation, realizes that the hero turned out to be much more dangerous than he expected, comparing him to the god of death himself. Those involved in the conspiracy are led out under escort, begging for mercy, while the clan leader monitors their condition. Chief Zhou declares that these people are ready to be punished for their misdeeds and invites the hero to do so. The hero watches over the prisoners, giving the order to check whether all the culprits are there. One of the captives cowardly declares that he does not know the others, denies knowing them, and tries to escape punishment. The hero realizes that the memories of these people were probably erased to hide the real customer. In the background, the right protector admits that key parts of the memories were deleted, preventing the truth from being revealed. The hero categorically declares that he will not allow the head of the clan to hide behind deception, and demands that the real culprits be handed over to him. With a menacing look, the young man finally warns that the insult to his store must be washed away with blood. The head of the clan is shocked by the hero's confidence and tries to understand where he gets such power from. One of the guards reports that several more people involved in the conspiracy have been brought in for questioning, reassuring the chief. The arrested, kneeling, beg for mercy, admit their mistakes, and plead not to take their lives. The clan leader officially hands over all the culprits to the hero, emphasizing that they are ready to be punished. The hero rightly says that those who were not the main instigators should not be executed, but he has a higher goal. In a serious tone, the hero reflects on the need to strengthen his authority in order to prevent a recurrence of such events. One of the observers mockingly states that after so many murders, the hero might calm down. The hero speaks calmly, mentioning the small skeleton, which causes tension among everyone present. The left protector of the clan indignantly asks why the destruction of the ancestral home continues if all the guilty parties have already been handed over. He responds coldly, questioning the justice of his actions, and warns that he will find out the truth by the process of elimination if the organizer is not exposed. The hero threatens to start with the head of the clan, calling upon the light-bearing serpent of purgatory to force him to answer. The clan leader recognizes the criticality of the situation and decides to call upon his right protector to try to turn the tide. The hero turns coldly to the protector, suspecting him of organizing the crimes, and demands an explanation. The right protector, losing his composure, laughs at the situation, not believing that the Zhou family could be on the verge of destruction due to a conflict with the store. In a fit of rage, the protector accuses the group's leader of incompetence, which led to the discovery of his perfect plan. The protector declares that if he dies, he will take with him the one who exposed his plans, launching a desperate attack. The hero orders his beast to deal with the remaining aftermath of the battle, restoring order. The left protector watches the horror of what happened and admits that he is glad that he was not involved in this conspiracy. The clan leader, shocked by the destruction, decides to forbid his family from approaching the hero's store to avoid further conflict. Bowing before the hero, the head of Zhou hands over all the culprits to him, begging him to spare his family and not to be angry anymore. The hero explains that eliminating the villains is not the end, and demands a public apology and compensation from the Zhou family for the damage caused. The clan leader agrees, promising to personally handle the announcements while rumors about the store owner's strength are already circulating in society. The young man clarifies the terms of compensation, asking what specific resources the Zhou family lacks, but states that he needs a certain set of heavenly treasures to train martial beastmasters. The hero demands a set of treasures of the same level as those taught to the most important heirs of the Zhou family. The head of the family is shocked, because the transfer of these resources will deprive Zhou of the opportunity to ever become stronger, and sees this as a threat to the future of the clan. The hero calmly replies that even if he compares them to lesser creatures, he is capable of making a worthy opponent out of anyone. The hero confidently adds that even a pig can be raised to the level of a true clan leader if he possesses real talent. The clan members are outraged by the comparison of the patriarch to a pig and are ready to start a fight to defend the family's honor. The head of the family wonders if the hero is really capable of raising anyone to the top, recalling the past development of the little skeleton. The clan leader is frightened, realizing that the hero's words are not a metaphor, because the skeleton was indeed once a beast of the lowest pedigree and has now become incredibly strong. The hero notes that the leader of Joe is worthy of his position and offers cooperation for the benefit of both parties, promising rare food and the cultivation of super-strong beasts at low prices. The young man reminds the leader that the Joe family has long dreamed of entering the Major League, and hints that his help could become a nuclear weapon in their confrontation with the four major clans. The head of the clan is surprised by the scale of the hero's plans and suspects that he also intends to subjugate all the strongest families. The hero advises to look at the situation more broadly, hinting to the elder about new strategies for the family's survival. The city is discussing the latest events, with people surprised by Joe's revelation and now praising the owner Sue's store. Inside the store, shoppers share the news with each other, noting that the rumors about the amazing store turned out to be true. The hero unexpectedly receives a mysterious reward, a bright energy core, and wonders about its purpose. He is surprised to discover that this artifact allows him to obtain the ability of fusion, a rare gift available only to legendary beastmasters. The young man is puzzled about which of his pets to entrust with such a powerful skill book, because it is truly dangerous. In his imagination, the hero tries on the power of merging with the dragon, imagining how he will breathe fire and fly on the wings of the light-bearing serpent of purgatory. The guy thinks that using a dragon for fusion is too banal and familiar, because he prefers spirit control. The hero considers the option of fusing with the dark dragon dog and, imagining its abilities, notes that it would be useful to see souls from a great distance. The dark dragon dog reacts happily, but the idea of becoming a dog warrior seems too ridiculous to the hero. The boy decides that the only one truly worthy of the legendary fusion skill is a small skeleton. The young man summons a miniature skeletal warrior, warning that this time he is not needed for battle. The little skeleton grabs the skill book. The hero encourages him, urging him to accept the power quickly. The hero is surprised to notice that after receiving the fusion skill, the skeleton's combat power has increased almost 1.5 times. After absorbing the bloodstone, the small skeleton's appearance changes. It becomes stronger and much more terrifying. The boy realizes that for a long time, battles and experience did not provide a noticeable increase in strength, but now even a small increase is significantly valuable. The young man rejoices that after numerous battles with divine beasts and acquiring a new skill, the little skeleton's combat power has finally reached 11, confirming the effectiveness of the fusion. The hero's shop finally finds peace, and he decides to train newcomers for future victories. The girl and the boy are discussing the unexpected appearance of a strong fighter who is now in contact with Sue's boss. The hero greets the elder Dao Zun, a sword master capable of slaying 9th-stage beasts with his own power. The sword master is surprised by the changes in the shop and invites the hero to finally begin training in the art of the sword, specifying his preferences regarding the training location. The young man chooses an open and safe area with mountains and sea for training, emphasizing the danger of the master's art. The elder was amazed by the realism of the chosen hologram, and the hero assures him of its reliability for a training duel. Dao Zun agrees to reveal the secret techniques and asks the hero to prove himself in action, expecting a real sword fight. A tense duel begins. The guy announces the start of the battle with the senior swordsman. The hero warns that learning the sword will come at a price and shows his opponent a mysterious glowing fruit. Senior Dao Zun is astonished to recognize the legendary spiritual tree fruit, which can develop the power of a beastmaster to the next level. The hero looks with delight at a rare artifact that could shorten his years of training. The man activates the blade, explaining that its uniqueness is not attainable without exceptional skill. The boy notices the devastating attack and exclaims in surprise at the appearance of a mysterious creature. The senior master discusses the hero's pet's power level and shares his impressions of its potential. The heroine reflects on how destructive this little skeleton is. The master is determined to train his pet in the art of weapon mastery at any level. The hero, full of determination, actively prepares for training, sparing neither effort nor time. On the battlefield, two blades clashed, causing surprise among those watching the clash. The hero gathers his allies, claiming that he is now ready to head into the dangerous region. In a combat vehicle, a young man and woman discuss its power and exceptional nature in light of their current mission. The hero informs his companions that he has arranged for a free place to stay temporarily, including the preparation of transport. The girl is surprised by the mention of combat armor and asks about yesterday's incident. The young man explains that a clash with an influential family was inevitable, but he managed to defend justice. The guy reports that he eliminated the leadership involved in the attack, causing surprise among those around him. The girl assumes that recent events are connected with her success in the tournament, but she is assured otherwise. The hero philosophizes about the power and inevitability of confrontation, emphasizing that the problems are not her fault. The guy admits that he doesn't strive to be a champion, but emphasizes the value of training for his companions. The group discusses plans to prepare for the tournament, where the leader confirms that he has sufficient strength. A devilish creature appears on the field, and the allies decide to postpone the battle for a while. The girl releases a fire beast that attacks enemies, creating a fiery whirlwind. The girl warns her sister about an approaching enemy, offering to block his next attack. A young warrior summons the moon dragon to face a powerful foe. Combining her power with the summoned creature, she attacks the enemy using the moon claw technique. The group rejoices at the victory over the enemy, finally easing the tension. A girl protects a comrade from a surprise attack by a creature with spiritual power. The enemy uses toxic fumes to hide from the team's attacks. The young heroine uses a treatment method to cope with the poison. The girl reacts to her comrade's joke, and the team realizes that the enemy is calling for reinforcements. The hero decides to unite the forces of his creatures for a final attack on the enemy. The young man solemnly assures that their coordinated actions will allow the battle to be concluded in their favor. The girl invites the guy to coordinate for an attack, confirming his ability to work in a team. The hero decides to contain the hostile couples and builds a strategy for the future, reflecting on his plans. The young man gives the girl an expensive drug, emphasizing her contribution to their survival. The master declares the end of the training day and suggests that everyone rest, but the heroine wants to continue fighting. The girl shares her enthusiasm for the battle, and the boy explains that he is raising money to promote his dragon. Based on the merit calculation, the operator announces the results, registering the achievements in the system. The man happily accepts the challenge to count his merits and asks about his results. The scoring system is explained to the hero, detailing the difference in value between killed animals of different levels. The base's staff recall previous records and joke about the hunter's gradual progress. A group of competitors called the Night Wolves demonstrate their results with an impressive number of points. The Night Wolves group discusses the distribution of over 1 million merits among its members, which causes envy in those around it. The boy is outraged by the low credit he receives for his efforts in solo hunting and decides to join a group. The operator calls the next team, representing 3 registered participants. The hero and his 2 companions collect a record-breaking 2 million merits, stunning the other participants. Observers are amazed at the number of points received, calculating how much each team member earned on average. The hero renounces his share of the credit, allowing his comrades to share it among themselves. The guy suggests that the heroine take a little more credit, but she insists on an equal distribution. Other participants express dissatisfaction with the unfairness of the merit system. The girl silently listens to the arguments of her group, who accuse her of inaction and unwillingness to fight for points. The boy explains to the girl the importance of effectively using the acquired merits to improve future opportunities. The senior participant, addressing the newcomers, emphasizes that they should be grateful for the internship opportunity. Young hunters admit their mistakes, but justify their failures by their inexperience in difficult battles. A group of students are outraged that the work they have done, including killing high-level beasts, is being valued so low. The girl notices the tension in the room, but the young man asks her not to rush to conclusions and to remain calm. Senior hunters point out to newcomers that their success is commonplace and a natural consequence of hard work. The leader of the experienced hunters concludes that participating in battles gave the youth useful experience. He reminds us that we need to focus not only on the results, but also on what was done to achieve them. A group of students is told that joining a team means sharing all risks and rewards collectively. Experienced hunters emphasize the importance of the value of each action and encourage those who are dissatisfied to act independently. Young people are becoming more aware of the fairness of the system, recognizing the importance of experience and teamwork for further growth. The boy reflects on the girl's resilience, acknowledging that she hates injustice, but she needs to become stronger. The hero motivates his companions by offering to exchange their achievements for currency and continue training in the desert regions. The day before the tournament opens, the ranking of the top participants is temporarily suspended. The mysterious man rejoices at the opportunity to spread the hero's name throughout the city, planning his moves. In a darkened room, mysterious figures discuss a young opponent who is ready to fight for first place. On the customer rating screen, the name of the hero and his comrades occupies the top positions, attracting the attention of rivals. Giant screens on the airships announce the start of the long-awaited 50-second global epic tournament. The huge stadium is filling up with people eagerly awaiting the start of the preliminary rounds. The crowd of spectators erupts in shouts of enthusiasm, eager to see the exciting spectacle of the tournament. Tournament organizers encourage participants to demonstrate their skills as the competition begins. A girl from Fengshan University is preparing for the qualifying round of the tournament, aiming for high achievements. Participants from different universities and families take their places, emphasizing the scale of the 1,000-strong tournament. The arena gates close, the force field is activated, and the name of the round is announced. The first qualifying round, called Insect Swarm, is filled with dangerous fantasy creatures. Participants will learn that they will have to confront a swarm of wild level 5 bees, whose stings can paralyze. The round requires participants to last 6 hours, which causes panic among those unprepared. A university professor watches the tournament, noticing how much more difficult this level has become compared to previous ones. The young man finds himself in the spotlight, sitting next to renowned teachers backstage at the competition. One of the mentors offers the hero to become a golden teacher at the university, promising great privileges. Two professors begin a dispute over the right to recruit the hero, competing for his attention and talents. The young man discusses his recent successes and opportunities for continuing his work at the university with the professor. The teacher praises the hero for suppressing the influential family and notes how his store influences the development of students. He is offered to head a new department of the university related to the cultivation of celestial beasts, which provides enormous resources. The hero jokingly declines the offer, saying that he is only interested in participating in the tournament now. The second professor expresses dissatisfaction with his colleague's treachery, but admits that he would like to suggest something similar himself. The tournament host reminds participants of the rules, as well as the need to take care of the arena's environment. The tournament begins, and the participants are faced with paralyzing poisonous insects that pose a deadly threat. Many players are eliminated from the round due to the swarms of bees attracted to the arena. A girl finds herself in the spotlight after becoming the target of a swarm of insects due to an unsuccessful maneuver. She displays amazing agility and elegant movement while resisting attacks, which brings delight to the spectators. The girl reflects on the strange activity of the swarm of insects that avoid attacking the grass flowers. On the other side of the arena, one of the participants easily deals with insects using his strength. The guy unleashes power, destroying many fantasy bees, hoping to finish the round faster. The presenter admires the participant's tactics, who hides his true strength, showing only a part. The participant is unexpectedly faced with a massive attack of bees, causing him to lose his advantage. The commentator points out the participant's mistake, as he underestimated the reproduction rate of the ghost bee swarms. The girl analyzes the situation, realizing that even high-level masters would not have lasted so long against the swarm. She comes to the conclusion that the key to passing the round lies not in fighting strength, but in unconventional solutions. The younger generation of the Tang family criticizes the girl for her ambitions, preparing for battle with disdain. The heroine comes up with an experimental plan to lure bees to herbal flowers to reduce their pressure. The insects continue to ignore the grass flowers, which increases the girl's suspicions about the swarm's bizarre behavior. The heroine comes to two possible reasons. Either the swarm is being controlled, or the flowers somehow repel them. The girl guesses that special rules for protecting flowers may explain the current situation in the arena. Behind the scenes, the teachers learn about the Tang family's weapon, which is capable of fatally wounding even strong opponents. The girl successfully repels the attack, unexpectedly wounding her opponents, causing them shock and confusion. The announcer reports the defeat of 3 strong members of the Tang family who were attacked by a swarm of bees. One of the participants calls upon his fire frog to create a wall of fire to protect himself from insects. A group of participants uses a fire barrier for cover, but begin to argue about what to do next. The heroine realizes that the secret artifacts that repel insects have not been found and searches for them among the bees. She continues to move around the arena in search of a possible treasure that holds the key to victory. The girl decides to use star power to determine whether secret artifacts are hidden inside fantasy bees. She quickly catches one of the bees and begins to examine it to confirm her guess. While examining the captured insect, she discovers a hidden treasure inside it, confirming her suspicions. The commentator happily announces that the participant has found the correct way to complete the round in just 1 hour. The girl stands proudly in the arena after winning the first round, which draws admiration from the audience. The remaining participants begin to realize that the treasure is hidden in the bees, but regret their failure. Backstage, teachers discuss how Su Lin Yu's skillful technique helped her defeat difficult opponents. One of the senior mentors comments sarcastically upon discovering the girl's connection to the Tang family. The protagonist lightly replies that there is nothing special about teaching the girl, strengthening his calm. The Tang family participants who lose the round leave the arena under the care of medical assistants, which concludes the round. One of the participants successfully repeats Su Lin Yu's method, receiving the key to passing the first round. The round is declared over, allowing the advanced participants to prepare for the next stage in 3 days. The heroine notices the importance of her discovery and is glad that it prevented possible tragedies in the arena. As she leaves the arena, the girl jokes about returning home and is noticed by a hidden rival from the Mu family. The Mu family's secret technique leaves a blood mark, provoking beasts to become aggressive. The opponent explains that using this technique will split the load between the participant and their heavenly beast. A swarm of insects controlled by a member from the Mu family rushes towards Su Ling Yu, causing horror among the onlookers. Viewers are outraged by the injustice of what is happening, assuming that the heroine was deliberately attacked. The commentator explains that there is no direct rule against attacking other participants, leaving the situation open to condemnation. A member of the Mu family, ostentatiously declaring himself to be the future champion, directs his full power at the heroine. The girl activates the summoning rift, summoning her powerful celestial beast to counter the enemies surrounding her. A fantasy fire beast appears, possessing high speed and destructive power, which confuses the opponents. The enemy is shocked that the heroine was hiding such a powerful battle beast. The enemy attempts to regain control of the battle situation by using the 8th stage demonic claw. The fire beast activates the nightmare paralysis ability, immobilizing the enemy and depriving them of control over themselves. The heroine explains the weakness of the blood mark, pointing to the owner's decreased concentration due to sharing the load with the heavenly beast. She disarms the enemy and destroys the source of his power, avoiding unnecessary violence. Leaving the arena, the heroine easily and confidently declares that she does not kill enemies, following her brother's instructions. The Mu family's hope lies defeated on the field, as their entire younger generation was mercilessly destroyed. The young men watch in horror at the crushing victory, not believing that such cruelty comes from a fragile girl. The calculating young man realizes that all the rumors about the heroine's incredible strength turned out to be a frightening reality. Powerful figures rush to congratulate director Su, trying to profit from the success of his talented sister. The sycophants look at the empty space in confusion, not understanding where the person important to them has disappeared to. The girl feels watched with icy calm, preparing for a new hidden threat. A ruthless mercenary looks forward to dealing with Su Ling after receiving orders to eliminate his daring rival. The client demands not just to kill, but to brutally maim the girl, ruining her life and career forever. A squad of thugs known for their cruelty prepare to catch their prey, anticipating dirty fun. The bandits lurked in the dark corridor, waiting for the unsuspecting Su Ling to appear and walk straight into the trap. A treacherous shadow reaches out from the darkness to seize the lonely Su Ling. A sudden grip paralyzes the heroine, depriving her of any chance of escape. The heroine explodes with the power of the 5th stage, instantly breaking the grip. Su Ling's furious strike slams into the invisible barrier set up by her mysterious opponent. An angry Su Ling scolds her brother for the dangerous test, worrying about his recklessness. The young man, with a warm smile, praises his sister's talent, reminding her of the real purpose of his visit. Suspicions creep into the heroine's soul when her brother confidently leads her in the completely opposite direction from the parking lot. The young man's cold gaze confirmed his worst fears. An ambush was already waiting in the parking lot. A squad of ruthless cutthroats emerges from their hiding place without finding the long-awaited prey. Instead of a defenseless victim, the mercenaries encounter a diminutive but deadly warrior whose appearance leaves everyone in shock. The tiny pet leaves a trail of destruction and darkness in its wake, displaying terrifying power. A sudden encounter with Dao Zong takes the brother and sister by surprise right in the middle of the city. The mighty Dao Zun sheepishly makes excuses, only interested in the small skeleton. A shocked boy tries to unravel the mystery of the strange friendship between the pet and Dao Zun. The young man entrusts his pet to his mentor without hesitation, banking on the little warrior's future power. The elf reports a pitiful offering from the Zhuo family, who are trying to make amends. The defeated Zhuo family humbly offers treasures and their loyalty in exchange for forgiveness. The faithful assistant contemptuously calls the gifts trash and suggests destroying the offenders. A bright light bursts from the open box, foreshadowing incredible riches within. Blinded by the brilliance, the hero understands that trash for the goddess is untold wealth for man. The brother persistently offers his sister priceless treasures for training. But Su Ling is confused by such a generous and incomprehensible gift. Xiao Tang suddenly appears and interrupts their conversation, claiming that these artifacts are too dangerous for an inexperienced girl. The mentor mockingly explains that attempting to absorb such power will lead to inevitable death, calling her brother's plan complete madness. The young man pauses to think, realizing that the warning comes from Tang Ruan, the heiress of a great family, and that changes everything. The guy's gaze turns icy, and with a frightening grin, the hero calls Xiao Tang over for a serious conversation on which his sister's fate depends. The brutal training begins in the water, where Xiao Tang uses tickling and humiliation to break the will of the bound Su Ling. The teacher, with a sadistic smile, justifies her methods, assuring that this is the only way to keep her student from going mad. The heroine's body is pierced by unbearable pain, while the girl, tied up and helpless, tries to understand what kind of hellish ritual is being performed on her. An hour earlier, the boy begged Tang Ruan to reveal the secret of using the treasures to help his sister. The arrogant assistant demands payment for her knowledge, hinting that her help will not be free. The arrogant mentor is ready to give in, but sets her own conditions, unaware that the game is about to change. A dark aura grips the boy, who declares his ambitious plans to take over her family, leaving his sister in shock. The girl scornfully ridicules his insolence, reminding him of the invincible power of her family, which rules entire cities. While Tang Ruan revels in the history of his clan, the young man searches for a loophole in the ancient contracts to subjugate even divine beings. Ancient knowledge is revealed to a young man, revealing the secret of a temporary contract capable of enslaving any creature. Armed with new knowledge, the hero resolutely steps towards the stunned Tang Ruan to make a deal on his terms. The guy mercilessly presses her against the wall, enjoying the powerless rage of the powerful heiress, trapped. A magical seal flashes on the girl's forehead, forcibly creating a temporary contract and binding her fate to his will. An enraged Tang Ruan demands an explanation, but the hero only cryptically hints at a new, unnatural connection between them. Hatred rages in Tang Ruan's soul, but her mind screams of danger, because now her enemy has become her temporary master. The contract's magic breaks Tang Ruan's will, forcing her to see the boy as an indisputable deity whose words are like the law of heaven. The proud heiress falls to her knees, completely subdued by the power of the contract and ready to carry out any order of her new master. The young man enjoys Tang Ruan's humiliation with a satisfied grin, while the shocked Su Ling cannot believe such a terrible change. Hatred breaks through the shackles for a moment, and the girl's former insolence returns, demanding that orders be given immediately. The young man sets an impossible task, demanding that his new servant prepare Su Ling for the greatest test in just 3 days. Tang Ruan reveals the mortal danger of the treasure, explaining that months of preparation are necessary, otherwise the student's body will simply be torn apart. The impossibility of 3 months of preparation does not frighten the hero. A brilliant and risky plan is already maturing in his head. A sudden revelation dawns on the young man, as the cultivation space distorts time, giving nearly 3 months of training in 3 days of peace. The guy, with suspicious kindness, persuades his little sister to trust him, hiding his true intentions behind a fake smile. The hero makes a temporary pact with his own sister to forcibly transport the unsuspecting girl to a dangerous dimension. The unbearable tickling becomes real torture, bringing Su Ling to hysterics and tears. While the heroine begs for help, her brother remains deaf to her suffering, intently preparing for his own triumph. The teacher continues the painful procedure with cold calm, assuring that it is necessary to cleanse the body. Trapped in a tickling hell, the girl dreams of a brutal battle just to end this humiliating torment. Meanwhile, disturbing news reaches the Mu family, reporting a treacherous attack by a mercenary squad. The reporter reports with horror that the operation has completely failed, as the squad has been destroyed and Su Ling is completely safe. Disbelief grips the elders, who refuse to believe the girl's involvement until all evidence is mysteriously destroyed. The elder, desperately trying to find a clue, demands to examine the bodies of the dead in order to determine the style of the killer from the wounds. The subordinate reports with horror that nothing remains of the bodies except a bloody mess, as if they had been ground up in a juicer. Realizing that they were faced with an unknown force, the conspirators made a new decision: to eliminate Su Ling during the tournament in front of everyone. The loyal fighters of the Mu family arrive to take orders, ready to carry out any will of the elders. The clan leader hands his warriors incredibly powerful artifacts, demanding absolute victory in return. Blinded by generosity, the warriors swear allegiance, not realizing that they have become pawns in someone else's bloody game. In the shadow of the Qin family palace, another assassin takes a blood oath, pledging his life to carry out a deadly mission. The Tang family also enters into a conspiracy, preparing their champions for brutal reprisals in order to prove their superiority with the blood of their rivals. The tournament host cheerfully welcomes the participants, unaware of the deadly intrigues that have unfolded over the 3-day break. The roar of the crowd and the grandeur of the arena create a festive atmosphere, setting the stage for the upcoming battle for survival. The rules are changing, and now participants will have to demonstrate not speed, but pure combat power and tactical thinking. The new conditions throw 5 fighters into one arena in a deadly fight where only one can emerge victorious. The contestants enter the arena, and among the shadows of faceless opponents, Su Ling confidently strides towards the slaughter that is destined for her. The grand opening of the tournament thunders over the stadium, hiding deadly intrigues behind the festive atmosphere. Influential figures discuss the arrival of mysterious guests from the starry sky, while the young man silently absorbs the disturbing rumors. The director speaks with disdain about the powerful organization, not understanding what dark purpose brought them to this city. Terrifying rumors of the merciless destruction of an entire clan because of a treasure hang ominously in the air, foreshadowing disaster. The story of a ruined city, nearly destroyed by wild beasts, makes your blood run cold. The hero, with cold calm, realizes the enormity of the situation, realizing that now all that remains is to hope for a miracle. Su Ling enters the arena with trepidation, praying that their family will not become the next target of the ruthless treasure hunters. The gong sounds like a death sentence, and the 5 fighters freeze in the arena, ready to tear each other apart for the sake of victory. Zhang Shou's vile gaze pierces the girl, and he is already anticipating how he will break the main contender for victory. The huge Ma Zun, with a menacing grin, promises the heroine a quick and painful reprisal, considering her easy prey. Ge Shu presumptuously suggests that Su Ling surrender, but receives only a cold and defiant look in response. Young Yu Jijiang looks at the formidable opponents with anxiety, not understanding how his sister can be so calm. The boy, with childish naivety, suggests joining forces, fearing that they won't be able to stand up to the 3 of them alone. Su Ling agrees to the alliance with a smile, surprised by her little rival's tactical savvy. Yu Jijiang enthusiastically extends his hand for a handshake, completely trusting his new ally. Behind the boy's innocent smile lies a devious plan, and he is already anticipating how he will deceive his next gullible victim. The cunning boy secretly prepares an artifact to deprive Su Ling of all her power at the moment of their handshake. Yu Zijiang triumphantly activates the trap, confident that without her star power, the girl will become completely helpless. Instead of the expected effect, the artifact turns against its owner, and a powerful discharge pierces the boy's body. Yu Jijiang falls unconscious, and the stunned opponents cannot understand how Su Ling was able to repel such a treacherous attack. Paralyzed by his own poison, Yu Jijiang is horrified to realize that his insidious plan has become a tool in the hands of the heroine herself. The girl, with a mocking grin, reminds him that she simply accepted his offer, completely outplaying her arrogant opponent. Ma Zun questions her cruelty, not understanding why she would eliminate a potential ally in a mortal battle against everyone. Su Ling ruthlessly exposes the conspiracy, claiming that the treacherous boy belongs to the same Mu family as her formidable opponent. The heroine continues her deadly analysis, accurately naming the names of the families of the remaining conspirators and plunging them into complete confusion. The girl explains condescendingly that their clumsy disguise was revealed from the very first step into the arena, because every little detail gave them away. Remembering his brother's instructions, Su Ling is enveloped in a fighting aura, declaring a merciless war on all four great families. Enraged and frightened, the opponents decide to attack together, summoning their heavenly beasts in a desperate attempt to defeat her. The heavenly beasts of the two families rush into a furious attack on the Shadow Wolf summoned by Su Ling's invincible power. In the midst of the battle, Ge Shui furiously shouts at Ma Zun, demanding his help and not understanding the reasons for his treacherous inaction. The calculating Ma Zun refuses to attack blindly, fearing Su Ling's hidden trump cards and remembering his recent loss. The allies furiously accuse Ma Zun of betrayal, but he only coldly hints at their imminent defeat. A horrifying truth is revealed to the conspirators as the Shadow Wolf single-handedly crushes their sky beasts. In desperation, Gosyu decides to use his family's secret medicine, forcing his ally to take extreme measures to survive. Zhang Shuo reluctantly summons the puppet snake, unleashing his clan's deadly treasure. Beasts empowered by artifacts surround Snowball, creating a deadly ring and leaving him no chance. Contempt and rage fill Su Ling as she sees a crowd of cowardly enemies attacking her faithful Snowball. 2895. Su Ling realizes that Snowball's mental attack has been repelled and begins to suspect that the enemy possesses a secret treasure. The heroine's blood resonates with her pet, and the awakened demonic power transforms the girl into a deadly warrior. In a single move, Su Ling and Snowball strike with lightning speed, appearing out of nowhere and leaving their enemies in absolute shock. Panic grips Ge Shui, and she desperately orders the beast to ignore the phantom and attack Su Ling herself. A single burst of rage transforms Su Ling and Snowball into a fiery whirlwind, unleashing a deadly claw attack on their enemies. Panic grips the conspirators, who are unable to even touch Su Ling, whose bestial ferocity and agility exceed all expectations. Zhang Shuo is horrified to realize that Su Ling's demonic form puts her on par with the most powerful battle beasts. The calculating Ma Zun stands aside, coldly analyzing Su Ling's unique tactics to find its weakness. A chilling discovery astounds Ma Zun. In the girl's movements, the warrior recognizes a secret technique available only to the elite of his own Mu clan. Trying to turn the tide of the battle, Zhang Shuo desperately shouts commands, directing his beast into his opponent's blind spot. Observers note Su Ling's incredible synchronization level, close to 90%, which places the girl on par with the greatest masters. The Mu family's royal technique reveals the terrifying truth of complete synchronization, allowing the consciousness of man and beast to merge into one. Breaking all imaginable limits, Su Ling and Snowball's synchronization level reaches an unimaginable 200%. The demonic entity completely consumes Su Ling, turning the girl into a ruthless killing tool aiming for its first victim. An incredible force descends upon the arena as Ma Zun's shadow dragon cuts off Su Ling's attack with a single blow. The tournament's dark horse, Ma Zun, finally reveals his mighty dragon, the true king of the arena, to the world. The dragon's terrifying aura descends upon Su Ling, causing the girl and her pet to writhe in agony from the unbearable pressure. Ma Zun mockingly reveals his insidious plan, aimed not at the pet, but at Su Ling's own mind. Under the pressure of the aura, Su Ling's mind breaks, and the heroine loses control of her demonic essence, unable to maintain resonance. Observers regretfully admit that the intervention of the Mu family and their mighty dragon deprived Su Ling of a well-deserved victory. The defeated opponents see their chance for revenge, preparing to pounce on the weakened and defenseless Su Ling. The situation becomes critical when Zhang Shuo and Ge Shui team up to finish off the weakened Su Ling, who is trapped in the dragon's aura. Despite the dragon's overwhelming power, Su Ling's spirit is unbroken, and with cold determination she prepares for the final, decisive move. Ma Zun watches the proceedings with an arrogant grin, already considering himself the winner and pitying the foolish Tang and Qin families. The girl revels in the failure of her enemies, whose precious treasures were wasted while the real winner simply bided his time. Realizing that they are just pawns in someone else's game, Ge Shui calls on his exhausted allies to unite against a common enemy, Ma Zun. The heroine appeals to the reason of her opponents, forcing them to choose between a chance of victory and a humiliating defeat at the hands of a cunning manipulator. Zhang Shuo is about to give in to persuasion, but Ge Shui's cold calculation stops him, proposing a more cunning and cruel plan. The cunning Ge Shui proposes to pit two of the strongest enemies against each other, so that she can then finish off the weakened winner and avenge the humiliation. Ma Zun's rage explodes at this betrayal, and the warrior threatens to destroy the cowardly conspirators first. The conspirators accept the challenge with equanimity and begin to recuperate, leaving Ma Zun with a difficult choice. Ma Zun realizes that time is against him, as while his enemies are recovering, his own advantage is fading with each passing second. Forced to act, Ma Zun launches a swift attack on Su Ling, hoping for a quick and crushing victory. The invincible Su Ling and her faithful Snowball rush towards the enemy, preparing a devastating counterattack at extremely close range. In a desperate fight, Snowball breaks through the dragon's defenses, but the cost of this attack is too high. Thrown back by the blow, Su Ling looks at her wounded pet in horror, while Ma Zun mercilessly attacks the girl herself. The insidious trap snaps shut, and the warrior's body becomes entangled in a net. But even this does not prevent him from delivering a crushing counterblow. The heroine has difficulty coming to her senses, overwhelmed by the dragon's aura, but finds the strength to be glad that Snowball was not harmed. The girl desperately searches for the enemy's weakness, realizing that Snowball's paralyzing technique for some reason did not work on the dragon. Ma Zun, with arrogant confidence, offers to surrender, promising a quick and honorable death for her insolence. Su Ling realizes that Snowball's mental attack has been repelled and begins to suspect that the enemy possesses a secret treasure. The enraged Ma Zun finally loses his patience and orders his phantom beast to attack his stubborn opponent. The warrior himself rushes into the attack, dividing his forces to personally deal with the impudent girl and her pet. Snowball uses his strongest attack again, but this time the full force of the nightmare paralysis is directed at the eyes of the mighty dragon. Snowball's nightmarish paralysis descends upon the mighty dragon, but an invisible barrier repels the attack. The heroine triumphantly exposes the enemy's secret, but Ma Zun only grins confidently, because knowledge does not guarantee victory. The source of Ma Zun's invulnerability is revealed, as an ancient dragon bone artifact makes him invulnerable to mental attacks. Without giving her time to recover, Ma Zun delivers a crushing blow, sending the defenseless Su Ling flying across the arena. The insidious technique allows the warrior to create illusory doubles of Su Ling, completely disorienting her and rendering her unable to defend herself. Trapped in a trap of ghostly blows, the heroine becomes a living target, defenseless against the fury of her opponent. The defeated heroine lies in the arena, and the commentator is already proclaiming the triumph of the invincible warrior from the Mu family. Victory did not come easy for Ma Zun, and now the warrior is impatiently waiting for his wounded opponent to finally lose consciousness. A sudden burst of green energy envelops the girl's body, and before the shocked Ma Zun's eyes, her wounds begin to heal. The invincible Su Ling rises from the ashes through the supreme art of restoration, ready to rush into battle with renewed vigor. Ma Zun's rage reaches its limit, and the warrior, in a rage, vows to rip out the heart of his invincible opponent. A frantic attack of clones descends upon Su Ling, but the girl meets the mortal threat with icy calm. The cunning clone strikes from behind, hoping to catch the heroine off guard and finish her off with one blow. Su Ling's blow hits nothing, as the clone's attack was merely a distraction for the real fatal blow. The cunning trick works, and Ma Zun's crushing blow hits its target, breaking through Su Ling's defense. The injury turns out to be a brilliant trick, and the heroine, feigning weakness, catches Ma Zun in a death grip, sealing his power. Deprived of his star power, Ma Zun turns into an ordinary human and in desperation calls on his dragon for help. A mighty dragon rushes to the aid of its master, preparing to incinerate the girl who dared to challenge its power. Su Ling gives the order, and Snowball, having neutralized the artifact, unleashes the full force of the nightmarish paralysis on the dragon. Left without the dragon's support, the mighty Ma Zun finds himself completely defenseless and is knocked out by a crushing blow. Ma Zun's last ally was intercepted in mid-air, leaving the warrior alone against two dangerous opponents. The situation in the arena changes again, as the two surviving conspirators now join the battle against Su Ling. In the face of a common enemy, old grievances are forgotten, and three powerful families join forces for a decisive blow. Ma Zun reluctantly agrees to the alliance and summons his dragon again, preparing for a final desperate attack. The combined might of the three families falls upon Su Ling, and even the commentator admits that her chances of winning are slim. At the most critical moment, the girl hears her brother's mysterious voice in her head, ordering her to use the hidden trump card. The young man looks at the arena with regret, realizing that his brilliant plan failed due to the hatred of the great families. The hero's eyes light up with a golden fire, and the boy telepathically orders his sister to stop hiding and release all her power. Surrounded by an army of dark beasts, the heroine looks defiantly at her enemies and calls upon her last, most powerful ally. From the icy vortex emerges a gigantic white dragon, whose devastating power is capable of freezing the entire world for thousands of miles around. A chilling fear grips the three warriors when they recognize the giant beast as a legendary dragon of the highest rank. The moon dragon's frosty breath unleashes upon the arena, instantly freezing all enemies and their powerful pets. The legendary technique of freezing for thousands of miles is in action, and now the commentator is delighted to see its devastating power. With one gesture, Su Ling ends her attack, and her three opponents fall limply to the icy arena, defeated and unconscious. The audience is shocked by such an incredible display of strength as the girl single-handedly crushes three of the strongest warriors. Victory is won, and a wounded Su Ling stands proudly beside her beautiful and deadly dragon. Influential figures rush to congratulate the young man on his sister's triumph, already seeing in her the future support and pride of the entire university. A mysterious knock on the door interrupts the silence of the night, forcing the girl to tear herself away from her upcoming training session. The heroine cautiously peers into the room and sees her mentor, surrounded by a golden glow and immersed in deep meditation. An irritated Tang Ruan interrupts her training, demanding an explanation from the uninvited guest and for her to leave immediately. As a sign of reconciliation and respect, Su Ling presents her mentor with a box of exquisite pastries. The heroine humbly asks Tang Ruan for daily training, willing to do anything to achieve her goal. The mentor, with a sly smile, reveals the student's true motives, suspecting that she is only interested in her secret tactics. An embarrassed Su Ling admits that the brutal battles at the tournament made her realize her own weakness and imperfection. Tang Ruan accepts the treat with understanding, but her penetrating gaze forces the girl to reveal the true reasons for her fear. The pain of her recent defeat and the fear of falling behind her brother drive Su Ling to desperately strive for new, unattainable power. The mentor understands that behind the desire to become stronger lies the fear of losing the connection with her powerful pet. A steely determination flashes in Su Ling's eyes, and she declares her intention to strengthen her psychic power to protect Snowball. Tang Ruan explains the difficulty of developing mental strength, hinting that only a few are able to achieve mastery in this. The mentor, with a mysterious smile, offers to show her clan's secret technique, accessible only to women, and asks to summon a dragon. The mentor points out her student's stupidity with disdain, explaining how to properly control the power of a mighty dragon in a confined space. Obedient Su Ling, embarrassed by the criticism, begins the summoning ritual, opening a portal for her powerful pet. The icy majesty of the moon dragon descends upon the room, but Tang Ruan meets its crushing aura with unperturbed calm. Trapped in the shop, the mentor savors the moment as the dragon's menacing roar awakens a long-forgotten thirst for battle within her. An enraged Belyashik prepares to attack, and a frightened Su Ling desperately tries to warn her mentor of the impending danger. With one graceful movement, Tang Ruan deflects the fierce attack, easily demonstrating the superiority of his secret technique over the dragon's power. Shocked, Su Ling realizes the full power of what she has seen, as this technique grants its owner almost absolute physical and mental protection. The heroine's eyes light up with hope, and the girl begs her mentor to teach her this art, which can change the course of any battle. As payment for her tuition, Tang Ruan demands something strange, and the naive Su Ling readily agrees to buy her salty food every day. The cunning mentor reveals her true motive, as Su Ling will become her ideal and secret sparring partner to hone her forbidden technique. The young man gathers a secret council, using soundproofing to ensure the elders' reports remain strictly confidential. The enraged ancestor of the Mu family reports the patriarch's displeasure, as the humiliating defeat has made Yu Er their main threat. The wise ancestor of the Qin family warns his young master against a reckless fight, recognizing Yu Er's overwhelming power. The Tang family's ancestor doesn't care about the tournament at all, as all the clan's efforts are focused on searching for the mysteriously disappeared Lady Ruin. The cunning ancestor of the Liu family laughingly declares the neutrality of his clan, which wisely decided not to get involved in a dangerous game. The unexpected neutrality arouses the young man's suspicion, and the hero tries to unravel the true motives of the reserved Liu family. The elder reveals the secret of their alliance. As in the past, It was the intervention of the Liu family that saved Yuer from the wrath of other clans. The hero turns his attention to the main threat, receiving a report about a mysterious messenger from the Starry Sky organization. The young man gives orders to take care of a participant named Shui Kuang, ending the secret meeting and preparing for the next step. The hero's eyes glow with determination, as the young man is certain that the powerful organization Starry Sky is pursuing its own secret goal in this tournament. Deciding to put aside unnecessary worries, the young man remembers his duty and goes to his weekly training with Joanna. The faithful assistant obediently awaits the order, and the hero invites the girl to the divine source for joint cultivation. The cunning elf senses the alarm in her master's voice and offers him a faster and more seductive path to power in the supreme divine realm. The hero freezes in horror, realizing that his secret thoughts have been heard, and now he will have to explain himself. The young man tries to wriggle out of it, using the terms of the contract as a cover, but Joanna is already ready to offer a more profitable deal. Seeing that the owner did not fall for the trick, the assistant shyly offers him a special method, ideal for quick strengthening. Joanna tells of the heavenly trials, a brutal selection process that takes place on the brink of life and death, tempering the body and spirit. A mighty warrior with the body of a divine bull prepares for the test, dreaming of a promotion and a place in an elite squad. At the peak of divine thunder, amidst raging lightning, the most severe and dangerous test in the world begins. Feeling the colossal pressure even from a distance, the guy understands that they are too late, and the most desperate warriors have already begun their mortal battle. The young man admits with a slight smile that he hasn't yet gotten used to the new environment, but has already managed to think about the store's future. Joanna wonders why Su Ling and Tang Ruan remained in the palace, not realizing that their training requires privacy. Observers are gushing over the incredible talent of Team 7, whose thundercloud radius has already reached 10 miles. The hero watches what is happening with interest, trying to assess the strength of local talents and compare it with the capabilities of his pets. A bolt of heavenly lightning strikes the warrior, but he takes the blow with a furious roar, trying to withstand the crushing power of the test. In his agony, the warrior calls out to the mother tree, begging for help and the glory that successful completion of the test will bring him. A second lightning strike pierces the warrior's body, breaking his horns and will, depriving him of his last hope of victory. Having lost his mighty horns, the warrior falls to his knees, completely broken and defeated by heavenly punishment. The shards of horn fly apart, and the warrior's lifeless body falls to the ground, marking his complete and utter failure. The storm clouds disperse, and observers note with disappointment the failure of yet another daredevil who failed to conquer the skies. The onlookers are horrified to realize that even the most powerful protective treasure could not withstand the fury of the 10-mile thundercloud. Although the warrior survived, his body was crippled and his spirit broken, turning the once mighty champion into a helpless cripple. Realizing that the warrior's fate is sealed, his comrade, with a heavy heart, prepares to perform the coup de grace. Death in the heavenly trial is cruel and final, as the loser's body crumbles to dust, leaving no chance for salvation. The young man begins to worry about the question of probability, but Joanna explains that this brutal selection has nothing to do with luck. The elf reveals the cruel truth of the test, where not only combat power, but also innate talent determines the strength of heavenly punishment. Joanna mockingly points out the fear in her master's eyes, reminding him that even gods are mortal, and he is only a man. The hero casts aside all fears with cold determination, realizing that failure in this test would be too high a price for him. It is the hero's turn, and the young man calmly accepts the challenge, ready to challenge the heavens themselves and prove his right to strength. Joanna calls upon an ancient treasure, lending her master divine power for the coming, most important battle of his life. The Guardian proudly presents the Shield of Asius, a legendary treasure capable of granting its owner absolute invincibility. Joanna explains that outsiders are not allowed to attend the trial, but the goddess is willing to make an exception to protect such an important warrior. The Guardian, with tears in his eyes, thanks him for the honor and vows to protect his new ward even at the cost of his own life. The overconfident Guardian assures that with the Shield of Asius, even a 1,000-mile thundercloud poses no threat. Observers are perplexed, as interfering with the celestial trial is not only pointless, but could also disgrace the goddess's reputation. A sense of foreboding grips Joanna when a sudden change in the weather foreshadows the beginning of something terrible and unpredictable. The sky opens up into a blood-red funnel, from which lightning bolts of unprecedented strength and fury are ready to burst forth. The Guardian looks up at the sky in horror, recognizing this phenomenon as the rarest and most deadly heterochromic celestial trial. The terrifying truth is revealed to the young man, for this test appears only once every 100 years and possesses unimaginable destructive power. Doubts creep into the minds of the observers when they realize that the power of this test is 3 times greater than usual. Joanna, horrified, speculates that the shield of Asius has caused such heavenly wrath because its owner must have committed a terrible sin in a past life. The radius of the thunderstorm funnel reaches 7 miles, and observers understand that its power is already equivalent to a 20-mile normal test. The Guardian looks with disdain at the new recruit with his paltry talent, not even suspecting what a surprise awaits him. The first storm is about to break, and the Keeper quickly calls the warrior to shelter him behind his indestructible shield. Instead of hiding, the young man releases his hellhound with a cheeky grin, sending it to be the first to face heaven's wrath. All the power of the bloody sky is concentrated in one point, preparing to bring down a blow of unimaginable destructive force on the earth. The storm clouds continue to grow at an alarming rate, and observers are counting the miles in panic, not believing their eyes. Having reached the 27-mile mark, the shield begins to get bored, but the Keeper realizes in horror that this is only the beginning of a real nightmare. The hero summons his moondragon, whose icy aura instantly expands to 20 miles, defying the heavenly flames. The combined power of the 3 pets spreads the thunderstorm to 50 miles, leaving even the bravest observers unable to predict the outcome of this battle. The youth summons another powerful beast, the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, whose power complements that of the dragon dog. The incredible sight leaves the Keeper in shock as 3 powerful dragons now soar in the sky, and an anxious premonition grips his heart. The incredible power accelerates the thunderstorm funnel up to 100 miles, plunging observers into a state of shock. A 100-mile-long bloody thunderstorm hangs over the peaks, foreshadowing heavenly punishment of unprecedented power. The mortal danger causes the onlookers to panic and beg Joanna to retreat, as even a goddess cannot withstand the impact of a 100-mile thunderstorm. Anger and disappointment distort Joanna's face, because the hero's insidious plan destroyed all her hopes of learning his secret. Forced to intervene, Joanna prepares to sacrifice her divine artifact to hold back the out-of-control celestial punishment. The divine treasure flies to the Keeper, and now the fate of the entire test is in his hands. Absolute confidence does not leave the hero, and, trusting Joanna, the guy calls upon his last and most mysterious pet. The elements, out of control, descend upon the observers, and now even strangers cannot escape the wrath of the 100-mile thunderstorm. The apocalyptic storm grows to 200 miles, reaching far beyond the sacred peak and threatening all living things. Even the ancient shield of Asius is delighted by such a spectacle, and its Keeper is horrified to realize that he has witnessed something incredible. In a panic, the Keeper tries to shelter the warrior, calling on the Mother Tree and hoping that divine artifacts can withstand the wrath of the heavens. The hero and his faithful pets take the full force of the first blow, creating an impenetrable barrier against the fury of the elements. The heavenly punishment proves too strong, and the souls of all the pets, except one, are completely destroyed by the crushing blow. The shocked Keeper cannot believe his eyes, as all the powerful beasts were destroyed in an instant. With an icy grin, the young man reveals his main trump card. The souls of his pets are immortal and can be reborn in the same place. The resurrected beasts rush into battle again, but now their only goal is to survive and protect their master at any cost. The Guardian realizes in horror that this was only the first of 9 strikes, and with each new wave, the destructive force will only increase. The second level of the trial begins, and ghostly dragons emerge from the bloody clouds, ready to unleash their fiery wrath upon the earth. In a fiery whirlwind of explosions, a small skeleton single-handedly holds back the onslaught of ghostly dragons, taking blow after blow. The skeleton's immortality allows him to cheat death time and again, reviving after each fatal wound. The destroyed dragons explode, creating a deadly wave of fire, and now the hero himself has to keep his distance. The Guardian, in a panic, warns of the approach of the next, even faster and deadlier level of the test. The young man faced the new threat with a cheeky smile, activating the demon god's suppressive shield and preparing for a new wave of attacks. The 4th level of the trial falls upon the moon dragon, completely destroying his soul and depriving the hero of one of his strongest allies. Ignoring the losses, the young man, with a furious roar, orders all of his pets to rise again and rush into battle again. The resurrected beasts face a new blow, but this time the heavenly punishment destroys the souls of 3 of them at once. The 5th level of the test proves fatal, and a crushing blow from the giant ghostly elephant completely destroys the hero's soul. By activating the divine treasure, the resurrected hero receives an incredible boost, and now even a small skeleton gains new, unprecedented power. A dark aura envelops the hero, and the small skeleton transfers its power to him, preparing for a decisive transformation. The new ability unlocks the combined skills of all pets, giving the hero limitless possibilities. The boy realizes that he can now temporarily master double the strength of any of his beasts, gaining almost invincible power. With a devilish grin, the young man begins recombining severed limbs to strengthen each of his pets. The small skeleton is transformed into a powerful demonic warrior, clad in indestructible armor. A giant bloody palm appears in the sky, preparing to bring down a blow on the earth capable of wiping out all life from the face of the earth. The remaining pets use all their defensive abilities, creating a multi-layered barrier around their master. The mighty skeleton meets the blow from the heavens, and its armor begins to crack under the unimaginable pressure. Having withstood the attack, the warrior realizes with relief and pain that he was able to survive the blow that should have destroyed him. The guardian watches in horror and delight, not believing that someone dared to challenge the heavens themselves. Inspired, the shield of Asius rushes into battle, leaving its astonished guardian far behind. The ancient shield merges with the skeleton's armor, granting it divine protection and unbreakable power. With newfound strength, the warrior defies the heavens with fury, ready to push back against the divine protection and strike back. A golden aura envelops the hero, and he unleashes the full might of the demon god's overwhelming fist on the ghostly dragons. Realizing that strength alone is not enough, the warrior decides to use the power of the Prism Star Core to deal hundreds of crushing blows. A furious barrage of blows rains down upon the heavenly wrath, and with each hit, the warrior's fury only grows. Blow after blow, the warrior breaks through the heaven's defenses, and his attack finally begins to bear fruit. In a single impulse, the hero and his pet deliver the decisive blow, merging in a whirlwind of golden and bloody energy. The onlookers gaze in admiration at the brave warrior, whose courage and strength make them understand why the goddess favors him so much. Joanna recognizes the ancient art of the Golden Crow clan in the hero's fighting style, and dark suspicions creep into her soul. The onlookers gaze in admiration at the brave warrior, whose courage and strength make them understand why the goddess favors him so much. The triumphant gleam in the warrior's eyes gives way to surprise, because he was able to stand firm and win. The jubilant guardian congratulates the young man on his incredible victory, as he managed to pass the most difficult heavenly trial. Joanna, in the guise of an angel, descends from heaven to personally assess the condition of the warrior who has undergone a baptism of thunder. The hero delightedly feels a surge of new strength, as his body has become stronger, and his energy level has increased to unprecedented heights. The guardian and the shield bid farewell with gratitude, but the hero notices a strange scale above the god's head, foreshadowing a new discovery. The system opens access to the path of thunder, and the young man realizes that he can now imbue his pets with the power of lightning. The new ability grants access to 999 skills, and the hero can now customize them to suit the characteristics of his beasts. Returning to the store, the young man is delighted to discover that his dragons are fully prepared for a new boost. The hero chooses the most powerful skill for his dragon dog, Thunderous Kill Zone, turning it into an indestructible tank. For his second dragon, the hero chooses the Thunderbolt, granting it the ability to deliver irresistible and deadly ranged attacks. The young man looks forward to future battles, as his dragons have become even stronger and the mysterious Shui Kuang will receive reliable support. 1,000 of the best fighters who have passed the preliminary selection and are ready for a new challenge gather at the central arena of Longjiang City. A new stage, the Nightmare Hunt, begins, and now 1,000 participants will have to fight for the right to reach the final 5. The crowd roars in anticipation as the brutal battle, in which only 5 out of 1,000 will survive, promises to be incredibly exciting. Participants are placed into a deep sleep, and the terrifying abyssal dream beast transports their consciousness into a virtual world created specifically for the tournament. The new rules transform the battle into a merciless hunt, where every kill earns points and death in the game means instant elimination. Over the course of 5 hours, the participants will have to kill each other, and only the 5 strongest, those with the most points, will advance to the finals. Suling looks to the future with confidence, knowing that she will be able to use one secret treasure that will give her an advantage in battle. The hero watches what is happening, because a new rule that reveals the location of the strongest turns them into desirable prey. The sleeping gas fills the capsules, and Su Ling, with icy calm, wishes everyone a fun game in the world of deadly dreams. The minds of thousands of participants are transported into a virtual world created for the most brutal hunt of their lives. Director Faye is surprised to find Yu next to her, not even suspecting that this is not a coincidence. The hero and the director put on special glasses that allow them to watch the battle from any point. But Faye doesn't know the price he paid for this place. The nightmare hunt begins, and Su Ling, finding herself in the forest, immediately takes a defensive stance. The girl decides not to take any risks and first looks around, realizing that in an unfamiliar forest, danger can lurk behind every tree. The heroine activates her secret treasure, the Serpent Heart, gaining access to advanced scanning technology. The puppet owl soars into the sky, and now Su Ling can see everything within a 20-mile radius, remaining completely safe. Meanwhile, the other participants, lacking such tactical savvy, engage in a noisy and reckless battle. Hiding in the grass, the cunning hunter watches with disdain the fools who, with their noise, have made themselves easy targets. With a predatory grin, Su Ling glides silently through the branches, transforming into a deadly night hunter. The heroine's demonic nature allows her to easily eliminate opponents, becoming a real nightmare for other participants. The girl is surprised to notice another player who is gaining points at an incredible speed, killing one after another. Watching the carnage below, Su Ling realizes that her own hunt seems like child's play in comparison. A cunning plan is brewing in the heroine's head, and the girl decides to set up an ambush, waiting for the fools greedy for glasses. In just an hour, the strongest players, the young masters of great families, score 100 points, causing a real massacre. The incredible power of the heirs of great families allows them to single-handedly mow down more than half of all participants in the arena. Mysterious golden pillars of light point to the gathering place, and the young man realizes that this is no mere coincidence. The hero, perplexed, asks about the old rules, not understanding what secret agreement binds the strongest players. Director Faye reveals the secret, as it is an ancient pact that allows the young masters to avoid clashing with each other until the very end. The young man realizes with cold anger that the agreement of the great families is not just a tactic, but a cruel conspiracy to monopolize the final. Young Master Liu easily dispatches a crowd of opponents, demonstrating the devastating power of his sword. The arrogant heir reminds his charges that their lives and places in the tournament have been bought, and without his protection, they are nothing. The sons of influential businessmen and politicians humbly swear allegiance, realizing that their future depends on the will of the young master. A sudden pillar of golden light attracts attention, and at the same time, Su Ling is surprised to see an identical beam of light in the distance. With a devilish laugh, Shui Kuang charges into the thick of the battle on his dragon dog, reaping a bloody harvest of points. Enchanted by his own power, the boy orders his pet to destroy everyone, enjoying an easy and quick victory. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Liu Qingfeng encounters a mysterious and powerful stranger who is ready to teach him a cruel lesson. Su Ling continues her hunt, but now her target is not weak players, but those who dare to challenge her strength. Seeing the two strongest players moving towards Shui Kuang, the girl realizes that she must hurry to help, otherwise it will be too late. Following the pillar of light, Liu Qingfeng finally finds his target, unaware that he himself has become the prey. Shui Kuang confronts the powerful heir with a bold challenge, and Liu Qingfeng notes his courage. The guy admires the power of Liu Qingfeng's sword, but declares that he is not going to run away, because their meeting is predetermined. Liu Qingfeng's sycophants look down on the impudent upstart, advising him to give in and not tempt fate. Shui Kuang listens to the threats with mockery, confident that the pitiful minions will not be able to understand the true difference in their strength. Without wasting time on words, Liu Qingfeng strikes, sending two deadly waves of energy rushing towards his opponent. The blow misses, and a shocked Liu Qingfeng cannot believe that anyone was able to dodge his attack. Before Liu Qingfeng can land a second blow, Shui Kuang interrupts him with delight, preparing to introduce himself. Without letting him finish, Liu Qingfeng unleashes the full force of his technique on the insolent man, creating a whirlwind of wind and rain. The minions watch the proceedings with glee, certain that the insolent scum who dared to challenge their master are doomed to die. From the smoke and fog, the silhouette of a giant wolf appears, and Shui Kuang proudly calls out his name, shocking everyone. An irritated Shui Kuang reproaches his opponent for his cowardice, as he only dared to attack when he was distracted. Spectators are perplexed by the incredible size of the dragon dog, unable to understand how an ordinary beast could grow to such gigantic proportions. The familiar name makes director Fei wary, and he tries to remember where he has heard about the mysterious Shui Kuan. A sudden revelation strikes the director, as he remembers that this is exactly how Su Ping called his faithful follower. Liu Qingfeng's gaze turns icy, and he vows to remember the name of the insolent man who dared to dodge his attack. Unwilling to bear the humiliation any longer, Liu Qingfeng summons his heavenly beast, preparing to unleash his full might on the enemy. The crushing aura of the dark black dragon, the fifth-ranked dragon, descends upon the arena, causing its minions to tremble in terror. Director Fei recalls another powerful dragon, wondering whose beast will prove stronger in this battle. The giant dragon appears in all its terrifying glory, and its power makes even the bravest warriors shudder. The dragon's crushing aura falls upon Sui Kuang, but he only winces in pain, not intending to give up. Liu Qingfeng, with a devilish grin, enjoys the helplessness of his opponent, confident in his superiority and the power of his sword. A sudden blow out of nowhere interrupts the battle, and a new, mysterious player appears in the arena. Su Ling and her pets stand between the two opponents, challenging Liu Qingfeng himself. The minions are horrified and cannot understand why the aura of the powerful dragon has no effect on the impudent girl. Qin Xiaotian, who suddenly appeared, easily deciphers Su Ling's secret, recognizing her defense as a legendary technique. Shocked, Su Ling cannot understand how the stranger knows about a secret technique available only to a select few. The young master of the Qin family confidently confirms his guess, because he is well acquainted with this technique. Liu Qingfeng is confused, because the unique art should only belong to the heiress of the Tang family, who is not at the tournament. A terrifying realization dawns on Liu Qingfeng, and he realizes that the mysterious shop owner is holding the young mistress of the Tang family captive. Liu Qingfeng proposes an alliance to Su Ling, seeing it as an opportunity to weaken the Qin family and clear the way for his clan. Shui Kuang readily accepts the challenge, and Su Ling instructs him to deal with Qin Xiaotian while the girl keeps an eye on Liu Qingfeng. Qin Xiaotian accepts the challenge with disdain, wanting to personally test the capabilities of the man who claims to be the champion. Without wasting time on words, Qin Xiaotian summons two giant dragons, preparing for a devastating attack. The spectators are delighted as two dragons from the top 7, which cost a fortune to own, appear in the arena. Qin Xiaotian mockingly challenges Su Ling, knowing about her dragon and proposing a true battle of the titans. The girl assesses the situation with cold calm, realizing that her phantom beast will not be able to cope with two dragons alone. Su Ling summons her Belyashik without hesitation, and the giant moon dragon appears on the battlefield, ready to fight. 3 mighty dragons clash in a furious battle, their crushing power shaking the very earth. Liu Qingfeng's henchmen watch in horror, unable to believe that 4 dragons are fighting in the arena at the same time. The dark black dragon uses its strongest attack, and Liu Qingfeng doubtfully asks if Shui Kuang can withstand this blow. Shui Kuang declares with absolute confidence that his dragon dog will easily repel any attack. The dragon's attack penetrates the defense, but Liu Qingfeng sees in horror that it has done no harm to his opponent. An enraged Liu Qingfeng decides to deal with the insolent man personally, leaving his dragon to restrain the dragon dog. The heir of the Liu family scornfully promises to show how helpless his opponent is without his pet. Shui Kuang accepts the challenge with a cheeky grin, swearing that he will not blink an eye even if the tip of the sword touches his face. Liu Qingfeng's sword stopped a millimeter away from his eye, but Shui Kuang, surrounded by blue flames, didn't even move. Meanwhile, the 2 mighty beasts clash in a fierce battle, and the dragon dog uses all its defensive skills. As the pets battle, Shui Kuang delivers a crushing blow to the face of his stunned opponent. With a satisfied smile, Shui Kuang offers to continue, challenging the humiliated and enraged Liu Qingfeng. The defeated Liu Qingfeng bitterly admits that due to the tournament rules, he was unable to use his most powerful sword. Xuequang's dragon transforms, its body covered in indestructible crystals, ready to repel any attack. Seeing the incredible transformation, the dark black dragon panics and tries to escape, but ends up trapped. A giant sphere of dark energy, the annihilation of death, rushes towards the dragon, leaving him no chance of escape. An enraged Liu Qingfeng cannot believe his eyes as he challenges the madman who dared to use such a destructive technique. Meanwhile, Su Ling encounters Qin Xiaotian, and now the girl must fight the wielder of the legendary spear. Qin Xiaotian mockingly presses the girl, confident that his pet will easily block any of her attacks. The heroine finds herself trapped and now faces imminent death, as her own dragons are about to turn into ice statues. With a devilish grin, Qin Xiaotian promises to turn Su Ling's pet into a toothpick for his dragons. The spectators watch in delight as the battle of equals unfolds, unaware that the third island is about to be completely destroyed. The sphere of death annihilation rushes towards the earth, and its creator, with a devilish laugh, predicts death to all who dare to oppose him. Xuequang, with cold calm, orders his pet to use the secret trick taught to him by the mysterious master. The giant sphere of death collides with an invisible barrier, but its destructive power continues to grow. Incredible power erupts from the dragon dog's mouth, and the thunderous kill zone absorbs the deadly attack. The audience is shocked as the death annihilation dissipates, and Xuequang's spatial skill proves to be stronger than the most destructive technique. Xuequang proudly states that this skill was taught to him by his master, and no one could have foreseen such an outcome. A shocked Liu Qingfeng cannot believe that a mere tournament participant could have such a powerful mentor. Xuequang proudly names his master, the owner of a famous pet store, leaving everyone even more shocked. A golden aura envelops the dragon dog, and Xuequang proudly calls out the name of his teacher, Su Ping. The truth comes crashing down on Liu Qingfeng, and he realizes that the powerful Xuequang is just one of the fighting units of the mysterious pet store. With a devilish grin, Qin Xiaotian anticipated the humiliation of the Tang family when everyone found out that their secret technique had fallen into the wrong hands. Liu Qingfeng is eliminated, and Xuequang, who has almost 300 points, looks menacingly at the remaining henchmen. In horror, the sycophants beg for mercy, promising to pay any price for their lives after the tournament. Xuequang deals with the cowards with contempt, disappointed by their insignificant strength and pathetic excuses. Viewers are shocked by the incredible power of the Azornic pet store, as its representative easily eclipses the heir to the great family. Director Fei is worried that such a resounding victory might be seen as a slap in the face to the great families, but Yuera doesn't care at all. The hero lends his dragon dog to Xuequang, who cannot believe his luck and the opportunity to control the master's own pet. The young man explains that pet rental is a common service and offers to sign a temporary contract for money. The hero reassures Xuequang that he can limit the pet's power, and he reverently accepts this priceless gift. Su Ping, with a warm smile, instructs his student, ordering him not to hold back and to show his true strength in the tournament. The young man with a devilish smile understands that the elite tournament is the perfect opportunity for advertising and dispelling all doubts. The time has come to break the monopoly of the great families, and a divine figure appears in the sky on a mighty dragon. The celestial figure releases a thunder arrow aiming straight at Qin Xiaotian, and the announcer screams in horror at the unprecedented skill. Feeling a mortal threat, Qin Xiaotian summons his two strongest pets, Blood Demon Squire and Nature's Patron. The presenter is shocked because the Bloody Demon Squire is one of the most cruel and difficult to tame beasts. The divine arrow flies towards its target, bringing with it inevitable death and destruction. Qin Xiaotian orders all of his pets to attack, hoping that their combined power can stop the deadly arrow. Three powerful beasts create an impenetrable barrier, combining their defensive skills in a desperate attempt to survive. With a predatory grin, Su Ling watches the scene unfold, knowing that even the triple defense of the 9th stage is useless against this attack. The thunderbolt easily pierces the barrier, its icy power rushing towards its defenseless target. In horror, Qin Xiaotian sees his loyal blood demon squire rushing to intercept the deadly arrow. The mighty beast takes the full brunt of the impact, its body pierced by the icy power of the thunder arrow. With a furious roar, Squire repels the attack, But the price of this defense proves too high. The shockwave from the collision destroys 36 participants, and Su Ling watches his score rise with an intoxicating sense of power. The commentator is shocked, as the terrifying skill passed through 2 defenses, and only Squire's incredible abilities allowed him to parry the blow. Qin Xiaotian looks at Su Ling with disdain, confident that her best blow has been blocked and the outcome of the battle is now decided. The blood demon Squire unleashes his true power, and an ominous red aura envelops his body. 2 powerful beasts rush at Su Ling with incredible speed, leaving her no chance of escape. The heroine meets the attack with icy calm, creating an impenetrable barrier of pure ice around herself. Seeing that the enemy is not inferior in speed, Su Ling summons his Belyashik, and the giant dragon is ready to join the battle. With a cold smile, Su Ling announces that the first attack was just a test, and now the real battle will begin. Dozens of thunder arrows rain down on the enemy, and Qin Xiaotian, horrified, realizes that he cannot withstand such power. Su Ling becomes the second player to reach 200 points, and the commentator panics and shouts that no one can stop these 2. The 2 remaining heirs watch with a grin as their rivals are defeated, confident that it is now their turn. Unresisted, Su Ling and Xue Kuang continue their bloody hunt, mercilessly destroying everyone in their path. With their targets divided, the heroes begin the cleansing, and Xue Kuang watches in delight as his new chariot sows death and destruction. The invincible duo approaches the last survivors with devastating speed, and the commentator anxiously awaits their reaction. The heirs of the Mu and Ye families look with disdain at the approaching threat, confident that they were simply lucky. Realizing that they cannot stand, the last 2 heirs flee in panic, leaving their enemies with nothing. With only 5 survivors remaining on the field, the host happily announces the end of the nightmare hunt. The defeated heirs bitterly admit their defeat, and Xue Kuang becomes the leader in points by an incredible margin. Xue Kuang is ecstatic about his victory, but Su Ling reminds him with cold calm that there is still the final round ahead. The girl feels a lot of pressure and, having given up on the holiday, decides to immediately start training. The defeated opponents approach to introduce themselves, and Qin Xiaotian respectfully admits his defeat, hoping for a rematch. Qin Xiaotian smiles and reassures Su Ling, admitting that his true goal is not winning the tournament, but entering a prestigious academy. The news of his admission to the #1 academy shocks everyone, and even Liu Qingfeng enthusiastically offers to repeat their fight. An enraged Liu Qingfeng cannot understand how anyone could want to fight a monster like Xue Kuang. Unable to bear the humiliation, Liu Qingfeng runs away in a rage, leaving his stunned opponents in disbelief. Feifei's director Liu Yuan approaches Liu Qingfeng with a sly smile, proposing a new, even more cunning plan. An enraged Liu Qingfeng hits Liu Yuan hard, accusing him of being the one who dragged his family into this dangerous game. The Tang family's followers are horrified to recognize Su Ling's technique as the legendary immobile glazed body and rush to report it to the family. Director Fei congratulates the young man on his sister's incredible success, but the hero, having received an alarming message, cuts him off mid-sentence. The young man reads the intercepted message with irritation, realizing that the Tang family has finally figured out his involvement. The hero arrives at the Zhou family residence, where new trials and unresolved problems await him. The young man watches the lazy training with disdain, realizing that he still has a lot of work ahead of him. Recognition gives way to fear, and the elder orders everyone to stop, reminding them of the patriarch's order. The warriors reluctantly greet Master Su, but their hostile glances indicate a complete lack of respect. The hero realizes with cold fury that the forced oath of allegiance is worthless, and he will have to teach them a lesson again. The young man defiantly suggests that the dissatisfied people not greet him, but take him straight to the patriarch to resolve all issues. Over a cup of tea, the patriarch, with feigned friendliness, asks about the purpose of the visit, hiding his true intentions behind politeness. The patriarch enthusiastically notes the excellent results of cultivation, but the hero is in no hurry to rejoice. The young man asks suspiciously why he sees no changes in the elite army, since services were only provided to high-ranking members. The hero realizes that his scolding had no effect, and now he will have to act more decisively. The patriarch speaks with admiration of the incredible thunder techniques that inspired his entire army to train hard. Unwilling to listen to empty words any longer, the hero orders an army to be assembled to personally test their newfound strength. With a cold smile, the young man announces that the time has come to build up strength, and now no one will be able to sit on the sidelines. The testing treasure, a snake of average combat power, is preparing to attack on the Zhou family's training field. The attack is repelled, and the snake, having created a protective barrier, prepares to strike back with a poisonous blow. The warrior proudly shows off his 7th-level bat, but his joy is short-lived. The suddenly appearing enemy easily overpowers him by summoning a powerful thundercloud beast. The thunder beast's crushing blow breaks through the defense, and the snake's poisonous tail flashes with a blinding light. The soldiers are shocked by the incredible increase in strength, as in just 1 month their pet has advanced from the lowest to the highest 8th level. The old warrior looks at the young genius with envy, realizing that with such talent he will become a protector in a few years. The high-ranking son mockingly offers the old warrior to compete for a position, knowing that he has long been stuck at his level. The young genius scornfully advises the old man to retire, as the services of the Azornik pet shop pave the way to unlimited power. With a mysterious smile, the young man reminds us that this genius's pet has already been bred in his shop several times. The hero notes with slight disappointment that the pet has only risen a few kingdoms in a month, and orders the elite army to prepare for testing. The entire elite army lines up on the field, and at the hero's command, each warrior summons his heavenly beast. The young man looks at the animals with interest, noting their wild power, but then notices something strange that he shouldn't have seen. Among the mighty beasts, the hero spots Ancient Vine, a pet he personally trained, and orders it to step forward. The hero examines the Ancient Vine with interest, recognizing its potential as a protector and healer. The arrogant youth disdainfully calls the Ancient Vine a piece of trash, incapable of either attack or healing. Ignoring the insults, the hero sees a unique combination in his pet and decides to grant him a new, unprecedented power. The hero directly engraves the Thunder Dragon Wave onto the pet, granting it devastating attack power. The stunned warrior can't believe his eyes, as his humble pet healer has just gained a deadly attack skill. In search of a wounded man to demonstrate healing, the hero grinningly finds a new target in the face of an arrogant, insolent man. A crushing blow from the demon god's overwhelming fist breaks the arm of the arrogant youth, who falls to the ground with a scream. At the hero's command, Ancient Vine is enveloped in a glow and prepares to use its new, deadly skill. A thunderous dragon wave crashes down on the wounded man, and he realizes with horror that the healing could prove fatal. Instead of the expected death, the young man's body is enveloped in a healing light, and his broken arm is restored before the eyes of an astonished audience. The shocked young man looks in amazement at his completely healed hand, not feeling the slightest pain. The patriarch and the elders are shocked, because regeneration of a severed limb is a technique available only to 8th-level masters. The incredible sight makes them realize that there is a skill in the world that can both attack and heal at the same time. The Ancient Vine's master is delighted, as his humble pet has just demonstrated a terrifying and unprecedented power. The hero, with a satisfied smile, promises that thanks to his teachings, every student will be able to fully realize their potential. The soldiers, realizing their mistake and Mr. Su's incredible generosity, decide to follow him so as not to miss this unique chance. The entire elite Zhou army falls to its knees, swearing allegiance and promising to follow its new master until death. The young man accepts their oath, but announces that they will undergo grueling training to achieve unprecedented power in a short time. The patriarch watches what is happening with alarm, not understanding why the young master needed to directly control his army. The hero catches a falling leaf with a mysterious smile, hinting that big changes are coming to Longjiang. A disturbing message from Snakeheart reveals a devious plot in which the Mu and Tang families plan to unite to destroy a common enemy. The final of the elite tournament is approaching, and the 5 strongest fighters enter the arena, ready for the decisive battle. Under the spotlights of the city's main arena, a champion will be determined today who will bring fame to his city throughout the world. The heads of great families gather in the VIP stands, and one empty seat arouses general interest and bewilderment. Enraged, the head of the Tang family, Tang Longzhan, curses the mischievous pet shop for dragging him into this dangerous and humiliating game. The head of the Mu family, Mu Beihai, smirks as he reassures his ally, promising that he will not stand by if the ending is ruined. The wise head of the Liu family, Liu Tianzong, watches the proceedings with interest, wanting to personally verify the power of the mysterious mischievous one. The heads of the Ye and Zhou families are eagerly awaiting the start of the battle, sensing that something incredible will happen today. The Star Guard, an elite squad that will judge and maintain order in the final battle, enters the arena. The beautiful and deadly leader of the Star Guard gives the order to begin the tournament with cold calm. The young man is surprised to recognize in the mysterious stranger the very same Yan Bingyu he had been warned about. Sitting in the empty seat is Ms. Yan Bingyue, a representative of the powerful Starry Sky organization. The unfair appearance of an outsider at the end causes murmurs among the audience, but no one dares to openly object. The rules are changing, and now the 6 finalists will be divided into 2 groups, where each will compete against each other. The draw determined the pairs, and now the participants will have to compete against each other before the real final. The first match begins, and Yan Bingyue and Mu Chen, the representative of the Mu family, meet in the arena. Unexpectedly for everyone, the head of the Mu family makes a gesture of surrender, voluntarily giving up the chance to become champion. The audience is shocked, because even the powerful Mu family did not dare to challenge the representative of the Starry Sky. Director Fei asks in surprise about the secret rule, and the young man realizes that something is being hidden from him. The hero realizes that the elite tournament is not just a competition, but a brutal struggle for resources and influence, where the base cities have no say. Director Fei angrily realizes that the outsiders' victory will set their city's development back several years. The second match begins, and the undefeated Yan Bingyue appears in the arena once again, this time against Ye Longtian. The head of the Liu family, with a predatory smile, understands that the Mu family is trying to get rid of the mischievous one with the hands of the Starry Sky. The Ye family, following the Mu family's example, also gives up, and Yan Bingyue reaches the finals without a single fight. The head of the Ye family threateningly advises old Zhou to sacrifice his young master so that Su Ling can live. It's Group B's turn, and Su Ling and Zhou Wen, the representative of the Zhou family, meet in the arena. Old Zhou dismisses the advice with disdain, warning that next time the Starry Sky may not come to the rescue. Suddenly, the head of the Zhou family announces his surrender, shocking his old rival and everyone present. News of the Zhou family's surrender spreads through the stands, and the audience realizes that Mischievous has gained a powerful ally. The head of the Mu family looks at old Zhou with disdain, predicting his family's inevitable destruction for this treacherous act. The second match begins, and now the allies, Su Ling and Xue Kuang, must face each other. Xue Kuang warns Su Ling with a serious expression, reminding her of the master's words and Yan Bingyu's hidden power. Unexpectedly for everyone, Xue Kuang loudly announces his surrender, calling on Su Ling to show her true strength in the finale. The long-awaited finale arrives, and to the roar of the crowd, Su Ling enters the arena, ready for the most important battle of her life. Under the spotlight, Su Ling prepares for battle, and now it is up to her to determine the fate of the entire tournament. Behind Yan Bingyu's mask of care and compassion lies a dark and cruel past, full of pain and hatred. Memories of her beloved pet's death awaken in Yan Bingyue a fierce hatred for everything cute and defenseless. A red aura envelops Yan Bingyu as she descends into the arena, ready to unleash her full fury on her opponent. The rules of the final fight are announced, and now the participants will have to fight in 3 rounds, where victory in 2 of them will bring the championship title. The crowd erupts in applause, and all the people of Longjiang look at Su Ling with hope, believing in her victory. A sudden flash of purple energy pierces the stands, and several spectators fall dead, terrifying everyone. The titular weapon demon, Zhao Wuji, coldly and calmly warns that anyone who dares to speak ill of Starry Sky will end up the same way. The titular Dragon Knight, Yin Fengxiao, scornfully orders everyone to calm down, reminding them that re-education is their direct responsibility. The battered and frightened commentators struggle to come to their senses, ready to continue their work at gunpoint. Su Ling looks at her opponent defiantly, not understanding how she, with neither strength nor confidence, managed to reach the finals. Without wasting time on words, Yan Bingyue unleashed a crushing blow on Su Ling that surpassed all imaginable limits. A shockwave shakes the arena, and the commentators scream in horror that the power of this attack is far beyond the 9th stage. Su Ling easily deflects the attack, and her body is enveloped in a rainbow glow, confirming all the guesses. The head of the Tang family is pleased to recognize this technique as the immobile glass body of his missing daughter. Enraged, The head of the family vows to publicly destroy Su Ping after the tournament, holding him responsible for all his troubles. The hero notices with cold calm that the star patterns on Yan Bingyu's body are not as simple as they seem at first glance. The young man analyzes the situation, realizing that with the protection and enhancement from the patterns, Yan Bingyue is capable of surpassing the 7th stage. Despite the obvious violation of the rules, the judges, bribed by the starry sky, only issue a formal warning. Director Fei desperately asks if there is any point in continuing, but the young man confidently declares that the fight is just beginning. With icy determination in his eyes, the hero realizes that it is the ability to overcome injustice that makes them better. Unwilling to bear the humiliation any longer, Su Ling summons her moon dragon, its icy majesty filling the arena. The audience is shocked because the dragon has not only evolved, but also acquired a golden glow that conveys divine holiness. The mighty dragon easily pushes Yan Bingyu aside, demonstrating its complete and crushing superiority. The representatives of the starry sky are perplexed, as they cannot understand how a mere celestial beast could suppress their mistress. In desperation, the maid throws an ancient sword to her mistress, hoping that its power will turn the tide of the battle. A blinding light erupts from the ancient sword, causing spectators to cover their eyes in horror. Another sword appears in the arena, and Su Ling is surprised to realize that she will have to fight with 2 blades at once. Su Ling's ice sword collides with an impenetrable barrier, but the second ancient sword easily breaks through the defense. Armed with 2 swords, Yan Bingyue prepares for the decisive attack, her aura reaching unprecedented heights. A crushing blow falls upon the moon dragon, its power causing the arena itself to shake. The sword easily cuts through the protective barrier and inflicts a wound on the mighty dragon, leaving it in shock. The hero recognizes with horror that the sword is the legendary secret weapon of the 9th stage, Yitian, capable of killing even beasts of his rank. The Starry Sky representative acknowledges the dragon's strength with a grin, but declares that this is where his luck ends. Outraged spectators are demanding justice, as the use of weapons above the 7th level is strictly prohibited by the rules. In response to the crowd's cries, Zhao Wuji calmly creates a star power spear, preparing to teach the noisy crowd a lesson. Unwilling to take the insults any longer, Zhao Wuji unleashes his fury on the stands, and a purple spear flies towards the loudest shouter. A sudden golden fist intercepts the attack, saving the spectators from certain death, but its owner remains in the shadows. The hero, with cold calm, warns the representatives of the starry sky, advising them not to go beyond the limits of what is permitted. The judges are horrified because the unknown person easily repelled the attack of a master of the highest 9th stage, something that even they are not capable of. Unsure what to do, the judge decides to seek instructions from the starry sky, hoping for a wise decision. The starry sky representatives look at the judges with disdain, reminding them that they are only here to help the mistress win. Swordsman Xiaojiang explains that the Yitian sword is considered a pet because the mistress used it even before signing the contract. The referee reluctantly accepts the explanation and announces the continuation of the round, acknowledging that the sword does not violate the rules. The audience is furious because such an explanation is a clear deception, and with the support of such a powerful organization, Su Ling doesn't have a single chance. Yan Bingyu merges with the sword spirit, and her strength begins to grow at an incredible speed, preparing for the decisive blow. Empowered by the sword spirit, Yan Bingyue summons 3 powerful war beasts, and their ominous shadows fill the arena. The first to appear on the battlefield is the Sad Worm, a vile creature of the middle 9th stage. The second is the Wrathful Devil, a powerful warrior whose strength also reaches the middle 9th stage. The third and most powerful is the Assuran Dragon, which ranks 2nd in the dragon rankings, with the power of the highest 9th stage. 3 terrifying beasts rush to attack, and the announcer screams in panic that they will not leave a single trace of Su Ling. Unwilling to give up, Su Ling activates the beast blood resonance, and an icy aura envelops her body, ready for the decisive battle. The Asura Dragon unleashes the Asura Flame, concentrating all of its destructive power into one crushing blow. In response, Moondragon uses his strongest technique, 1,000-mile freeze, preparing to meet the enemy with an icy storm. 2 streams of crushing energy collide in the center of the arena, and the battle of 2 elements, fire and ice, reaches its climax. Su Ling and her dragon strike together, and the moon claw rushes towards the enemy, bringing with it icy death. A unique spirit unity technique allows the wrathful devil to strike twice at once, catching the sad worm off guard. Suddenly, dozens of thunder arrows appear on the battlefield, and the two mighty beasts find themselves in a deadly trap. Ice arrows rain down on enemies, leaving them no chance of escape. Yan Bingyu understands with cold calm that in order to defend against the irresistible arrows, it is necessary to destroy their source. The girl realizes that a surprise attack is always a surprise attack, and it is foolish to hope that it will work twice. Without wasting a second, Yan Bingyu goes on a frontal attack, rushing into the thick of the battle. Su Ling easily parries the blow, proving that she is capable of fighting on equal terms with Lady Yan herself. The war beasts of both sides clash in a fierce battle, and their strength proves to be absolutely equal. The battle in the sky forces Su Ling to retreat from her pet, and now she cannot use the full power of blood resonance. Having lost her advantage, Su Ling finds herself under attack from Yan Bingyue, and now has no choice but to dodge. Surrounded on all sides, the moon dragon finds itself in a deadly trap, and the situation becomes increasingly difficult. The 8th tier divine skill, Divine Wing Slash, rains down upon the enemies, sending golden rays piercing through their bodies. With one blow, the moon dragon heavily injures 3 9th stage war beasts, and now the outcome of the battle seems certain. Zhao Wuji looks at the scene with disdain, reminding her that the lady's war beasts were not the trash she had encountered before. Completely ignoring their wounds, the 3 mighty beasts prepare for a suicidal attack to destroy the moon dragon at any cost. In desperation, Su Ling summons her second pet, Snowball, and now she must fight alongside him. Yan Bingyu's war beasts are at their limit, and Su Ling knows that if he and Snowball can hold out, victory is within their grasp. Yan Bingyu easily sees through the trick, realizing that the fire vortex is just an illusion and is incapable of harming her. Surrounded by a net of red rays, Yan Bingyue waits with a grin for the real beast to attack her from behind. Having figured out this trick too, Yan Bingyue, with cold calm, prepares to deliver his counterattack, a crushing blow. A crushing blow falls on Snowball, and Su Ling watches in horror as her faithful pet is blown to pieces. Yan Bingyu, with a devilish grin, enjoys her opponent's despair, confident that there is no one to save her now. An incredibly fast sword strike rushes towards the defenseless Su Ling, and the commentator screams in panic that she won't have time to dodge it. At the last moment, Su Ling manages to activate the Ice Goddess's protection, and an indestructible barrier blocks the fatal blow. The heroine bitterly realizes that the further she is from her pets, the weaker her own strength becomes. Su Ling realizes that Yan Bingyu's strength far exceeds her own, and now only Belyashik can compete with her. The mighty dragon lets out a furious roar and throws Yan Bingyu back, giving its mistress precious time to catch her breath. Unwilling to give up, Yan Bingyue dodges the attack and prepares for another, even more devastating blow. A sudden flash blinds Yan Bingyu, and she is surprised to realize that the Ice Goddess's protection is still active. With a sly smile, Yan Bingyue reminds her opponent that she got what she fought for. The moon dragon hesitates, and his indecision becomes a fatal mistake in this mortal battle. Taking advantage of the moment, Yan Bingyu's beast latches onto the dragon's neck, leaving him no chance. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Moondragon uses Thousand Mile Freeze, but finds himself in a deadly grip. A crushing blow falls upon the dragon, and its death roar echoes throughout the arena. The sad worm's tentacles wrap around Su Ling, and the girl gasps as she tries to utter a word of surrender. Both of Su Ling's pets are seriously injured, and the girl herself is tied up, and now the judges are ready to deliver their verdict. Despite the obvious defeat, the judges announce the continuation of the round, and the outraged spectators erupt in screams. The representatives of the starry sky disdainfully declare that the strong always bully the weak, and call on the lady to teach the impudent woman a lesson. Bound and helpless, Su Ling is suspended in the air, and now she must endure humiliation and pain. Spectators turn away in horror, unable to bear to watch the cruel and unjust reprisal taking place before their eyes. The heads of families look on with disdain at what is happening, convinced that the arrogant upstarts deserve such humiliation. Just as the sword is about to pierce Su Ling, it is stopped by an invisible force, leaving Yan Bingyu frozen in confusion. The hero suddenly appears and saves his sister, and the girl is surprised to realize that the first round is over. A crushing blow shatters the protective barrier, and the commentator screams in horror as a huge hole appears. The judges reluctantly announce Yan Bingyu's victory in the first round, as Su Ling had already announced that she was giving up. Yan Bingyu looks at the mysterious savior with bewilderment, feeling an inhumanly frightening aura in him. A golden glow envelops the hero, and his appearance begins to change, turning into something divine and terrifying. The representatives of the starry sky contemptuously recognize in the savior the same Su Ping who dared to interfere in their affairs. An enraged Yin Fengxiao descends from the stands, considering Su Ping's appearance in the arena an attempt to mock the weak. A crushing pressure falls on Yan Bingyu, and the girl falls to her knees, unable to withstand Su Ping's terrifying power. The hero asks threateningly if one small skeleton would be too much for this battle. An enraged Zhao Wuji is not about to sit idly by while an outsider interferes in their affairs and puts his pet into the arena. The young man explains with a cold grin that pet rental is a common service, and his skeleton is no exception. The hero calmly declares that he is simply fulfilling his duties, since Miss Su rented his pet in advance. The young man mockingly reminds that the Yitian sword also has its own caretaker, hinting at the double standards of the starry sky. The representatives of the starry sky are furious because they cannot allow some upstart to injure their mistress's pets. Su Ping disdainfully suggests recalling the weak beasts that do not have sufficient combat power. With a devilish smile, the hero declares that numbers don't matter, and the main thing is that they admit their defeat. The heads of the families are horrified because the impudent youth not only challenges the starry sky, but also gains the upper hand over them. Two powerful warriors of the starry sky accept the challenge, preparing to personally deal with the insolent man who dared to humiliate them. 5 terrifying beasts emerge from a mysterious portal, their ominous aura leaving the audience trembling in terror. The mighty beasts easily break through the protective barrier, and the commentator screams in panic that their strength is close to the 9th stage. Su Ping's 5 pets are revealed in all their glory, and their combined power completely changes the atmosphere in the arena. Inspired by the support, Yan Bingyue thanks her allies and vows to make the insolent ones breathe their last. The hero, with a cold grin, offers his sister to sign a temporary contract with the little skeleton so that she can fight. Su Ling is terrified because the difference in strength between her and the skeleton is huge, and the forced contract could kill her. The skeleton extends his hand with a noble gesture, and Su Ping orders his sister to trust him. The girl touches the bony hand with trepidation, feeling neither warmth nor cold, and the temporary contract is successfully concluded. In her subconscious, Su Ling sees the weakened but living souls of her pets and promises to heal them. Suddenly, the girl realizes that something is missing and is alarmed to realize that she cannot find the consciousness of the little skeleton. In the depths of her mind, Su Ling finally sees the one who accompanied her brother on his journeys. The girl understands that if she loses, the championship will go to Yan Bingyue, and she herself will be humiliated and disgraced. The hero calms his sister with a smile, assuring her that the little skeleton will figure everything out on his own. The round begins, and Yan Bingyu shouts furiously as he orders his beasts to tear their opponents apart. An army of powerful beasts rushes into attack, and their combined might is ready to wipe out all life from the face of the earth. Gathering all her willpower, Su Ling looks at the little skeleton with hope, trusting him with her life and destiny. A flash of undeath erupts from the skeleton's eyes, and a beam of red energy pierces the giant dragon's head. In an instant, the small skeleton decapitates 2 powerful dragons, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The representatives of the starry sky cannot believe their eyes, because they did not even have time to follow his movements. Having accomplished the impossible, the little skeleton does not stop and with a devilish grin rushes at the next victim. The infinity slash of the chaos stars falls upon the last enemy, and a bloody whirlwind tears it apart. The 9th stage's illusionary art, Eternal Prison, proves useless against the skeleton's crushing might. Yan Bingyu watches in horror as her last and most powerful beast is destroyed by a single roar from the divine skeleton. The starry sky representatives scream in panic, begging the skeleton to stop, but their pleas go unanswered. Showing no mercy, the skeleton pierces Yan Bingyu with his sword, and her blood spills onto the icy arena. There are 2 types of dangerous creatures in nature: those that openly display their strength and those that hide it until the very end. Su Ping, like a predator, became one with the environment, hiding his true power behind a mask of indifference. Yan Bingyu realized with horror that the little skeleton defied any classification, because its strength went beyond all imaginable limits. Chilling disharmony, pure blackness, that is what this small but deadly warrior represents. At the last moment, Yan Bingyue activates her protective treasure, but even it cannot save her from the fatal blow. Su Ling is delighted to realize that now that her main opponent has been defeated, the man who put Belyashik in a hopeless situation is left defenseless. The family heads are horrified to realize that either they have overestimated their strength, or Su Ping's true power is beyond imagination. The elders understand with awe that the Poison King was not exaggerating, and this guy's strength is truly divine. Old Zhou admits with a grin that he knew about the mischievous man's true strength from the very beginning, because he once almost died at his hands. The small skeleton pins the defeated Yan Bingyu to the ground with cold calm, ready to deliver the finishing blow. In a panic, the representatives of the Starry Sky rush into the arena, begging for mercy and declaring their complete surrender. The incredible turn of events shocks everyone, and the commentator cannot believe his eyes as the mighty Starry Sky surrenders. The hero looks with contempt at his defeated enemies, reminding them of their former arrogance and self-confidence. With icy calm, the young man asks if they are ready to give up the championship, and his voice leaves them no choice. The heads of the families are horrified to realize that this boy is a real madman who will stop at nothing. In exchange for the life of their mistress, the representatives of the Starry Sky give up their championship, ready to leave everything in the past. Yan Bingyu's wound is not healing, and the thick, dark energy of the corpse poison continues to corrode her flesh. The hero asks with a cold grin if they are really ready to leave everything in the past. With a devilish laugh, the young man reminds them that they themselves made a mistake, and only on the brink of death did they suddenly become magnanimous. The enraged representatives of the Starry Sky threaten to destroy the entire city if their star falls, reminding them of their omnipotence. Ignoring their threats, the hero repeats their words with contempt, asking if they will be able to stop someone who finds themselves in a death grip. A sudden blow knocks back one of the warriors, and the small skeleton once again proves his superiority. The second warrior rushes into the attack with a furious cry, not believing that someone dared to attack them, representatives of the Starry Sky. Suddenly, dozens of ninth-level masters burst into the arena, and the commentator screams in horror for reinforcements. The mysterious stranger leading the squad wonders with cold calm whether his goal is an order from the regicide. With a devilish grin, Zhao Wuji predicts Su Ping's imminent death, confident in his superiority. The hero looks at the new arrivals with bewilderment, not understanding what the regicide's order is and who these people are. The family heads are horrified to realize that the Starry Sky has summoned the Kingslayer's order, which is only issued in the event of a Beast King-level threat. 10 ninth-stage peak masters, capable of single-handedly dealing with the King of Beasts, are dispatched to suppress the threat. The titular Soldier King, Jie Gang, with icy calm orders everyone else to leave the area so as not to interfere. Panic grips the spectators, as a battle of this magnitude could wipe out the small city of Longjiang. Su Ling is horrified to realize that her mother is in danger and frantically tries to figure out how to save her. The young man reassures his sister with a warm smile, assuring her that their mother is already in the safest place in the world. Meanwhile, in a distant store, the hero's mother calmly drinks tea, unaware of the impending disaster. The hero looks at his enemies with contempt, declaring that the order to kill the king is an unattainable goal when it comes to him. The enraged Zhao Wuji cannot believe such arrogance, because no one dares to call himself a king in the face of the Starry Sky. Unwilling to endure any more humiliation, Zhao Wuji calls upon all the families of Longjiang to help destroy the common enemy. The head of the Tang family, blinded by the thirst for revenge, gives the order to his flying army, ready to tear Su Ping apart. Thousands of winged beasts soar into the sky, their combined might ready to rain death upon the arena. With fury in his eyes, the head of the Tang family orders his army to help Starry Sky and bring Su Ping to him. At the command of their master, the warriors of the flying army draw their bowstrings and release thousands of fiery arrows into the sky. The arena's roof collapses under a hail of arrows, and panicked spectators try to escape the falling debris. At the last moment, the nature patron comes to the rescue, and the young master of the Qin family saves the innocent from certain death. A massive cloud of bats, like a tidal wave, crashes into the arena, wreaking havoc and destruction. The representatives of the starry sky threaten the other patriarchs, declaring that neutrality will be considered disobedience. The head of the Zhou family unhesitatingly announces his support for Su Ping, urging the others to think carefully. The patriarchs face a difficult choice, because any mistake will cost them not only their reputation, but also their lives. They realize that Su Ping's current strength is incomprehensible and is capable of crushing even 5 ninth-stage peak beasts. On the other hand, the starry sky is an undeniable force that has saved base cities from destruction more than once. Remembering their past grievances and humiliations, the heads of families understand that even if they help Su Ping, it will not be of any use. After much deliberation, the patriarchs make their choice, and now they must announce their decision. The head of the Qin family orders his son to take refuge, announcing his decision to ally with the starry sky. Qin Xiaodian desperately begs his father to change his mind. Unable to understand how he could make such a suicidal choice, the young man tries to reach out to his father, reminding him that the starry sky doesn't care about their lives, and even victory won't change anything. The son bitterly explains that pleasing the starry sky is like putting out a fire, and sooner or later they will still burn. The head of the Qin family tries to reason with his son, reminding him that now is not the time for heroism, and no one can stop the regicide's order. With desperation in his voice, Qin Xiaoqian begs his father to trust him, believing in Su Ping's power and his ability to change the course of history. The son's confidence makes the father think, and doubts arise in his heart. What if Su Ping really can overthrow the starry sky? The other patriarchs are surprised to realize that the Qin family is not with them, and now they must make their own choices. Zhao Wuji dismisses the doubts with disdain, believing that as the head of the clan, he cannot rely on the foolishness of his child. Suddenly, the head of the Qin family switches to Su Ping's side, and his son looks at his father with joy and relief. The enraged head of the Tang family cannot believe such a betrayal and angrily orders his army to fire. The head of the Qin family bitterly admits that caring for his family has made him old and indecisive, but he will no longer remain silent. Recalling his title as God of Wrath, the head of the Qin family unleashes his true power, preparing for the decisive battle. With a furious roar, he declares that he will never stoop to the level of mediocrity, and his body explodes into a blinding light. The God of Wrath's mighty roar shakes the heavens, and the elders are surprised to realize that after so many years of silence, he has only grown stronger. Unwilling to retreat, the head of the Tang family orders his army to regroup, declaring that his clan has never answered to anyone. Not wanting to get his hands dirty, the God of Wrath gladly accepts the help, and Su Ping orders the elite Zhou army to step forward. Giant roots pierce the heavens, and an army of winged beasts falls to the ground in terror, impaled by the deadly vines. An army of mighty beasts enters the battlefield, and Xue Kuang proudly orders them to surround the arena, preventing the enemies from escaping. Xue Kuang eagerly awaits the order, ready to unleash the full might of his newfound army on his enemies. The head of the Tang family looks down on the pathetic scum, not believing that they could defeat his elite army. The hero, with a devilish grin, reminds us that his shop exists for a reason, and that his students never leave anything behind. Under Xue Kuang's command, the Bear Army activates its anti-aircraft guns, and the fierce thunder destruction chain shoots into the sky. The elders are horrified, as such power is beyond all bounds, and they cannot believe that the Zhou family submitted to Su Ping so easily. Chain lightning spreads across the arena, and the spectators panic and try to escape, realizing that there is nowhere else to hide. The counterattack falls upon the flying army, and golden arrows pierce the winged beasts, sowing chaos and destruction. The Bear Army creates an impenetrable barrier while anti-aircraft troops continue to mercilessly shoot at living targets in the sky. The head of the Tang family is furious, because the thunder technique completely neutralizes the main advantage of his army, agility, and stealth. A terrifying realization dawns on the head of the family, and he realizes that Su Ping knew about his ambush from the very beginning and was prepared for it. Xue Kuang, with a devilish grin, urges you to finish off the enemy while his fighting spirit is broken and he is unable to resist. In the midst of battle, a mysterious voice calls out to the tracer, giving him secret coordinates. In the main city of the starry sky, in near-Earth orbit, something terrible and deadly is being prepared for launch. A crushing blow from space falls upon the Earth, and a fiery beam incinerates everything in its path. Xue Kuang looks at the sky in horror. not understanding what kind of devilry has fallen upon them from the heavens. The god of wrath recognizes the weapon with horror as the 10,000-ton space cannon tracer, the weapon of mass destruction of the starry sky. The patriarchs look upon the fugitives with disdain, confident that remaining on the side of the starry sky was the right decision. A second strike from space hits the Earth, and a wave of fire sweeps away everything in its path, leaving no one a chance for salvation. At the most critical moment, a giant light-bearing serpent of purgatory appears in the sky, ready to take the blow. The mighty beast meets the fiery beam, and its body bursts into a blinding light, absorbing the destructive energy. The patriarchs are in shock, because they cannot believe that anyone managed to withstand the blow of the space cannon. Surrounded by a golden glow, the serpent creates the iron wall of the gods, an impenetrable barrier capable of protecting everyone from certain death. A protective dome covers the arena, and the fire beam hitting it dissipates without causing harm to anyone. The hero is surprised to realize that his snake was so frightened that it even used its most powerful defensive trump card. The representatives of the starry sky are horrified, because in the past, Tracer's cannon destroyed even ninth-stage beasts. With a satisfied smile, Ji Gang acknowledges Su Ping's strength, declaring that the test is over and he is satisfied with it. Unwilling to retreat, Ji Gang calls upon his entire army, preparing for the decisive and final battle. Hundreds of ninth-stage rifts open up in the sky, and Qin Xiaoqian realizes with horror that Starry Sky is going all out. A mad and terrifying scene unfolds in the arena, and even the bravest warriors tremble before the power that the Starry Sky has always been proud of. Ji Gang challenges the battle, wanting to personally test the true strength of Su Ping and his mysterious army. The hero returns the rights to the skeleton with a cold smile, ordering him to take care of Su Ling while he deals with the others. Qin Xiaotian panics and tries to stop his brother, reminding him that their opponent is the Starry Sky, which is capable of killing the kings of beasts. The hero merges with his pet, choosing the most destructive skill, Infinity Slash of Chaos Stars. The Starry Sky warriors are terrified, as they cannot believe that such a young master of the legendary rank exists. Unwilling to give up, Jie Gang calls on his warriors to join forces, confident that their combined might surpasses the legendary rank. The hero merges with the beast's soul and scornfully declares that he will show them the difference between a pre-packaged and a true legendary rank. An army of mighty beasts descends upon a lone warrior, but he meets them with a devilish grin. With one blow, the hero cuts his opponents in half, and their lifeless bodies fall to the ground. The soldiers are terrified, because the soldiers in the front row fell from one blow, and now they have to hastily strengthen their defense. Knowing no mercy, the hero continues his bloody harvest, and his blade sows death and destruction. The soldiers panic and realize that if they kill their master, his animals will go out of control and begin to attack indiscriminately. The hero breaks through the ranks of enemies with incredible speed, and his movements are impossible to track. Having broken through the front line, the guy deliberately provokes the soldiers to shoot at their own, and now their ownerless animals are causing confusion in the battle. The god of wrath watches with satisfaction, realizing that the biggest difference between a master and a beast king lies in strategy. By killing the master, the hero turns the enemy's numerical advantage into their greatest weakness, as their own beasts now turn against them. The god of wrath proudly praises his son, reminding everyone that Su Ping is a legendary master. Realizing that Su Ping is a tough nut to crack, the Starry Sky soldiers decide to deal with his allies first. Su Ling is terrified because now she and her friends will have to fight with the 9th-level masters. Not wanting to let their brother down, Su Ping's allies rush into battle, ready to defend him to the last drop of blood. Surrounded on all sides, the heroes struggle to hold back the onslaught of countless phantoms, but their strength is running out. A giant dragon emerges from the bloody mist, its roar causing the very earth to tremble. Qin Xiaoqian is shocked by the beast's incredible physical strength, capable of not only resisting Tracer, but also crushing opponents of the same class. Shikong rushes into battle with a furious cry, his dragon dog ready to unleash the full might of the thunderous killing boundary on his enemies. An army of mighty beasts surrounds their enemies, and Sui Kuang, with a devilish grin, gives the order to kill them all. The patriarchs are horrified to realize that they have no rivals either in quantity or quality, and now they can only regret their choice. Jai Gang, with a devilish grin, sacrifices his soldiers, turning the battlefield into bloody food for his bloodsucker demon. By absorbing the energy of the fallen, the bloodsucker demon grows larger and stronger, surpassing even the Lightbringer serpent in size. The hero realizes with a cold grin that his opponent had been preparing for this move from the very beginning, sacrificing his troops. Undeterred by size, Su Ping defiantly declares that he has never been intimidated by his opponent's size. The hero activates the second style of the demon god's overwhelming fist, preparing for the decisive attack. A crushing blow falls on the giant demon, and Jie Gang is horrified and cannot understand what kind of strange combat technique is in front of him. The defeated demon falls to the ground, and Yan Bingyue struggles to come to her senses, unable to believe that her strongest ally has been defeated. The wounded Yan Bingyue panicked and asked to be taken away from here, realizing that even the Soldier King was no match for this monster. The girl looks at her enemy with hatred, swearing that she will return with revenge when she gains strength. In desperation, the girls try to escape, but realize that the protective barrier has turned into a cage from which they cannot escape. The hero, with a devilish grin, announces that the iron wall of the gods cuts off everything, and now none of them can escape. A giant skeleton looms over two helpless girls, its shadow foreshadowing their impending doom. At the last moment, the maid pushes her mistress away, taking the blow and saving her from a crushing fall. In near-Earth orbit, in the main city of the starry sky, the fate of entire worlds is decided. In the Supreme Conference Hall, all the members of the starry sky had gathered, ready to listen to the order of their chairman. The senator anxiously asks if the seal of the abyss has weakened again, but the reason for the urgent meeting turns out to be much more serious. The chairman grimly reports that two of their best warriors have encountered someone much more powerful and have asked for help. The senator disdainfully cannot believe that in some remote place someone could appear who is beyond their capabilities. The chairman confirms that this is why he approved the Kingslayer's order and sent the Soldier King there. The senator confidently states that with the power of the Soldier King and the support of 39 masters, any enemy will be easily suppressed. The chairman, looking grim, suggests that everyone watch the recording so that they can see for themselves what happened. Incredible news hits the council as the entire squad has been destroyed and their strongest warrior, Jie Gang, has been captured alive. The name of the person in charge, Su Ping, appears on the screen, and the chairman, with a heavy heart, prepares to show them the face of the enemy. Before the council appears the image of a young man sitting on a throne made of the corpses of their best warriors. The senator reads the dossier with bewilderment, not believing that an 18-year-old boy could possess titular-level power. The chairman plays the recording with interest, wanting to see for himself what this mysterious young man is capable of. To their disappointment, the secret security technology hid all the most interesting moments, preventing them from obtaining any information. The senators are confused, as this could mean that their enemy is deliberately hiding his true strength. The chairman confidently states that there is someone of legendary rank behind this young man, and his words leave no doubt. The council is perplexed, as they cannot understand how this remote town could have attracted the legendary patron. The chairman recalls intelligence reports that Su Ping has a close relationship with Dao Zong, one of Yuan Tianqian's subordinates. Senators disdainfully discuss the fact that a commoner cannot be a legendary swordsman, since he would have been killed long ago for such imposture. The chain of logic leads them to the conclusion that behind Su Ping stands Yuan Tianqian himself, one of the few who can match their strength. The council faces the difficult question of how to respond to such a daring challenge and whether to mobilize all its troops. The chairman sadly admits that despite the loss of one of their legendary warriors, they still remain a powerful organization. Battles between legendary ranks are taboo, as they only weaken the continent and benefit the enemy. The chairman bitterly admits that they will have to make concessions in order to save face and avoid official repression. To hide their humiliation, the council decides to hush up the news by announcing that a wave of beasts has attacked the arena. The enraged chairman cannot come to terms with such humiliation and decides to personally deal with this issue. With a devilish glint in his eyes, he declares that even the mighty Yuan Tianqian must show them at least a little respect. Shui Kuang looks in horror at the bloody mess left by his enemies and can hardly comprehend how brutally they trampled them into the mud. The young man reports to the master that there is no one left on the battlefield, but their peace is short-lived. With a cold grin, Su Ping notices the uninvited guests and prepares to welcome them with due hospitality. A titular master emerges from a mysterious portal, his aura making everyone tremble in fear. The supreme chairman of the Starry Sky arrives in person for the negotiations, and his appearance heralds a new, even more dangerous game. The fallen warriors look to their leader with hope, begging him for salvation from imminent death. Unwilling to listen to their pleas, the patriarchs use the star seal of the larynx, silencing the captives forever. The chairman can hardly contain his anger, realizing that this is clearly too much, and demands that his demands be voiced immediately. The chairman condescendingly offers the young man to do him a favor, not understanding with whom he is dealing. The enraged Shui Kuang cannot believe such impudence and angrily shouts that the old man who came to beg for mercy should not pretend to be anything. The enraged guard cannot believe such impudence, but the chairman, with wise calm, stops him. The chairman understands that since Su Ping's patrons are gone, he won't be able to create a storm on his own. Unwilling to endure the humiliation any longer, the chairman demands the surrender of the Soldier King, promising in exchange to spare the insolent man's life. The hero meets the threat with a mocking smile, asking rhetorically what will happen if he refuses. The chairman scornfully reminds that even the mighty Yuan Tianchen trembles at the sight of the Star Master. Undeterred by the threats, the hero defiantly offers to argue, confident in his strength and rightness. The Soldier King tries to say something in despair, but the hero confidently promises to get him justice. A young man with a devilish smile offers a deal. If the chairman can withstand his attack for 3 seconds, he will be able to take his people back. The chairman accepts the challenge with a sneer, confident that some youngster cannot defeat him in 3 seconds. The Soldier King, horrified, tries to stop his master, realizing that this bastard is the owner of the legendary rank. The chairman contemptuously calls his opponent an arrogant boy, confident that he won't last 3 seconds. 5 mighty dragons appear on the battlefield, and their combined might is ready to destroy anyone who dares to oppose them. The chairman was shocked, because his opponent not only wasn't afraid, but also contemptuously called his mighty beasts just these. The chairman is furious at the incredible audacity, and he cannot understand where this simple youth gets such arrogance from. The enraged chairman unleashes his true power, his body becoming engulfed in blue flames. Having cast off his clothes, the chairman appears in his true form as he was 70 years ago at the height of his power. The Guardians are horrified to discover that this transformation is a forbidden technique that shortens life in exchange for incredible physical strength. Unwilling to endure humiliation any longer, the hero, with a devilish grin, prepares to show his opponent his true strength. A menu of skills opens before the young man, and he eagerly chooses which one to use in this battle. The hero notices the Beast Soul Imposition skill with interest, realizing that he can now merge with another of his pets. The hero is delighted to realize that now, in addition to the strength of the skeleton, he can gain double the combat power of another beast. With a devilish smile, the young man decides to take advantage of the old man's generous gift, as it would be rude to refuse such a chance. The hero chooses Beast Soul Imposition and summons his Lightbringer Serpent, preparing for an incredible transformation. By merging with the snake's soul, Su Ping transforms into a powerful demonic warrior whose strength goes beyond all imaginable limits. The Guardians are horrified, as they cannot believe in the double fusion, which even those who have reached the legendary rank are not capable of. A terrifying realization dawns on the God of Wrath, and he realizes that Su Ping has already reached the 2nd stage of the legendary rank. With icy calm, the hero orders the timer to be started, ready to prove that 3 seconds will be enough for him. In desperation, the chairman creates the Giant Dragon Defense, an indestructible barrier of the 9th stage. The chairman is horrified to realize that Su Ping is not related to Yuan Tianchen, but is himself a legendary master. A crushing blow from Fumo's Dragon Fist falls upon the defense, and the outcome of the battle is now decided. A crushing blow slams the chairman into the ground, and he realizes with horror that this is impossible. The defeated chairman desperately begs for mercy, admitting his complete and utter defeat. With icy calm, the hero asks if he really gives up, and his voice leaves no doubt. The young man scornfully reports that his opponent lasted only 1.83 seconds and suggests they start all over again. Realizing that there would not be a speck of dust left of him if he had not given up, the chairman bitterly admits his defeat. The defeated chairman bows before his new master, and now the Starry Sky has a new master. Su Ling and Shui Kuang enthusiastically welcome their master, the new Star Lord. News of Su Ling's victory and the incredible power of the Ozornic pet shop spreads throughout the city, and crowds of people rush to its doors. In the crowded store, new customers eagerly wait in line, dreaming of gaining the same power. Tang Ruan is surprised to see a delegation of heads of great families who have come to personally pay their respects to the new ruler. Tang Ruan is delighted to see her father among the visitors, confident that he has come to save her. Suddenly, the father turns around and leaves, and the girl realizes with alarm that something has gone wrong. A sudden realization hits Tang Ruan, and she realizes that her father did not come to save Su Ping, but to put him in his place. With a devilish smile, the girl anticipates the imminent death of her jailer, dreaming of showing him the true power of the flying army. Meanwhile, in a crowded store, a new customer, delighted by Tang Ruan's beauty, asks to shake her hand. A girl with a flirtatious smile grants a fan's request, who delightedly vows not to wash his hands until the end of the month. Tang Ruan happily tells her friend that she will soon be free, as her father has joined forces with other families. The girl mockingly promises to lend a helping hand to her friend when she manages to escape. A sense of foreboding gripped Tang Ruan, as she couldn't understand why there had been no reaction to her father's actions. Su Ping suddenly appeared with the defeated patriarchs at his feet and asked with a cold smile if she was satisfied. The hero tries on the black thread armor with satisfaction, a secret treasure of the 9th stage that will automatically protect him from any attack. Tang Ruan is horrified because she can't believe that her father gave away their family's most ancient treasure to some outsider. In addition to the armor, there are mountains of treasure on the table, and the girl does not understand where the simple shop owner got such wealth. Suddenly, the door of the room flies open and the angry chairman rushes inside with force. Unexpected by such an invasion, Tang Ruan was sent flying, unable to withstand the chairman's might. The girl is surprised to recognize the attackers as those who had recently been Su Ping's enemies, and does not understand what is happening. The hero greets Xiao Tang with a smile and asks her to bring him tea with unperturbed calm. With a slight hint of mockery, the young man reminds that everyone present is his guest, and they need a pour too. Confused, Tang Ruan obediently follows the order, pouring tea for the old gentleman who was recently her enemy. The chairman looks at the scene with suspicion, trying to figure out if this girl is Su Ping's most trusted servant. Tang Ruan notices with alarm that the old gentleman has suddenly started sweating and is afraid that she will be punished. The chairman apologizes in a panic, begging him not to report him to Master Su, and promises to pay generously for his silence. The girl is perplexed, because she does not understand why such a powerful old man who was supposed to help her father is so afraid of Su Ping. The head of the Mu family is surprised to recognize the maid as the missing daughter of old Tang, who, as it turns out, was secretly sent here for training. The elders note with envy that the girl has become much stronger, and they have never heard of patrons improving their students. The head of the Tang family is furious because he does not understand why he himself looked for his daughter if she was secretly sent here. Tang Ruan eagerly asks her father when they will start, confident that the flying army is already on its way. The girl, in her naivety, cannot understand why her father is hesitating, since he came here specifically to save her. The father, with a heavy heart, orders his daughter to follow Master Su and work hard. The head of the Tang family explains that due to some problems, she is now under Su Ping's command, and their future depends only on her. The head of the Mu family, not wanting to be left behind, offers to invite his son to serve the powerful lord. The patriarchs compete to praise their heirs, offering them as masseurs, cleaners, and servants. Tired of being toady, the hero irritably declares that there are enough people now and he doesn't need anyone else. The patriarchs regretfully realize that they have missed their chance and look with envy at the cunning Tang family. With a sly smile, the young man clarifies that there are enough people in the main office, but this does not mean that he does not need workers in other places. The hero, with cold determination, announces that the time has come to open branches, and now he will need all their resources. Young masters will be appointed as administrators, and those who show good results will be promoted. With a devilish smile, the young man reminds them that the life of each member of their families is now in their own hands, and orders them to applaud. The hero decides to upgrade the store system to gain access to new features and further strengthen his power. With the help of the Level 4 store teleportation, Su Ping can now open branches even on Mars, and his empire is ready for limitless expansion. An important message from Daozong interrupts the hero's plans, as a struggle for the Dragon King's legacy will soon begin in the Secret Kingdom. The hero begins planning his empire, allocating sites for new stores around the world. The young man decides that the branches will not have growing sections for now, and customers will have to teleport to the main store. Having planned the expansion, the hero remembers that he still needs to sort out something before heading to the secret kingdom. Su Ling and Xue Kuang answer the call, and the girl reports that Joanna conveyed his request to them. The hero announces his imminent journey and invites his charges to join him in the wastelands. Xue Kuang enthusiastically agrees, as he misses real adventures and wants to test his new knowledge. Su Ping notes with a smile that the tournament was beneficial for Xue Kuan, who began to see the world more broadly. Su Ling bitterly admits that she failed miserably, and without the help of the little skeleton, she would not have survived. The hero gently comforts his sister, reminding her that Starry Sky used many dirty tricks and that her defeat was not fair. The hero explains that this was not just a fight, but a competition of forces behind the two sides. Su Ling hopefully asks if she could have won if her opponent didn't have such power behind her. The young man declares with absolute confidence that he has no doubt about his sister's victory. The hero gifts his charges with two powerful treasures to strengthen them and prepare them for future battles. Su Ling gratefully accepts the water armor, which will evolve with her and perfectly complement her defensive technique. Xue Kuang is delighted to receive the spiritual lamp, which compensates for his weak mental defense. Setting off on a journey, the hero gives final instructions to Anna, ordering her to monitor the work of the new employees and punish the lazy ones. In a hidden kingdom, a group of hunters brutally butcher the carcass of a giant beast, debating what to do with its bones and fur. The new captain of the group, Ye Chen-shan, admires the good quality of the fur and orders that it not be damaged. The hero suddenly appeared and greeted his old acquaintance with a smile, interrupting his bloody work. Ye Chen-shan happily greets his savior, not believing that he came in person. The hero introduces his charges to the new captain, announcing that in the future they will train on his team. Su Ling and Xue Kuang are thrilled to have the privilege of training with one of the city's best teams. Ye Chen-shan thanks Master Su with a modest smile, admitting that without him, he would already be dead. The captain happily welcomes newcomers to his team, promising to take care of them and introduce them to the team. The young man anxiously inquires about Captain Ni's daughter, and Ye Chen-shan gratefully reports that her vital signs have recovered. The captain sadly adds that the girl still needs time to come to terms with the loss of her loved one. The hero remembers with a heavy heart everything they had to go through and feels guilty for what happened. Su Ping leaves his charges in the care of the captain, promising to return next time and have dinner together. The young man vows to become stronger to prevent such tragedies in the future and to claim the legacy of the Dragon King. The majestic gates to Dragon's Rise open, and throngs of adventurers flock to the entrance to the hidden realm. Powerful guardians hover in the sky, ready to cut off anyone unworthy of entering the sacred lands. The portal closes, and those who did not manage to enter are disappointed to realize that their chance has been lost. Rumors are swirling through the crowd that the last part of the continent will be cleared today, and now everyone is wondering who will inherit the legacy. The famous sage declares that the inheritance will only go to the one who is the pride and favorite of Lord Yuan himself. Suddenly, a young title master appears in the crowd, and his appearance causes general surprise and shock. The hero appears before the Tang family with cold confidence, recalling his past victory. The guards block his way, declaring that the secret kingdom is closed to the public and asking him to leave. With a devilish grin, the young man realizes that someone is trying to take possession of the inheritance of the secret kingdom while the star rift is not open. The crowd watches the proceedings with interest, anticipating a hilarious spectacle, because this is not the first time this idiot has challenged the powers that be. With contempt, the hero asks if these pathetic guards are really the very will of heaven that was thrown to him. Suddenly, the sights are aimed at the guards, and a red mark foretells imminent death. The Guardians recognize the weapon with horror as the 10,000-ton tracer space cannon, and their faces distort with fear. A terrifying realization dawns on one of the guards, because only the one who is in charge of the starry sky can mobilize Tracer without an order. Enveloped in golden flames, the hero confirms their guess with a devilish grin, asking if they have lost their desire to stop him. In horror, the guards fall to their knees, begging for mercy and asking that no harm be done to Lord Yuan's closest relative. The hero declares with cold calm that as long as they don't touch him, he won't touch them, and his words leave no doubt. The guards realize with horror that the culprit of all this commotion was the very guy they were trying to stop. Meanwhile, in the depths of the secret kingdom, the spiritual solitude of a powerful master is interrupted. The enraged old man struggles to suppress the divine flame, not understanding who dared to interrupt his meditation. The enraged old man demands an explanation from his subordinate, not believing that some trifle could make her feel pain. With alarm in her voice, the girl reports that the very same man, Su Ping, has entered the secret kingdom. The news of Su Ping's appearance shocks Lord Yuan, and he coughs out a blue liquid. The Lord asks with concern about the situation with the advance party that was supposed to clear the last area. The subordinate reports that the squad is ready for cleanup and is only waiting for Madame Yuan to pass the test of inheritance. Lord Yuan is furious because he understands that Su Ping came here to ride at his expense and seize the inheritance. The subordinate suggests stopping the detachment, but the Lord understands that it is useless. Lord Yuan realizes that if he stops the troop, there is no guarantee that Su Ping will not take out his anger on Xiaolu. The Lord bitterly admits that the old wounds he received at the pet store have still not healed, and he cannot compete with Su Ping. In rage and helplessness, the Lord orders people to be gathered, ready to personally deal with the insolent man who dared to mock him. The ancient gates of the secret kingdom open wide, as if welcoming a worthy claimant to the inheritance. A mysterious voice warns that his rival has already passed the 9th floor, and there is no more time to delay. Recognizing the hero's strength, the tower grants him the right to go straight to the top floor, bypassing all previous tests. The hero quickly climbs up, remembering that to pass the test he needs to stand 10 minutes against a 10-headed dragon. At the top of the tower, the young man is met by a mighty golden dragon, and he cannot understand how his young rival managed to get there. Young Yuan Linglu announces her victory with a smug smile, confident that thanks to her grandfather's instructions, she got it right the first time. Su Ping is surprised to realize that the girl has passed the test alone, and an idea arises in his head to test her strength. The sudden appearance of the stranger shocks Yuan Linglu, who was sure that her grandfather had blocked this secret realm. Shrouded in a golden glow, the hero appears before the girl in the form of an ancient dragon king, wanting to test her intentions. A shocked Yuan Linglu looks at the two men in confusion, not understanding which one is the real body of the old dragon king. The girl angrily rejects the lie, as she remembers her grandfather's stories about the man who cleared the Dragonbone Tower. The ancient Dragon King delightedly announces that he has waited 10,000 years for an heir like him. The dragon's terrifying roar makes the girl remember the legends of highly developed creatures who lived among people. Yuan Linglu is alarmed to find that he cannot determine the level of power of this creature and doubts the veracity of the legends. The girl falls to her knees in panic, begging for forgiveness and asking to pass on her inheritance, but in response receives only ridicule. The hero, with a devilish grin, explains that he showed leniency for her sincerity, and this place is just a false mound. The girl is surprised to realize that the real legacy is hidden elsewhere, and her heart fills with hope. The young man reveals the secret with a slight smile, saying that the real dragon's tomb is hidden under a mountain 72 miles from here. Inspired, Yuan Linglu is ready to set off immediately, but the hero stops her, warning her of danger. The young man explains that the tomb is mortally dangerous and orders her to abandon all her treasures and equipment, promising to take care of them. Yuan Linglu gratefully accepts the instructions, trustingly leaving his belongings and setting out on a dangerous journey. Lord Yuan is pleased to learn that the last area of the continent has been destroyed, and his granddaughter has successfully passed the 9th floor. With cold determination, the Lord declares that he is counting on this inheritance, and his precious Xiaolu must fight for it. The ancient Dragon King's soul has finally been fully restored, and he is now ready to meet his heir. After 10,000 years of waiting, the Dragon King welcomes his long-awaited challenger. Confused and angry, Yuan Linglu cannot believe that she has been deceived again and demands an explanation. The enraged dragon does not understand why he was interrupted, and the girl panics and tries to justify herself. The ancient spirit looks at the two contenders with disdain, realizing that one of them is too straightforward and the other too cunning. A sense of foreboding grips the dragon, as he fears that his power will be misused. With a devilish grin, the hero announces that there are no other candidates, and now the dragon will have to choose one of them. The dragon is furious, because this challenger not only does not fear him, but also talks to him as if he were an old friend. Recognizing their strength, the dragon declares that they have both passed the initial test, and now the final one begins. A giant dragon skeleton appears before the heroes, and they must climb to the very top of it. The hero realizes that in this space the stellar power is suppressed, and he will not be able to use flight or summon flying beasts. Yuan Linglu flies up with ease, bidding farewell to the trickster she thought was left below. Not wanting to be left behind, the young man uses his tricks to quickly climb up the skeleton without resorting to brute force. The hero easily overcomes obstacles, but a new, even more dangerous trap awaits him ahead. Hundreds of skeletons emerge from the dragon's bones, their skeletal hands grabbing the hero, trying to drag him into the darkness. The young man realizes with surprise that his black thread armor for some reason does not work against these creatures. A sudden flash of light blinds the hero, and he realizes with horror that he has fallen into a deadly trap. The dragon's roar dispels all illusions, but their incredible realism makes the hero think. The young man understands that illusions are so real that each time they appear, a subconscious attack is triggered. Attacking illusions is a waste of energy, and now the hero must suppress his defensive instinct. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young man looks defiantly at the stream of skeletons, ready to compare his will with their illusion. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Yuan Linglu encounters a giant dragon and must now prove her strength. The girl looks at the illusions with disdain, confident that compared to her grandfather's special training, this is child's play. Yuan Linglu has been fighting ferocious beasts since she was 10 years old, and now she is ready to defeat anyone who stands in her way. Without further ado, the girl rushes into battle, following her grandfather's instructions and believing in her victory. With cold determination in her eyes, Yuan Linglu declares that she should be the one to inherit the inheritance, because Grandpa is always right. The grandfather suddenly appeared and proudly praised his granddaughter, confirming that she really tried hard. The illusion of a grandfather looks at his granddaughter with disdain, calling her a creature who grew up without a father. The enraged old man rushes into attack, but the girl meets his blow with cold calm. Yuan Linglu easily deflects the attack, knowing it's fake because her grandfather would never say that. The girl is surprised to realize that a simple illusion can cause real physical damage. Finding himself on the 10th floor, Yuan Linglu anxiously wonders how many floors that mysterious guy was able to climb. Su Ping's sudden appearance shocks the girl, as she can't believe he was able to overtake her. Unwilling to endure humiliation any longer, the hero easily fights off a stream of illusory dragons. The young man understands with disdain that after countless resurrections, these illusions seem like child's play to him. The final test is over, and a mysterious voice announces that another challenger has passed out on the 33rd floor. The hero is surprised to learn that he has reached the 143rd floor, while the legendary master was only able to reach the 33rd. The ancient dragon heals the girl's wounds, and she is surprised to realize that she has lost consciousness for some time. The dragon declares that whoever wins twice will become his final successor, and Yuan Linglu bitterly realizes that she has lost. The ancient spirit calms the girl, reminding her that anyone who has reached the 10th floor already has the right to inherit. The dragon respectfully notes that even after losing consciousness, the girl reached the 33rd floor, and such talent is found once in 100 years. Yuan Linglu hopefully understands that the gift is meant only for her, and this is a good opportunity to prove her strength. The dragon looks at her with regret, knowing that someone like Su Ping is born once every 10,000 years. The second test is a battle of strength, and Yuan Linglu looks at her opponent defiantly, ready to show what she's made of. The hero is surprised to recognize the girl's pet as a purple-winged phoenix, possessing the pedigree of the king of beasts. With a mocking smile, the young man notes that the girl has only an immature phoenix, which has not yet had time to become a symbolic beast. Yuan Linglu proudly states that her phoenix has been her partner since childhood and has already defeated countless masters. The hero mockingly refutes the girl's words, stating that her grandfather had to force Daozong to give in. Not wanting to listen to any more boasting, the young man calls upon his dragon dog, offering to test everything in practice. The ancient dragon looks down on the dragon dogs, calling them mere dogs despite having only a small amount of dragon blood. The dark dragon dog's subtle and reserved aura makes the dragon think, and doubt arises in his soul. Unwilling to retreat, Yuan Linglu and her phoenix charge forward, ready to prove their strength. The divine flames of the phoenix envelop his body, and he rushes towards his opponent with a furious roar. The dragon dog easily dodges the attack, and its blue flames are ready to incinerate anyone who stands in its way. Yuan Linglu is shocked because there is not a scratch on her opponent's body, although she was sure that her phoenix hit. The girl realizes that it was an illusion, but at the same moment a real blow throws her back. Yuan Linglu realizes with horror that it was not an illusion, and her opponent's physical defense exceeds the power of her phoenix. The hero looks at his opponent with disdain, asking if this is all she's capable of. An enraged Yuan Linglu commands her phoenix to use its inherited technique, preparing for the final attack. The hero is surprised to notice that the phoenix's flame has become stronger than before and now poses a real threat. The girl understands that although her technique is not perfect, it will be enough to defeat the dark dragon dog. Unwilling to endure the humiliation any longer, Yuan Linglu decides to use his strongest attack. The dazzling phoenix's slash falls upon the hero, and the fiery sword is ready to incinerate him on the spot. With a devilish grin, the young man praises the beautiful technique and, as a tribute to respect, decides not to humiliate his opponent anymore. The hero lets his dragon dog go all out, and his body is engulfed in blue flames. The fiery sword collides with an impenetrable barrier, and the dragon dog easily repels the deadly attack. The Dragon Bone Tower begins to glow, and its insanely strong aura makes everyone tremble in terror. Lord Yuan watches the battle with a mixture of horror and admiration, recognizing that his granddaughter's fighting prowess is no less than that of a true titled master. With a furious roar, the girl launches into a final desperate attack, putting all her strength and will into it. The blow almost reaches its target, but at the last moment the dragon dog manages to reflect it, and the girl bitterly realizes that it is beyond her strength. The ancient dragon announces that Su Ping has won 2 victories and has become his rightful successor. Defeated and healed, Yuan Linglu, with a heavy heart, acknowledges the truth of the ancient spirit. The girl bitterly realizes that she lost to this bad man without even being able to touch him. With tears in her eyes, Yuan Linglu admits that she has failed her grandfather's expectations, and her heart is breaking with pain. A sudden blow knocks the sword out of her hands, and the girl is surprised to realize that she was attacked by the one she thought was the winner. The hero hits the girl hard, and she looks at him with pain and bewilderment, not understanding what is happening. The dragon, in a rage, demands an explanation, but the young man, with cold calm, declares that he merely vowed to use his power correctly. The young man mockingly suggests that the girl resume training if she is unhappy and reminds her of the services of his pet store. The ancient dragon interrupts their quarrel and gives the girl 3 drops of his dragon blood. Yuan Linglu grasps the priceless gift with trepidation, and her heart fills with hope for new, unprecedented strength. The dragon explains that his blood will help her distract the king of beasts, improve her physical condition, and replace rare materials. The girl gratefully accepts the gift and vows not to let the old king down, becoming stronger than ever. With cold determination in his eyes, Yuan Linglu challenges Su Ping, promising to surpass him in 3 years. The ancient dragon declares that the time has come for the true legacy and orders Su Ping to prepare. The hero realizes with anticipation that if even the consolation prizes are so good, then the true legacy will be truly amazing. The original world of the dragon soul opens before the young man, and a giant golden chest bound with chains descends from the heavens. The chest opens, revealing mountains of countless treasures worthy of the legacy of the Dragon King himself. The hero delightedly examines the countless treasures, which include weapons, armor, and even mounts. The ancient dragon declares that all these treasures are not worth mentioning, and the young man can take them if he likes them. The young man is perplexed because he cannot believe that among such wealth there is not a single real inheritance. Not wanting to miss his chance, the hero takes out the Qiankun scroll, ready to take every last speck of treasure. The scroll easily absorbs all the treasures, but for some reason cannot fold the mysterious golden coffin. Not wanting to leave anything valuable behind, the hero decides to take the water as well, which, in his opinion, the old king no longer needs. The ancient dragon stops him in a panic, asking him to clear his mind and prepare for his true legacy. The dragon bitterly recounts that he once suffered defeat, and now his true body is sealed in this coffin. The dragon's coffin that guarded his immortality is broken, and now his life force is fleeting. An ancient spirit offers the hero the chance to become the descendant of a true dragon, and his offer leaves the young man in shock. The hero panics and tries to stop the dragon, not understanding why it is so hostile to his bloodline. The ancient spirit is furious because its true essence is the golden crow demon god. The incredible discovery shocks the dragon, and he cannot believe that in front of him is the descendant of his worst enemy. The dragon desperately pleads for help, but his spirit is weakening, and now he must pass on his legacy. With its last breath, the dragon passes on its original legacy to the dragon dog, and its spirit finally dissipates. The hero is shocked, because he cannot believe that the priceless legacy of the Dragon King was passed on to his dog. Lord Yuan suddenly appeared, hopefully asking if his granddaughter had received her inheritance. The girl has difficulty coming to her senses, not understanding what happened, and bitterly asks her grandfather for forgiveness. Wen Linglu falls to his knees in despair, admitting that Su Ping has appropriated the dragon's legacy. Yan lifts his granddaughter up, and she tearfully admits that she was useless and was unable to break through Su Ping's pet's defense. Lord Yuan is horrified to realize that Su Ping not only survived, but has also become the de facto master of the starry sky. Yuan Linglu bitterly asks for forgiveness, but immediately realizes with horror that now she has nowhere to hide her treasures. The girl excitedly shows her grandfather a rare blood crystal, begging him to continue training to defeat this villain. Lord Yuan looks at his grown-up granddaughter with pride, realizing that this experience and secret treasures were worth it. With cold determination, the Lord declares that he will not allow Su Ping to obtain another inheritance, as his power will become immeasurable. An army of adventurers enters the tower with trepidation, ready for new challenges and dangers. The hero looks with alarm at the golden cocoon in which his dragon dog sleeps, and does not understand why it is so noisy. The young man decides to stay and wait until his pet comes out, ready to protect him from any threat. While waiting, the hero is surprised to notice strange weeds that have grown out of nowhere and are reaching towards the cocoon. The young man realizes that the dragon's rich energy is coming out, nourishing everything around him, and his heart is filled with anxiety. The hero decides to seize the moment and immerse himself in the rich energy of the dragon cocoon in order to achieve great success. After 7 days, the soldiers left outside go mad with terror, begging the dragon not to eat them. Lord Yuan is alarmed to learn that the tower contains an extremely powerful spirit dragon capable of driving anyone mad. 7 days have passed, but no one has emerged from the tower, and the Lord suspects that Su Ping might have already slipped away. A sudden column of golden light erupts from the tower, and the guards realize with horror that someone is coming out. A giant golden dragon appears from the light, and the guards are horrified to recognize its rider as Su Ping. The majesty of the golden dragon of great dispersion descends upon the earth, and its roar causes the very earth to tremble. The dragon's overwhelming aura makes everyone fall to their knees, and Lord Yuan recognizes it with horror as the top 5-clawed golden dragon. The hero looks at his fallen enemies with disdain, reminding them that they just said he couldn't do anything. Lord Yuan can hardly bear the pressure, realizing that this is no longer a joke, and begs for mercy. A giant dragon, which has reached the level of the king of beasts, looms over the crowd, and its power makes everyone tremble in terror. The hero, with an innocent smile, asks what has the legendary Yuan so worried, since he hasn't done anything yet. Lord Yuan can hardly contain his anger, realizing that his opponent is deliberately mocking him. The young man, with a cold grin, reminds him that he should be the one asking what the Lord wants, since he wanted to kill him. The hero disdainfully declares that Longjiang is now his territory, and in the future he will not need their cold water. The young man threatens that he hopes the Lord will not do anything that will lead to unforeseen situations. The legendary dragon form art technique is cancelled, and the giant dragon begins to melt into thin air. The dragon dog that inherited the inheritance now possesses the power of the highest 7th stage and a multitude of new, deadly skills. The ancient dragon explains that he sealed 90% of the dog's power to prevent it from going out of control. The removal of the seals will occur gradually, and with each new stage, the dragon dog will gain more and more power. The hero is shocked, because he cannot believe that after the removal of the last seal, his pet will enter a realm that is higher than the legendary one. Returning to the store, the hero receives a mysterious letter from another continent, and his heart is filled with anxiety. The letter turns out to be an invitation from the Shenzhuang-based City Cultivators Association. The hero decides to accept the invitation and sets out on his journey, hoping to learn more about the mysterious city from the old scoundrel. The young man is surprised to see a flying capsule parked at the entrance and realizes that they were already waiting for him. Having met with the chairman, the hero, without further ado, asks him to tell him everything about the city of Shenzhuang and its cultivators. The chairman explains that base cities are divided into levels depending on their scale and safety factor. Level A cities are impregnable fortresses, and there are only 7 of them on each continent, one of which is Shenzhuang. The breeders are not just warriors, but true blacksmiths who have mastered various methods of strengthening and feeding their pets. The base city of Shenzhuang is where cultivators were first born, and it has now become a mecca for all cultivators in the world. In its heyday, Shenguang was home to holy masters who could enlighten all things and raise the kings of beasts. With the fall of the saints, the number of legendary ranks has dropped sharply, and now the Association of Cultivators is looking for new talents. The hero, with cold determination, understands that despite his strength, he is still dependent on the system and needs to gain power. The chairman offers to organize a landing in low Earth orbit for the hero, but the young man is not thrilled with such attention. Not wanting to be the center of attention, the hero asks for a more discreet way, and the chairman suggests the underground train. The young man agrees to the train with a slight smile, and the information about the trip is immediately confirmed. Finding himself in a luxurious first-class carriage, the hero is surprised to realize that a ticket for this train costs a fortune. Suddenly, an enraged red dragon appears in the carriage, and its appearance sows chaos and panic among the passengers. An angry owner yells at a little girl, accusing her of feeding his dog and then dying. Hiding behind a mask, the hero watches what is happening with disdain, not understanding why such a dangerous and poisonous beast was summoned. An enraged dog prepares to attack an innocent passenger, who begs for mercy in terror. The hero suddenly appears, easily grabs the beast by the neck, and with a cold grin announces that it's time for him to sleep. A mysterious girl runs into the carriage, begging not to strangle the dog as this will only kill him. The girl confidently declares that she is a nurturer and asks to be allowed to calm the enraged beast. The hero releases the dog with a slight smile, and it falls limply to the floor, unable to resist. The girl gently touches the beast's head, and her hand flashes with blue light, calming its rage. Under the influence of the sleeping magic, the dog falls asleep, and his breathing becomes even and calm. The hero watches in amazement at how easily the girl was able to calm such an aggressive beast. The girl proudly shows off her star gloves, which help her control her star power more precisely. The enraged owner demands an explanation, but the girl, with cold calm, declares that she made his beast fall asleep, and now he has nothing to worry about. The enraged owner demands an explanation, threatening that the girl will pay if his dog gets hurt. The girl tries to calm the impudent man, explaining that his dog ate a lot of sugar and must not be woken up. Tired of the screams, the hero grabs the insolent man by the arm, ordering him to silently take his beast. With icy calm, the young man orders them to apologize and then get lost, and his voice leaves no choice. Frightened to death, the dog's owner falls to the floor, unable to withstand the terrible gaze of his adversary. Humiliated and defeated, the man mumbles an apology, admitting that it is unethical to leave his pet alone. Having verified the hero's identity, the staff wishes him a good time, and he returns to his place. The flight attendant brings strawberry cheesecake, but the hero is surprised to say that he didn't order anything. The girl explains with a smile that Mrs. Zhang ordered it for him as a token of gratitude. The hero accepts the treat with a slight smile, just in time because he wanted to eat. A sudden jolt shakes the carriage and a tray of cheesecake flies to the floor, interrupting the peaceful meal. The ceiling of the carriage cracks, and the frightened flight attendant realizes with horror that there is something outside. Passengers run outside in panic and see that their train is being attacked by wild animals. The flight attendant tries to reassure passengers, assuring them that the train is equipped with a team of technicians who will sort everything out. The hero realizes with irritation that he won't even be allowed to eat in peace, and feels the approach of stellar power. The train is attacked by stone-armored beasts, their claws easily tearing through the metal casing. The dragon suddenly appears and easily deals with the attackers, but the hero notices that this is not the end. The captain of the guard is terrified, because among the attackers there are beasts of the 9th stage, and he orders his men to distract their attention. The creature that suddenly appeared turns out to be too fast, and the captain does not have time to react to its attack. Before the beast can strike, a beam of fire pierces it, and the soldiers, horrified, cannot believe that their enemy has been killed. The captain greets his savior with gratitude, not believing that he resolved the situation so easily. The captain assures with a smile that it is usually safe here, but the hero understands with suspicion that this is not the case. The hero realizes that even if such creatures have descended from the mountains, then perhaps something much more dangerous has appeared below. The young man is haunted by these anxious thoughts, and he decides to sign a contract not only to improve security, but also to expand his business. The young man understands that the attack on the city is only a matter of time, and Longjiang must become a Tier A city as soon as possible. A sudden meeting with the same girl from the train takes the hero by surprise, and she asks in surprise if he is from Shenguang. The girl, mockingly, cannot believe that the teacher does not know where their association is, and offers to show him the way. Finding herself at the entrance to the Dragon Academy, the girl proudly declares that she is its educator. When the guard asks the hero for his ID, he hands him an invitation from the association with a slight smile. Seeing the invitation, the guard bows in horror, begging the dear guest to pass through and not pay attention to his ignorance. The girl admiringly assumes that her mysterious companion is a powerful master who is hiding in the crowd. Not wanting to argue any further, the girl suggests watching a friendly match, and the hero happily agrees. The battle between Forest Monkey and Windbird begins in the arena, and their masters are ready for the competition. The hero is surprised to learn that it is not battle pets that are brought onto the field, but wild animals with which no contract has been concluded. The first competition is a test of controllability, where participants must force the animal to hold food in its mouth. The second competition is the ability enhancement competition, where participants use special materials for temporary strengthening. For a limited time, fosterers must strengthen any part of their pet's body, preparing it for battle. The empowered beasts rush into battle, and now they must fight each other to determine the winner. Swift Windbird leaves Forest Monkey no chance, and he finds himself in a losing situation. The death blow is approaching the vital point, and now the outcome of the battle seems a foregone conclusion. The sudden transformation puzzles everyone, as the reinforced part of the monkey turns out to be its back. A fatal blow from the stone teeth pierces the Windbird, and it falls to the ground with a scream, having lost the battle. The hero understands that the match of the breeders is not just a battle, but a competition in the ability to reveal the potential of the beast. A sudden meeting with the teacher takes the girl by surprise, and she shyly tries to justify herself. The teacher smilingly advises her to watch more matches, but immediately reminds her that her graduation is in jeopardy. The arrogant students look at the girl with disdain, calling her a soft-legged shrimp who couldn't control her beast. Unwilling to endure the humiliation any longer, the girl meekly agrees to leave, not daring to contradict her offenders. The hero suddenly appears and stands up for the girl, declaring that he did not notice any problems with her equipment. The young man, with cold calm, declares that they are the ones who are interfering with his ability to follow the match, and that their impudent faces irritate him. The enraged students cannot believe such impudence, but the hero contemptuously reminds them that their pathetic 6th grade does not give them the right to behave like this. The enraged student challenges the hero to a match of nurturers, confident of his victory. The hero accepts the challenge with a slight smile, but suggests playing for something else to make it more interesting. With icy calm, the young man offers to bet his life, and his words make the blood run cold. An ominous aura envelops the hero, and the frightened student realizes in horror that this is not a joke. With a devilish laugh, the young man declares that he was joking and suggests that the loser simply ask for forgiveness. The friend mockingly reproaches his comrade for cowardice, not understanding how 2 words could frighten him so. The enraged student cannot stand the humiliation and angrily declares that he will show who is dirty here. The teacher suddenly appears and happily offers to prepare the arena and act as a judge. The teacher, with a wise smile, explains that as a nurturer, you cannot be afraid to tame others. The arena is ready, and now one game will determine the outcome, and for the sake of fairness, a blind selection will be used. The blind selection begins, and the participants must choose one of the wild animals locked in cages. The hero studies the proposed animals with interest, realizing that their distribution among the 5 elements could be the key to victory. The young man chooses the thunder beetle with the metal shell skill, and his choice is met with surprise. His opponent chooses flame dog with the blazing bite skill, and now they must fight in a battle of the elements. The girl realizes with alarm that metal shell will not be able to resist the flaming bite, and her friend is doomed. The arrogant student smirks and suggests to his opponent that he repent before it is too late, but he remains unperturbed. The first stage begins, and the animal's favorite food is placed in front of them. The winner is the one whose pet lasts 5 minutes. The girl recalls lessons where they taught that there are 2 methods for this stage: reward and punishment. Her opponent decides to skip this part and use the star power to directly command his beast. To everyone's surprise, the hero does nothing, and the girl anxiously thinks that he is still choosing a method. The arrogant student looks at his opponent with disdain, confident that he has already given up. Suddenly, Thunder Beetle begins to eat, and his owner realizes with horror that his pet is afraid not of him, but of the mysterious stranger. The enraged student accuses his opponent of cheating, but the teacher, with cold calm, states that there is no such prohibition in the rules. The judge announces that time has passed, and Thunder Beetle is the first to pass the taming stage, winning. Humiliated and defeated, the student looks at his opponent with fury, vowing that he will definitely win in the next stage. The second stage begins, and now participants have 3 hours to choose materials to strengthen their pets. Not wanting to take any chances, the student chooses the Dragon's Breath herb to maximize his dog's fire attribute. The guy with a devilish grin understands that no matter how hard the metal is, in the face of flame it will turn into a rag. The girl looks at what is happening with alarm, not understanding how her friend can win if his opponent is so strong. The time has passed, and the judge announces the beginning of the battle stage, where the enhanced beasts will meet in a mortal fight. Flamehound uses Blazing Bite, its jaws engulfed in flames, ready to tear its opponent apart. The death bite falls upon the Thunder Beetle, and its shell begins to melt under the influence of hellfire. The teacher notes with admiration that his student's ability to sort star power has improved again. The arrogant student disdainfully declares that he is different from the amateur who only knows how to bluff. The teacher regretfully tells his student that he should practice harder, and his words leave him in shock. Suddenly, Thunder Beetle becomes covered in ice armor and his metal shell turns into frost shell. The student is horrified as he realizes that the frost shell initially restrains the fire attribute. The melted ice completely covers the dog's body, and now it is he who finds himself trapped, held back by the elements of water. Surrounded by a fiery aura, the hero appears in all his glory, and everyone understands that he is the great nurturer who has been hiding himself. With icy calm, the young man announces victory and threateningly asks how about fulfilling the terms of the bet. The student is terrified because he doesn't feel any fluctuations in star power, but his opponent is clearly at the 7th level. Not wanting to tempt fate any further, the boy decides to run away, but his attempt proves futile. A sudden blow to his legs causes him to lose his balance and he falls to the ground screaming. The student looks at his opponent with pain and bewilderment, not understanding what just happened. Meanwhile, his friends, unable to stay on their feet, fall to the ground one after another. The hero scornfully wishes them good riddance, and his words make the girl giggle. The girl notes with admiration that after the battle, the melted armor quickly recovered, and this is not a superficial improvement. The hero explains with a slight smile that he gave the Thunder Beetle the Juanhan crystal, and after absorbing it, he changed. The girl is surprised to suggest that the fear of death could have unlocked the Thunder Beetle's full potential. Recalling ancient treatises, the girl understands that appropriate pressure and harsh conditions can have a positive effect on cultivation. The girl is delighted because she did not expect that someone had already implemented this complex theory, and she hurries to write down this news. The teacher asks with interest what this method is called, and the hero, after thinking for a bit, calls it deadly cultivation. The teacher is surprised to realize that his student's friend is not so simple and asks her to introduce him. The embarrassed girl introduces herself, and Teacher Dean, having apologized for his students, asks with interest the name of the mysterious stranger. The hero introduces himself as Shui Kuang, and the teacher is surprised to realize that he has never heard of such a name in the world of cultivators. The young man explains that he came here to watch a famous conference of nurturers, and this is pure coincidence. Teacher Dean offers to treat his new acquaintance to apologize for the inconvenience, but he politely declines. Not wanting to insist, the teacher expresses his gratitude and hands over his teacher ID card. This card provides comfortable living conditions and certain privileges within the academy, and the hero gratefully accepts it. The young man looks at the teacher with suspicion, not understanding whether he really wants to express gratitude or whether this is some kind of trick. The teacher says goodbye with a smile, reminding her to return his card, and the girl happily returns to her projects. Without wasting any time, the teacher activates the location function to secretly follow his new acquaintance. The girl is surprised to see her teacher, who asks with interest how her project is progressing. The girl proudly reports that she has completed the most difficult part of her research on mastering high-level skills. Suddenly, the teacher becomes serious and orders the topic to be stopped, and his words make the girl anxious. The girl is terrified because she does not understand what her teacher means, and his cold gaze makes her tremble. The teacher regretfully explains that there is a problem with her topic, and she will not be able to pass her final defense. The girl desperately realizes that all her research over the past year was wrong, and now she will have to start all over again. The teacher calms his student with a gentle smile, reminding her that she's a smart child and that she still has time to fix everything. The teacher regretfully realizes that he has not received any useful information, but admits that geniuses in two fields at once are a great rarity. Teacher Dean, with a sly smile, offers his student a new project that will help her rehabilitate herself. The task is simple: to obtain information about an out-of-town criminal who is currently in the library. The teacher's ID card gives access to the rarest books, and the hero spends a fortune on them without stint. With a huge stack of books in his hands, the young man asks the librarian to hold on to his card, promising to pick it up later. The library staff is shocked because they can't believe that a student could take out so many materials at once. The girls look at the generous stranger with admiration, realizing that he should be treated like the boss's son. Having immersed himself in reading, the hero realizes that the chairman was right, and Shenguang is truly a holy place. The young man enthusiastically studies books on raising dragons, elemental, and demonic pets. The hero realizes that, despite his rich experience, his knowledge is still superficial and insufficient. The young man plunges into the world of new knowledge with interest, and a quick glance at the pages opens up new, unprecedented horizons for him. Having read all the books, the hero is surprised to realize that the teacher's ID card gives him access to a separate reading room. The young man decides to return the books, hoping to convert the points he spent into star coins. In the corridor, the hero collides with a girl, and all the books scatter across the floor. The girl looks in surprise at the huge number of books and asks with interest where he got them. Having returned the books, the hero thanks the librarian and leaves, leaving the girl perplexed. The girl asks with surprise how he was able to read such esoteric books and what level he is. Upon learning that he is not a certified foster parent, the girl smirks and offers to take the exam with him. In the testing room, they are met by a menacing instructor who looks with disdain at those who are late. The instructor hits one of the students hard, reminding them that caregivers don't run away from their charges. The instructor mockingly kicks out latecomers, declaring that they have no place in the exam after a few lessons. Students are terrified because this month's exams are being administered by instructor Yan, who is known for his cruelty and strictness. One of the students despairs when he realizes that if he fails the exam 2 more times, he will be demoted. The girl explains with surprise that the rank of nurturers differs from the rank of masters, and 3 failures lead to a demotion of 1 level. Only after passing the 7th stage exam and submitting a dissertation can you consider yourself a qualified educator. The girl tells with admiration that only at the 8th level can one become a teacher, and at the 9th, a higher educator. The hero asks with interest how many tests he can take in a day, and the girl answers with a smile that it will be until the instructor finishes his shift. An enraged instructor yells at the crowd at the door, not understanding what they are waiting for and why they are not coming in. The hero declares with cold confidence that he will start from the first step, and he has nothing to worry about, because he will not be demoted. The instructor looks with disdain at the newcomer who came for his first test and orders him to register. The arrogant students look with mockery at the 3 children who were the first to enter the exam, not knowing what awaited them. The girl uses her technology to scan information about the hero, confident that now he will not be able to hide from her. The hero, with a slight smile, improves his vision in preparation for the upcoming test. An incredible force distorts space, and the girl realizes with horror that she is completely blinded. The young man creates a turbulence barrier, an advanced method that not only blocks but also distorts ambient light. The initial registration is complete, and the hero, registered as candidate number 44, goes to the examination hall. The first test was to dye the hair of test mice black using star power in 30 minutes. Without wasting any time, the participants begin the task, and the hero easily catches one of the large mice. The other participants struggle to complete the task, but their efforts pay off and the mice begin to change color. The instructor looks suspiciously at one of the boys, not understanding what he is trying to prophesy. Suddenly, the mouse bites the guy on the arm and he jumps back screaming, shocking everyone. Unable to bear the pain, the boy fails the exam, and the instructor forcibly throws him out of the room. Half the time has passed, and the instructor menacingly reminds the remaining candidates that they need to speed up. A sudden burst of golden energy envelops one of the mice, and everyone looks on in surprise. The audience is delighted because they can't believe that this guy in black is so good, but they don't understand what he's doing. One of the students explains with a smart look that the key to coloring is to manipulate the star power to stimulate the pigment cells. The hero controls the star power with ease, and his hand glows with a golden glow. In an instant, the mouse is transformed. Its fur becomes a rainbow of colors, and a stylish mohawk appears on its head. The student is shocked because he can't believe that it took his opponent only a few minutes to not only dye his hair, but also grow it out. The instructor looks at the mouse in surprise, not understanding how it could have been painted so carefully. Something happens in the hair, and the instructor realizes that 44 used elemental fixation, giving the mouse elemental abilities. The hero's incredible skill shocks the students. Such a transformation of attributes without materials goes beyond the limits of the first-level test. The instructor looks at the newcomer with interest, suspecting that behind the mask lies an old monster who hasn't pleased him this much in a long time. Impressed by the incredible talent, the instructor makes an exception, allowing 44 to move straight to the 7th stage test. The new challenge proves to be deadly. He must tame and strengthen a 7th-level blood mist ghost in half a day. The participants are terrified. The evil ghost of the bloody mist is unpredictable and capable of corrupting hearts, leading to madness. The hero declares with cold confidence that he does not need half a day, and that 5 hours will be more than enough. A terrifying monster emerges from its cage, and its strong smell of blood makes everyone tremble in terror. The girl realizes with horror that the ghost's psychic attacks allow it to devour the soul, ignoring any physical attacks. Wasting no time, the ghost uses its strongest attack, spirit possession, preparing to devour its victim's soul. The hero easily jumps onto the monster's head and mockingly asks if he is familiar with the Path of Thunder. A red flash illuminates the arena, and the hero easily suppresses the ghost's will, preparing for the next stage. The taming is over, and now the young man must strengthen his new pet. The hero realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to try out the recently learned method and at the same time prepare for future improvements to the small skeleton. Knowing that the ghost is afraid of thunder, the boy decides to strengthen its weakness by processing the herb of eternal life with the help of star power. The hero throws the created elixir with force, commanding the ghost to devour it, and it consumes it with a scream. A sudden glow envelops the ghost, and the girl is surprised to realize that this could be a sign of evolution. The instructor watches with admiration the calm work of the master, who seems to be in the middle of the river. A giant thunder phantom appears before the hero, and its majestic appearance makes everyone tremble. The students are shocked because the hideous ghost has turned into a majestic creature, and they do not understand what kind of evolutionary technique is in front of them. The hero explains that he suppressed the ghost's bloodline, and now it is resistant to divine and thunder attacks. But there is a downside. The empowered ghost becomes even more irritable and thrashes furiously against the bars of the cage. The students retreat in panic because the cage is creaking and the monster is about to break free. The instructor is alarmed to realize that something needs to be done before this thing breaks out and causes a bloodbath. With incredible strength, the ghost bends the bars of the cage, and now nothing can stop him. The hero, with a cold grin, reminds the insolent beast of the taste of the Path of Thunder, and his hand bursts into red flame. The ghost freezes, and the students realize in horror that this mysterious stranger has complete control over it. The young man easily passes through the bars of the cage and mockingly asks if he passed the test. The instructor is shocked, because this man not only passed the test, but advanced the ghost to perfection. The instructor enthusiastically declares that the abilities he has demonstrated allow him to compete with the best cultivators of the 9th level. Mr. Bai, the association's vice president, suddenly appeared and noted with admiration that it was a feast for the eyes. The instructor greets the vice president with reverence, and he invites the mysterious stranger to come with him. A terrifying realization dawns on the instructor, and he cannot believe that this young man could be the vice president's own student. In his office, the vice president respectfully addresses the guest from Longjiang and asks him to take off his mask. Mr. Bai explains with a smile that there are few young people with such characteristics, and they are easy to recognize. Taking off his mask, the hero realizes with a cold grin that the investigation was conducted very thoroughly, and his identity has already been revealed. The vice president asks the young man with a serious expression if he has heard of the 4 kings. The 4 kings are the 4 beast kings, the most powerful creatures that have ever existed on Blue Star. Insidious and destructive, they razed countless cities to the ground and became the #1 enemy of all mankind. The blood they have shed is enough to drown mountains, and their names strike terror into all who hear them. The vice president explains with concern that each of the four kings possesses power no less powerful than that of the kingdom of fate. The hero is shocked, because the kingdom of fate is the highest of the three legendary kingdoms. The young man has difficulty realizing that even with his full strength, he is only in the realm of the vast sea. In the distant past, four kings were gravely wounded by a great warrior who, at the cost of his life, sealed them beneath the abyss cave. Now they are guarded by young masters of legendary rank, and since then they have never invaded human lands. The hero suspiciously asks if the seal has been broken, but the vice president confidently replies that it has not. The vice president reports with alarm that an abnormal migration of ferocious animals has been discovered in the desert area. The young man recalls the recent attack on the train and realizes that this was the very same anomalous phenomenon. Mr. Bai is alarmed that this could threaten the safety of civilians and decides to call a conference to prepare countermeasures. The hero notes with understanding that the fosterers are more interested in taming than killing, since it is they who give power. The vice president regretfully admits that the wasteland is too vast and they still have no results. The hero realizes with disappointment that instead of wasting time on investigation, he should have focused on gaining strength. The vice president explains with a grin that opening the spirit is a secret art, accessible only to those at the peak of the 9th stage. Mr. Bai states that the young man is definitely suitable and will likely become the second person in history to touch the legendary and holy spirit. The hero asks who was the first, and the vice president tells of a great warrior who fought single-handedly against four kings. Inspired by the story, the young man enthusiastically asks to be taught the opening of the spirit before it is too late. The vice president regretfully declines, reminding him that to achieve the 7th level he must write a 50,000-word dissertation. The hero is irritated and does not understand why they cannot open the back door for him, since he thinks so highly of it. Mr. Bai firmly states that the more critical the situation, the more they must follow the rules. Having resigned himself to his fate, the hero sadly realizes that writing his dissertation will take an eternity, but immediately finds a solution. Meanwhile, in her room, Zheng Lingtong desperately tries to finish her project, realizing that she lacks real-life examples. Mentor Dean happily accepts the gift of 20-year-old wine, promising to consider giving it priority in return. Teacher Dean greets his student with a smile, but his gaze is fixed on the humiliated girl receiving the massage. The girl apologizes bitterly, admitting that her opponent was too strong and she was unable to discern the information. The crushing blow sends the girl flying, her face contorted in pain and humiliation. With icy contempt, the teacher calls his student trash, incapable of handling even such a trifle. The girl tells with horror that her opponent started with the 1st level test and easily reached the 7th. Teacher Ding sips his wine with unperturbed calm, already knowing this and expecting something else. The girl anxiously reports that her opponent has left with Elder Bai, and this news makes the teacher tense. The teacher suspiciously realizes that the old man also has his eye on this golden egg, and his patience is running out. With cold calm, the teacher orders his humiliated student to leave, and the girl obediently leaves. Teacher Ding gives an order to his faithful servant, and he readily accepts it. With cold determination, the teacher orders that the golden egg be taken care of by any means necessary, and his words leave no doubt. The Lion King title rank, Fan Longshan, readily accepts the order, his body enveloped in a golden aura. The hero eagerly examines the new goods in the system, realizing that it would be wise to stock up on traps first. The young man is surprised to discover 2 new rings for catching animals, one of which gives a chance to catch even the king of the beasts. Without wasting any time, the hero decides to contact the girl using her ID card to find her address. A stranger suddenly appeared with a friendly smile and grabbed the hero by the shoulder, inquiring about his conversation with the elder. The hero pushes the impudent man away with contempt, not understanding who he is and what he wants. Flames flare up around them, and passers-by realize with horror that this guy has gotten involved with the titular rank. In an instant, the hero grabs his opponent and forcefully slams him into the ground, demonstrating his complete superiority. Passers-by are in shock, as they cannot believe that this titled master was thrown to the ground like a bag of trash. The defeated warrior realizes that he did not sense any star power and assumes that his opponent used secret techniques. The enraged Lion King unleashes his true power, his body becoming engulfed in blue flames. With a devilish grin, He declares that his opponent is worthy of being his rival and calls upon his beasts. 4 giant red-gold lions appear on the battlefield, their fiery aura making everyone tremble. The spectators are terrified because before them are beasts of the 9th stage, possessing the pedigree of the king, and even with wings. The Lion King proudly explains that he tamed them as children, and now, by infusing them with dragon blood, he has made them even more powerful. The hero, with a cold grin, understands that his opponent has already asserted himself, and the time has come to show him his true strength. The youth summons his dragon dog of great dispersion, and its gigantic figure eclipses the sun. With one blow, the mighty dog knocks back all 4 lions, demonstrating his complete and crushing superiority. The giant dragon dog pins the fallen lions to the ground, its golden aura leaving them no chance. The Lion King is horrified and cannot believe that his mighty lions were so easily subdued by a mere dog. A terrifying realization dawns on the warrior, and he understands that this aura can only belong to the king of beasts. Panicked, the Lion King tries to justify himself, muttering that it was all a mistake, but his words are drowned out by fear. Meanwhile, in his office, the vice president listens with interest to the screams coming from the next room. Strange and frightening things are happening in the experimental building for teachers. In one of the cages sits a small 5th stage ghost dragon, its eyes full of fear. The teacher regretfully announces that this beast will be brought to the test tomorrow, and its fate is sealed. Unwilling to accept such injustice, the teacher injects the dragon with a mysterious serum. A sudden transformation turns the little dragon into an enraged monster, and its roar shakes the entire building. Teacher Dean is surprised to see the Lion King, not understanding how he returned so quickly. The defeated Lion King falls to his knees, and the young man, with a cold grin, announces that this egg has come for his soul. The teacher is surprised to recognize his recent acquaintance, not understanding what he's been doing for the past 2 days. The hero mockingly reminds that he was being watched all this time, and his words leave no doubt. The young man recounts with disdain how the students saw their teacher adding ingredients to the evaluation animals. The enraged teacher hits his students hard, accusing them of daring to spy on him. The teacher disdainfully declares that his shoes are dirty, and the humiliated students are ready to clean them. The teacher, with feigned sympathy, explains that he is doing this for their own good, because without difficulties they cannot survive. The hero is surprised to realize that this old geezer isn't so bad after all, but then he notices a crowd gathered to kill him. The teacher says with a cold smile that there is no need to silence him, because people will believe the cultivator of the 10th level peak. The arrogant warrior looks at his opponent with disdain, confident that he will still have to humble himself and beg him to teach him. With a sly smile, the teacher invites the hero to join them, promising to make him the strongest grower in the world. The sudden blow sends the teacher flying, and his body is slammed into the ground with force. Disgusted, the hero orders him to shut up, declaring that every word he says makes him sick. The enraged bodyguards rush to defend their master, threatening the hero with a terrible death. Unwilling to endure the humiliation any longer, the young man looks defiantly at the crowd, challenging them to come closer if they don't want to die. An incredible aura, not inferior to the 9th step, makes the bodyguards retreat in horror. Teacher Ding gives an order, promising a generous reward to whoever kills this dog and catches him alive. 3 titled masters of the highest 9th stage accept the challenge, hoping to use this opportunity to break through. With a furious roar, the 3 warriors rush into the attack, promising that their enemy will not have time to take a breath. With icy calm, the hero repeats for the last time that if they take even 1 step forward, they will die. The young man is interested to see if the authority of his little skeleton will work on these impudent fellows. In an instant, 3 9th stage title masters were killed, and the bodyguards fled in panic. With horror, they recognize in the small skeleton the very beast that killed several leaders of the starry sky. Teacher Ding realizes with horror that in front of him is that very young man, an incomparable master of combat beasts, possessing legendary combat power. Realizing his mistake, the teacher falls to his knees, begging for mercy and promising to give everything he has. The hero asks with a cold grin if he is really ready to give him everything in exchange for his life. With a devilish laugh, the young man offers him to pray, reminding him that his things are now his things. The hero looks at his enemy with contempt, realizing that he knew from the very beginning that he was the owner of the pet store. The young man proudly declares that this little skeleton is his battle pet, which he personally raised. The bodyguards are horrified because they cannot believe that this small skeleton, comparable to the king of beasts, was raised by his hands. The hero, with a devilish grin, offers everyone the opportunity to have the same pet, and his words leave no doubt. The young man throws the swords of his slain enemies to the ground, inviting those who do not wish to participate to leave. With cold determination, the hero declares that those who want to be with him must show what they are capable of. The bodyguards are confused, as they cannot decide whether to betray their master for the opportunity to raise such a pet. An enraged teacher, Dean cannot believe such a betrayal and angrily shouts that this is their payment for his kindness. Tired of the bullying, the bodyguards draw their swords, ready to take revenge on their former master for all the humiliations. The teacher furiously orders them to leave, but his words are drowned in hatred and contempt. With a cry of despair, the teacher rushes at his former subordinates, but finds himself in the minority. One of the bodyguards hands the hero a secret order that Ding Chunfeng carried with him, and now his fate is sealed. The bodyguard reverently hands over a secret order that gives the right to use the abilities of a 9th-level cultivator. With a cold smile, the hero accepts the order and orders that from now on he be called Master Su. The bodyguards fall to their knees, swearing that they saw nothing and knew nothing. The hero, with a slight smile, summons his snake and orders it to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory, someone is worried about his friend. The girl anxiously knocks on the door, reminding her that Tun Tun hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. In despair, the girl doesn't know what to do, because tomorrow she has to present a report on a new project. The rector is furious because he only warned Teacher Dean yesterday, and now he doesn't understand what's happening in the 8th grade. The secretary reports that the teacher's communicator is not responding and has not been seen since yesterday. The rector, with cold calm, orders that the location of the missing teacher be determined using his data. The rector anxiously asks where the others are, but his secretary only silently works on her laptop. The secretary regrets to inform you that Teacher Dean has gone missing and his whereabouts have not been found. The rector is furious because he cannot believe that a highly qualified specialist could disappear without any reason. The teachers mockingly assume that the old fox got his comeuppance, but they cannot understand who dared to do such a thing. Unwilling to wait any longer, the rector uses his power to find the missing teacher. To his horror, he cannot detect any sign of his presence for 100 miles, and his heart fills with anxiety. The rector calls upon his faithful servants, ready for the most decisive actions. With fury in his eyes, he orders a strict check of everyone who has had contact with the teacher and the beheading of any obstacle. In the midst of the investigation, an important call comes in, and the rector orders everyone to remain silent. A hologram of Vice President Bai appears in the office, and the rector respectfully greets his old acquaintance. The vice president regretfully expresses his condolences, but asks that no in-depth investigation be conducted. The rector is horrified because he cannot believe that Ding Chunfeng provoked such an important person as Elder Bai. Mr. Bai explains with disdain that this villain bullied the students and trampled the seedlings. The rector, with a false smile, thanks the elder for cleaning up after him. The vice president asks with cold calm why the rector did nothing, knowing about everything. Bowing his head, the rector regretfully admits that the thinking of the 9th-level educators has wavered over time. The elder threatens that he will not be able to protect him if he does not keep his word. Before disappearing, the vice president reminds them that a storm is approaching and it is their duty to protect the seedlings. The announcement of the instructor's early retirement and the splitting of classes evokes mixed feelings among students. The girl desperately realizes that if she is expelled from the class she tried so hard to get into, it will be unfair. The arrogant student looks at the girl with disdain, calling her a soft-legged shrimp who is no good for their class. A friend stands up for her comrade, reminding the impudent ones that she was just running errands for the teacher. With a grin, the girl declares that they won't see them after the meeting anyway, and leaves, leaving the losers behind. The girl looks at her friend with gratitude, but she suggests staying away, afraid of becoming a target. With tenderness, her friend reminds her that it was she who taught her the theory of domestication, and everyone is simply jealous of her. The girl bitterly admits that she feels helpless and asks to be left alone. Unwilling to accept her despondency, her friend grabs her hand forcefully, declaring that she needs to sort out the placement first. Meanwhile, in the library, the hero approaches the counter with a whole stack of books, ready for new discoveries. The girls who suddenly appeared were surprised to recognize their new acquaintance, and the friend did not let her companion go until she saw the results. A friend sympathetically tells the hero that Teacher Dean not only abandoned the dissertation, but also assigned her a cursed project. The girl, irritated, cannot understand who even came up with this stupidity, and how growing up can be connected with death. The hero offers his help with a slight smile, stating that he is looking for a person with extensive experience in writing dissertations. The girl regretfully replies that she would be happy to discuss such things, but class assignments will begin soon. The hero is surprised to realize that instead of causing shock, the death of the educator has become a matter of course. The young man is relieved to realize that someone from the association has taken action, and now he can calmly pretend that nothing happened. A friend anxiously explains that out of 100 students, only the top 30 will be chosen as instructors for other classes. The remaining 70 students will be thrown into Daisy's class, and the friend confidently declares that they will definitely pass. The girl looks at the floor in despair, sure that she will not succeed, and her heart is filled with pain. The hero looks at the poisoned girl with sympathy, remembering her humiliation and pain. A friend recalls with horror that in Daisy's class there are terrible living conditions and a lot of hard work, which in the academy is called physical education. A friend bitterly explains that in Daisy's class, one instructor has more than 1,000 students, and they have almost no opportunity to practice cultivation. The hero sympathizes with the fact that the students of Daisy's class dream of getting into Tianzi's class, but few of them are lucky enough to meet someone who can help them. With cold determination, the young man asks to show him Daisy's class, and his words surprise the girls. The academy is divided into two areas, one where the instructors and students of the Tianzi class live and study, and the other where the students of the Daisy class and servants live and study. Trucks bring in mountains of animal carcasses, and workers rush to sort them out before they spoil. The students of Daisy's class hopefully rummage through the pile of corpses, trying to find something useful for their research. One of the students finds the perfect specimen for his project, a dirty but still usable wolf. Another student finds a live animal and his heart fills with joy because now he can practice taming it every day. The students of Tianzi's class look with disdain at the poor souls who learn from what they left behind. The suddenly frozen hero, with cold calm, asks the girls to go ahead, while he himself stays behind to sort out something important. The girl asks in surprise if he really cares about things like the fate of lower-class students. The hero notes with a serious expression that the Dragon Academy, the best in the region, should not be so overloaded with students. The girls regretfully admit that this is how it has always been, and that is how they met. Suddenly, one of the students flies to the side, and the girls realize in horror that this is not a simple coincidence. An arrogant student contemptuously beats his friend, shouting that he does not hear his groans. Tired of the bullying, another student, bat in hand, prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The girls are horrified because they understand that these scumbags are going to kill him. The hero suddenly appears and stops the blow with a cold grin, asking who he is to disturb his fun. The beaten boy, with tears in his eyes, begs the hero to leave, explaining that he is one step away from entering Tianzi's class. With a devilish grin, the impudent man reminds that a small resource can make a difference in this place. The friends watch the cruelty with horror, realizing that what is happening is beyond all bounds. A mysterious young man challenges the heroine to take matters into her own hands. The offenders revel in their power, humiliating the weak and boasting of the high position of their leader. A confident hero with golden eyes offers a dangerous deal, putting the fate of a beaten boy on the line. The enraged opponent accepts the bet, enthusiastically raising the stakes to the limit. The young man's desperate decision shocks his companions, as he has challenged the strongest student. Fear makes her friend advise her to retreat, offering a humiliating apology for the sake of salvation. Arrogant enemies block the way, mocking any chance the heroes have to escape unpunished. The young man tries to instill confidence in the girl, reminding her of her true calling to save others. A steely determination lights up in the heroine's eyes, and the girl makes a fateful decision. The arrogant enemy promises to teach a harsh lesson by taking everyone to a place known only to him. The protagonist envelops his companions in a fiery aura, guaranteeing absolute safety. Tuntun listens to the boy's final instructions, fully concentrating on the upcoming argument. A gloating opponent announces the rules of a brutal competition in a huge arena. The arrogant young man mockingly hints at his opponent's weakness, anticipating an easy victory. The hostile crowd shouts insults, trying to break the girl's will before the fight even begins. The friend doubts Tuntun's powers, but the hero sees in her an unbending desire to overcome herself. The angry girl accuses the young man of recklessness, and he responds with a mysterious parable. The mysterious guy begins the story by illustrating it with the story of a fish in a transparent jug. The fish desperately beats against the invisible glass, symbolizing a hopeless struggle with one's own limitations. The wounded fish gives in, believing that its glass prison is the entire existing world. The young man finishes the instructive story, but his companion sees only the threat of cruel reprisal in case of loss. Tuntun awakens her true self, and the ghostly spirit of a mighty blue dragon appears behind her. The enemy is stunned by the girl's sudden transformation, but his shock quickly gives way to a furious desire to destroy her. The duel begins, and the opponents simultaneously engage in a mental battle with the ferocious beasts. The overconfident enemy smirks, confident of his victory thanks to his secret knowledge of the creature's weaknesses. The heroine finishes taming surprisingly quickly, calmly watching as her new pet devours the meat. Tong Tong's incredible success shocks her rival, and her friend is delighted to realize that the girl has regained her former strength. The opponent also copes with the task and, with anticipation, announces the beginning of the next stage of the battle: cultivation. The protagonist notices a deadly trap in the arena and realizes the need to warn Tuntun immediately. The enemy throws his enhanced beast, the enraged berserker bear, into battle. Tuntun responds by calling upon his majestic blue-maned beast, ready for a fierce fight. The blue-maned beast delivers a devastating lightning strike, unleashing all its might on the enemy. A powerful electrical attack envelops the bear, causing surprise and alarm among observers. The opponent grins maliciously, revealing his trump card. His beast is completely invulnerable to electricity. The girlfriend is outraged by the foul play, but the mysterious young man remains calm, anticipating a countermove. The Tuntong beast suddenly becomes covered in stone armor, completely neutralizing the electricity and leaving the enemy stunned. With one decisive blow, the stone monster crushes the enemy, bringing Tuntun an unconditional victory. The girl calmly looks at the defeated enemy, demanding that the terms of their cruel bet be fulfilled. The rescued boy rejoices at his newfound freedom, while his comrade finds it hard to believe his leader's defeat. The friends rejoice at Tuntun's victory, and the hero smiles smugly, anticipating such an outcome. The enemy, humiliated by defeat, falls into a rage and prepares for a vile blow, grabbing a club. Blinded by anger, the enemy treacherously attacks the defenseless heroine from behind. An unexpected savior in the form of a nimble fighter twists the attacker, stopping the cowardly blow. The appearance of the menacing pink-haired senior and his retinue dramatically changes the balance of power. There is fear in the friend's voice, because the young man who appeared turns out to be the legendary upperclassman, the boss of their entire class. Even after being captured, the arrogant young man continues to make threats, hiding behind the name of his influential family. The pink-haired leader gives a speech about justice, reminding the loser of honor and duty. The senior delivers the verdict, and the pitiful cries of the loser's friends can be heard from the punishment cell. The brutally beaten bully finally breaks, humiliatingly begging the formidable senior for mercy. A senior student passes a harsh sentence, banishing the humiliated offenders from his territory forever. The heroes thank their savior, but the pink-haired leader accepts their gratitude with restrained calm. The young man praises Tong Tong for her contributions, lamenting the unfair distribution of resources at the academy. A senior student tries to cheer up a girl by jokingly offering her the comfort of his company. A mysterious guy abruptly interrupts a friendly conversation, asking a direct and uncomfortable question about money. The senior student looks with distrust at the stranger, who introduces himself as an ordinary merchant and shows a business interest. The leader bitterly explains the harsh reality of their world, where only the rich have privileges, while the poor are destined to be outsiders. The pink-haired boy warns the boy against trying to profit from their class, but Tung Tung stands up for his savior. The protagonist reveals his true purpose by asking about the possibility of renting a heavenly beast, leaving Tung Tung astonished. The perceptive senior realizes that he is an outsider, as access to the local pet market is strictly controlled by the academy. The protagonist makes a bold statement, promising to supply pets of the highest quality in unlimited quantities. Intrigued, the senior decides to take a risk by accepting the stranger's mysterious offer, as he has nothing left to lose. The heroes are met by a stubborn old man at a dilapidated shop who flatly refuses to part with the family heirloom. The disappointed hero looks with irony at the embarrassed leader, who awkwardly justifies his failure in the negotiations. A young man takes matters into his own hands, using a mysterious device to communicate with a certain powerful chairman. The young man makes an incredible offer to the old man, showing him an entire block of luxury buildings in exchange for his humble shack. The elderly owner is euphoric with generosity, while the senior is completely shocked by the financial power of this mysterious businessman. Having received the store at his disposal, the new owner immediately begins integrating it into his mysterious system. With a sly grin, the young man prepares to activate the mysterious chaos spirit pool, heralding momentous changes. Meanwhile, the beaten Feng Shui appears before his mentor, and the question of impending retribution hangs in the air. Feng Shui reports to the instructor, slandering the lower-class residents and portraying them as ruthless criminals. A beaten bully falsely begs the teacher for protection, portraying himself as an innocent victim of unprovoked aggression. The instructor doubts the student's story, calculating the risks of conflict with his influential family. The teacher promises to make an example of him, and the satisfied Feng Shui anticipates cruel revenge. Using cutting-edge technology, the mentor convenes a meeting with other influential instructors. The mentor announces the start of a brutal purge of beasts throughout the academy, taking the mission under his personal control. The fire bear mercilessly burns pets, fulfilling the order for total disposal. Students watch in despair as their defenseless pets are forcibly taken away for destruction. Kneeling, the elder of the DZ district cries out for mercy, denouncing the authorities' senseless cruelty. Feng Shui brazenly demands an apology from the offender to his mentor, reveling in his position and power. The elder is stunned by the monstrous accusation, refusing to believe in the guilt of his disciple. The elderly mentor furiously demands that the culprit be handed over, but his charges, in fear, deny their involvement. The beaten bully interrupts their lie, hatefully pointing to the senior as the main culprit. Having lost patience, Feng Shui resorts to direct violence, threatening cruel reprisals for concealment. At the most tense moment, the senior student appears with a heavy box, finding his humiliated teacher on his knees. The mentor, in despair, accuses his best student of recklessness that could destroy them all. Surrounded by his minions, Feng Shui relishes the moment, mockingly greeting the arriving hero. A senior student with cold fury in his eyes prepares for battle as the enemies with clubs close in on him. With a powerful blow from the box, the pink-haired youth enters into an unequal fight, sending the first opponent flying. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious pets bursts out of the mysterious cargo, ready to tear apart their offenders at the command of their master. The sudden appearance of three heavenly beasts at once plunges the elder and Feng Shui into a state of utter stupefaction. The pink-haired leader grins and proclaims the end of dependence, as they now have their own powerful resources. The student's bold statement astonishes the old mentor, causing him to believe the almost impossible. The young man gestures to the astonished teacher a picture of prosperity, a new shopping street full of happy residents and their mighty pets. The old teacher raises his hands to the sky in delight, while his student can only with difficulty comprehend this incredible picture of universal prosperity. The confident leader demonstrates the full abundance of the new store, which, in addition to animals, also offers rare types of food. The appearance of the rarest food, available only to the elite, causes shock and dark suspicions in the instructor and Feng Shui. The elder realizes that the shopkeeper offers high-quality resources at affordable prices, giving their class real hope. A humiliated Feng Shui desperately points to the shop, accusing its owner of smuggling and calling on the instructor to destroy the source of lawlessness. In response to the call, a giant golden dragon emerges from the depths of the store, leading a squad of enforcers ready to carry out any order. A giant golden dragon bursts onto the scene, its mere appearance causing terror and panic among the attackers. Feng Shui is stunned by the chilling divine aura emanating from this incredible creature. The mysterious owner appears from the depths of the store, his calm figure instantly capturing everyone's attention. With a cold grin and glowing golden eyes, the young man casually calls the mighty dragon his guard dog. The minions scatter in terror, saving their lives from the mere menacing roar of the incredible beast. Utterly broken, Feng Shui desperately begs his mentor to call for reinforcements, recognizing the complete powerlessness of his men. The protagonist stands calmly against the backdrop of his shining pet, radiating an aura of absolute power and unshakable confidence. The astute instructor realizes that before him stands the wielder of the king of beasts, and therefore a man of incredible origin and connections. Realizing the true balance of power, the teacher instantly changes his arrogant tone to an obsequious one, trying to smooth over the brewing conflict. The senior student points out the instructor's cowardly change of demeanor with a sarcastic laugh, causing Feng Shu to burst into impotent rage. Inspired by hope, Tuntun convinces her injured comrade to trust their new powerful protector. Feng Shu grins maliciously, absolutely confident of his impunity thanks to his family's financial influence. The instructor makes an absurd verdict of mutual guilt, leaving his spoiled student completely perplexed. An enraged Feng Shu feels betrayed as his teacher demands a humiliating apology from him before the commoners. The mentor delivers a pompous speech about honor and justice, trying to save face in the face of an irresistible force. The teacher makes the final judgment, forcing Feng Shu not only to apologize, but also to pay for the victim's medical treatment in full. The senior student, with a sly grin, finishes off his humiliated opponent, demanding the immediate execution of the sentence. Driven to his limits, Feng Shu decides to take extreme measures, calling on the powerful forces of his family for help. A powerful call cuts through the sky, and three mysterious figures arrive in the blink of an eye at the youth's call. The masked elite fighters who have arrived in response to the call bow before the young master, ready to unleash their wrath on his offenders. The appearance of the three titular masters floating in the air leaves the elder in awe. Blinded by his thirst for revenge, Feng Shu tries to convince his mentor to break the truce for a bloody massacre. The joy of victory gives way to anxiety, as the appearance of three masters hints at an even greater and hidden danger. The protagonist, with icy calm, dispels the general fear, hinting at a true, even more powerful threat from above. The young man's frightening prediction comes true, and the mysterious silhouette of another, far more formidable enemy appears in the sky. A powerful elder of the Xiao family descends from the heavens, shrouded in an aura of colossal power. The arrogant young man panics, because the appearance of the elder means the complete failure of his reckless plan. The elder's icy wrath falls upon his own grandson, who dared to abuse the family's power. In a pathetic attempt to save himself, Feng Shu points the finger at the heroes, trying to make them the culprits and justify his actions. Against a backdrop of general chaos, the system presents the protagonist with a new, life-changing task that promises incredible opportunities for growth. An unknown force shakes the earth to its foundations, taking the heroes by surprise and knocking them off their feet. A giant fist of pure stellar energy descends from the heavens, heralding imminent destruction. An enraged Elder Xiao accuses the heroes of insulting his family, preparing to unleash his righteous wrath upon them. Feng Shu gloats, anticipating a brutal reprisal, because his grandfather, the family's most powerful genius for the past century, has finally intervened. The local elder desperately begs for mercy, trying to reach the mind of the powerful master. The arrogant master rejects any pleas, demanding that you first accept his crushing blow. In response to the threat, the hero's golden dragon assumes its true, majestic form, preparing to meet the attack. The pet's incredible transformation leaves the elder and his spoiled grandson in a state of absolute shock. The protagonist looks at the enemy with icy contempt, believing that only brute force can teach the arrogant fool a lesson. The crushing power leaves the hero's friends in awe, as the mighty 9th-level master was defeated with a single blow. The enraged elder scolds his wayward grandson, who, in pathetic excuses, places all the blame on the hero's deceptive appearance. Satisfied with the resolution of the conflict, the hero casually turns to the instructor, finally asserting his dominant position. The cowardly mentor tries to curry favor with the young man, demonstrating his complete loyalty and willingness to cooperate. A witness suddenly appears and reveals the whole truth, accusing Feng Shu of instigation and a cowardly attack. An icy rage flashes in the elder's eyes, as his grandson's lies and cowardice become the last straw for him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Feng Shu falls to his knees in panic, humiliatingly begging for forgiveness. The master passes a cruel sentence, condemning his grandson to broken legs and 5 years of imprisonment in order to spare the family shame. Pitiful cries for mercy are drowned in the air as the guards drag the guilty youth away to meet his harsh fate. Elder Xiao humbly bows his head before the protagonist, admitting his guilt and offering any compensation. This incredible spectacle plunges all witnesses into awe as the 100-year-old master bows before the young merchant. The protagonist, with a mysterious look, only tells the elder his last name, leaving him with a painful space for guesswork. The old master's face reflects deep confusion, as this is the first time he has heard of a powerful family named Su. A sudden revelation strikes the elder, and he realizes with horror that before him is a descendant of the legendary Su Ping clan from distant Longjiang. The rescued residents warmly thank their protector, realizing what a terrible fate could have befallen them. With a slight smile, the young man accepts the thanks, but instead encourages them to become stronger and visit his store more often. The inspired senior enthusiastically offers his help at the store, wanting to repay the rescue and support. Inspired, Tuntun also asks for a job, striving to be closer to her mysterious and powerful patron. The next morning, Elder Xiao tries to make amends by presenting the hero with a briefcase filled to the brim with gold bars. The young man coldly rejects the generous gift, demonstrating complete indifference to wealth and leaving the donors perplexed. The young man ignores the apology and instead leads new customers into his store, where a fresh batch of rare food awaits them. A shining dragon-shaped artifact emerges from the hero's palm, emitting a mysterious purple aura. Those present looked at the unprecedented food in amazement, realizing its uniqueness and incredible value. Tuntong, hiding behind his comrade, reverently recognizes the artifact as the legendary purple dragon ginseng. The elder and the instructor are stunned, because they have in their hands the most valuable food that has been extinct for thousands of years. The protagonist calmly announces the price, causing Tongtong to breathe a sigh of relief. But at that moment they are interrupted. The elder and Tuntun engage in a desperate struggle for the right to possess the legendary artifact, begging the owner to sell it to them. The young man, with cold politeness, sends the heated customers away, inviting them to try their luck the next day. Desperation drives the instructor and the elder to make crazy bets, as they are ready to give away entire fortunes for the precious food. The incredible offers leave students shocked, as colossal resources and access to cutting-edge technology are at stake. A young man watches the auction, pondering the far-reaching consequences that the sale of this artifact will entail. The instructor and the elder, dreaming of fame and fortune, are already making grand plans for the legendary find. Tuntun timidly offers her idea, considering it insignificant in comparison to wealth, but the young man is ready to listen to the girl with interest. The girl reveals a hidden secret, because this ginseng is the key to reviving an entire era of the lost art of cultivation. The hero touches on a sore subject, and Tuntun bitterly confirms that the lack of resources has doomed their science to many years of stagnation. The arrogant instructor dismissively calls attempts to revive ancient species a completely useless endeavor. The instructor's caustic remark offends the young man, and he, with a sly smile, promises to bring something that can change his mind. The mysterious merchant retreats to the mysterious room, leaving Tongtong in confusion due to the sudden revelation of the savior's true name. The mysterious door behind the hero flashes with lightning, and the tense anticipation stretches out for a whole half hour. A young man emerges from behind the door, holding a priceless artifact in each hand, and the sight completely shatters the reality of his guests. The protagonist handles the 1,000-year-old treasures carelessly, causing panic among the elder and the instructor. Tuntun notices the blood on his master's sleeve with alarm, but he only brushes it off casually, causing even more shock to the others. The elder and instructor are in awe as they try to comprehend the countless treasures that this mysterious young man's family possesses. Consumed by greed, the old master loses all self-control, pushing away the instructor in an effort to be the first to touch the hero. The elder, in a humiliating act, throws himself at the young man's feet, offering to clean his shoes for the sake of favor. The protagonist coldly accepts this act of servility as part of the payment, reminding him of the money and the promised dividends. Like a magician, the young man materializes several more species of extinct food in his hand, and Tuntun delightedly identifies each one. The girl regretfully refuses to buy it, because the price of these treasures exceeds all her annual food expenses. The instructor speaks with disdain of the fated glory of the Tong Tong family, once great cultivators but now science-obsessed failures. The system warns the hero for using the store for personal purposes, but he only denies his guilt with a sly grin. The young man makes a royal gesture, handing over all the gifts and treasures he received to the stunned Tuntun. This incredible gesture shocks everyone present, especially Tunton herself, who has suddenly become the heir to untold wealth. The protagonist, with an unperturbed expression, confirms his decision, handing over all resources to the girl for her scientific research. Elder Xiao tries to dissuade the young man from such a reckless act, promising him untold riches and worldwide recognition. The system issues a warning again, but the young man merely dismisses its mercantile values with contempt. With righteous anger, the boy lashes out at the elder, accusing his family of greed, arrogance, and complete indifference to the fate of the weak. The powerful rebuke makes even the 100-year-old master feel ashamed, and for the first time in his life he is speechless from the young man's righteous anger. The senior and his comrades rejoice because finally someone has been found who dared to challenge injustice and stand up for them. The disgraced elder and instructor showered themselves with flattery, trying to atone for their guilt and appear as noble patrons. With cold calculation, the young man considers his own benefit, understanding that selling elite feed and monopolizing the market is not a sin. A fire of ambition lights up in his eyes, and the hero mentally voices his grand plan, in which investing in Tong Tong is only the first step. The grand plan bears fruit, justifying all actions in the eyes of a doubting system. The next day, the atmosphere in the classroom is tense due to the shocking video being shown. The friends decide to hide in the dorm until the tests, trying to avoid the impending threat. Looking for some fun, the bored bully notices the girls entering and an evil glint lights up in his eyes. The arrogant Feng Yiliang blocks the path of his friends, immediately setting his sights on the defenseless Tong Tong. Tunton, with icy calm, demands to give way, refusing to show his fear. Feng Yiliang resorts to direct insults, maliciously mocking the girl and trying to break her will. In response to the silent contempt, the bully snatches the valuable book from Tong Tong, crossing the final line. The bully holds the book high, reveling in his superiority, while the girl desperately tries to get her thing back. The outraged friend prepares to intervene, but another student mockingly stops her, continuing the cruel bullying. A vicious bully mockingly offers a deal, demanding a humiliating confession in exchange for her item. The sadist eagerly awaits her tears, reveling in every moment of her helplessness. A sudden intervention interrupts the bullying, and the steely grip of an unknown savior takes the offender by surprise. The mysterious protector easily neutralizes the bully, returning the book to the girl and offering his protection. The defeated bullies are perplexed and try to understand the reason for such a strange intercession on the part of the bodyguard. Dirty speculations give birth in the heads of hooligans to a vile theory about a patron, explaining her sudden protection. The thirst for revenge pushes the bullies to a new plan, and they decide to secretly follow the girl in order to get compromising photos. The pursuers, hiding in the bushes, watch in bewilderment as their target heads to the scientific institute. Inside the institute, a desperate colleague turns to Tong Tong for help after encountering an insurmountable problem in raising tigers. Looking inside, the bullies are surprised to find a whole gathering of lower-class students, something they never expected. Tong Tong instantly identifies errors in treatment, demonstrating deep knowledge in the art of cultivation. The spying hooligans are enraged, deciding that the girl is illegally using the academy's resources for her experiments. The menacing bodyguard once again thwarts their dastardly plans, catching the spies off guard. The bully tries to portray himself as a fighter for justice, but the guard only contemptuously ridicules his stupidity. Feng Yiliang bursts in, threatening Tong Tong with expulsion for allegedly using the equipment illegally. The girl calmly shows official documents, completely destroying all accusations and shocking the bully. A friend gently leads Tong Tong away from a pointless argument, reminding her of the importance of their joint scientific project. The name of the Purple Blood Dragon project stuns the bullies, as its success guarantees the girl a bright future. A sensational discovery is presented at a scientific conference. A giant snail grown using a new method amazes the imagination. Experts are excitedly analyzing the data, confirming the incredible stability and resilience of the new species of celestial beasts. Confident of success, the scientist eagerly awaits recognition for his innovative skills. The jury delivers a crushing verdict, giving him humiliatingly low scores for his work. The pathetic result plunges the smug scientist into a state of complete shock and denial. In desperation, the scientist tries to stop the judges, looking for the reason for his crushing failure. The judge dismisses the work with cold contempt, considering it to be nothing more than outdated and useless old junk. A grand conference of cultivators brings together the city's elite because everyone's future is at stake. A charming host announces the beginning of a grand event taking place within the walls of the prestigious Dragon Academy. The rector of the Dragon Academy addresses the participants with hope, wishing them luck in finding investors and fame. The powerful vice president of the association announces the main prize, which promises the winner membership in an elite society. The news of this incredible opportunity creates a frenzied excitement among the crowd, as everyone dreams of following in the footsteps of their legendary predecessors. The young man looks at others with envy, but his friend quickly brings him down to earth, reminding him of the unattainability of his dreams. Instructor Shu greets the guests with a polite look, allowing them into a closed area for special participants. Young instructors discuss their cunning plans to snatch up talent, anticipating the coming struggle. At this time, the main character confidently heads towards the arena, ready to use any opportunity to win. The appearance of a mysterious young man in the elite training grounds causes a wave of confusion and gossip among the instructors. Instructor Shai only watches the whispers with a smirk, because the general confusion only plays into his hands. The presentation of another participant ends in complete failure, as his optical camouflage technology receives only 3 points. The judge points out the primitiveness of the method with cold contempt, advising the author to return to basics. The humiliated participant desperately tries to stop the departing investor, but his pleas go unanswered. The conference's strict rules leave no chance for an easy victory, as even the strongest participants have yet to score high scores. The cold-eyed judge reminds us of the harsh rules, leaving no chance for the weak. Despair grips the participants and they panic and try to avoid the inevitable assessment. Amidst the general fear, Tong Tong's determined voice breaks the silence, drawing attention to itself. The girl's bold act surprises the judge, and he accepts her challenge with interest. Skeptical spectators survey the modest hall with disdain, predicting a complete failure for the girl. The judge, with icy calm, warns the heroine, advising her to abandon the hopeless undertaking. Tun Tun confidently dismisses any doubts, demonstrating his complete readiness for the presentation. The girl takes out a mysterious test tube containing a purple liquid, and the judge immediately recognizes it as the legendary blood. A steely determination lights up in the heroine's eyes, and she calls on everyone to witness the coming miracle. The girls begin a mysterious ritual by pouring purple blood into the mouth of a young dragon. The friends use the legendary method of blood forging, and their combined energy envelops the young dragon. The judge watches the ritual with skepticism, doubting its effectiveness. A powerful ghostly spirit emerges from the small dragon, heralding a grand transformation. An incredible pressure crushes the audience, forcing them to believe in the awakening of an ancient horror. A majestic image of the purple blood dragon, extinct for 9,000 years, appears in the hall. The girls examine their transformed pet with surprise and slight disappointment, expecting more impressive changes. Spectators discuss what happened in bewilderment, considering the legendary method to be just a myth and the result insignificant. The bullies eagerly await the girl's humiliating failure, enjoying every moment of her impending shame. The sudden realization of the experiment's true potential sends the instructors into a frenzy, and they rush to the stage. Tong Tong's face is shown on every screen, and the crowd explodes with questions, trying to figure out who this mysterious girl is. The instructors are shocked to recognize the girl as a modest student from the 8th group, reproaching themselves for their missed talent. Using technology, they instantly compile a complete dossier on Tuntun, revealing all of its secrets. The mentors, overcome with excitement, enter into a desperate struggle for the right to become the teacher of the young genius. Heavyweights, the association's vice president and the Dragon Academy's rector, enter the race for talent. The rector looks at his old rival with suspicion, sensing a catch in his sudden haste. The vice president pretends to be a decrepit old man with an innocent look, trying to lull the rector's vigilance. The perceptive rector does not believe a single word, seeing in his rival's actions a clear attempt at deception. Realizing that his ruse has been exposed, the vice president immediately goes on the offensive, using the power of teleportation. Unwilling to give in, the old fox uses a secret distance-closing technique to get ahead of his opponent. Two powerful masters soar above the crowd, demonstrating their incredible strength in the fight for young talent. The vice president turns to the girls with a polite smile, and Tong Tong's friend barely holds back a squeal of delight. Observers discuss the events with envy, because a personal assessment from the vice president is an honor for any genius. The old master looks at the transformed dragon with admiration, recognizing its superiority over all known species. Every detail of the beast's appearance screams of its royal origin, confirming the success of the incredible experiment. The vice president gives the highest rating of 9.5 points, opening the doors to the world of the elite for the girl. The old master makes his move, offering Tuntong the patronage of the entire association and personal mentorship. The academy's rector enters the fray, trying to retain a prized student with promises of unlimited resources and support. Spectators watch the battle of the titans in amazement, as the proposals made to the girl exceed all conceivable expectations. Hooligans realize with envy and bitterness how high the one they humiliated just yesterday has risen. Tuntun faces the most difficult choice of her life, because her entire future destiny depends on her decision. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Tong Tong announces his decision, keeping the entire audience in suspense. Spectators and participants are holding their breath in anticipation, as any choice the girl makes guarantees her a brilliant future. At this time, the main character leaves his place with an indifferent look, planning to return to the routine business of the store. Tong Tong politely declines all generous offers, declaring his eternal loyalty to the mysterious master Shu Kuang. This shocking statement causes chaos in the crowd, and the powerful patrons are furious and demand that the insolent man be found immediately. The young man himself freezes in complete bewilderment, barely realizing that they are talking about him. The hero's image appears on all screens, and the crowd disdainfully discusses the chosen one's unsightly appearance. The angry rector furiously demands an explanation from the girl, unable to believe her absurd choice. Tuntun speaks with warmth and gratitude about the selfless help of her owner, who saved her at the most difficult moment. This revelation shocks everyone, especially the bullies, because they realize that behind the girl's success stands a man capable of obtaining impossible resources. The young man puts the girl before a final choice, because his path lies far beyond this place. With eyes shining with devotion, Tuntun declares his readiness to follow the boss anywhere. The rector is desperately trying to keep the girl, because her departure would be a crushing blow to the reputation of the entire academy. Tuntun wisely reminds the rector of his own words about the value of travel and learning new things. The protagonist, from the height of his experience, speaks of the existence of secret methods inaccessible within the walls of the academy. The audience discusses the stranger's words with disbelief, considering them to be nothing more than a clever ploy to steal his talent. The enraged rector issues a bold challenge, offering to decide the girl's fate in a fair duel. The instructor, with a sly smile, encourages the hero to accept the challenge, anticipating a grand spectacle. The young man, with icy calm, declines the amateur match, hinting at something more. Shrouded in a fiery aura, the hero raises the stakes to the limit, demanding that their duel be broadcast to the entire city. Floating effortlessly through the air, the hero demonstrates a level of power control available only to masters of the title rank. The rector accepts the challenge with delight, anticipating how the entire city will applaud the talent of his academy. News of the daring challenge instantly spreads throughout the city, attracting the attention of curious spectators. On the roof of a skyscraper, the opponents agree on the rules, deciding the outcome of the duel in the battle of their animals. Students are overcome with horror at the sight of a ferocious monster that one of the participants must tame. The rector proudly boasts of the strength of his beasts, generously offering his opponent to choose a weaker pet. The young man thanks the man for his concern with a slight smile, accepting the challenge without the slightest hesitation. Surrounded by dozens of angry eyes, the hero confidently approaches the cells, ready to make his choice. Suddenly, a giant golden spirit appears behind the guy and his crushing blow falls on the bars. Of all the animals, the young man chooses the most inconspicuous one, smilingly calling on it to wake up from its sleep. The chosen animal awakens with a roar, and its menacing appearance fills the cage with a sense of hidden power. The audience watches in amazement as the young man subdues all the ferocious beasts with just one glance. The vice president admires the hero's incredible insight in choosing the strongest beast of them all. The rector, with a smug grin, acknowledges the talent of his rival's beast, but confidently declares the superiority of his dragon. Obeying its master's command, the mighty flaming dragon awakens, ready for the coming battle. The wise vice president explains that the dragon's bloodline can compensate for any shortcomings in talent. The old master reveals the academy's main secret. Their unique spirit awakening technique is the pinnacle of cultivation art. The rector proudly confirms his intentions, planning to teach Tong Tong this secret technique after she is enrolled. Confident of victory, the rector takes out a mysterious pouch, preparing to demonstrate his main advantage. A shining artifact, a century-old dragon bone capable of granting incredible power, bursts from the rector's hands. The rector releases the powerful dragon soul from the bone, preparing for the decisive stage of the duel. The instructors discuss the rector's generosity with envy, predicting the imminent defeat of his mysterious rival. Using the spirit awakening technique, the rector infuses ancient power into his pet. The enhanced dragon's incredible aura leaves the audience in awe, but they are shocked by the icy calm of his opponent. Instead of preparing for battle, the young man calmly feeds his beast rare grass, causing confusion in everyone. Having prepared the pet, the hero confidently begins his own, much more mysterious ritual. The skies above the city suddenly darken and lightning flashes through the storm clouds. The vice president is horrified to realize that something beyond comprehension is unfolding before him, a legendary gift from the Holy Spirit. The youth calls upon the power of the heavens, and his beast instantly masters the powerful flying flash technique. The speed and power of this cultivation shocks everyone, because the hero achieved the impossible in a matter of seconds. Two mighty beasts, the blazing fire dragon and the iron ice scythe, are ready for a deadly fight. Spectators doubt the young master's strength, as his beast shows no visible changes. Only the wise vice president understands that the young man has touched the very source of the element, granting his pet incredible power. The name Su Ping flashes through the old master's mind, and he realizes with horror that the young man may be connected to the Holy Spirit. The tension reaches its peak, and the two mighty beasts launch a furious attack, preparing to decide the outcome of the duel. The battle begins, and the flaming dragon unleashes a sea of incinerating fire on its opponent. The fire beast attempts to surround its opponent with flames, creating a real inferno on the battlefield. The temperature in the arena reaches critical levels, and the ice beast finds itself in a deadly fiery trap. The dragon delivers the finishing blow, unleashing a fiery slash capable of incinerating everything in its path. A devastating attack hits the ice beast, and the spectators freeze in horror, predicting its imminent death. The audience admires the rector's skill and is ready to enroll as his students. The smug rector revels in his apparent victory, delivering a sermon to Tong Tong. The girl shyly reminds the arrogant rector that the duel is far from over. The ice beast disappears without a trace from the ring of fire, but the hero, with a confident grin, knows its exact location. A sudden demonic wind rises and extinguishes the flames, leaving the rector perplexed as he tries to understand what has happened. The rector uses his powers to enhance his vision, trying to detect the invisible enemy. The wise vice president advises everyone to switch to the high-speed camera to see the true picture of the battle. Even at 1,000,000 frames per second, the camera struggles to capture the blurry silhouettes of the ice beast rushing at incredible speed. The audience is gripped by horror as they realize that this divine speed is the result of the power of a mysterious young cultivator. An invisible enemy deals a crushing blow, and the rector watches in shock as his mighty dragon is wounded. With a snap of his fingers, the hero stops the duel, inviting his humiliated opponent to continue the senseless struggle. The completely crushed rector admits his defeat, and the presenter announces the triumphant victory of the mysterious participant. The wise vice president finally reveals the true identity of the winner, naming him as the legendary Su Ping from Longjiang City. This news explodes the crowd, because the name of Su Ping, the legendary warrior who single-handedly stood against the starry sky, is known to everyone. Viewers are thrilled to realize that the young genius is the best choice for Tong Tong, capable of leading her to the heights of fame. The senior looks at his boss with pride, and Tong Tong is in awe of the incredible person fate has brought her together with. The system congratulates the hero on successfully completing the task, and he accepts the well-deserved reward with satisfaction. The defeated rector addresses the legendary warrior with respect, burning with curiosity to learn the secret of his unique technique. Su Ping modestly calls his technique the seal of the path of thunder, but refuses to teach it, citing his own imperfections. Clutching the energy of thunder in his hand, the hero makes a promise that one day he will find a way to pass this powerful knowledge on to the world. The news of the hero's willingness to share his equipment causes a fit of greed and excitement among the instructors. Su Ping dispels their mercantile dreams by declaring his intention to make knowledge accessible to all. The hero recalls the suffering and injustice that prompted him to the idea of universal equality. Friends say goodbye to Tuntun with tears in their eyes, realizing what a great honor she has been given. The vice president demands that the girl perform an ancient ritual of respect by kneeling before her new master. Confused, Tong Tong prepares to carry out the order, but Su Ping politely declines Elder Bai's apprenticeship. The old master tries to insist on the ritual, but the girl respectfully supports the decision of her true mentor. The young man accepts tea with ease, rejecting any formalities or the need to be served. The vice president insists on observing ancient traditions, because a teacher is like a father to a student. Su Ping boldly breaks the centuries-old rules, freeing Tong Tong from the burden of humiliating rituals and vows. Su Ping offers Tong Tong the only true path, to develop her talent and become the best in her field. Having let go of old grievances, the hero, with a sly smile, offers the vice president a new business partnership. The young man reveals his plan to decipher ancient techniques, where Tong Tong's talent will be the key to success. Their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a messenger who brings the vice president an urgent and alarming message. The messenger reports the safe return of the research group, which raises surprise and questions. The vice president is relieved to learn of the group's rescue, but calls an emergency meeting to discuss their alarming findings. Under cover of night, the entire elite of cultivators gathers at the association headquarters. Those present anxiously discuss the strange behavior of the animals, sensing the approach of an unknown threat. The hall is filled with the ominous speculation of the awakening of the Four Kings, legendary creatures capable of destroying all life. At the most tense moment, a research team enters the room, ready to report their horrific findings. The explorer captain reports with a heavy heart that there is no information about the Four Kings. The room explodes with questions, because the lack of answers only increases the general anxiety and fear. Instead of explanation, the captain shows a mysterious crystal, which his beast immediately swallows. Before everyone's eyes, an ordinary wolf undergoes a monstrous transformation, gaining incredible strength. This spectacle leaves everyone in shock, because the stone has granted the beast permanent strength, which usually takes years. The captain finally reveals the terrible truth. A new rift has opened in the wasteland, leading to another crystal-rich world. The scale of the threat becomes clear, as the rift is capable of attracting hordes of ferocious beasts, threatening the entire city. Those gathered make a fateful decision to establish a stronghold at the rift for protection and extraction of valuable resources. The captain proposes a risky plan to destroy the beasts, but it requires reinforcements from elite warriors. One of those present, with a sly smile, points to the ideal candidate to lead this deadly mission. The assembled crowd turns to Su Ping with hope, seeing him as the only one capable of leading the dangerous mission. The captain of the explorers looks at the young hero with doubt, questioning his real capabilities. Su Ping is wisely cautious, advising that one should first study the crystals thoroughly before making risky decisions. The captain dismisses the doubts, but the hero insists on the need for a longer investigation to identify hidden threats. The wise vice president supports Su Ping, reminding everyone of the importance of considering not only the pros but also the cons of new discoveries. The captain reluctantly hands over the crystal samples for examination, feeling that the young upstart is undermining his authority. The old master accepts the situation with philosophical calm, seeing it as an opportunity for the younger generation to prove themselves. After 5 hours of research, the scientists report that the crystals are completely safe, confirming the captain's correctness. The captain looks at Su Ping with triumph, reveling in his victory and emphasizing the futility of his warnings. The assembled support the captain, mockingly pointing out to the young hero his place and incompetence. Despite his recent humiliation, Su Ping continues to ask the captain direct and uncomfortable questions about the situation in the rift. The captain gives evasive answers, citing magnetic interference and a lack of information about the local population. The hero falls into thought, realizing the futility of further questioning and the need to act. After weighing all the risks, the young man decides to venture into the rift, as access to an incredibly powerful resource is at stake. Su Ping makes his move, offering to personally accompany the expedition and help fight the beasts. The captain scornfully rejects the offer, demanding at least 15 top-ranking masters as reinforcements. The wise vice president interrupts the captain with a grin, preparing to open his eyes to the true state of affairs. The old master proudly introduces Su Ping as a new legendary master whose strength surpasses dozens of ordinary warriors. This revelation plunges the overconfident captain into a state of complete shock and disbelief. Utterly crushed by his own ignorance, The captain humbly apologizes to the legendary warrior, acknowledging his unrivaled strength. The vice president orders the death-defying expedition to begin at dawn the next day. A combat helicopter flies over a crimson forest, approaching the location of a mysterious rift. The experienced warrior, master of battle beast Silver Owl, expresses doubts about the correctness of the chosen course. Her stern partner, Frost Wolf, reminds her of her decision to take the shorter but more dangerous route. The captain explains that the rift is hidden in a cave, and the dense forest makes it impossible to detect from a satellite. Despite many years of experience, the captain feels resentfully distrusted by his subordinates. Su Ping's intuition tells him that the captain is hiding something, and an oppressive tension hangs in the air. A surprise attack from the forest forces the pilot to take evasive action, and the helicopter finds itself in mortal danger. Experienced warriors instantly activate their combat modes, preparing for the inevitable fight. A horde of bloodthirsty demons emerges from behind the trees, their furious roar shaking the crimson forest. Two mighty warriors work together in perfect harmony, protecting each other from the countless attacks of demons. A powerful attack hits the forest, but leaves only barely noticeable scratches on the strange trees. The warriors are surprised to discover that their attacks are almost useless, and the cunning creatures skillfully hide in the forest. A demon suddenly appears and attacks the warrior from behind, and Su Ping warns her of the danger at the last second. An unknown creature grabs the hero with its tentacles, but he only looks at the threat with cold calm. Silver Owl confidently rejects Su Ping's help, considering the monsters too weak a threat for masters of their level. The captain proposes a risky plan to split up and deal with the enemies on the ground using pets. The two masters readily accept the plan, calling upon their powerful guardian beasts to help. Su Ping tries to warn his comrades against the dangerous division, but they only confidently wave him off. Resigned to the inevitable, the hero summons his own, far more terrifying pet, preparing for swift execution. The hero's guardian spirit unleashes a crushing blow on his enemies, but this is only the beginning of his furious attack. The most powerful double dragon technique is released, and the golden spirit roars as it rushes towards the demon horde. One of the demons tries to withstand the blow, but his body is torn to pieces by the incredible power. Despite the victory, the hero is surprised to note the incredible resilience of these strange creatures. The question of the origin of the strange thorns covering the bodies of the unseen beasts arises in the young man's mind. Sensing the approach of his comrades, Su Ping and his pet rush to their aid. With a furious cry, the hero unleashes another powerful blow on his enemies, sending them into a fiery hell. Even the strongest of demons cannot withstand this attack, and his body is incinerated in a pillar of flame. Su Ping watches his pets in amazement as one of them easily blocks the attack of a powerful enemy. At the most tense moment of the battle, the hero notices something strange. One of the demons laughs like a human. The hero's pets assume their true dragon form, preparing for the decisive battle. Even in their new form, the dragons struggle to contain the onslaught of mysterious enemies, hinting at their incredible strength. Su Ping decides to capture one of the enemies alive in order to unravel the mystery of their origin. The hero remembers the expensive and rare fishing rings that he had prudently taken with him. With a furious cry, the young man calls on his charges to clear the way for him, rushing into the thick of the battle. The golden guardian spirit unleashes a crushing blow upon its enemies, destroying dozens of demons with a single swing. Su Ping transmits the target coordinates, and the mysterious weapon is aimed for a pinpoint strike. The mighty demon leader tries to resist the attack, but his body is incinerated in a pillar of divine flame. At the last moment, Little Skeleton delivers the finishing blow, piercing the weakened enemy with his sword. Two dragons, light and dark, join forces, preparing for the final battle with the remaining demons. Two mighty dragons combine their attacks, but their enemy easily dodges the crushing blow. The powerful demon fights his way through the fiery hell, repelling all attacks and continuing his advance. The cunning demon is surprised to discover mysterious rings on his body, not understanding their purpose. At the last moment, one of the rings activates, but the demon manages to throw it off. The little skeleton watches the enemy's futile attempts with a sly grin, anticipating his imminent defeat. Suddenly, the chains activate and bind the demon, who screams in agony, trying to escape from the deadly trap. The hero watches with regret as the valuable specimen perishes, reproaching himself for his delay. Wounded but alive, his comrades struggle back, amazed that Su Ping single-handedly dealt with the threat. The dragons look at their wounded allies in surprise, realizing the full force of the recent battle. Su Ping heads deeper into the forest with a grim expression, realizing that these cunning and powerful creatures will still have many surprises in store for them. The hero looks at the defeated enemy with surprise, who doesn't have a single scratch on him despite the powerful attack. With slight annoyance, the young man admits that he had to put in a lot of effort just to force the enemies to retreat. The captain realizes his mistake with horror, apologizing to Su Ping for his arrogance, which almost cost them their lives. The hero's icy gaze draws attention, and he asks a direct question about the conversation he overheard before the crash. Silver Owl sheepishly admits that she had expressed doubts about the captain's information, and this was the cause of their disagreement. The captain admits his mistake with a false smile, trying to hide his true motives and make amends. Su Ping suggests returning to the city for reinforcements, and the captain happily agrees, seeing this as a chance for salvation. Suddenly, giant hands appear and grab the two warriors, and their joy turns to mortal terror. At the last second, they see themselves kidnapped by a powerful dark dragon, and their hope of salvation fades. Standing on the head of his golden dragon, Su Ping regretfully informs them that for their own safety, they will have to endure for a little while. Filled with suspicion, Su Ping decides to stay to personally investigate the secrets of this cursed forest. There is a tense anticipation at the association headquarters, and the vice president is alarmed to see only 3 returning. A mighty dragon lands in the city, gently lowering wounded but living warriors to the ground. Having opened the portal, Su Ping gives strict orders to isolate the rescued people, forbidding them from any contact with the outside world. This order shocks everyone because the hero is going to subject honored veterans to humiliating house arrest. Those gathered are perplexed and try to understand the reason for such cruel treatment of the association's heroes. The captain can hardly contain his anger, not understanding why Su Ping is punishing them so harshly for just one mistake. Silver Owl accepts the blame with dignity, ready to bear any punishment for the failure of the operation. One of the council members tries to challenge the hero's decision, pointing out the lack of evidence and the unreasonableness of his actions. Su Ping admits there is no evidence, but asks to give him time and trust his intuition, because too much is at stake. The vice president obeys Su Ping's order without hesitation, demonstrating his complete trust in him. Left alone, the old master demands an explanation from the hero, sensing that a terrible secret is hidden in this expedition. Su Ping materializes the chest badges in his hands, asking a direct question about their origin. The vice president confirms with surprise that these warriors were the first he had ever sent into the rift. The hero displays 2 sets of signs, and this fact causes even more bewilderment in the old master. With cold fury in his eyes, the young man says that he witnessed the brutal death of real warriors. Su Ping makes a terrifying guess. The man in the room claiming to be Silver Owl is an imposter. The hero's suspicions grow stronger, because he is sure that among the returning group there is an evil spirit hiding, taking the form of people. Their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a messenger who brings an urgent and important message. The messenger reports that news of the crystals has already spread, and all the cities are sending their troops to search for them. 2 mighty beasts clash in a furious battle on the streets of Yakuza City. One of the beasts suddenly gains incredible strength and easily defeats its equally strong opponent. The defeated one, perplexed, tries to understand how his opponent was able to increase his power so dramatically. The winner proudly displays the mysterious crystal, revealing the secret of his sudden power. The news of the miraculous ore instantly spreads through the crowd, causing general excitement and greed. Consumed by a thirst for profit, one of the warriors calls on everyone to unite to extract valuable crystals. His cautious companion expresses doubts, as the mysterious rift may contain a mortal danger. The desperate warrior rejects all warnings, seeing the risky expedition as his only chance for a breakthrough. Arriving at the place, the adventurers encounter an unexpected obstacle. Guards block their path. The association officially bans entry into the Scarlet Forest until the investigation is complete, but rumors of returning squads only fuel interest. The security guard announces with icy calm that the enrollment is closed, condemning all latecomers to disappointment. The crushing pressure of the 9th-level master makes the crowd retreat in terror, not daring to disobey. Latecomers bitterly realize their loss, because they missed a chance that could have changed their whole life. Despair gives way to helplessness, as it is simply impossible to resist the powerful masters of the association. The sudden appearance of a mysterious woman in a red cloak gives new hope to the crowd. Her words about the injustice and greed of the association ignite a spark of rebellion in the hearts of people. The stranger's fiery speech stirs up anger in the crowd, and she urges them not to miss their only chance at greatness. Inspired warriors scream with fury about their lost glory, ready to do anything to achieve their goal. The woman announces that she knows a secret way around it and invites everyone to take the risk and follow her. This proposal causes a storm of delight in the crowd, and the desperate warriors readily accept her leadership. One of the rescued warriors warmly thanks the mysterious stranger for giving him the chance. With a devilish grin and glowing red eyes, the woman introduces herself by the mysterious name of Andy. Meanwhile, the vice president imposes a lockdown on the rift in an attempt to contain the growing chaos. Su Ping expresses doubts about the ban's effectiveness, fearing it will only fuel further discontent. Clutching a mysterious ring in his hand, the hero decides to interrogate his own captive to find out the truth. The demon suddenly appeared and looked at his captor in surprise, not understanding how he ended up there. The enraged monster rushes into attack, promising to tear its enemy to pieces. Su Ping easily blocks the blow and breaks the demon's fingers with a crunching sound, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Holding the broken enemy, the hero begins his interrogation, demanding immediate answers to his questions. The demon realizes with horror that his opponent had deliberately hidden his true power, and now he is at his complete mercy. The demon, with a mad laugh, rejects any attempts at interrogation, ready to die rather than reveal his secrets. With his arms crossed over his chest, the monster issues a daring challenge to his captor, offering to settle the matter in a fight to the death. Su Ping launches a lightning strike, but his fist passes through the demon's body without causing any harm. By using teleportation, the hero instantly appears behind the enemy, spending a colossal amount of energy on this. The demon looks around in fury, not understanding how his opponent was able to pull off such an incredible trick. Suddenly finding himself in a familiar store, the monster is surprised to see his owner and other customers. With a devilish grin, the demon sees the store's visitors as nothing but fresh prey, anticipating a bloody massacre. A suddenly appearing fiery sword blocks the monster's attack, saving the innocent from certain death. A charming elf in a maid costume easily deflects the blow, causing the demon shock and bewilderment. Su Ping, with a slight smile, asks her assistant to be careful, because they have to extract valuable memories from the captive. Su Ping gives an order to his assistant, offering her a modest fee for the urgent extraction of memories. To his surprise, the elf politely but firmly refuses to carry out the order, breaking the usual order of things. Joanna, with a sly smile, declares that this task will be difficult for him, hinting at her increased value. In response to the insolence, the hero raises the bet to 20 points, believing that he is in a dominant position. The elf, with a cheeky grin, doubles the price, announcing new rules for their business relationship. Su Ping tries to discipline her assistant, reminding her of the rules of subordination and threatening to deprive her of bonuses. The suddenly appearing system announces a new rule, confirming the daring elf's correctness. Joanna looks triumphantly at her stunned boss, relishing her new role as an independent worker. The system sarcastically scolds the hero for being overly dependent on help, but he only dreams with annoyance of a future where Joanna will become his slave. A cunning plan is born in Su Ping's head, because now he has an incentive to become stronger and subjugate his unruly assistant. Pleased with the deal, Joanna eagerly begins to fulfill her part of the contract. The captive demon, in its death throes, tries to break free, but its body is pierced by a golden spear. The elf begins the soul-searching ritual with icy calm, penetrating into the most hidden corners of the demon's consciousness. Meanwhile, the desperate adventurers, with their last strength, wander through the Crimson Forest, approaching their goal. Their leader, Andy, is surprised to discover the presence of another powerful warrior among her group. Suddenly, Joanna screams and a powerful explosion throws Su Ping back, revealing the location of their hometown. The elf explains that a mysterious force took control of the demon and destroyed it before she could extract the memory. Enraged by the loss of valuable information and points, Su Ping can hardly contain his anger. Joanna, with a serious expression, warns her boss that their new enemy is much more cunning and dangerous than the previous ones. Su Ping scornfully rejects any excuses and furiously demands a refund for the failed mission. As compensation, Joanna offers to answer one question using her thousands of years of experience. Su Ping shows the crystal, demanding that the elf reveal its origin and location. Joanna looks at her boss with feigned bewilderment, pretending not to understand what he is talking about. The enraged hero bursts into a scream, reminding everyone that this mysterious ore has already caused the death of many people. With icy calm, the elf reminds him of a similar artifact that he himself once stole from them. A sudden memory strikes the hero, and he realizes with horror that these two events may be connected. A terrible guess pierces his mind, and he assumes with horror that the mysterious crystals are made of people. Su Ping contacts the vice president, who reports the sudden and mysterious death of the two imposters. The hero understands that their enemy is skillfully covering his tracks, eliminating all witnesses and leads. With cold fury in his eyes, the young man realized that someone had set a deadly trap for all the war beast masters. Su Ping reveals the terrifying truth. The crystals are created from the lives of fallen war beast masters. The vice president notices something strange in the pool of blood left behind by the impostor's self-destruction. A familiar thorn emerges from the bloody pool, and the old master recalls with horror a similar creature from the Scarlet Forest. The hero confirms his guess by demonstrating the same spike, and now he has irrefutable proof. After putting all the evidence together, Su Ping comes to a shocking conclusion. All these creatures belong to one of the four kings. This revelation horrifies everyone, because the four kings are mythical creatures from the abyss who have never set foot on their land. The hero, with cold logic, argues about the impossibility of their appearance, because for creatures of such power, there simply are no gates. One of those present tries to explain haltingly that the abyss is not a place, but something else. He talks about a man-made depression in the northernmost desert, whose depth reaches 8,000 meters. The bottom of this pit is hidden in a stellar rift, and it is this place that is the gateway to the terrifying abyss. Finally, the terrible secret is revealed. The abyss is an entire planet that serves as a prison for the four kings. A sudden revelation hits Su Ping, and he realizes with horror that this man-made prison may not be secure. It turns out that the rift is protected by the Star Sea, a powerful barrier of stars that prevented the kings from breaking through. In ancient times, a great warrior sacrificed himself to create this seal by pressing a powerful artifact into the earth. The thought of a force capable of creating such a barrier fills the hero with awe and horror. The vice president anxiously speculates that one of the kings may have found a way to escape by developing a power capable of resisting the seal. The old master voices his worst nightmare. What if the other kings have already broken through the seal and landed on their planet? This thought seems incredible, because the entrance to the abyss is guarded by legendary masters who stand guard over humanity. Four mighty warriors stand atop the obelisks, ready at any moment to repel anyone who dares threaten their world. Su Ping, horrified, voices the terrible guess that the real guards are dead, and in their place there are now only pitiful doubles. The mysterious Andy rips apart the flesh of one of her creations, demonstrating her terrifying power. Her minions report an attempted espionage by a powerful being that has attracted the attention of their master. It turns out that Su Ping himself was the spy, and now his hometown of Longjiang has become the object of close attention. With a devilish smile, Andy sends his creations, carrying mysterious crystals, on a new mission. An oppressive silence falls over the room, and everyone realizes with horror that Su Ping's guess may be true. The vice president issues a series of decisive orders, mobilizing all forces to check and detain possible imposters. He calls for help from the powerful organization, the Tower of Spades, to confirm his worst fears. The old master reminds Su Ping with a heavy heart that they are all just helpless ants in front of the king's power. The vice president places full responsibility for the investigation on the hero, as the fate of their world depends on its success. Joanna readily offers her help in the coming disaster, but Su Ping rejects her, preferring to act alone. A worried Su Ping tries to contact his combat team, but their location remains unknown. Suddenly, his loyal subordinates appear, joyfully greeting their master and brother. The hero is surprised to learn that his crew has been loafing around the city on the captain's orders due to strange events in the desert. The exchange of information reveals that the captain's caution and the services of the pet store played a key role in their safety. The girl proudly reports on the growing popularity of their store, as neighboring cities are already offering lucrative contracts. Su Ping teases her sister with a warm smile, surprised by her suddenly awakened business acumen. Gently stroking his sister's head, the hero completely entrusts her with all matters related to expanding their family business. An embarrassed but happy girl scolds her brother with feigned severity for ruining his hair. An unexpected call from Tong Tong interrupts their conversation, and the girl anxiously inquires about his condition. Tun recalls her recent success, but regretfully notes that her serum is currently only capable of transforming 1% of the bloodline. Tun proudly announces a major breakthrough, as they can now increase the beast's combat power by up to 80%. Inspired, Su Ping immediately offers his pet for an experiment and learns that the girl is already waiting for him at the store. The hero is surprised to learn that his materials allowed Tun to resume research into her ancestors and achieve such a quick result. After saying goodbye to his friends, the young man expends a colossal amount of energy on instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping is in his shop, stunning Tong with his incredible speed. With eyes shining with excitement, the hero is interested in the next projects, ready to provide any resources. Tun enthusiastically talks about two promising directions: the revival of extinct dragons and the investigation of a mysterious link contract. A sudden revelation strikes Su Ping, and he realizes with horror that his pet may possess the same feedback power. With a confident smile, the hero asks Tun to focus all his efforts on researching the communication contract. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers behind the building, attracted by the strange aura and the premonition of something grand. The mysterious organizer hands out handcuffs, promising complete safety from any harmful influences. A mighty warrior holds back the crowd, asking them not to anger the legendary elders. A motley group of adventurers prepares for the expedition, expressing gratitude for their cooperation. A sudden attack by a monster interrupts their gathering, and one of the participants finds himself in mortal danger. At the last second, the group's leader gives the order to flee, leaving his comrade to certain death. Abandoned to his fate, the warrior looks at the crystal in horror, realizing that he has been betrayed for the sake of profit. In desperation, he tries to escape, but his comrade blocks his path, condemning him to death. Consumed by greed, the traitor eagerly awaits the appearance of the monsters, ready to make a sacrifice. At the last moment, he forces a mysterious pill into his victim's mouth. A devoted warrior screams in agony, not understanding why his comrade, with whom they had gone through hell together, treated him so cruelly. In agony, the devoted warrior gains new, monstrous strength, but his human mind fades. The traitor looks in horror at the monster his comrade has become, but his own fate is sealed. A mysterious monster offers the newly converted a deal, promising to restore his human form in exchange for his soul. At this time, a group of adventurers approaches the snow-capped mountains, unaware of the impending danger. Their path leads to a mysterious ridge inhabited by legendary hermits who guard ancient knowledge. Suddenly, their path is blocked by an invisible barrier, and the adventurers are perplexed as they try to understand its nature. Realizing that they are facing a powerful defense, the group's leader falls to his knees, begging to meet the tower's master. Their prayers go unanswered, and a powerful gust of wind throws them off the mountain, condemning them to certain death. Meanwhile, the vice president is furious to realize that the monsters have created their own organization to hunt humans. The cities are plunged into chaos, and the old master realizes with horror that they are faced with an enemy whose cunning and strength exceed all their expectations. A concerned vice president requests information about Su Ping's investigation, who has not been heard from for several days. A subordinate reports that the legendary hero is traveling through cities, but the old master sees this as only part of his cunning plan. The vice president falls into thought, realizing the complexity of the task because their enemy is incredibly cunning and could change his appearance. An embarrassed subordinate timidly interrupts his thoughts, informing him that Su Ping is not traveling for the sake of investigation. The news that the legendary hero is opening branches of his store leaves the old master completely perplexed. At this very time, Su Ping was calmly collecting rare ingredients, completely unconcerned about the impending disaster. In one of his stores, a real battle breaks out for the last rare item, and the losers curse their misfortune in rage. Desperate buyers stage a frantic auction, willing to pay a fortune for the precious food. At the most tense moment, Su Ping himself appears, and his calm aura instantly calms the raging crowd. With one movement of his hand, the hero restocks the store shelves, and shining ingredients pour out onto them as if from a cornucopia. The store shelves are instantly filled with the rarest goods, causing awe among onlookers. One of the customers looks back in shock, but the hero has already disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an empty silhouette. Using the teleporter, Su Ping instantly travels to another city, continuing his lightning tour of the branches. Like a deity, the hero appears in yet another store, causing surprise and delight among local customers. With a slight grin, The young man boasts of his incredible speed, as today he has already managed to visit 7 cities. A sudden call from his sister interrupts his triumph, and the girl reports a staff shortage in the new branches. Su Ping is adamant that all retail outlets must be managed by their own trusted people. The hero reveals his grand plan to create an entire army of skilled workers devoted to their family. With confidence in his voice, he announces the creation of a training base where they will train new employees for their growing empire. An unexpected call from the association's headquarters interrupts his thoughts, and a barrage of angry accusations falls upon him. The association's representative desperately reports that the survival of all humanity is at stake. Before Su Ping's eyes, a horrific scene unfolds. Half of the cities already lie in ruins. Every day, hundreds of martial artists fall victim to mysterious creatures that mercilessly devour them. The most terrible thing is that some of the high-ranking masters went over to the enemy side, hunting down their former comrades. Bian's army is spreading across the world like a plague, and those who refuse to join face certain death. In response to accusations of inaction, Su Ping asks with cold irony whether they have checked the rate of population decline. The vice president orders an immediate comparison of the number of missing and dead with the total number of travelers. The results of the analysis shock everyone. Out of all the cities, only 13 show a low level of attrition. The astute old master immediately finds a common thread. All these cities have Su Ping's pet shops. This discovery leaves everyone in awe as they realize that the hero's shops serve as true refugees in this chaos. Suddenly, the spotlight falls on Su Ping's sister, who is the acting director of the entire pet store chain. Su Ping introduces her sister with a touch of irony, revealing that she was the one who came up with the idea for the shelters. This revelation comes as a shock to everyone, as no one expected that such a young girl would be behind such a grandiose project. The hero proposes a daring plan to save the surviving cities and place their inhabitants in safe zones under the protection of his stores. With cold calculation, the young man explains that this move will force the traders to choose between hunger and betraying their new masters. The vice president is skeptical of this plan, fearing that their weakened forces will not be able to withstand a direct attack. Su Ping remembers the Peak Tower, and the old master reveals to him the secret of the most powerful organization on the planet. The news of the existence of a whole dozen legendary masters leaves the hero perplexed. The vice president explains that only a few of the legends have pledged allegiance to humanity, while the rest live for their own pleasure. Su Ping realizes with disdain that these powerful hermits act only on their own whims, bearing no responsibility for the fate of the world. The vice president reflects bitterly on the inaction of the legendary masters, who are dooming the world to destruction. The old master, with philosophical calm, acknowledges his powerlessness before the will of higher beings. An unexpected report interrupts their conversation. A huge wave of beasts has been discovered near the city of Longjiang. This news terrifies everyone because their hometown could be wiped off the face of the earth. The vice president immediately suggests sending reinforcements, since Longjiang is where Su Ping's main store is located. The hero's sister confidently declares that their city is capable of repelling the attack on its own, thanks to the increased level of its masters. The old master anxiously reminds us that, in addition to the beasts, there are other, more hidden threats to consider. The girl realizes with horror that the vice president is hinting at the possible intervention of Bian's forces. The elder confirms her worst fears, because if they miss the moment, the enemy may unite with the beasts. The news that the wave will reach the city in 2 days forces them to make an immediate decision to send troops. Su Ping stops the meeting to express his opinion. In one of the base cities, an alarm is raised due to the approaching wave of animals. The operator anxiously confirms the signal has been sent and tracks the movement of a huge group of animals towards the city of Longjiang. In response to the threat, orders are issued from the city of Shenguang to all nearby bases to immediately send reinforcements. The mysterious blonde man pats the cameraman on the shoulder approvingly, pleased with his quick reaction. Having carried out the order, the operator is horrified to realize that inevitable death awaits him. The traitor mercilessly kills everyone in the command center, regretting the wasted time. With a devilish grin, he reveals his insidious plan, as the order to attack Longjiang was given by Lord Bian himself. His accomplice expresses doubts about the wisdom of killing ordinary people who do not possess powers. Driven by madness, the traitor revels in his newfound power, now a member of the mighty Bian Legion. A member of the Bian Legion dismisses any doubts with a grin, as their goal is complete domination of the planet. Base City number 43 fell in just 1 hour and 14 minutes after clashing with Beyond's Legion. At the same time, 4 more bases were destroyed, leaving no chance for the survivors. The continental perimeter is completely disabled, making tracking the wave of beasts impossible. One of the Legion officers asks in bewilderment why they cleared a path for the animals. His comrade explains with a wise grin that the beasts are just broken weapons that will inflict even greater damage on the enemy. A high-ranking officer looks with disdain at the burning ruins, anticipating the panic and despair of the residents. Another officer, with a devilish smile, confirms that their plan worked, and now all enemy forces are concentrated at Longjiang. Mysterious figures appear on the rooftops of the surviving buildings, as Lord Bian is the main player in this deadly game. 2 days later, a giant wave of beasts approaches the city, and a countless flock of winged monsters circles above them. In the command center, the vice president gives the order to prepare for battle, as Bian's forces have been spotted in the wave of beasts. At the city walls, Su Ping is met by a detachment of guards ready to carry out any of his orders. The hero orders his elite guard to stick to the original plan. Suddenly, Andy appears in front of him, and the two powerful adversaries exchange barbed greetings. At the forefront of the wave of beasts appears a giant elephant, whose roar shakes the earth, and the mayor of the city recognizes in it with horror the king of the beasts. A huge monster rushes straight towards the city, not noticing the trap set for it. Powerful explosions shake the ground, and one of the defenders happily notes that the beast has entered a minefield. Through the flames and smoke, the king of beasts continues his advance, protected by an impenetrable shell. To everyone's horror, the monster emerges from the fire completely unharmed, as conventional technology was not enough. With its incredible strength and defense, the giant elephant breaks through the minefield, opening the way for the rest of the horde. The defenders are horrified to see the giant elephant speeding up, intending to break through the city wall. With icy calm, Su Ping gives a short order, and his pets rush to attack. The dark dragon intercepts the elephant, but its claws scrape against the impenetrable armor. Thrown back, the dragon claws into the ground with a roar, barely holding back the enemy's power. Gathering all his strength, the dark dragon grabs the elephant and sends it flying with a powerful throw. In midair, the monster is struck by a devastating beam of purple energy, which incinerates it on the spot. The city's defenders rejoice because they have managed to defeat their first and most powerful enemy. They are surprised to discover that the dragon that defeated their enemy is a never-before-seen light-bearing purple dragon. Meanwhile, two mighty beast kings, one of fire and one of ice, clash in a fierce battle. Their combined attack collides with a powerful beam from the purple dragon, but at that moment, the defenders notice something terrible. To everyone's horror, 10 more beast kings appear behind the two, their numbers twice what they expected. Andy watches the proceedings with interest, wondering if a human dragon could surpass an ordinary king. From the depths of the fire emerges a demonic monkey, one of the strongest fire-type beasts. The defenders are horrified to realize that this monster's attack range is 10 times greater than normal, and its power has clearly been enhanced by Bian. Despite the mortal danger, one of the defenders believes in victory, because their dragon has already defeated the giant elephant. Su Ping's dark dragon takes a defensive stance, preparing to meet a devastating attack. An impregnable wall of the gods arises around the city, easily withstanding a powerful fire strike. Andy is intrigued by the unusual defensive skill, as it surpasses even the abilities of a purebred beast king. The city's mayor watches with delight the unique skills created by the legendary Su Ping. The hero notices something strange in the enemy's behavior. A giant elephant has sacrificed its life to clear a safe path through a minefield. Instead of surrounding the city, the beasts continue to attack one by one, causing confusion among the defenders. One of the warriors assumes that Bian is testing their strength, but quickly realizes that his supporters are not here. Meanwhile, the suburbs are teeming with animals, but there is not a single Bian soldier among them, which raises even more questions. The command center is horrified to realize that Bian did not use all of his forces to attack Longjiang. At the same time, in another defenseless city, portals appear from which Bian's warriors emerge. Hordes of monsters and soldiers descend upon the defenseless city, sowing chaos and destruction. Shocking information arrives at the Longjiang command center. Bian has attacked 11 other cities where Su Ping's shops are located. Andy watches the scene with a devilish grin, because their cunning plan worked, and now it's too late. She proclaims that Longjiang's defenders are trapped, doomed to watch the rest of the world burn in flames. The mayor of the city falls to his knees in despair, realizing his complete powerlessness before the treachery and power of Bian. The mysterious assistants report to Su Ping that everything is ready according to his orders. With a confident grin, the hero declares that it is not too late to fight back against the treacherous Bian. On the second battlefield, a barrage of bombs rains down from the sky, sowing chaos and destruction. The monster riders are horrified to see the approaching aerial attack. The Guardians' powerful bombs engulf enemy troops, but their defensive barriers withstand the impact. The attacker's leader is perplexed as to how a B-level city could obtain such a powerful weapon. Meanwhile, warships take off from near-Earth orbit, heading towards the main city of the starry sky. Drop capsules with troops land on the battlefield, and the enemy looks on in horror at the new reinforcements. Elite fighters surround enemy troops, leaving them no chance of escape. The command center watches with delight as Su Ping's brilliant plan distracts the enemy and delivers a crushing blow. The two powerful leaders, Su Ping and Andy, look at each other with a smirk as they prepare for the decisive battle. At this time, a logistics train rushes underground, unaware of the chaos happening on the surface. The workers on the train hear a strange roar, reminiscent of the roar of countless animals. Despite the alarming sounds, they continue their work, aware that a battle of unprecedented proportions is unfolding on the surface. The tremors from the battle reach even the underground tunnels, and the workers are horrified to realize the power of the Beast King. One of them screams in panic that this is Bian's doing, and now they have no chance of winning. The squad leader angrily calls everyone to order, reminding them of their duty to deliver ammunition to those fighting above. His fiery speech inspires the workers, and they believe with renewed vigor in the victory of their legendary hero. As they approach the station, they see the train surrounded by mysterious red creatures. Meanwhile, on the first battlefield, a giant fire monkey roars into battle. Su Ping's mighty dragon holds off the fire monkey's attack, protecting the city with his indestructible shield. On the city walls, artillerymen furiously open fire on the advancing horde, preventing them from breaking through. Thousands of shells rain down on the enemy, turning the battlefield into a fiery hell. The gun barrels become hot from the continuous firing, and the soldiers use ice crystals to cool them. Suddenly, one of the monsters breaks through the barrage of fire and attacks the defenseless artillerymen. At the last second, a mighty warrior appears and throws the monster back with one blow, saving the soldier. The right commander of the Imperial Guard, Qindu Huang, warns his men of strengthened enemies. Meanwhile, other monsters enter the city, wreaking havoc and killing defenseless soldiers. One of the warriors notices an unstable pulsating core on the monster's chest. The commander-in-chief is horrified to realize Bian's insidious plan to use the beasts as living bombs to destroy their walls. Su Ping's assistant asks him to take matters into his own hands, as leaving the city now would be tantamount to suicide. The first commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Tianlin, gives the order to form a battle formation. A giant ghostly dragon appears above the city, ready to unleash its divine punishment on the enemy. One of the monsters tries to climb the wall, but his body is cut in two by a powerful beam of green energy. A gigantic spectral sword, born of a dragon, descends upon the horde, cutting down hundreds of enemies with a single blow. The city's defenders rejoice because they have managed to kill another Tsar, and now they have a real chance of victory. Meanwhile, on the second battlefield, an uneasy silence reigns, and the warriors sense something terrible approaching. Giant bloody tentacles burst from the ground, shaking the battlefield to its very foundations. Bian's soldiers watch with delight at the appearance of their lord, anticipating the imminent reprisal against their enemies. Monstrous tentacles grab elite fighters, sucking their life force and turning them into withered mummies. The surviving soldiers of Bian desperately cry out to their lord, begging him for help. They are ready to continue fighting, but their strength is running out, and they ask for only a little strength. Instead of helping, the giant tentacle grabs them, condemning them to the same terrible fate as their enemies. The last survivor screams in terror, not wanting to be abandoned and lose the strength he had worked so hard to gain. With a slight smile, Andy returns to the first battlefield, where her loyal servants are eagerly awaiting her. She rises into the air on giant tentacles, preparing to unleash her true power upon the city. Su Ping summons his purple dragon with fury in his eyes, preparing for the final battle. Giant tentacles grab the dragon, trying to crush it with their monstrous strength. The city's defenders watch the scene with alarm, and one of them calls upon his own dragon for help. The green ghost dragon rushes to the rescue, but its attack bounces off the impenetrable flesh of the tentacles. One of the commanders rushes into the attack with fury, but his blow only leaves a shallow cut. The little skeleton rushes along the tentacle at incredible speed, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. He unleashes a series of lightning attacks on the enemy, and one of the defenders screams in terror, warning Su Ping of the danger. Teaming up with his dragon, Little Skeleton launches a final decisive attack. At this time, the ghostly dragon tries to cover its master, but his shield can hardly hold back the enemy's onslaught. The city's proud defense collapses in an instant, and the defenders realize with horror their complete powerlessness. With a devilish smile, Andy reveals his true power, which belongs to Lord Bian himself. Suddenly, the system announces that Little Skeleton has entered the store and his time has come. Countless tentacles rain down on him, but the hero remains unharmed, as he is completely invulnerable within the magazine's range. With a devilish grin, Little Skeleton looks at his enemy, for now his death has truly come. Andy looks at her enemy with contempt, not believing in his ability to bring her death. A giant creature spawned by Bian looms over the city, ready to wipe it off the face of the earth. The defenders look at the monster in despair, realizing their complete powerlessness before its colossal power. An enraged Andy takes out her wrath on Su Ping, who dared to threaten the great death penalty. The hero, with a defiant grin, offers his enemy to test him if he does not believe in his strength. The defenders are horrified to realize that Su Ping is willing to sacrifice the entire city to lure Bian into a trap. The giant monster unleashes a crushing blow on the city, and a fireball rushes towards the defenseless walls. Overcome with despair, the city's mayor prepares for a quick death, seeing no chance of salvation. Suddenly, a crushing blow passes by, and the defenders are surprised to realize that they are still alive. Su Ping easily repels the attack and grinningly states that it was just a light warm-up for him. Andy looks at his enemy with contempt, considering him just an insignificant person who overestimated his strength. Concentrating all his power, Su Ping brings down a divine fist on the monster. A crushing blow breaks through the enemy's defense, and Andy watches in horror. With a furious cry, the hero launches into a final attack, demanding that Bian return his fist to him. A powerful blow throws the giant monster far beyond the city, and it crashes to the ground with a roar. The defenders and the vice president watch in amazement as Su Ping sends Bian flying with one punch. The giant monster's vital signs begin to plummet, foreshadowing its imminent demise. The command center is overjoyed to announce victory, as the legendary Su Ping has successfully destroyed Bian. The city is saved, and the defenders celebrate their victory in euphoria, ready to kiss their hero. Su Ping accepts the congratulations with a slight smile, ironically noting that it's a good thing his admirer can't fly. Su Ping tries to reassure her enthusiastic fans with a warm smile. Suddenly, an ominous voice appears in his head, questioning his true strength. Consumed with rage, the hero soars into the sky, demanding that Bian show himself immediately. The defenders look at their master in bewilderment, as the body of the defeated enemy still lies on the ground. Joanna suddenly appears and with icy calm declares that he will not find it. Su Ping looks at her assistant in bewilderment, not understanding the meaning of her mysterious words. The elf declares with complete certainty that the one he calls Bian is not actually here. The hero refuses to believe it because he clearly heard his voice in his head. Despite all his doubts, the young man trusts his intuition, which has never let him down. With fury in his eyes, Su Ping rushes towards Joanna, demanding an immediate explanation. Joanna asks her boss a direct question about the difference between him and Bian. With a piercing gaze, she rephrases the question, asking about the difference between powers of different levels. The hero falls into thoughtfulness, trying to understand the true meaning of her words. Comical images flash through his head, where he is inferior in everything to his powerful enemy. The elf interrupts his thoughts with a grin, revealing to him the main secret. The master of the Kingdom of Fate possesses a certain law. This revelation astonishes Su Ping, and he is surprised to realize that his own way of thunder is that very law. Joanna scornfully dismisses his hopes, claiming that his level of legal knowledge is far from perfect. She reveals to him the terrible truth. Bian is actually a master of the law of space. With a slight smile, the elf explains that he simply transferred himself to another dimension where no one can get to him. Su Ping realizes with horror that Bian only escaped after Joanna noticed his spatial law. Su Ping realizes with horror that all this time he had only been fighting a fake, while the real Bian was safely hidden. Joanna confirms his guess with a grin, reminding him that without the force of law, he won't even be able to touch him. The elf tries to console her boss because even the fake body of an enemy is a valuable trophy. A fire lights up in the hero's eyes as he realizes that the fake body still contains enormous power. A vast space is discovered within the fallen giant, and the explorers are given permission to enter. Su Ping, along with his pet, goes inside, sensing that this is where the key to the mystery lies. Inside, he discovers countless energy crystals and is horrified to realize how many people have been absorbed. A holographic message reveals another crime. An enemy has plundered an underground train, stealing valuable supplements and killing everyone on board. Clutching the crystal in his hand, the hero hopefully asks if there is a chance to bring back those who were consumed. Su Ping turns to the vice president for help, wondering if their technology is capable of such a miracle. The vice president bitterly admits that the dead cannot be brought back, and all that remains for them is to remember. Images of fallen heroes flash through Su Ping's eyes, and he silently vows to avenge their sacrifice. The city's defenders turn to their hero, completely trusting him to decide the fate of the captured crystals. Clutching the crystal in his hand, Su Ping promises that the sacrifices of the fallen will not be in vain and will serve to destroy Bian. One of the looters enthusiastically fills his backpack with trophies because his current income is equal to a year's salary. He happily informs the others that Boss Su has given them permission to take whatever they find as a well-deserved reward. But not everyone shares his joy, and one of the warriors looks sadly at the spoils, realizing at what price it was obtained. Against the backdrop of a devastated city, medics carry away the wounded, and the question hangs in the air as to whether they will be able to stand again. The commander-in-chief admits with a heavy heart that this victory cost them too much, but with an unwavering determination in his eyes, he reminds his comrade that they stopped the tide and prevented the enemy from destroying their families. The commander-in-chief gratefully shakes the hand of one of the survivors, admiring the feat of their legendary hero. The news that Su Ping single-handedly drove away one of the four kings spreads throughout the city, giving people hope. Inspired by his speech, the commander-in-chief calls on everyone not to be afraid and to do everything possible to strengthen the defense. He confidently declares that when the next wave comes, they will meet the enemy fully armed. At this time, Su Ping finds himself in a mysterious combat arena, lost among the endless grasslands. Clutching the crystal in his hand, he bitterly realized that Bian's attack had targeted his stores. The hero realizes that the enemy was trying to capture all of his system stores in order to absorb the resources they produced. With a slight grin, the young man notes that Bian didn't know about his invulnerability within the store. Despite the apparent victory, Su Ping admits his defeat in this strategic game with a heavy heart. He realizes with annoyance that the enemy has outplayed him, using his main trump card against his own. Su Ping is perplexed as to why Bian, with such power, did not destroy the city immediately. He recalls the legend of a great warrior who sacrificed himself to seal the entrance to the abyss. The hero assumes that the seal is still active, and any breakthrough will cause a powerful backlash. A sudden realization hits him, and he realizes that Bian was seriously injured in the breakout. Now his motive becomes clear. Crystals are not food for him, but something much more valuable. Su Ping realizes with horror that these crystals are a panacea for Bian, capable of healing his wounds. This guess gives him hope, because without the crystals, his powerful enemy is still vulnerable. Filled with determination, the hero decides to immediately increase his strength to have a chance of winning. With a furious cry, he begins to absorb the energy of the crystals, trying to break through to a new level. His body is filled with incredible strength, and he feels as if he has burst out of an iron casting. Having acquired the Eye of God, Su Ping gains confidence that he can now spot any threat. The thought flashes through his mind that only by mastering the power of the law will he be able to overcome his powerful enemy. On the endless meadow, his faithful assistants meet him, congratulating him on his successful breakthrough to a new level. The old master bitterly reports that they have lost many fighters, and those remaining will not be able to hold back the next wave. After weighing the pros and cons, they come to the conclusion that they need to replenish their forces for the upcoming battle. One of the assistants offers to save the surviving great families who are still resisting. Su Ping listens to her idea with interest, but is confused by her personal interest in the matter. With pain in her voice, the girl admits that her native Tang family was besieged by enemies. With cold fury in his eyes, the hero asks who dared to attack her family. It turns out that the attack was carried out by the cursed Situ and Wang families, the largest organizations on the entire continent. It turns out that the enemy families not only refused to help in the battle with Bian, but also went over to his side. Broken by grief, the proud warrior falls to her knees for the first time in her life. With tears in her eyes, she begs Su Ping to let her out of the store so she can help her family. The girl is ready to do anything just to get a chance to save her loved ones from certain death. The image of the always arrogant and proud Tang Ruyan flashes through her mind, and she can't believe her current humiliation. This spectacle seems strange and unnatural to her, because she's ready to give up her dignity for the sake of others. Su Ping looked at her doubtfully, knowing that even if he let her go, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The girl admits her powerlessness, because she cannot overcome two powerful families alone. But with an unbending determination in her eyes, she declares that at the very least she intends to take her sister away. Touched by her devotion, Su Ping agrees to help, asking only for a list of names and locations of those who need to be rescued. Su Ping looks at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding why she would risk herself to save her family. With a hint of disdain, she replies that being saved by him would be like being in the hands of the devil himself. The hero simply brushes off her words with a grin and decides to contact Tuntun. He immediately takes an interest in the progress of the research on the communications contract, because his future depends on it. Tuntun is pleased to report that the research is proceeding smoothly, and the first tests will take place in just 5 months. This period seems too long to the hero, because he doubts that Bian will give them that much time. A new plan comes into his head, and he asks if the process can be sped up with better resources. An important call from Su Ping interrupts the association meeting, and everyone eagerly awaits his news. Those present discuss with admiration the young hero who single-handedly fought off Bian. They see in him new hope, because in their declining times, the appearance of such a powerful master is a real stroke of luck. Su Ping makes a shocking demand to mobilize all the world's scientific resources for his project. With a sweet smile, he announces that the project must be completed within 1 month, leaving everyone petrified. The members of the association are furious and accuse the hero of abuse of power, considering his demand to be completely reckless. With a slight smile, Su Ping tells Tong Tong that he has already arranged everything and will contact her soon. Having interrupted the conversation, the hero returns to his assistant, who resentfully reminds him of their unfinished business. The young man, with a cold grin, offers the girl to raise her level, hinting at her helplessness on her own. With a sly grin, he declares that his employees should not lose their status even outside the store. With one snap of his fingers, the hero transports himself and his companion into a mysterious illusory space. With a slight smile, Su Ping advises the girl not to ask unnecessary questions and to focus on her own safety. Suddenly, a giant monster appears before her, and its furious roar shakes the illusory world to its foundations. The ferocious monster deals a crushing blow, and the girl flies away with a scream. Wounded and bloodied, she falls to the ground, and Su Ping watches her with cold calm from the top of the cliff. The system reports the death of the temporary target, and the hero chooses the resurrection option without hesitation. The girl comes to, realizing with horror that she has just been in the next world. Su Ping reminds her with a grin that it's just an illusion and advises her to focus on the battle. Realizing her mistake, she deftly dodges another attack, using the rock as support. Enraged by her own impotence, the girl prepares to show the pitiful beast her true power. A memory from her childhood comes to her mind, where she, while playing, easily defeats a toy dinosaur. With a cry of victory, the little warrior swings her wooden sword, demonstrating her innate talent. But at the most crucial moment, she stumbles and falls to the floor with a loud scream, destroying her heroic image. Her sister immediately rushes to help, bringing a first aid kit and carefully examining the bruised knee. She treats the wound tenderly, and the little warrior, wiping away a tear, looks at her with gratitude. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she hugs her sister tightly, promising to always take care of all members of their family. The older sister accepts her promise with a warm smile, especially touched by the words of care. Memories fade, and the mature warrior, wounded but not broken, prepares for a new battle. She charges furiously at a pack of ferocious wolves, dodging their deadly attacks. With dexterity and grace, she delivers crushing blows, sending enemies flying in all directions. One of the wolves tries to grab her, but the girl turns out to be faster and more agile. With a furious scream, she delivers a powerful blow to him, demanding that he calm down. She leaps forward and plunges her blade into the monster's back, causing it to fall to the ground, coughing and spewing blood. Suddenly, sharp red crystals appear in the air and rush towards the girl at incredible speed. A ferocious wolf roars and rains down a hail of deadly fragments on her, leaving her no chance of escape. She uses her glass body technique, and the crystals bounce off her impenetrable defense with a clang. Her shield cracks under the onslaught, and crystal shards embed themselves in her body, causing her to scream in pain. Grabbing her bloody blade, the girl pierces the monster's paw with fury in her eyes. She screams and thrusts her blade deeper, causing the beast to howl in unbearable pain. Seized by battle madness, the warrior stands over the fallen enemy, her eyes glowing red. With a furious cry, she throws her bloody blade, giving the enemy no chance to escape. The blade pierces the wolf's body, and he falls to the ground with a roar, defeated and exhausted. With a wild laugh, the girl pulls her blade out of her enemy's body, reveling in her bloody victory. She furiously rips her blade from the monster's mouth, splashing its blood all around. Exhausted but not broken, the girl falls to the ground next to her fallen enemy. Su Ping is surprised to note that despite the long break, Tang Ruyan's fighting skills are still at their best. Watching her refined movements, he realizes that she hasn't been idle in her free time. The deadly cultivation awakened her hidden potential, and now she is capable of defeating even a 9th-stage strongman. With a slight smile, the hero decides to add a little heat by using the fruit of the spiritual tree to enhance it. Golden energy envelops the girl's wounded body, healing her wounds and filling her with new strength. She rises into the air, and at that moment the system announces the end of the exploration and the closure of the zone. Losing consciousness, the girl whispers her sister's name, promising to save her soon. Coming to her senses, she was surprised to find Su Ping next to her, who calmly watched her transformation. The girl is surprised to learn that she only slept for an hour, and the hero asks her to sit still. While on the back of a flying dragon, he warns with a stern look that they are no longer in an illusion, and death will be real. They've been messing around for too long, and only one night has passed in the real world, so the hero asks for directions. With determination in her eyes, the girl points to Yato's base city, which will be their first target. Using a mysterious scroll, Su Ping begins a ritual to strengthen his companion's sword. With a slight grin, he declares that he cannot let her go empty-handed, since he himself is guilty of the death of her animals. The girl is surprised to feel incredible energy emanating from the sword, capable of piercing even her impenetrable body. This incredible sharpness reminds her of the legendary weapon once wielded by the god of the sea. The thought flashes through her mind that this sword is a legendary treasure, capable of crushing even the king of beasts. Confused and grateful, she accepts this priceless gift with trepidation, not believing her luck. Su Ping angrily declares that the sword is an ancient treasure and he is only giving it away temporarily. Having summoned the little skeleton, the hero prepares to split the missions. He orders his faithful servant to watch the girl so that she does not lose the precious sword. With a slight smile, she asks if he minds if she goes alone. The hero waves his hand in irritation, reminding her that he spent a lot of effort leveling her up. He explains with disdain that he has always been against their family for their cruelty and greed. A sudden signal interrupts their conversation, and the hero decides to split up. Jumping off the dragon's back, the girl screams in panic because she doesn't have any flying pets. Su Ping merely waves her goodbye, advising her to focus on controlling her star power. Overcome with despair, she falls down, but suddenly her body is enveloped in a golden glow, and she is surprised to realize that she can fly. Having gained new strength, the girl clutches her trusty sword in her hand, ready for the coming battle. Filled with determination, she flies towards her destiny, vowing that her family will never forget this day. Chaos descends upon her hometown, and two mighty dragons clash in a furious battle amid the burning ruins. The defenders are horrified to discover that the rival families have unleashed the Beast King into the city, dooming everyone to death. One of the dragons delivers a crushing blow, piercing its opponent through and through. Mysterious figures appear on the back of the fallen beast, looking with disdain at the weakened defenders. The head of the Tang family, Tang Lingzhan, furiously summons his flying army, preparing to repel the invaders. One of the enemy warriors notes with a grin that they are not as naive as they seem. On the back of the giant beast sit the heads of hostile families, who look with disdain at the futile attempts at resistance. They mockingly remind him that they know about all the secret treasures of the Tang family, and now the fun is just beginning. Like a comet, the girl rushes across the sky, kicking away her trusty sword. As she approaches the city, she is alarmed to hear the sounds of battle coming from Yato's direction. A giant ghostly bell rises above the ruins of the city, from which an ominous spirit emanates. The warriors are horrified to discover that the bell, like a bottomless pit, is absorbing all their star power. The head of the Tang family hatefully realizes that before him is a demonic artifact capable of absorbing blood and flesh. The head of the Situ family, with a devilish grin, praises his enemy's insight, presenting him with a soul-devouring bell. Deprived of strength, the city's defenders become easy prey and are mercilessly beaten by their enemies. Overcome with despair, the head of the Tang family chooses death over humiliation, but his suicide attempt is thwarted. With fury in his eyes, he vows that his family will avenge this vile betrayal. The head of the Wang family sneers at his threats as he plans to bury the entire Tang family today. The head of the Wang family reminds with a smile that the Tang family is famous for its two beautiful princesses. He thinks with apprehension about their power, because if the sisters unite, they will become invincible. Consumed by greed, he grabs one of the sisters and angrily demands that the other one be given to him. The captured girl barely endures the torture, but refuses to reveal the location of her sister. In her death throes, she mentally begs her sister not to return, sacrificing herself to save her. Suddenly, a shining sword falls from the sky, easily destroying the mysterious bell. The head of the Tang family looks at the debris in horror, not believing that their main treasure was destroyed so easily. The enraged head of the Situ family demands that the impudent man who dared to spoil his fun be found. The shining sword rushes through the ranks of enemies, mercilessly cutting them apart. Grabbing her sword, the mysterious savior declares that she has come of her own accord, her voice echoing across the battlefield. With fury in her eyes, the warrior declares that she cannot stand by while her clan is being killed. The head of the Tang family is horrified to realize that his daughter has reached the 9th stage and has attained a title rank. The enraged head of the Situ family dismisses any concerns, not seeing the young girl as a serious threat. He contemptuously gives the order to seize the arrogant girl and promises to arrange a public execution for her. Dozens of enemy warriors surround the girl, but she prepares for battle with icy calm. With a sneer, she notes their slowness and delivers a crushing blow. Her shining sword pierces the ranks of enemies, leaving only death and destruction in its wake. The head of the Wang family looks at what is happening in horror, not believing that the mysterious sword is capable of piercing the star shield. One of the warriors calls for the destruction of the demonic bell while the young lady distracts the enemies. The head of the Tang family readily accepts the challenge, and his warriors launch a desperate attack. The head of the Tang family, with fury in his eyes, urges his daughter to join forces and destroy the vile enemies. With unwavering determination, the girl rushes at the giant beast, blocking its deadly attack. One of the enemies smirks and summons his trump pet, not intending to give up so easily. Like lightning, the warrior rushes past, dealing a crushing blow to her opponent. The enraged head of the Wang family vows to personally rip the skin off the arrogant girl who dared to slaughter so many of his people. In response to his threats, a giant monster falls from the sky, crushing the enemy ranks with a single blow. The loyal warriors of the Tang family rush to defend their mistress, ready to die for her. One of them uses a powerful technique called Blazing Sun Flash, blinding enemies. Seizing the moment, the warriors rush into the attack, dealing a crushing blow to the weakened monster. The giant beast falls to the ground with a roar, but its death throes claim the lives of dozens of brave warriors. The head of the Tang family furiously calls on his flying army to concentrate all its forces on the heads of the rival families. Elite archers, riding mighty birds, prepare to unleash a hail of golden arrows on the enemy. The head of the Situ family orders his beast to release a poisonous cloud to thwart the attackers. A deadly mist envelops the archers, and one of them falls with a scream, stricken by poison. At this time, two giant monsters attack Ruyan, trying to crush her with their monstrous strength. Like a whirlwind, the girl rushes through the ranks of enemies, cutting them into pieces with her shining sword. Suddenly, her body is entangled in mysterious tentacles, and she is surprised to feel her strength draining away. She finds herself trapped by strange, mushroom-like creatures that continue to drain her energy. The head of the Situ family reveals his trump card with a devilish laugh, puppets made from the corpses of animals. The head of the Wang family raises his sword, ready to deliver the decisive blow and destroy the Tang family forever. Immobilized and deprived of strength, the girl looks in horror at the sword raised above her. At the last second, her sister rushes in front of her, trying to save her from the fatal blow. Her sword shatters into pieces with a crash, and she looks at the debris in despair. The little skeleton suddenly appears and pierces her body with his blade, and she falls to the ground in surprise. A giant ghostly skull consumes her soul, and everything around her is plunged into darkness. At the same time, Su Ping and his dragon continue their journey. With a furious cry, the hero unleashes a crushing blow on his invisible enemy. His golden fist slams into the giant monster's body, shaking it to its very core. The huge creature barely withstands the attack, but not a single scratch remains on its body. Su Ping looks at his invisible enemy with cold calm, preparing for the decisive battle. Su Ping grabbed Joanna's hand and angrily reminded her of his words. The elf replies with cold calm that even if Bian is exhausted, without the power of law he is out of his reach. She speaks with disdain about the gap between them that he will never be able to bridge. A sudden call distracts the hero, and he is surprised to see his faithful assistant on the screen. The assistant reports with alarm that the master has not rested once since the battle, and he fell asleep right on the fly. After coming to his senses, Su Ping inquires about the progress of the Link contract project, but learns of accumulated problems. He anxiously suggests returning immediately, but his assistant asks to let him finish his report. It turns out that their store has become incredibly popular, and now customers from all over the world flock to them. An elite research team assembled by Su Ping is hard at work in a state-of-the-art laboratory. The scale of the project is staggering, as it involves the best minds and cutting-edge technologies. The assistant enthusiastically reports that the communication contract is capable of changing the entire world of cultivation, and asks the boss not to worry. Having gained confidence in the future, Su Ping decides to help his comrades and finally defeat Bian. The hero returns to the report and learns that the call for help he responded to was from the Yuan family. This news surprises him, because Yuan Tianchen is one of the 3 legendary masters of the Asian continent. The image of the arrogant old man whom he once deprived of his powers comes to his mind, and he cannot believe his humility. Arriving at the scene, Su Ping looks at the pitiful horde of enemies with slight disdain, not seeing them as a serious threat. Suddenly, a giant monster grabs one of the defenders, and in his death throes, he screams for his comrades to save themselves. At the last second, a brave warrior comes to the rescue, and her blinding blow cuts the monster in two. Exhausted but not broken, she struggles to stay on her feet, cursing the endless horde of enemies. Gathering her last strength, she pushes her comrade away, saving him from a deadly attack. Suddenly, a giant golden fist falls from the sky, easily crushing one of the monsters. Following the first blow, hundreds of shining fists rain down from the sky, leaving the warrior perplexed. A golden rain falls upon the horde of monsters, and they scatter with a roar, trying to escape. The giant monster looks down on its pathetic brethren with disdain, considering them nothing more than a pile of trash. The girl realizes with horror that in front of her is the leader of this pack, whose brute strength exceeds all her expectations. The enraged monster rushes at his fellow creatures with a roar, declaring that he will deal with everything himself. He easily repels the attack of the golden fists, demonstrating his incredible power. One of the fists still breaks through his defense, and the monster falls to the ground with a roar, shaking everything around. The warrior is relieved to see that help has arrived and admires the destructive power of her savior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she asks her mysterious savior to come forward so that the Yuan family can pay their respects. Hearing a familiar voice, the warrior turns around in surprise and sees her mysterious savior. The enraged girl cannot believe that she bowed to the one she considered her enemy. She attacks Su Ping in a rage, but he easily dodges her blows. The hero tells her with concern that her grandfather may be in danger. The girl dismisses his words with contempt, confident in the invulnerability of her legendary grandfather. Su Ping ironically reminds her of the recent battle in which he himself inflicted serious wounds on her grandfather. He remembers with regret the day he was forced to act in self-defense, which resulted in her grandfather's weakening. The hero anxiously warns her that the weakened master will become easy prey for Bian's rebels. With a piercing gaze, the girl asks the last, most important question about how he was able to wound her grandfather. Su Ping touched the protective barrier with a slight smile, hinting that not all strong people belong to famous families. The purple dragon angrily declares that anyone who dares to start a fight at their door will pay dearly. Su Ping notes with a grin that at first glance at their shop, it is clear that its owner has never used their services. The warrior dismisses his words with disdain, because for her, his store is a place for puppies, not for real warriors. The hero indifferently suggests that she decide for herself whether to go with him or not, but the girl is bound by her grandfather's orders. Torn between duty and the desire to help, for the first time in her life, she decides to disobey her grandfather and trust Su Ping. Grabbing her hand, the hero reminds her that he came to save people and demands that she immediately take him to the wounded master. Arriving at the scene, they discover with horror that the city is completely destroyed and all the soldiers are killed. Suddenly, their dragon is pierced by hundreds of red beams and falls with a roar, wounded and exhausted. At the last second, Su Ping saves the girl, carrying her away from the enemy's heavy fire. He explains that her pet won't be able to withstand that many blows and asks what her plan is. Bian's soldiers discuss the flying dragon with a grin, considering it an easy prey that can grant them a lot of strength. Hundreds of red beams rain down on the dragon, but his indestructible shield easily withstands the attack. Su Ping recalls that he sealed his dragon's power with 3 seals that can only be removed as his control grows. Realizing the time has come, the hero prepares to remove the first seal to test the true power of his pet. The skies above the battlefield darken, and lightning flashes in the storm clouds, foreshadowing something terrible. With a furious cry, Su Ping removes the first seal, and his dragon transforms, taking on its true divine form. The girl is surprised to notice that the dragon's appearance has changed, and his aura seems painfully familiar to her. Enraged enemies look at the transformed dragon with disdain, not seeing him as a serious threat. Hundreds of red beams rain down on the dragons again, but their combined shield withstands this attack as well. Su Ping watches the battle with confidence, knowing that his light dragon's body can withstand the enemy's fire. The purple dragon only uses its defensive techniques, as if playing with its enemies like children. At this time, the golden dragon takes on a hail of attacks with pleasure, enjoying the battle. Despite the barrage of fire, he remains unharmed, and his enemies are horrified and try to figure out what is wrong with his body. One of Beyond's soldiers screams in panic that they are in trouble after encountering a legendary ranked creature. The enraged warrior clutches her sword in her hand, not intending to let go of the enemies who have caused so much harm. Su Ping stops her with a grin, explaining that it was just a test of his dragon dog's properties. The dragon's huge paw crashes to the ground, and Beyond's soldiers scatter in terror, trying to escape. A powerful blow shakes the battlefield, and the shockwave scatters enemies like toys. With just one paw, the dragon changes the landscape, creating insurmountable cliffs in the enemy's path. Su Ping notes with satisfaction that the power passed on from the old king not only strengthened the pet's body, but also expanded its capabilities. One of Beyond's surviving soldiers falls to his knees, begging the great ancestor for mercy. Su Ping looks at him with cold disdain, reminding him that Beyond's followers must be prepared to die. The soldier, horrified, denies any involvement with Beyond, trying to pass himself off as an ordinary survivor. He offers the hero countless treasures and his knowledge of the area in exchange for his life. The girl realizes with horror that the crystals they are mining are taken from the bodies of fallen masters. Su Ping, with icy calm, orders them to put down all their things and stand up, not giving them a chance to deceive. The soldiers happily obey, promising to carry out any of his orders, but they are in for a cruel disappointment. The mighty dragon lets out a deafening roar, and its power falls upon the pathetic traitors. In their death throes, their bodies disintegrate into bones, and they realize with horror their mistake. Su Ping looks at the crystals with cold disdain, declaring that it is not worth thinking that you can return as if nothing happened. The girl watches in horror as the hero absorbs the crystals, not understanding how he is different from Bian's people. Su Ping ignores her doubts and demands that she bring him to her grandfather immediately. Surrounded by the souls of the fallen, he declares with unwavering determination that the only way to stop the disaster is to deal with Bian. The girl looks at her savior with awe, realizing that he personally took on this deadly task. The dragon flies through the storm clouds, heading towards the Yuan family residence. Upon arriving, they are horrified to discover that the entire city is engulfed in flames, and only ruins remain of the residence. The girl, in despair, cannot believe what has happened, because her grandfather's protective magic was indestructible. Casting aside all doubts, Su Ping and his companion rushed down to personally check what had happened.